Chapter 1. Traversing the Beast World. It is said that every book contains a place where one's thoughts can be stored. So, dear readers, please take a moment to place your brilliant minds here, and I shall safeguard them. For you until you finish reading, that I wish you all a delightful reading experience. In the depths of an impenetrable primeval forest, beneath a towering ancient tree, Bai Qianqian finally managed to rub warmth into her frozen body, which had been stiff and unresponsive. She had painstakingly sought out a sheltered spot to shield herself from the biting wind. However, the bee-skin skirt she wore was far too flimsy, leaving her arms and legs exposed to the chill. She trembled uncontrollably, resorting to incessantly rubbing her bare skin to prevent her recently freed muscles from stiffening once more. Bai Qianqian had traversed into another realm. She, who had struggled for nearly 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, awakening 2 extraordinary abilities to the 5th tier, ultimately fell victim to the claws of the undead during a zombie siege. Since gaining consciousness in this new world, she had found herself engulfed in an all-consuming darkness. Time eluded her. It might have been several hours. At last, she discerned a faint crack in the horizon, allowing a sliver of dawn to penetrate through the dense foliage above. Though meager, it provided her, who had lingered in darkness for so long, a modicum of relief. Several hours had passed, and she had gradually reconciled herself with the reality that she had been bitten by a zombie and inexplicably transported to this beast-dominated continent, where males outnumber females significantly. Bai Qianqian breathed softly, her eyes wide open and ears alert, as she surveyed her surroundings. This was the beast world, a primordial forest teeming with countless wild beasts and rampaging strays, but a moment's inattention could lead to her being torn apart by feral creatures or captured by strays to serve as mere instruments of gratification and reproduction. Thus, even the rustling of leaves in the wind sent tremors of alertness through her. The body she inhabited was that of an entirely white fox, a mere 18 years of age, just having reached adulthood, sharing her name and surname. Whether their given names were identical remained a mystery. The original owner of this body had been a premature infant, frail and sickly, utterly lacking in the ability to fend for herself. She pressed her hands against the ancient tree behind her and attempted to rise slowly. Her legs trembled, threatening to collapse beneath her, prompting her to lean against the tree for support and rest a moment. This body was exceedingly weak, having endured a night of hunger and cold in the wilderness. Bai Qianqian now felt as if her very essence had been drained. Though spring had arrived, the temperature fluctuations between day and night were drastic. Upon her arrival, this body had already succumbed to the biting cold. Now that dawn had broken, she needed to find sustenance to stave off hunger, otherwise she risked dying once again before she could even acclimate to this new existence. She had already confirmed that her 2 extraordinary abilities had accompanied her into this realm. However, her current form was so frail that despite summoning all her strength, she could only wield a solitary long knife for self-defense, unable to access any further resources. She could only wonder if the supplies she had meticulously gathered in the apocalypse, along with the fertile black soil she had once possessed, still remained usable. She bore several wounds inflicted by the thorns of the bushes, and she yearned to employ her wood-based abilities for healing. However, after numerous attempts, she could only emit a minuscule green light, far smaller than a sprout, rendering her efforts futile. Thus, she resolved to devise her own means to procure sustenance from the forest. Fortunately, her wit led her to grab her weapon for self-defense rather than seeking food. Otherwise, even if she managed to consume something, given the frailty of her current form, she would undoubtedly find herself prey to the lurking beasts in due time. Leaning against a towering tree for a brief respite, Bai Qianqian felt her trembling legs steady somewhat before she straightened up and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself amidst a dense primeval forest, where colossal trees draped in thick moss surrounded her, accompanied by shrubs towering far above her. Though it was morning, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage above. Only fragmented beams of light filtered through the gaps, yet it sufficed, for she could at least see her surroundings rather than being engulfed in darkness. Bai Qianqian shivered again, adjusting her meager fur skirt to cover more of her exposed skin. Chapter 2. Encountering a stray beast upon arrival. Steeling her nerves, Bai Qianqian leaned on her long knife as a makeshift cane and cautiously approached the thicket ahead. The patch was illuminated by the scattered light, and with keen eyes, she discerned several tender shoots resembling dandelions, their leaves larger and longer than those from before the apocalypse. In the past, such plants could serve as both wild greens and medicinal herbs to clear heat and detoxify. She contemplated plucking one to test its edibility when a chilling voice, laced with excitement, interrupted her thoughts. Little female. Just as Bai Qianqian crouched down, her hand yet to touch the tender shoot. The voice sent a shiver down her spine. Had it not been for the support of her knife, she might have collapsed in fear. Instantly, her body tensed, and she raised the blade defensively before her chest, warily searching for the source of the voice. When her beautiful eyes finally located the creature behind the sound, she gasped in terror, staggering back a few steps. A massive black python lay coiled among the bushes, a cunning predator that she had failed to notice until now. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a tail thicker than her waist ensnared her waist. Alarmed, she steadied her voice, striving to mask her fear. "What do you want? Let me go." Despite her experiences with mutated beasts during the apocalypse, the sight of this giant python still filled her with dread. She struggled fiercely to free herself from the constricting tail, attempting to strike the serpent with her knife. Yet, her frail body was no match for the python's formidable strength. The more she fought, the tighter its grip became. However, the knife in her hand proved to be quite resilient. Having struggled for survival in the apocalypse for 3 years, her skill with the blade had greatly improved. Regrettably, her strength was waning otherwise. The serpent's tail would not merely have been grazed, but severed entirely. Crimson blood trickled from the wounds inflicted upon the serpent's tail. Enraged by the pain, the colossal python violently hurled Bai Qianqian aside. Its cold, slitted eyes glared furiously at the small female, as if intent on boring a hole through her. How dare this wretched little female inflict such harm upon her with such a sharp weapon? Once she captured her and returned to the den, she would deal with her in due course. Bai Qianqian rolled several times on ground. The jagged stones and tree stumps felt as though they pierced her body, causing her delicate brows to furrow in anguish. The overwhelming instinct to survive propelled her to disregard the pain and scramble to her feet, blindly racing forward with all her might. "Little female, having wounded me, do you still dare to flee?" In but a moment, the serpent's chillingly mocking voice echoed above her. Almost instantly, the dark serpent coiled around Bai Qianqian's frail form, seizing the knife from her grasp and casting it aside. With her sole means of defense stripped away, a chill of despair washed over her. Trembling, she inquired, "What do you intend to do? Let me go." Surely she would not be devoured by this gigantic python so soon after arriving in this world. Her mind raced, frantically seeking an escape route, yet her hunger rendered her vision blurred and her body weak. How could she possibly elude the watchful gaze of this formidable serpent? The dark python, with an air of sinister delight, replied, "What do I intend to do? Pray tell, as a wandering beast, what could I possibly achieve by capturing a frail little female like you?" Its ebony visage contorted into a semblance of a smirk, the tone dark yet laced with a hint of triumph. It continued, "Of course, I intend to take you back to bear me several clutches of serpent eggs." So, he was a serpent beast man? She had been so frightened that she had momentarily believed him to be merely a gigantic python. The thought of producing serpent eggs sent a shiver down Bai Qianqian's spine. The imagery was too vivid, and she dared not dwell on it further. Quickly, she devised a counter-strategy. "Do you know why someone as diminutive as I would be cast into this desolate forest?" She could sense the black serpent awaiting her explanation. Bai Qianqian pressed on, "It is because I've been deemed barren by the shaman. The tribespeople believe that keeping me would only waste resources, and thus I was abandoned." "You have sought the wrong target. If you desire a female to bear serpent eggs, you ought to seek those who are fertile and robust, rather than a feeble, sickly female like myself. Wouldn't that merely invite trouble upon yourself?" The serpent beast man seemed momentarily swayed by her words, and the coils binding her loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qianqian swiftly wriggled free from a gap, nearly losing her footing due to the serpent's slick skin. Summoning all her strength, she dashed to retrieve the long knife, positioning it defensively before her. However, the serpent harbored no intentions of sparing her. As it glided menacingly towards her, it leered, "Being barren is of no consequence. I shall take you back to satisfy my desires. You have inadvertently wandered into this forest, and given your frail and delicate nature, do you truly believe you can escape?" With that, the serpent man drew closer. Bai Qianqian, unwilling to meet her demise nor to bear serpent eggs, resolved to exert every ounce of her strength to slay the colossal python. Yet, the beast's words rang true with her meager physique. How could she possibly vanquish him? At that moment, however, she had no room for doubt. If she wished to survive, she must fight. The serpent man approached Bai Qianqian, his dark, sinuous tail poised to ensnare her waist once more. This time, forewarned and armed with a blade, Bai Qianqian swung her knife fiercely as the serpent's tail coiled toward her, delivering a savage blow that sliced deeply into the serpent's flesh. Blood gushed forth in torrents, igniting the serpent man's fury. In agony, he lashed his tail violently, sending Bai Qianqian hurtling several meters away. Yet, as he swung his tail, Bai Qianqian's blade remained poised outward, allowing her to harness the force of his attack. Consequently, the serpent man inadvertently inflicted a grievous wound upon himself as his own strength worked against him. However, this force also took a toll on Bai Qianqian's fragile form, sending her crashing to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Ignoring her precarious state, she scrambled to her feet, retrieved her knife, and attempted to flee. Alas, after just a few steps, her body succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground, perspiration soaking her beast-hide skirt from the pain. The great serpent, enraged by the wound she had inflicted upon him, surged toward her with a furious roar, vowing, "Ah, you wretched little female, I shall end your life. No, I shall sever your limbs and torment you thoroughly." He shrieked, "You will pay dearly for this." The serpent man could hardly fathom that such a diminutive creature had inflicted pain upon his formidable body. In agony, he swam a distance, thrashing his massive form against the ground to alleviate the excruciating pain. Bai Qianqian sat despondently on the ground, watching in despair as the giant python advanced towards her. With great effort, she pressed her hand against the earth and pushed her legs back, acutely aware that the serpent's head was drawing near. "Do not approach. If you come any closer, I shall not hold back." Despite her dire predicament, Bai Qianqian's spirit remained unyielded. The black serpent laughed derisively, taunting, "Do you believe I would grant you the chance to harm me again? Watch as I obliterate you." As the serpent spoke, it launched itself at Bai Qianqian with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly. She leaned back as the serpent lunged, aiming the tip of her knife at its vulnerable underbelly. With the serpent's fierce momentum aiding her, she thrust the blade deeply into its vital point. Summoning all her strength, Bai Qianqian twisted the knife within the serpent's body several times. As the serpent succumbed to unconsciousness and began to fall, she released her grip on the knife, rolling aside just in time to narrowly avoid being crushed by the descending serpent's corpse. Chapter 3. The original owner's memories. Bai Qianqian, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though her breaths were fleeting, with her chest pierced by an excruciating pain akin to a sharp weapon. Struggling to rise, she confirmed once more that the black serpent had indeed ceased to breathe, which offered her a modicum of relief. Gasping for air, she muttered, "How could your luck be so woeful?" It was unclear whether she was addressing herself or the former occupant of this body. She propped herself against a large tree behind her, needing to quickly regain her strength. Otherwise, the serpent's significant loss of blood could easily attract predators. Given her current state, the arrival of even one beast or a pack of wild animals would spell her doom. Closing her eyes, she gradually regulated her breathing, her mouth parched and bitter, her stomach churning with hunger. All she could do was take a moment to compose herself. As she rested her eyes, she continued to delve into the memories of her predecessor, piecing them together. The original owner of this body, a delicate and precious female, was supposed to be well protected within her tribe. However, she found herself in this secluded forest due to a half-sister, Bai Li, who was a year her senior. Recently, Bai Li had taken a liking to a male who, in turn, was infatuated with the original owner. To alleviate her jealousy, Bai Li instructed her male companion to abandon the original owner in this remote location. Bai Li had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her half-sister, targeting her at every opportunity. She believed that this frail, sickly girl should not consume the scarce resources that belonged to them. Most importantly, it was the original owner's breathtaking beauty that incited Bai Li's desire to see her perish. Though the original owner was weak and sickly, she had inherited her father's striking appearance, a pure white fox, making her the most beautiful female in the entire white tiger tribe. According to Bai Li, Bai Qianqian possessed an enchanting allure akin to her father, captivating the males of their tribe to the point of distraction. Thus, Bai Li relentlessly bullied and suppressed her half-sister, secure in her position as a female with exceptional reproductive capabilities as deemed by the shaman. As long as Bai Li did not kill her, their mother, along with the rest of the tribe, would remain silent, even witnessing the original owner being mistreated. After all, the original owner was deemed weak and incapable of bearing offspring, in the realm of beastmen. The ratio of females to males was 1:30, rendering females a rare commodity. Bai Li, marked as a particularly fertile female by the shaman, faced no repercussions for her actions in a society where reproduction and the continuation of lineage were the utmost purpose of a female's existence. The nurturing care bestowed upon them by the males was paramount. A tribe without a steady influx of offspring would inevitably face extinction. In this world of beasts, the original owner, endowed with striking beauty, yet lacking the ability to bear offspring and frail in constitution, serves little purpose beyond merely consuming resources. Within this realm, a mature female is mandated to take at least 4 beastly husbands, with no upper limit. As long as she harbors affection and the males are willing, she may select one after another. The presence of multiple males ensures that during the protracted and perilous cold season, when hunting is impossible, the female is better protected, thereby enhancing her chances of survival and ensuring the continuation of her lineage. Conversely, a male's life is bound to a single female. Once a choice is made, he must dedicate his existence to safeguarding her. Consequently, the vast majority of male beastmen opt for robust females capable of procreation as their mates. In stark contrast, the original owner, being frail and infertile, is certainly not a desirable choice among the male beastmen, which explains why, despite having reached adulthood, she has yet to form a bond with any male that, on the other hand, while Li stands apart at the age of 19 and possessing strong reproductive capabilities, she has already secured 6 husbands. The young Taoist is experiencing a stir of youthful emotions. Others also began to tease Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou smiled awkwardly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Zhou Zhiruo had departed. Do not tease the junior disciple, Kongyou, if you are truly concerned. You may follow at a distance, Song Yuanqiao remarked with a smile. Li Kongyou nodded, activating his lightness skill as he hurriedly followed. After half a stick of incense, he observed Zhou Zhiruo entering a dilapidated temple. Once he confirmed her safety, he turned and made his way back to Wudang Mountain. In the Zhenwu Hall, an elderly Taoist priest with a ruddy complexion and white hair sat firmly in the main wooden chair. He was Zhang Sanfeng, the leader of the Wudang Sect. Flanking him on either side were 4 individuals seated: Song Yuanqiao, Yu Lianzhou, Yu Daiyin, Zhang Songxi, Enlighting, Emo Xinggu, Li Kongyou, and Zhang Wuji. Zhang Sanfeng's gaze swept over everyone present as he slowly spoke. Regarding the 6 major sects' siege of the Bright Summit, should Wudang participate? I wish to hear your opinions. As his words fell, the hall was momentarily engulfed in silence, with everyone exchanging glances before ultimately directing their attention to their senior brother, Song Yuanqiao. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhang Sanfeng and said, Master, I believe Wudang should indeed take part. Yesterday, I discussed this matter in detail with a few junior brothers and the abbot of extinction. From her, I learned that Shaolin, Kongtong, Huashan, and Kunlun have all agreed to join forces against the Bright Summit. If Wudang chooses to remain aloof, it would undoubtedly position us against the entire martial arts world of the Central Plains. While Wudang does not shy away from trouble, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts, as this would only lead to internal strife. Zhang Sanfeng listened without immediate response, unfazed by Song Yuanqiao's stance. He recognized that his eldest disciple was always level-headed and attuned to the greater picture. Thus, such an arrangement was undoubtedly the most astute choice. Observing this, Enlighting quickly added, Master, what the senior brother says is indeed reasonable. The righteous sects of the martial world are interconnected and should unite against a common enemy. Moreover, the demonic sect has committed numerous atrocities. As a righteous path, Wudang must prioritize chivalry. Among the 7 brothers present, Song Yuanqiao spoke from a perspective of overarching concern, while Yu Lianzhou and the others adhered to the arrangement. Yet Enlighting genuinely aspired to eradicate the Ming sect. During this descent from the mountain, he had learned from the abbot of extinction about the tragic death of Ji Xiaofu at the hands of the demonic figure Yang Xiao 8 years prior, thereby strengthening his support for the 6th sect's siege of the Bright Summit. Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Li Kongyou as he calmly inquired, Kongyou, what are your thoughts? Li Kongyou hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master, to my knowledge, although the members of the Ming sect engage in enigmatic conduct, they harbor a profound dedication to the world, vowing to overthrow the tyrannical Yuan. Such noble endeavors evoke my admiration, and I truly wish not to stand against them. In contrast, the character of the 5 great sects has been laid bare to me for many years. As Li Kongyou reached this point, his voice involuntarily rose several notches. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, everyone present in the hall understood that he was alluding to the incident a decade ago when the 5 major sects conspired to compel Zhang Zuishan to take his own life, a matter that still pricked at the hearts of those gathered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuji clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, while a fleeting glimpse of indescribable melancholy crossed Zhang Zhenren's eyes. Li Kongyou paused for a moment before continuing. The 5 major sects besieging the bright summit appear to be a righteous force aiming to eradicate the demon sect. But in reality, each harbors its own ulterior motives. The Shaolin Temple seeks vengeance for Master Kongyou, while the Ma sect acts out of loyalty to their fallen comrade, Hongzi, and the brother of the extinguished. The Kongtong sect harbors resentment due to Xie Sun's usurpation of the 7 Injuries Fist, and the Kunlun sect is similarly driven by a desire for retribution for their senior brother. As for the Huashan sect, they merely wish to profit from the chaos. The crowd was taken aback by Li Kongyou's profound understanding of the affairs of the 6 major sections. At that moment, Li Kongyou shifted his tone. However, my Wudang sect bears no animosity towards the Ming sect. On the contrary, we share a deeply rooted connection. As soon as he finished speaking, Enlighting abruptly stood up, her emotions aflame, and declared, "But Yang Xiao has slain Xiaofu. I must avenge her." Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou promptly arose, endeavoring to soothe Enlighting's agitation. "Sixth brother," he reassured, "the death of Ji Xiaofu may harbor deeper implications. Please remain calm. I shall certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Should it indeed be the doing of Yang Xiao, I will personally ascend to the bright summit and return with his head." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's vow, Enlighting's turmoil gradually subsided, and he slowly resumed his seat. Li Kongyou continued, "Nevertheless, what the elder brother said holds some truth. How about this? We publicly agree to besiege the bright summit, but we need not deploy too many disciples. This way, the 5 great sects will have no grounds to criticize us." With that, Li Kongyou took his seat, and the atmosphere within the Zhenwu Hall once again plunged into silence. His earlier remarks not only astonished Song Yuanxiao and the others, but also evoked an expression of disbelief from the usually composed Zhang Sanfeng. They all knew that since joining Wudang, Li Kongyou had only descended the mountain twice in a decade, once to Kunlun to retrieve the 9 Yang divine art, and once to the capital in search of the black jade ointment. Yet, he seemed remarkably well-versed in the affairs of the 5 great sects, with an astute analysis of the entire situation that was truly unexpected. After a moment, Zhang Sanfeng made his decision. What Kongyou has articulated is indeed reasonable. Thus, for this joint assault on the bright summit by the 6 great sects, you 6 shall represent me, while Dian will remain with me to guard Wudang. As for accompanying disciples, feel free to bring along 20 or 30. You may decide on matters both large and small along the way. But remember not to tarnish the reputation of our Wudang. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng finished speaking, Song Yuanxiao displayed a look of confusion. "Master, if you send all 6 of us away, what will happen to Wudang?" Zhang Songshi quickly echoed, "Yes, Master, let me and the 7th brother stay." Zhang Sanfeng gently shook his head and replied, "What? Do you truly believe that I am too old for this?" Disciple would never presume. Li Kongyou couldn't help but chuckle. As thoughts of past online banter about the Wudang sect crossed his mind, Zhang Sanfeng and his 7 flaws. A Wudang Mountain without the 7 heroes would indeed be the most formidable specter. Zhang Sanfeng smiled, then turned to Li Kongyou. "Kongyou, among the brothers, you were the last to enter the fold and are the youngest, yet your martial prowess is the highest. The safety of the disciples is entrusted to you entirely." To Zhang Sanfeng's words, the others had no objections. Just over a year after Li Kongyou joined, he was able to engage in a battle with the leader of the Heavenly Eagle sect, Yin Tianzhong, for hundreds of exchanges without defeat. Now, after all these years, it was likely that his skills were on par with those of his master. However, these were merely speculations from Song Yuanxiao and his brothers. Should Li Kongyou overhear such claims, he would undoubtedly be both amused and exasperated, rebuking them for their lack of insight. As his own martial arts advanced, he increasingly felt that he could not fully comprehend this master who had surpassed a century in age. Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou promptly clasped his hands in respect and said, "Master, rest assured, I shall ensure everyone's safe return." "Excellent," Zhang Sanfeng replied with a gentle smile. He had always been quite pleased with this young disciple, though he noted that his nature was rather carefree and languid. Otherwise, given his talents, he could easily inherit the legacy of Wudang. Soon after, Zhang Sanfeng turned his attention to Zhang Wuji, saying, "Wuji, among the 3rd generation of disciples, you and Qingshu stand out the most. Qingshu has been sent by your grandmaster for training, and you have yet to venture down the mountain. This time, you shall accompany him, but it is imperative that you heed the arrangements of your granduncle and uncles. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, lest you attract trouble." Zhang Wuji's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of descending the mountain for training, and he immediately responded, "Wuji understands." Seeing this, Song Yuanxiao felt a twinge of hesitation and promptly inquired, "Master, what of Wuji's identity?" If Zhang Wuji's true identity were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a barrage of inquiries from the masses. Zhang Sanfeng merely smiled lightly at this concern, saying, "Is it so that my disciple's grandson cannot be seen? Should anyone dare harbor ulterior motives, Kongyou, you shall teach them a lesson on my behalf." "Yes, master," Song Yuanxiao replied, and with Zhang Sanfeng's reassurances, all doubts vanished from his mind. Li Kongyou nodded with a smile. Zhang Sanfeng then conveyed some additional details, but his tone suddenly shifted to one of gravity. Throughout history, the distinction between righteousness and evil has often been blurred. Should the 6 major sects emerge victorious, they must not annihilate the Ming cult. Conversely, if the Ming cult prevails, one must take care to preserve their own safety. "Very well, now go and prepare." The crowd responded in unison and then dispersed, yet Li Kongyou remained rooted in place, as if he had something to express. "Kongyou, is there something on your mind?" Zhang Sanfeng inquired, looking at Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou recalled the moment in the original narrative when the 6 major sects besieged the Bright Summit. Following this, Zhao Min dispatched a false monk to Wudang to deliver a message, seizing the opportunity to seriously injure him while he was caught off guard. Aware of this unfolding plot, she was naturally reluctant to witness her master's suffering and thus wished to forewarn him. "Master," Li Kongyou hesitated briefly, her tone infused with a hint of gravity. Observing her earnestness, Zhang Sanfeng too adopted a serious demeanor. "What has transpired? Speak freely. Though I am advanced in years, I have never shied away from a confrontation." Li Kongyou took a deep breath and bowed, saying, "Master, during my absence, if any Shaolin monks come to visit, I earnestly request you to exercise utmost caution. Among them may be individuals with ulterior motives masquerading as monks, harboring hidden malice. Particularly, there is one named Kangxiang. You must not approach him under any circumstances." Li Kongyou understood that with Zhang Sanfeng's martial prowess, as long as he remained vigilant, even 10 empty phantoms could not inflict harm upon him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng silently etched Li Kongyou's words into his memory. He recognized that his young disciple never spoke without purpose. Just as years ago, Li Kongyou had journeyed to Kunlun Mountain, braving numerous perils, ultimately miraculously retrieving the long-lost 9 Yang True Scripture. Additionally, he had sought the legendary Black Jade Elixir, capable of healing his 3rd disciple Yu Dayan's disability. Although the desired outcome was not achieved, it nonetheless confirmed the existence of such a remedy. Therefore, regarding Li Kongyou's warning, even if it seemed somewhat absurd, Zhang Sanfeng harbored no doubts whatsoever. "Very well, I have taken note of your words. If there is nothing else, you may leave," Zhang Sanfeng said slowly. Li Kongyou nodded slightly, but showed no intention of departing. "Is there something else?" Zhang Sanfeng inquired, gazing at Li Kongyou with curiosity. Li Kongyou turned around, his gaze resolutely fixed on Zhang Sanfeng, his voice deep and powerful. "Master, years ago, the 5 major sects conspired to murder my senior brother and his wife for the dragon-slaying Saber. You, with your magnanimity, chose not to hold it against them. But I find myself unable to do the same. As we ascend to the Bright Summit this time, I may act somewhat impulsively. I only hope you will not reproach me." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Sanfeng's eyes as he realized he did not fully understand this young disciple of his. In this moment, Li Kongyou shed his usual nonchalance and emerged resolute and courageous. He paused for a brief moment, before a faint smile of approval graced his lips. This reminded Zhang Sanfeng of his own youth, when he decisively vanquished evil, acting on instinct without a care. He regarded Li Kongyou with a glimmer of admiration, saying, "Kongyou, pursue whatever it is you wish to accomplish. Remember, no matter when or where, Wudang is your home." "Yes, master," Li Kongyou replied, his heart brimming with emotion. Zhang Sanfeng continued, "You are bound to clash with the 5 major sects. Concerning the Amidst sect, I hope you can show them mercy, as their founder had ties with me." Upon hearing Zhang Sanfeng's consent, Li Kongyou felt a wave of relief wash over him. A mischievous smile soon graced his lips as he jested. "Ah, I know, the valiant heroine Guxiang, the one who resides in Master S' heart." He deliberately paused, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Sanfeng erupted into laughter, raising his right hand as if to strike at Li Kongyou, exclaiming, "You cheeky rascal, daring to jest about your master. You ask for a thrashing." I shall evade. Li Kongyou's figure flickered, moving with an agility akin to a spirit, narrowly dodging the impending blow. Zhang Zhenren observed this with a hint of astonishment. His earlier strike, though casual, had been executed with great swiftness, and he had presumed that Li Kongyou would find it difficult to evade. To his surprise, not only did Li Kongyou avoid the strike, but his movements were also fluid and graceful. He stroked his snow-white beard, his eyes filled with admiration, remarking, "Your martial prowess has indeed advanced. You truly are an extraordinary talent." Li Kongyou, having gained much, feigned modesty in response, attributing his success to his master's teachings. Zhang Zhenren gently shook his head, though a trace of helplessness graced his countenance. His heart brimmed with profound joy. He earnestly conveyed to Li Kongyou, "You have already mastered the 9-yang divine skill, Tai Chi Quan, and Tai Chi sword quite well. There is little left for me to impart. The path ahead is yours to tread. Remember, the essence of martial arts lies in understanding, not mere study." Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou immediately retracted his nonchalant demeanor and respectfully bowed to Zhang Zhenren, saying, "I shall forever cherish the teachings of my master." Zhang Zhenren smiled and waved his hand. "Very well, you have not descended the mountain in all these years, so prepare yourself well." "Disciple takes leave," Li Kongyou responded, turning to exit the grand hall. After Li Kongyou departed, Zhang Zhenren gazed quietly outside the hall, his thoughts drifting far away. The image of that bright-eyed girl surfaced in his mind, her smile still vivid. As if it were only yesterday, "Brother Junbao, this parting is indefinite. Take good care of yourself." Indeed, this farewell was indefinite. Little did he realize that it had already been a century since. Zhang Zhenren gently caressed the iron luohan in his hand, letting out a deep sigh before slowly leaving the grand hall. He waved towards the disciple at the door, summoning Song Yuanxiao. Moments later, Song Yuanxiao approached, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. "If you encounter matters of uncertainty, you may consult your 8th junior brother." Song Yuanxiao pondered quietly. Although the 8th junior brother possesses the highest martial prowess, his experience in the Jianghu is still limited. Why would Master suggest seeking his counsel in times of indecision? Despite his lingering questions, he nodded in agreement. As Li Kongyou returned to his chamber, a series of cheerful chirps echoed in his ears. A lively brown monkey, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time, leapt gracefully onto his shoulder, cradling a freshly washed peach in its tiny hands. Li Kongyou gently patted the little monkey's head, smiling as he accepted the peach. "Xiao Lu, where have you been? I haven't seen you around yesterday." The monkey was a creature that Li Kongyou had encountered on the back mountain, and it had unexpectedly licked his blood, which led to its newfound sentience. Li Kongyou speculated that this transformation was perhaps a consequence of his consumption of the Yijing Shisui Dan. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's inquiry, Xiao Lu immediately leaped to the ground, using its nimble little hands to gesture animatedly while emitting a series of rapid, high-pitched squeaks. Li Kongyou gazed for quite some time, yet remained perplexed, ultimately offering a resigned smile. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain. The journey is too far, and I shan't take you with me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu felt a sudden pang of disappointment, yet dared not defy Li Kongyou's wishes. Instead, it leapt back onto Li Kongyou's shoulder, its small head pressing closely against his neck, as if to cherish the precious moments they shared together. Li Kongyou turned his gaze towards the distance, a surge of excitement swelling within him. His previous visits to Kunlun Mountain and the capital had been hurried, leaving him yearning for a true exploration of the martial world. This time, he was determined to experience the exhilaration of swift steeds and light swords, to revel in the essence of the Jianghu. "Here I come, Li Kongyou." To the Jianghu. In a dilapidated ancient temple less than 5 miles from Wudang Mountain, a sudden, clear, and resonant sound of a sword echoed, shattering the surrounding silence. A middle-aged nun, aged around 40 to 50, drew her long sword, its tip pointing fiercely towards the west, her demeanor exuding unmatched ferocity. With a fierce glint in her eyes, "Yang Shao, you demonic scourge, I vow to claim your head." Within the temple, approximately 30 to 40 disciples of Amei stood respectfully, each wielding a long sword, not daring to make a sound. They were the elite of the Amei sect, having taken a detour around Wudang Mountain. Moments later, Master Mi Ju slowly sheathed the sword of heaven and turned to face her disciple, Zhou Zhiruo, her tone unexpectedly gentle. "Zhou, your retrieval of the sword of heaven has greatly contributed to our campaign against the demonic sect. I shall commend you for your significant achievement, and we shall discuss rewards upon our victorious return to Amei." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiruo stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Master, I have merely fulfilled my duty, not daring to claim credit. A glimmer of approval passed through Master Miju's eyes as she laughed heartily. Well done, very well. However, at that moment, a tall woman with a slightly sallow complexion, yet still possessing a certain charm, stood behind Master Miju, her brow furrowed, her eyes flickering with dissatisfaction and ambition. She was Ding Minjun, contemplating to herself, isn't it just retrieving the sword of heaven? I could have done it too. Why does Master always show such favoritism? It was the case before, and it remains so now. One day, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. I am destined to be the next leader of a Mei. As she was lost in her thoughts, Zhou Zhiruo's gentle call broke her reverie. Sister Ding, Master is calling for you. Ding Minjun snapped back to reality, quickly regaining her composure, and respectfully replied to Master Miju. Disciple is here. What are your instructions, Master? Master Miju shook her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. In the face of great peril, you must be fully alert. Yes, Master. The disciples responded in unison as her words echoed throughout the temple. Master Miju nodded slightly, her voice firm and unwavering. Minjun, take a few disciples to the nearby town to procure necessary supplies. Once you regroup with the others, we must hasten our journey. Shaolin and Kongtong are already en route to the front line. A Mei cannot lag behind. Ding Minjun, though troubled within, swiftly composed herself. She gestured for her nearby disciples and hurriedly exited the crumbling temple. After her departure, Master Miju's eldest disciple, Jing Xian, inquired, Master, shall we not travel alongside the heroes of Wudang? Upon hearing the question, Zhou Zhiruo instinctively lifted her head, her gaze shimmering with anticipation, seemingly awaiting the response of Master Mieju. After a moment of contemplation, Master Mieju slowly remarked, there are distinctions between men and women. Traveling alongside the Wudang Sect presents certain inconveniences. Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Zhou Zhiruo's eyes. She gently lowered her eyelids, concealing the tumult of emotions within her heart. Several days later, Li Kongyou and his companions passed through a village. The group initially intended to procure some water, but suddenly, a thick plume of smoke billowed from within the village, and a nauseating scent of blood rapidly permeated the air. This is bad. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as they hurried toward the village. The terrified cries of parents and children echoed in distress. The villagers' desperate pleas for help intertwined with cruel laughter, chilling the heart. No. The screams of despair reverberated through the air, yet it seemed no one could hear them. Let go of my daughter, you brutes. I'll fight you. A dark-skinned elder, aged between 40 and 50, with bloodshot eyes, seized a hoe from the doorway and recklessly charged toward the soldiers before him. The soldiers, who were ruthlessly tearing at a woman's garments, turned abruptly, their eyes glinting with disdain. Old man, seeking death, one soldier coldly unsheathed his long blade to meet the hoe. With a resounding clash, the hoe was cleaved in two beneath the blade's edge. Yet, the dark-skinned elder did not falter. His face twisted in fury as he raised the remaining piece of the hoe and struck again at the soldiers. Witnessing this, the soldier's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He gripped the long knife tightly, channeling all his strength to deliver a blow to the elder's head. Father! The disheveled woman cried out in terror, her voice piercing and filled with despair. Just as the soldier's blade was about to reach the elder's face, a figure clad in a gray Taoist robe, with a handsome countenance, unexpectedly appeared. It was none other than Li Kongyou, who had arrived first. Li Kongyou lightly waved his right hand, and the long knife in the soldier's grasp was instantly knocked to the ground by an invisible force, producing a resounding clatter. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, the soldier was filled with shock and terror, his face etched with disbelief. Trembling, he stammered, who are you? I am. Li Kongyou, however, seemed oblivious to his surroundings as he took a step forward. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the soldier squarely in the chest. The soldier felt an overwhelming force surge through him, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, flying several yards away. Blood gushed from his mouth, and before he could utter a single word, he collapsed into a pool of blood, rendered silent forever. Li Kongyou guided the two individuals into the room, softly instructing them to remain there and not to wander. Just as the dark-skinned elder was about to speak, he witnessed Li Kongyou leap gracefully, vanishing from sight. Moments later, regaining his composure, He hastily removed his coat to drape it over his daughter, reassuring her, "Shall we? Do not fear. A wandering hero has rescued us, and the village is saved." The woman named Xiao Wei tightened the coat around herself and nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Song Yuanchao and the others arrived at the scene. And all present were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes shimmering with barely contained fury. In broad daylight, such cruel and unjust acts had occurred. Zhang Wuji bellowed in anger, then swiftly shifted his form, employing his lightness skill to dart like a flash of lightning towards the Yuan soldier who was assaulting a woman. Yu Lianzhou glanced around the village and declared solemnly, "None of these Mongolian soldiers shall escape." "My brother speaks the truth." Song Yuanxiao nodded in agreement, propelling himself forward as well. With youthful fervor and a sense of justice driving him, Zhang Wuji naturally took the lead. Although his 9-yang divine skill was not yet fully mastered, his martial prowess had already placed him among the elite in the martial world. While he may not rival Li Kongyou, Song Yuanxiao, or Yu Lianzhou, he was by no means inferior to Emotion. His iron palm, formidable and unmatched, radiated the intense heat of the 9-yang energy, with each strike containing astonishing power. The Yuan soldiers felt a scorching wave hit them, followed by excruciating pain, before collapsing to the ground. Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and the others spared no effort, swiftly annihilating all the Yuan soldiers within the village. Under the care and comfort of the Wudang disciples, the villagers gradually emerged from their panic. One sturdy man stepped forward, bowing deeply to Li Kongyou and the others. Expressing his gratitude, "I am a Mugulang, the village chief of Niujia village. Thank you, heroes, for saving us." Song Yuanxiao hesitated momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Are you not Han?" A Mugulang bowed once more, replying, "I am Mongolian, but my family is Han." Zhang Wuji quickly asked, "As a Mongolian, why do the Yuan soldiers treat you so?" A flicker of sorrow crossed a Mugulang's eyes as he lamented, "Under tyranny, no one is spared." Li Kongyou was not surprised by this. He understood that the brutality of the Yuan soldiers was not solely directed at the Han people. Many Mongolians harbored a resentment towards the Yuan court that was no less intense than that of the Han. It was abhorrent. The Yuan court truly deserved to be overthrown. Subsequently, Li Kongyou provided them with some medicinal ointments for their wounds and continued on his journey. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Li Kongyou and his companions, weary from their arduous journey, finally arrived within the borders of Qinghai. He removed the wine flask from his waist and tilted his head back to indulge in several hearty swigs, then sighed helplessly, "Elder brother, do the 6 major sects find themselves so idle that they must venture such a distance to besiege the Ming cult?" He recalled traversing this very path years ago when he sought the 9-yang divine art from Kunlun Mountain. In his estimation, it would take approximately another 10 days to reach the Yixin Gorge. The 6 major sects had previously agreed to converge at Yixin Gorge to deliberate on their coordinated assault on the Bright Summit. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanxiao felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that his younger disciple was inadvertently criticizing himself. Nevertheless, he maintained a gentle smile, understanding his little's impatience. Thus, he approached and patted Li Kongyou on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Eighth brother, just a few more days of patience will suffice." After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. However, as they passed through a thicket, they encountered a detachment of the Ming cult's 5 elements banner. Li Kongyou gazed into the distance and spotted an individual wielding a black flag, presumably the flood flag from the 5 elemental flags. However, the identity of the leader remained a mystery. "Demon sect fiends, meet your demise." At that moment, a furious roar echoed as Yin Litian, brandishing a long sword, leaped into the air, launching an assault against the followers of the flood flag. Among the 7 heroes of Wudang, Yin Litian excelled in swordsmanship. Upon witnessing this, Song Yuanxiao and the others swiftly followed suit, mounting their own attack. Li Kongyou gently shook her head, her feet propelling her with sudden force, her form drifting like a wisp of cloud as she swiftly joined the fray. Though the floodwater flag boasted numbers, they found themselves pitted against the formidable 7 heroes of Wudang. The battle did not persist for long. In the span of merely a short incense stick, the disadvantages of the floodwater flag became painfully evident. The 5 element flags each possessed their unique strengths. Perhaps they were not the mightiest in the martial world. Yet on the battlefield of conquest, they each shone in their own right. The sharp gold flag excelled in archery. The giant wood flag was adept at siege warfare. The floodwater flag was suited for defense and formation, The fierce fire flag mastered the use of flamethrowers, while the thick earth flag specialized in tunneling and surprise attacks. At this moment, the originally formidable contingent of 70 to 80 members of the Floodwater Flag had sustained injuries and lost their combat capabilities, leaving only 2 middle-aged men stubbornly resisting. The 2 lamented internally, realizing that had they not hastily returned to the headquarters to regroup, they might not have faced such swift defeat. One of them inadvertently cast his gaze upon Enlightenment, silently marveling at the exceptional martial prowess of the 7 heroes of Wudang. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Enlightenment's sword flashed towards him like a bolt of lightning. At the critical juncture of life and death, the man behind him suddenly erupted with astonishing strength, forcefully pushing him aside while unleashing a deafening roar. "Suda, tell our sister not to wait for us." The man who had been pushed aside gasped in shock, his voice brimming with anger and despair. "Suda? Zhongba?" Upon hearing the names of the 2 individuals, Li Kongyou felt a stirring within his heart. He swiftly seized the wine flask at his waist and hurled it forcefully towards Enlightenment's sword. "Sixth brother, show mercy." The flask, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, accurately struck Enlightenment's blade. Enlightenment was suddenly overwhelmed by a tremendous force, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami surging forth, causing his internal energy to churn violently and his body to involuntarily lean to the side. Just as he was taken aback, he felt a pair of strong arms steadying him. Shortly thereafter, a warm and potent internal force began to flow gently into his body. This energy was both formidable and pure, profound in its essence, swiftly calming the tumultuous currents within him. Enlightenment was both astonished and perplexed. He was aware that Li Kongyou's martial prowess surpassed his own. Yet, the sheer purity and strength of this internal force was beyond his expectations. Before he could ponder further, he heard Li Kongyou's apologetic voice beside him. "Sixth brother, I apologize. In my moment of urgency, I acted with undue force." Turning around, Enlightenment beheld the apologetic smile adorning Li Kongyou's face, and a bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. "Eighth brother, do you know this sorceress fiend from the demonic sect?" Li Kongyou shook his head, stating that he did not recognize them, yet felt that the 2 possessed a remarkable heroic spirit that should not meet their demise here. Upon hearing this, Enlightenment nodded, sheathed her long sword, and stepped aside. Li Kongyou took 2 steps forward, picked up the wine jug he had dropped earlier, and discovered that it had cracked open with a large gash, spilling wine all over the ground. Li Kongyou gazed at the wine jug with a sigh, before turning his attention to the 2 individuals from the Flood Flag. He recalled that in the original tale, the Wudang group had only engaged in battle with the Wood and Fire Flags thrice, yet here he was, unexpectedly confronted by Zhu Chongba. With his presence, the Ming sect's resistance against the Yuan dynasty would undoubtedly gain formidable strength. Sensing Li Kongyou's gaze upon him, Zhu Chongba felt a wave of discomfort surge within, and he inquired with a resonant voice, "My esteemed guest, having rescued the 2 of us, what is your intention?" Li Kongyou smiled gently, his tone imbued with a touch of ease. "It is nothing but respect for the valor of the 2 heroes. If you still possess the strength, you should hasten your departure." Behind Zhu Chongba, Suda furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity in his eyes. "Do you truly wish to grant us a chance at survival?" Naturally, Li Kongyou nodded. Song Yuan Xiao and the others bore no deep-seated animosity toward the Ming cult, and given old Zhang's parting admonishment, they had no objections to Li Kongyou's decision. Zhang Wuji held a profound admiration for the brotherly bond shared between the 2, and as his mother hailed from the Eagle Heaven sect, he harbored no disdain for the Ming cult. On the contrary, he found himself greatly respecting the disciples of the Ming cult for their fearless spirit in the face of death. At this moment, a youthful figure, possessing a scholarly demeanor and striking features, stepped forward and addressed Zhu Chongba and Su De with unwavering conviction. "My esteemed junior uncle has always been a man of his word. Furthermore, as we have journeyed westward, we from Wudang seldom strike with lethal intent against the disciples of the Ming cult. Thus, you need not harbor doubts." The young man was none other than Song Qishu, who had recently reunited with the Wudang members. He exuded an aura of righteousness, speaking with a hint of noble bearing. Behind him stood a young lady clad in a flowing green gown, her visage delicate and youthful, likely in her 20s, with a whip delicately secured at her waist. She radiated a spirited elegance. Her name was Lu Qing, the daughter of a modest escort agency within the martial world. Song Qingshu, having suffered grave injuries during a previous expedition, was fortuitously rescued by Lu Qing while she was on her escort route. Their constant companionship blossomed into affection over time. In the original narrative, Song Qingshu, a privileged scion, was pampered excessively by the 7 heroes of Wudang and had never endured the hardships of life. Thus, when faced with adversity, he could not bear the burden, leading to his gradual descent into darkness. However, in this life, under Li Kongyou's guidance, Song Qingshu roamed the martial world as a representative of Wudang, upholding justice and righteousness. Both his martial prowess and character have seen considerable enhancement compared to the original tale. The moniker Jade-Faced Mengchong now echoed through the martial realm, his reputation standing shoulder to shoulder with that of the 7 heroes of Wudang. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Chongba and Suda could not help but exhale in relief. They exchanged glances and assisted their injured comrades to their feet. Subsequently, they clasped their fists toward Li Kongyou. We are unaware of the benefactor's name, but Zhu Chongba is eternally grateful, though they were erstwhile adversaries, and it would have been entirely justifiable for Li Kongyou to have taken their lives. The fact that he chose to spare them filled Zhu Chongba and Su De with an innate reverence for him. Li Kongyou did not disclose his name, but merely waved his hand, signaling them to depart swiftly. His voice carried an air of nonchalance, suggesting that they might meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongba spoke solemnly. Very well, since that is the case, we owe our benefactor a life, and we shall certainly repay this debt on another day. With that, they hastily left, taking their injured comrades with them. At this moment, Li Kongyou turned to Song Yuanqiao and said, "Senior brother, I have a premonition that the two of them will play a pivotal role in the future struggle against the Yuan dynasty. Thus, I have taken the liberty to spare them today. My fellow brothers will not hold it against me, will they?" Song Yuanqiao chuckled softly. "What are you saying, junior brother? The 6 of us are united in purpose. Your thoughts resonate with ours." "Indeed, old 8, Zhang Songshi interjected. "We are merely here to witness the proceedings. Letting them go is of no consequence." The brothers exchanged words, and there was not a hint of dissent among them. "Thank you, esteemed brothers." Li Kongyou expressed his gratitude. Li Kongyou nodded, and the group continued their journey towards the summit of Guangming. After several days of travel, Li Kongyou and his companions finally arrived within the borders of Kunlun. At this moment, in a grand manner nestled within the mountains, for individuals with ulterior motives were conspiring. Among them was a young man with striking features, his face aglow with excitement. Who broke the silence first? Qingshu has just conveyed the news that the Wudang faction has reached Kunlun Mountain and is expected to pass through our territory tomorrow. Zhang Wuji is among them. Upon hearing this, a burly man could not contain his laughter, his voice booming. "Ha ha. At last, the day has come." Another man, wielding a judge's pen, displayed a glint of cunning in his eyes as he turned to the young woman before him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Zhenren, you may have to endure some hardship in tomorrow's plan. You might even need to sacrifice some of your beauty." The woman, referred to as Zhenren, gently nodded. "Father, as long as we can obtain the dragon-slaying saber, this small sacrifice is nothing." The 4 were none other than Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai, the masters of the Zhu Wu Lianhuan manor, along with their disciple Wei Bai and Zhu Jiuzhen. Although the Zhu Wu families had long resided in the western regions, they were deeply concerned about the matter involving Sun. Moreover, a distant cousin of Zhu Chongling had been studying the arts at Wudang Mountain, named Qingshu. Many years ago, he had learned of Zhang Wuji, the adopted son of the golden-haired Lion King Sun, residing in Wudang. Now, with the knowledge of the 6 major sects besieging Bright Summit, they could not afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Lai pondered for a moment, a look of concern crossing his face, before he slowly spoke. "Brother Zhu, given our martial prowess, capturing the Wudang members all at once may prove exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongling's brow furrowed with worry. Although both Zhu and Wu families had a rich heritage, possessing the extraordinary martial arts once wielded by the 5 absolutes, such as the One-Yang Finger and the Orchid Finger Flick, even so, they could only be considered second-rate masters. Alone, they would struggle, let alone against a united front. In truth, Zhu Chonling and Wu Lai need not be so fixated on the dragon-slaying saber if they devoted themselves to refining their ancestral martial arts. Attaining first-rate mastery would not be insurmountable. As the saying goes, the pinnacle of martial arts is not solely a matter of skill, but also of ambition and understanding. Thus, even if the Nine manual were laid before them, it would likely be akin to offering wild boar to a glutton, a wasteful act. Just as they fell into silence, Wei Bai stepped forward, confidence radiating from him as he spoke. Master, Uncle Zhu, while the 7 heroes of Wudang are indeed formidable, we are not without our own strategies. In my humble opinion, we should proceed in this manner, and soon enough, they will be at our mercy. Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai exchanged glances, both reflecting approval in their eyes. They nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with Wei Bai's plan. Buyer, your strategy is quite astute. However, our Zhu Wu families have always been recognized as righteous sects, refraining from the use of poison. Even with hidden weapons, we never resort to toxins. What poison should one use to unknowingly administer it to someone? I confess, my understanding alongside your master is quite limited, Wei Bai remarked. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and retrieved an exquisite brocade box from his bosom, gently placing it upon the table. Master, Uncle Zhu, behold this item. Instantly, the attention of the assembled individuals was captured by the brocade box, curiosity evident upon their faces as they leaned in, puzzled by its contents. What sort of poison is this? Wei Bai hastily elucidated. This poison is known as tin fragrance softening powder, a treasure procured by Uncle Yao at great expense from a foreign monk of the western regions. Both Uncle Zhu and Master have little interest in poisons, which is why Uncle Yao did not report it. Upon learning of its existence, I deliberately preserved it. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and once its effects take hold, it renders the victim's muscles and bones weak and powerless, hindering the exertion of internal energy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongling could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, it seems you have prepared well, buyer. With this tin fragrance softening powder, we shall undoubtedly capture the heroes of Wudang in one fell swoop and extract the whereabouts of Xie Sun. At that time, my Zhu Wu Lian Huan manor shall surely command respect throughout the martial world, issuing orders to all under heaven. Such matters require careful deliberation. We must ensure our actions remain undetected," Wu Lai cautioned. Yu Lianzhou gazed contemplatively at the majestic Kunlun Mountains, his heart swelling with profound emotions. Wuji, many years ago, your little master and I endured great hardships here in Kunlun, ultimately retrieving the legendary Nine-Yang manual from the belly of a white ape. That experience still feels like a dream to me. Zhang Wuji listened quietly. Though Yu Lianzhou's words were few, he could vividly recall the arduous journey of that day. He turned to Li Kongyou with respect, declaring, "The kindness shown to me by my little master will forever be etched in my memory." Li Kongyou turned around, a serene smile gracing his face. "That was all thanks to your second uncle. I was merely a naive child at the time." Indeed, Li Kongyou was only 10 years old then, yet he traversed thousands of miles in pursuit of a cure for his icy affliction. Zhang Wuji felt an even deeper sense of gratitude upon recalling this. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts further, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted nearby. The crowd turned to see a group of men clad in the attire of the Ming sect's flood flag, mercilessly tormenting a woman and 4 or 5 elderly individuals. The woman, draped in a delicate blue robe, possessed a graceful figure that was particularly captivating. Li Kongyou felt a stir in his heart and pondered. Could it be the troop of Zhu Chongba? Yet, where are he and Suda? Uncle Master, let's go take a look. Zhang Wuji, with the impulsiveness of youth, could not abide such injustices. With a swift movement, he dashed forward, his lightness skill propelling him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Song Yuanxiao chuckled heartily, following leisurely behind, hero rescuing a damsel. Such noble deeds are naturally best left to the young. The stunning woman clad in a pale blue robe was none other than Zhu Jiuzhen. At this moment, she stood defiantly, protecting 5 injured servants behind her. Though her body was battered and bruised, there was not a hint of retreat in her gaze. "Oh, beautiful lady, I advise you to surrender," sneered a man with a handlebar mustache, his face adorned with a lewd grin. "If you make me comfortable, perhaps I might spare your lives." With a cold snort, Zhu Jiuzhen lightly tapped her fingers, unleashing her family's secret technique, the One-Yang finger. "Humph, demonic cult scoundrel, you shall not prevail." The man flickered, his smile widening as he licked his lips, clearly invigorated by her defiance. "Quite the fiery temperament. I like that, miss," cried the servants, their voices filled with despair and concern as they shouted. The mustached man, seeing their plight, waved his hand and commanded with a sharp tone, "Kill all the men. Leave the women alive." No sooner had he spoken than his followers prepared to charge forward. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure descended like a flash of lightning, swift beyond belief, catching everyone off guard. It was none other than Zhang Wuji. With a speed that defied comprehension, he struck the mustached man on the shoulder, forcing him to stagger back several steps before coming to a halt. The henchman behind him paused, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The mustached man, filled with dread, realized that despite the youth of this intruder, his internal strength was alarmingly profound. Were all Wudang disciples so formidable? Suppressing the taste of blood rising in his throat, he roared, "Who are you?" His voice trembled slightly. Zhang Wuji turned, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, and declared with clarity, "I am Zhang Wuji of Wudang." Upon hearing this name, a faint smile unconsciously graced Zhou Zhiruo's lips. "What?" exclaimed the mustached man. But soon his tone turned resentful. "This matter will not end here. I will remember this for the demonic cult. Let us settle this atop the bright summit." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he hastily retreated with his subordinates, seemingly daunted by Zhang Wuji's imposing presence, unwilling to linger any longer. Upon witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, Zhou Zhiruo suddenly felt her strength wane, as if all vitality had ebbed away, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Observing this, Zhang Wuji swiftly stepped forward to support her, inquiring with concern, "My lady, are you unwell?" However, as their gazes met in midair, his words faltered. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. In an instant, his face flushed, his heart raced, and his hands trembled involuntarily. He quickly averted his gaze, unable to bear the intensity of her stare. Zhou Zhiruo feigned weakness, gently leaning against Zhang Wuji. He felt a wave of softness against his chest, leaving him momentarily flustered and uncertain of how to respond. Song Yuanxiao and the others observed the panicked retreat of the Han Shuiqi members, showing no inclination to pursue. He turned his attention to Zhou Zhiruo, exclaiming in admiration, "This woman possesses a spirit that rivals any man. She exhibits remarkable fortitude." Yu Lianzhou nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, her willingness to protect her family at the cost of her own life is commendable. Moreover, her dexterity in martial arts is quite profound. Were it not for her relatively nascent skills, that mustached man would not have stood a chance against her." Li Kongyou gazed at Zhou Zhiruo, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard someone from the Flood Flag claim to be a member of the demonic sect. Yet, how could a disciple of the Ming sect refer to themselves in such a manner? Moreover, given the Ming sect's ethos, they would never engage in such despicable acts. His scrutiny lingered on Zhou Zhiruo, deep in thought. Judging by her beauty and poise, he found it hard to believe that she would be a mere inconspicuous figure in the original tale. He lifted his gaze towards Wudang Mountain, where the elegant woman in a light blue robe stood, near the Zhu Wulian compound. Coupled with her exquisite finger techniques earlier, could she possibly be Zhou Zhiruo, the first love of young Zhang? What a serendipitous connection. If she were indeed Zhou Zhiruo, it seemed that the so-called disciple of the Flood Flag was merely masquerading. Their true aim must surely revolve around Zhang Wuji. Such a cliché scheme had unexpectedly crossed his path. Yet, how did they ascertain Zhang Wuji's presence within their ranks? And how could they have accurately tracked their movements? While he pondered these questions, Song Yuanxiao's voice resonated. "Let us proceed to investigate." Upon hearing this, the group ambled towards Zhang Wuji. The lady Zhou Zhiruo almost clung to Zhang Wuji, her tone soft and gentle. Noticing her seemingly weak demeanor, Zhang Wuji, concerned for her well-being, promptly inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" A glint of mischief danced in Zhou Zhiruo's eyes at his anxious expression. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Young master, you are pressing against me." Zhang Wuji felt a rush of warmth brush past his ear, his heart skipping a beat. Only then did he become aware of the intimate nature of their proximity, his cheeks flushing as he awkwardly hunched. Having grown up on Ice and Fire Island and subsequently residing on Wudang Mountain, he had never experienced such closeness with any woman aside from his mother, Insusu. Zhou Zhiruo's soft words caused his thoughts to sway uncontrollably. Just as she was about to speak again, Song Yuanxiao and the others arrived. In a firm tone, Song Yuanxiao commanded, "Qingxiu, take a few companions to assess their injuries." Catching a glimpse of Zhou Zhiruo, Qingxiu promptly retrieved a vial of healing ointment from his robe and, accompanied by several fellow disciples, hastily proceeded to attend to the wounded. Upon seeing his elders arrive, Zhang Wuji quickly assisted Zhou Zhiruo to her feet. Their eyes inadvertently met, and an unspoken sentiment seemed to linger in the air. Zhang Wuji softly said, "Miss, these are my senior uncles. Where do you reside? Allow us to escort you home." A note of concern laced his voice. Zhu Jiuzhen gently released Zhang Wuji's hand and, swaying slightly, bowed to him and the others. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving assistance from young Master Zhang and the esteemed heroes of Wudang. I am Zhu Jiuzhen, the daughter of Zhu Chongling, the Lord of Hongmei Manor. I humbly invite you all to my manor, so I may express my gratitude for your kindness. The Zhu Wulian Manor stands as a renowned power throughout the western regions, with its master, Zhu Chongling, and the valiant Wu Lai, celebrated for their righteousness, earning the admiration of all within the martial world. Li Kongyou smiled faintly, inwardly reflecting, indeed, it is she. Upon witnessing this, Song Yuanxiao promptly gestured for Zhu Jiuzhen to refrain from further formalities, recognizing her as the esteemed daughter of Zhu Chongling, the young lady of Lianhuan Manor. It was no wonder she possessed such noble character and bearing. A woman of valor stands equal to any man. Please, do rise. To aid those in distress is our duty as chivalrous individuals. There is no need for thanks. Zhang Wuji contemplated silently. So her name is Zhu Jiuzhen, and judging by my master's tone, she hails from a prestigious lineage. No wonder she is so stunningly enchanting. He then spoke, Miss Zhu. There is no need for such politeness. My master's words ring true. Assisting those in need is a virtue among our kind. Zhu Jiuzhen smiled gently, her voice tinged with a hint of apology. I have been rather presumptuous. However, the night has grown late. If you esteemed heroes do not mind, you may rest at my manor and continue your journey tomorrow. My father and Uncle Wu have always held the warriors of Wudang in high regard. If he were to learn of my lack of decorum, I would surely face his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanxiao surveyed his fellow disciples, seemingly seeking their counsel. Yu Lianqiu spoke up. We appreciate Miss Zhu's kind offer, but there is no need for us to impose upon your manor. Zhang Wuji felt a twinge of disappointment at Yu Lianqiu's words, yet he refrained from expressing it. Song Yuanxiao nodded in agreement, affirming, my junior brother speaks wisely. We shall not trouble your manor. Zhu Jiuzhen's expression shifted abruptly, and she reluctantly replied, Hero Song, in that case, I shall not insist. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would be honored to host you at my manor. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to approach her attendants. However, just as she took a step, she suddenly collapsed. Miss Zhu, Zhang Wuji exclaimed, quickly darting forward to catch her. Yet by then, Zhu Jiuzhen had already lost consciousness. Anxious and frantic, Zhang Wuji turned to Song Yuanxiao and the others. Master, Miss Zhu is gravely injured and has fainted. Hearing this, Song Yuanxiao hurried forward to examine Zhu Jiuzhen's condition closely. After a moment, he spoke solemnly, her body is unharmed. It is merely exhaustion that has led to her collapse. Zhang Wuji furrowed his brow, summoning his courage to propose to Song Yuanxiao, Master, Miss Zhu is seriously injured and currently unconscious. Her attendants are also wounded. Should we encounter further misfortune, the consequences could be dire. I take the liberty of requesting your permission to escort them back to the manor. Song Yuanxiao's expression turned troubled as he hesitated. At that moment, Li Kongyou's voice interjected, Eldest brother, what Wuji says holds merit. However, he would be going alone, and I cannot bear to entrust such a task to him alone. It would be wiser for us to accompany him. Li Kongyou spoke as he glanced at the wine flask at his waist, and at that moment, Zhang Wuji felt a surge of joy and silently expressed his gratitude. However, Yu Lianqiu could not help but chuckle, saying, Old 8, it seems your craving for wine has resurfaced. You find the offerings at the inn rather unsatisfactory and wish to procure some fine wine from the estate. Am I right? Haha. Nothing escapes the discerning eye of second brother. Li Kongyou responded with an awkward smile. Zhu Jiuzhen's tactic of retreating to advance had indeed struck a chord with several of them. Li Kongyou's words were undoubtedly driven by his own intentions. If Zhu Chongling and the others harbored no ill will, it would suffice. However, if otherwise, he was keen to witness the intricacies of the Yang finger martial art. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed to Zhu Wulian Villa together. Ultimately, Song Yuanxiao made the decision, and the group unanimously agreed. They set forth, accompanied by Zhu Jiuzhen and several injured servants, towards Zhu Wulian Villa. Zhu Wulian Villa, a luxurious estate concealed within the western regions. A young servant rushed into the villa, breathless and filled with urgency, exclaiming loudly, Master, Master, there is news. Upon hearing this call, Zhu Chongling could not help but reveal a trace of uncontainable joy. He hurried out, his voice tinged with anticipation. What is the situation? Quickly, tell me. The servant steadied his breath, speaking more slowly but still with urgency. Master, According to the lookout's report, a contingent of 30 to 40 individuals is advancing towards our villa, with the young lady and steward Li among them. Excellent. You may leave now. Zhu Changling smiled, waving his hand to dismiss the servant, though the excitement within him was hard to conceal. After the servant departed, Zhu Changling gazed upward, his eyes wandering afar, revealing a subtle hint of worry. The rise or fall of Zhu Wulian Villa hinged on this moment. Should he successfully acquire the dragon-slaying saber, he would ascend as the martial arts leader commanding the world, no longer confined to this harsh western land. While he was lost in thought, Wu Lai approached. Brother Zhu, are you still troubled by today's events? Zhu Changling snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. Though it carried a weight of concern. Despite our meticulous preparations, they are, after all, the renowned Wudang's 7 heroes. A single misstep could see the century-old legacy of the Zhu family vanish overnight. Wu Lai stepped closer, patting Zhu Changling's shoulder, his tone imbued with reassurance. Our dealings with the Wudang heroes at my villa have left no trace. No one in the martial world is aware. As long as we incapacitate them tonight, we shall eliminate everyone but Zhang Wuji. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Zhu Changling's eyes. Fully aware of the gravity of their actions, Wu Lai's words acted as a potent tonic, bolstering his confidence. Wu Lai continued, once our plan succeeds, we merely need to fabricate a narrative that the Wudang heroes fell victim to the schemes of the demonic cult, leading to their total annihilation. No matter how formidable Zhang Zhenren's martial prowess, he would never suspect us. Upon hearing this, the weight on Zhu Changling's heart seemed to lighten considerably. He exhaled deeply, his previously taut expression gradually relaxing. Soon, half an hour later, under the guidance of several servants, Li Kongyou and his companions finally arrived at the villa. As Li Kongyou and his companions arrived at the entrance of the manor, Zhu Changling had already come forth with palpable impatience, his face etched with concern and anxiety. Before Zhu Changling could utter a word, an elderly servant immediately knelt on the ground, his countenance filled with profound remorse, and with a trembling voice he spoke. Master, I am guilty. Today was supposed to be the day of the transaction with Mr. Cheng. I never imagined that it would nearly endanger the young Mrs. Safety. I deserve the gravest punishment. As he spoke, the other servants also knelt, lowering their heads, unable to meet the master's gaze. Zhu Changling sighed deeply, stepping forward to gently assist Butler Li to his feet. Butler Li, please rise. It is truly my dear's stubbornness that has led to this. I was already aware of her insistence to go. This matter should not be blamed on you. Upon hearing this, Steward Li and the other servants gradually rose, their tension visibly easing. Song Yuan Xiao and the others, witnessing Zhu Changling's benevolence towards his subordinates, could not help but feel a sense of respect. Zhu Changling turned around, his gaze sharp as he sternly called out to the woman in the blue robe standing behind Zhang Wuji. Zhu Jiuzhen, having regained consciousness under Zhang Wuji's calming influence, cautiously stepped out from behind him upon hearing Zhu Changling's call, softly addressing, Father. We shall settle this later. Zhu Changling admonished before turning back to Song Yuan Xiao and the others, his face adorned with a respectful smile as he clasped his hands together. I am Zhu Changling of Zhu Wulian Manor. May I inquire how to address each of you esteemed heroes? As the eldest disciple, Song Yuan Xiao was the first to return the greeting. I am Song Yuan Xiao from Wudang, and these are my junior brothers. Upon hearing Song Yuan Xiao's words, Zhu Changling immediately exhibited great trepidation. I did not expect the 7 heroes of Wudang to grace my humble abode. Truly, it is an honor. After exchanging pleasantries, Steward Li quickly gestured towards Zhang Wuji, his tone tinged with relief. We were unfortunate enough to encounter an ambush from the demonic sect on our journey. It was thanks to this young hero, Zhang, and the esteemed heroes of Wudang that we managed to escape unharmed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Changling's astonishment deepened, and he turned his gaze towards Zhang Wuji, his eyes brimming with gratitude. So it is you, young hero Zhang. I have long admired your name, and today, seeing you in person, you truly embody the spirit of a youthful hero, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Zhang Wuji thought to himself that this was Miss Zhu's father, and that he must not lose his decorum. Therefore, he hastily returned the bow, Shamanor Master. You flatter me. It was but a small effort. Zhu Changling, witnessing Zhang Wuji's humility and courtesy, could hardly contain his joy and laughed heartily. A young man of such composure, unassuming and steady, is indeed worthy of being a distinguished disciple of Wudang. You have saved my daughter, if you do not mind. Please call me Uncle Zhu. Zhang Wuji hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, his voice laced with respect. "Uncle Zhu." Zhu Chongling's smile widened further, and he turned to Song Yuanchao and the others, continuing, "Hero Song, it is indeed a fortune for my Zhu family that you have come to Zhu Wulian Manor today. Please follow me inside so that I may extend my hospitality." Song Yuanchao nodded slightly. "You are too kind, Zhu Manor Master. In that case, we shall not decline." He turned to his fellow disciples, saying, "Let us accompany Zhu Manor Master into the manor." As the group followed Zhu Chongling into the estate, they were greeted by a scene of opulence. Every detail revealed the wealth and grandeur of the Zhu family. The setting sun streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting a golden glow upon the polished marble floor, illuminating the space in splendor. They arrived at the main hall of the manor, which was expansive and radiant, adorned with exquisite murals and carvings, each stroke reflecting exceptional craftsmanship and gravitas. Zhu Chongling warmly gestured for everyone to take a seat and promptly instructed the servants to serve tea. "Hero Song, the gratitude I owe you for saving my daughter is something I, Zhu Chongling, shall never forget." Zhu Chongling, opting for wine in place of tea, once again expressed his gratitude. At this moment, within a meticulously adorned chamber of the manor, the twilight had not yet enveloped the room. Yet the flickering candlelight cast a crimson hue, and wisps of incense curled in the air. Within the delicate blue bed curtains, soft moans and whispers arose in a rhythmic cadence, as the bed gently swayed, never ceasing its motion. Shortly thereafter, with a low and resonant sigh, tranquility returned to the room. From beneath the plush, fragrant quilt, a snow-white jade arm emerged, followed by a face radiant with vibrant hues. Her hair appeared slightly disheveled, and beads of perspiration glimmered under the candlelight on her forehead, while her rosy lips parted slightly, exhaling warm breath like white smoke. This enchanting woman was none other than Zhu Jiuzhen. "Cousin, I was carried the entire way by Zhang Wuji today. It was utterly nauseating." Zhu Jiuzhen gently caressed her hair, dampened by fragrant sweat, and softly lamented. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the bedding, a handsome young man, equally drenched in perspiration, wearing an expression of lingering desire. This man was Wei Bai. He tenderly caressed Zhu Jiuzhen's chest, indulging in playful affection, whispering softly, "Do not be upset, my dear cousin. After tonight, I shall render his martial arts useless and have him castrated." Zhu Jiuzhen arched her slender brows, her voice laced with allure. "Cousin, you are truly wonderful." The already eager Wei Bai, stirred by her teasing, could no longer contain himself and rolled over, pinning her beneath him once more. Zhu Jiuzhen gestured gently, her voice a soft reminder. "Cousin, father and Song Yuanxiao are conversing in the main hall. Should we not join them?" Yet, it seemed that Wei Bai paid her no heed, as the murmurs resumed. Zhu Jiuzhen stifled her moans, whispering delicately, "Cousin, Qyu." At the banquet, Zhu Chongling sat alongside Wu Lai at the head table, surrounded by Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, Zhang Songxi, Yin Litian, Imo Xinggu, Li Kongyou, Song Qingshu, Zhang Wuji, and Zhu Jiuzhen. The other disciples of Wudang dined in a separate hall. After a night of passion, Zhu Jiuzhen appeared even more breathtaking. Zhang Wuji, seated next to her, found himself irresistibly drawn to her beauty. Once the servants filled everyone's cups, Zhu Chongling raised his glass, his voice imbued with a hearty spirit. "Hero Song, esteemed guests. This is our unique barley wine from Kunlun Mountain, fragrant, mellow, and sweetly refreshing. I toast to all of you." Everyone raised their glasses, and after a brief exchange of glances, Song Yuanxiao and Li Kongyou downed their drinks in unison. As the cups emptied, Zhu Chongling observed that the guests had consumed the poisoned wine, and he recognized the moment had arrived. His gaze sharpened abruptly. He then set down his cup and slowly rose to his feet. Seeing this, Song Yuanxiao furrowed his brow, pondering anxiously. Could it truly be, as the eighth brother suggested, that today is a feast of treachery? Yet, Zhu Chongling had always been known for his generosity and humility, making it difficult to believe he harbored ulterior motives. With a hint of confusion, Song Yuanxiao inquired, "Master Zhu, is there something amiss?" Zhu Chongling did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and gently clapped twice. Soon after, a dozen brawny men surged into the hall. Among them the man with the distinctive mustache who had previously threatened Zhu Jiuzhen. Behind the mustached man stood a handsome figure. A cold smile crept across Zhu Chongling's lips, and his voice carried an undeniable authority. "Kill everyone except Zhang Wuji." Even Zhang Wuji, though innocent, realized that this was all an elaborate play orchestrated by Zhu Jiuzhen. He turned to look at Zhu Jiuzhen, who wore a beaming smile, and asked, "Sister Jean, have you been deceiving me all along?" His voice trembled slightly. Zhu Jiuzhen quickly rose, stepping back a couple of paces, her smile laced with sarcasm. "Haha, did you truly think I would genuinely care for a fool like you? If it weren't for your adoptive father's dragon-slaying saber, I wouldn't even spare you a glance." A profound anguish flickered in Zhang Wuji's eyes. All the tenderness had merely stemmed from her greed for the saber. He sat there in stunned silence, speechless. As Zhu Jiuzhen finished speaking, Wei Bai, positioned behind the mustached man, strode forward and wrapped an arm around her waist. Wei Bai turned to Zhang Wuji with a mocking grin. "Cousin, why waste words on such a useless fool? Let's just dispose of him." Witnessing their intimacy, Zhang Wuji felt a surge of despair as he realized that beneath Zhu Jiuzhen's breathtaking beauty lay a heart as venomous as a viper. He was overcome with shame, sorrow, and fury. Determined to flee the scene, he stood up, only to collapse to the ground, utterly powerless. "What? Am I poisoned?" Zhang Wuji discerned that he had lost all internal strength, his body limp and aching. Wei Bai revealed a cunning smile. "This is the 10-fragrance soft muscle powder. It is colorless and odorless. Once poisoned, one's martial prowess is entirely lost. There's no need to struggle." Prior to this, Li Kongyou had only hinted to Song Yuan Xiao and the others that the food might be poisoned, without divulging any details to Zhang Wuji, Song Qingshu, or the other third-generation disciples. After all, they lacked the composure to handle such information, and revealing it would surely expose their plans. In truth, while Zhu Chongling and his associates were enacting a play, the others were not free from their own deceptions. In the world of the heavenly sword, there exists no other poison as undetectable as the 10-fragrance soft muscle powder, which originates from the western regions. It is no surprise that Zhu Chongling, deeply rooted there, would possess such a poison. Although difficult to detect, it is not lethal, which explains Li Kongyou's hesitation to act sooner. Now that the truth was laid bare, there was no longer a need for pretense. He stood up and addressed Song Yuanxiao. "Eldest senior brother, leave them to me and my second brother. You take care of Wuji and Qingshu, and simply provide support from the sidelines." Song Yuanxiao nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Song Qingshu. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Chongling erupted into a fit of raucous laughter, as if he had just encountered the most absurd of jokes. To be facing death, yet still harbor such arrogance. How could Master Zhang have taken on such an ignorant disciple as you? My master is not someone that you lowly creatures can speak of so recklessly. Li Kongyou's voice was as icy as frost. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his figure had already flashed before Zhu Chongling like a specter. A fleeting, unmistakable terror flickered in Zhu Chongling's eyes. "What? How is it that you still possess martial prowess?" Li Kongyou paid no heed to Zhu Chongling's reaction. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a tiger's claw, executing the Wudang tiger claw technique with such speed that it was as if lightning had struck, precisely gripping Zhu Chongling's throat. "You!" Zhu Chongling's countenance instantly flushed crimson, his voice stifled within his throat, unable to escape. Beside them, Wu Lai's expression changed drastically. The events unfolded so rapidly from Li Kongyou's utterance to Zhu Chongling's capture that he had no time to react. A sense of urgency gripped Wu Lai's heart as he hastily unleashed his family's secret technique, the orchid finger, aiming directly at Li Kongyou's face with fingers extended like delicate petals. Li Kongyou shook his head slightly, a glimmer of disdain flickering across his face. If Huang Yaoshi were to learn that his unparalleled skills were being wielded by later generations in such a superficial manner, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. With a nonchalant gesture of his left hand, he traced a perfect circle, effortlessly neutralizing Wu Lai's aggressive advances with Tai Chi following this. Li Kongyou executed the raising the hand technique from Tai Chi, channeling the vast energy of the Nine-Yang divine art, and struck Wu Lai with a force that sent him crashing against a stone pillar, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. "Master!" Wei Bai let out a thunderous roar, poised to charge forward. Yet, at that moment, Yu Lianzhou had appeared before him, blocking his path. Simultaneously, Song Yuanxiao and the others swiftly moved to support Zhang Wuji and Song Qingshu to a safe distance. Li Kongyou relaxed his right hand slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly directed at Zhu Chongling. "Before you lies but a single path: surrender the antidote, or face death." Yet, Zhu Chongling erupted into laughter, a sound tinged with a sense of tragic valor. "To think that I, Zhu Chongling, a man of great wisdom, should meet such an end today. If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for further words." At that moment, Zhu Chongling faced death with unwavering resolve, exhibiting a remarkable spirit. Li Kongyou remained unmoved, merely emitting a cold snort. If that is the case, then perish. No sooner had the words left his lips than his right hand swiftly clenched, directly severing Zhu Chongling's throat. Thus, the man renowned as the heaven-shocking brush, Zhu Chongling, fell lifeless, without ever having the chance to wield his judge's pen. Song Yuanxiao, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head gently, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Given that the opponent had already harbored murderous intent, his demise was of little consequence. Li Kongyou flicked his right hand, sending Zhu Chongling flying several meters away, before slowly approaching Wulai. Zhu Jiuzhen, engulfed in panic, witnessed her father's tragic demise, and, in a fit of uncontrolled emotion, screamed, "How dare you kill my father? Cousin, quickly avenge him. Kill him. Kill him." Li Kongyou shook his head and coldly remarked, "I never imagined there could exist such a willful and ignorant woman in this world." The men, including the one with the mustache, realized they had no retreat left and could only fight to the death. "Brothers, attack." With his command, a dozen men armed with blades surged towards the crowd. As Li Kongyou had anticipated, Song Yuanxiao and the others merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Seeing this, Yu Lianzhou's aura suddenly intensified. In the original tale, he was already recognized as the foremost among the 7 heroes, possessing internal strength slightly inferior to that of the formidable mistress of extinction, but his external skills were exceptionally formidable. However, due to Li Kongyou's influence, Yu Lianzhou had cultivated a simplified version of the 9-yang divine skill, merging the pure yang wuzhigong of Zhang Sanfeng and the 9-yang divine skill, resulting in an even more robust internal power than that of the mistress of extinction. Even when compared to the abbot Kongwen of the Shaolin sect, he was by no means inferior. Moreover, with his self-created 12 moves of the Tiger Claw's deadly grip, each strike was merciless, targeting his opponent's vital points. Under Yu Lianzhou's onslaught, all 17 men, including the one with the mustache, fell to the ground, lifeless. Wu Lai watched in growing dread as Li Kongyou advanced step by step, an unprecedented fear swelling within him. He understood that the young man before him was not only highly skilled, but also ruthless and unforgiving. Li Kongyou remained as composed as ever, presenting the antidote or facing death. At that moment, the disciples of Wudang, who were enjoying their dinner in the side hall, heard the sounds of combat from the main hall. They hastily set down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed over. Each of them appeared rosy-cheeked and full of vitality, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. It turned out that Zhu Chongling believed that if he could subdue the 7 heroes of Wudang in one fell swoop, the remaining 3rd-generation disciples would be easily dealt with. Moreover, since the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder was exceedingly precious, they were reluctant to waste it, and thus had refrained from poisoning these disciples. As they burst into the main hall and witnessed the scene before them, they could not help but gasp in shock. "Master, uncle, senior brother." Song Yuanxiao gently gestured for them to remain calm and stand aside. Lu Qing, seeing Song Qingshu collapsed on the ground, hurriedly approached to check his injuries. Zhu Jiuzhen and Wei Bai were also rendered immobile by Yu Lianzhou's pressure point technique. Wu Lai realized that if he dared to utter a single word of dissent, it would likely spell his doom for the day. His gaze shifted to Li Kongyou, filled with a desperate plea. However, Li Kongyou's expression remained as frosty as ever, awaiting his response. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Wu Lai took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke slowly. "Young hero Li, today's events are solely the doing of Zhu Chongling. I am merely a pawn in this game. I do not have the antidote with me, but I will fetch it immediately. I implore you, young hero Li, to show mercy and spare my life." Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou's lips curled into a faint smile. "Very well, I shall accompany you to retrieve it." Wu Lai immediately relaxed his expression, but soon, a thought seemed to strike him. He hastily rose to his feet, his tone resolute, yet laced with a tremor. "Young hero, you must promise to spare my life. Otherwise, I would rather embrace death than submit." It is truly amusing how one who is clearly fearful of death strives to maintain an air of bravery and fearlessness. Li Kongyou pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I promise I shall not take your life." "Thank you, young hero, thank you," Wu Lai exclaimed, his face instantly brightening with joy. He hastily led Li Kongyou towards the courtyard. "Senior brother, I shall accompany him to retrieve the antidote. Please wait a moment." Li Kongyou briefly conveyed a few words before closely following Wu Lai. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted, revealing a barely perceptible smile. As he pondered to himself, I have vowed not to take your life, yet I cannot control the hands of others. Thus, I have not entirely broken my promise. The two of them circumvented the front hall and arrived at the entrance of a solemn and dignified ancestral hall in the backyard. A hint of perplexity colored Li Kongyou's tone. Is the antidote concealed here? Wu Lai halted his steps, turning respectfully to respond, young hero Li. Both the Zhou and Wu families are not particularly adept at employing poisons. The 10 fragrance soft muscle powder was acquired by chance. Upon learning of it, Zhu Changling regarded it as a treasure and secreted it away within the hidden door behind this shrine. Lead the way, Li Kongyou said. Unperturbed by any potential trickery from Wu Lai strode forward, deftly twisting his fingers, causing the candles upon the altar to rotate gently. As the candles turned, one of the shrine's walls began to shift, revealing a concealed door. Pushing it open, a spacious chamber unfolded before them, measuring 200 to 300 square meters. The room was cluttered with an array of peculiar artifacts and numerous unopened wooden crates. He guided Li Kongyou to a quaint cabinet, carefully retrieving a delicate wooden box from within, wherein the antidote was contained. Wu Lai spoke softly, his fingers trembling as he opened the box, revealing a small amount of white powder inside. What of the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder? Li Kongyou inquired coldly. Wu Lai hastily closed the box and retrieved another seemingly identical wooden box from the depths of the cabinet, gently opening it. The contents were indistinguishable from those of the previous box, albeit in a smaller quantity. Li Kongyou understood that the poison and antidote of the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder were difficult to distinguish by appearance. However, if a poisoned individual mistakenly ingested the toxin, it would result in a swift demise. Very well, I recall that you have a daughter. Shortly, I shall have her test the medicine. Li Kongyou spoke softly, tucking 2 wooden boxes into his embrace. Upon hearing this, Wu Lai's eyes flickered with a hint of ruthlessness, and he silently mused, this young man is astute and ruthless. Truly not easy to deal with. Just as the two were preparing to leave the secluded chamber, a sudden thought flashed through Li Kongyou's mind, prompting him to urgently call out to Wu Lai. Where are the legacies of Emperor Duan of the Southern Dynasty and the island master Huang of Peach Blossom Island? Though your orchid finger technique may be lacking in execution, the martial arts it represents must be extraordinary. Additionally, I am quite intrigued by Zhu Changling's One-Yang finger, a former secret skill of the Southern Emperor. Wu Lai felt a surge of fury rising within him. This young man dared to covet the time-honored skills of the Zhu and Wu families. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he silently vowed to ensure that Li Kongyou and the Wudang Sect would pay a heavy price in the future. Li Kongyou, upon noticing that Wu Lai remained silent, let out a cold snort, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. What is it? Is the master Wu reluctant to speak? As he uttered these words, he suddenly advanced a step forward, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a colossal mountain bearing down, rendering Wu Lai breathless. Taking a deep breath, Wu Lai resolutely quelled the fury surging within him and slowly replied, Li young hero, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that these legacies are the treasured possessions of both the Zhu and Wu families, and thus cannot be revealed lightly. Li Kongyou's gaze turned icy as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sharp as blades. If I were to slay all of you, do you think I could find her? What? Did you not promise me that you would spare my life? Wu Lai exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Kongyou's lips, his voice laced with a hint of scorn. One ought to honor their word with a gentleman. But why should we adhere to the principles of chivalry in dealing with you petty rogues? In an instant, Wu Lai's complexion drained of color. He could scarcely believe that Li Kongyou would so brazenly disregard the notion of trust. A chill surged from the depths of his being, for he knew all too well that should Li Kongyou truly choose to strike, his chances of survival would be non-existent. After a moment of silence, Wu Lai finally capitulated. Very well, I shall acquiesce. He turned and walked towards a seemingly inconspicuous corner near the entrance, bending down to activate a concealed mechanism. With a soft click, a hidden compartment in the wall revealed itself, neatly displaying 5 blue-bound tomes. Li Kongyou stepped forward, his arm gracefully waving, causing 5 ancient tomes within the hidden compartment to soar into the air. With a delicate touch of his toes against the ground, he leaped upward, securely grasping the 5 tomes in his hand. Among them were the Yang finger and innate skill passed down by Emperor Duan, as well as the orchid finger of pressure and the finger-flicking divine art, alongside the melody of the rising tides from the Emerald Sea, imparted by the esteemed Huang Yaoshi. Li Kongyou casually flipped through the pages, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Quite impressive indeed. How tragic it is that both your families, possessing such unparalleled secret texts, remain unsatisfied and covet the ethereal dragon-slaying blade. Alas, how pitiable. With that, Li Kongyou seized Wuya and strode purposefully towards the ancestral hall. Before departing, he casually took a jade flute. "Where is Wu Qingying? Lead me to her." Despite his myriad of reluctances, Wuya could only silently guide him under the pressure of Li Kongyou's formidable presence. Moments later, in the main hall, Wu Qingying, under the gaze of the gathered crowd, had just consumed the 10 fragrance softening powder and the antidote. Li Kongyou meticulously observed her reaction, and once he was certain, he confidently handed the antidote to Zhang Wuji and Song Qingshu. He turned his gaze to Yu Lianzhou, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I promised Wu Lai that I would not take his life. My master often taught us that a gentleman must not speak without integrity." Upon hearing this, Wu Lai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that this embodiment of death might prove untrustworthy. However, Li Kongyou's subsequent words plunged him into despair. "Second brother, it is you who shall strike for me." His voice was calm and cheerful, yet it echoed like the chilling summons of the king of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Yu Lianzhou was momentarily taken aback by Li Kongyou's unexpected directive, but after a brief pause, he struck decisively without hesitation. Wu Lai, caught off guard, fell to the ground, lifeless in an instant. In truth, Li Kongyou had always regarded Yu Lianzhou as a person of remarkable charisma. This belief was nurtured during his reading of novels, and his interactions only reinforced it. Regrettably, the television adaptations seldom devoted effort to portraying this character in depth. While Yu Lianzhou possessed formidable martial prowess, his greatest strength lay not in his skills, but in his character. He approached matters with composure, acted decisively, and executed tasks without the slightest hint of procrastination. Yet, what was rare about him was his unwavering righteousness, devoid of the typical leniency associated with virtuous figures. His understanding of the distinction between right and wrong far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. If Song Yuanxiao embodied refinement and a focus on the greater good, then Yu Lianzhou was the epitome of cool exterior coupled with a passionate heart, acting with resoluteness. It was precisely for this reason that Li Kongyou entrusted him with the task. "Father," Wu Qingying, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of collapse. Her voice filled with despair and fury. "You demons, you wretched demons." At that moment, Wei Bai, though immobilized, had bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to devour the others alive. After exchanging a glance and a nod, Li Kongyou and Yu Lianzhou acted in unison. In a swift motion, he struck Wu Qingying on the forehead with one hand, and then delivered a blow to Wei Bai's chest with the other. In an instant, this pair of siblings met their demise. Now, only Zhu Jiuzhen remained in the hall. The Zhu Wulian Ring was a nefarious organization, corrupt from top to bottom. Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai committed heinous acts in their relentless pursuit of the dragon-slaying Saber, devoid of any moral compass. Zhu Jiuzhen was willful and capricious, allowing her hounds to harm others and devaluing human life. Wei Bai, outwardly gentle and compliant, hid a heart that was ruthless and venomous. Thus, Li Kongyou felt no pangs of guilt for their deaths. After the passage of an incense stick, with the assistance of Song Yuanxiao and others, Zhang Wuji and Song Qingshu finally countered the poison. Upon seeing the corpses of Wu Lai and his daughter, Song Yuanxiao wished to voice something, but swallowed his words. Though Wudang prioritized chivalry, the adversary had already placed a blade at their throats. There was no justification for mercy. However, the sins of the parents should not extend to the innocent, and Wu Qingying had no part in this fate. Yet, with the lives already lost, further words would yield no benefit. Li Kongyou was acutely aware of Song Yuanxiao's thoughts. However, he firmly believed in the principle of eradicating threats at their root and eliminating evil entirely. Leaving Wu Qingying alive was undoubtedly akin to retaining a bomb that could detonate at any moment. He could not permit the existence of such a latent threat. At that moment, Zhang Wuji, having regained his strength, still wore a melancholic expression. Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou promptly exclaimed, "Wuji, have you forgotten the words spoken by your mother before she passed away?" At these words, Zhang Wuji's mind was abruptly flooded with memories of that fateful day when the 5 major sects forced his parents to their demise. He recalled his mother's final embrace, as she whispered to him, "Child, as you grow older, be wary of the deceitful nature of women. Those who are most beautiful are oftentimes the most treacherous." Reflecting on these words, Zhang Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him, tears streaming down his face. "Wuji, You have yet to avenge your parents' great injustice. What is this minor setback in comparison? Li Kongyou spoke again, taking a step forward to retrieve the longsword from his disciple and presenting it to Zhang Wuji. Go, and slay Zhou Zhiruo with your own hands. None among the sons of Wudang are feeble. Trembling, Zhang Wuji extended his hand to accept Li Kongyou's longsword and slowly approached Zhou Zhiruo. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Zhiruo was gripped by profound fear. Had she not been incapacitated, she would have already knelt down in supplication. As Zhang Wuji walked, memories of their encounters flooded his mind. Each of Zhou Zhiruo's expressions etched deeply into his memory. Yet, despite her fearful countenance, he found himself unable to thrust the sword forward. Li Kongyou let out a soft sigh. Zhang Wuji's character remained rather feeble. To put it more gracefully, one might call it kindness, yet in less flattering terms, it could be deemed cowardice. He extended his right hand and struck Zhang Wuji's elbow with force. Before Zhang Wuji could comprehend the situation, the sword in his grasp had already pierced through Zhou Zhiruo's chest, blood blossoming like crimson plum blossoms, staining her garments. Zhou Zhiruo's eyes were filled with disbelief and terror, her life abruptly ceasing in that moment. Zhang Wuji, gripping the sword, trembled, his gaze clouded with confusion and anguish. Li Kongyou stood quietly to the side and after a moment spoke. Wuji, this is the Jianghu, not a child's play. Excessive kindness will only invite greater harm from others. Zhang Wuji slowly raised his head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. I understand now, junior martial uncle. Song Yuanxiao and Yu Lianzhou looked on, their expressions filled with incredulity. Li Kongyou can be said to have grown up before their eyes, yet his performance today was utterly beyond their expectations. With meticulous thoughts, decisive actions, abundant experience, and an adept demeanor, he bore no resemblance to a novice in the realm. Li Kongyou noticed the reactions of those around him and smiled, asking, What is the matter? Have my senior brothers forgotten me? Song Yuanxiao and the others exchanged knowing glances, and he finally understood why his master had said before departing. In times of uncertainty, one may seek guidance from Kongyou. Song Yuanxiao stepped forward and patted Li Kongyou on the shoulder, saying, Old eight. Had it not been for you today, we might have perished here. With the primary threat eliminated, the remaining individuals in the manor could fend for themselves. Indeed, Li Kongyou nodded, for he was not one to revel in bloodshed. After gathering their belongings, they departed from the Zhuwu Lianhuan manor together. Within a tent, the flickering firelight danced, casting long shadows. Li Kongyou sat quietly beside the flickering flames, holding 5 ancient tomes he had retrieved from the secret chamber. His gaze wandered through the lines of text, eager to unravel their mysteries. The innate skill, a treasure of the Taoist sect, was created by the revered Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chuanjin school, and later passed down to the southern emperor, Duan Huanggong. This internal cultivation technique possessed immense power, yet it also bore a steep threshold, making it nearly incomprehensible to those who had not yet attained purity of spirit. Li Kongyou's 9 sons' divine skill has reached its zenith. For him, the innate skill is merely an embellishment. The heirs of the Zhu and Wu families possess mediocre talents to begin with, and having long since lost their youthful innocence. Even with the cultivation of the innate skill, they find it challenging to unleash the full power of this martial art. Li Kongyou gently turned the page and tucked away the manual, then opened the text on the Wunyang finger. The Wunyang finger, a supreme skill of the Duan clan from Dali, is categorized by the levels of its mastery, with the highest being the first grade. When practiced to perfection, it enables one to unleash power that can defy gravity, exhibiting astonishing strength. Li Kongyou was deeply intrigued. The art of aerial combat undoubtedly served as a significant advantage for him. He then turned his attention to the manual of the orchid finger technique. The unique martial arts of Peach Blossom Island are renowned for their swiftness, precision, peculiarity, and clarity, characterized by an elegant execution and a leisurely demeanor. Although this technique is not distinguished by sheer power, it harmonizes beautifully with the falling petal's divine sword palm. The movements, akin to a flurry of blossoms, are both fierce and exquisite. Therein lies inspiration for him as well. The dexterous finger, a creation of Huang Yaoshi, is an intricate and profound skill with a divine touch. It stands alongside renowned techniques such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms, toad skill, Wunyang finger, and the heart-rending palm in the annals of martial prowess. Finally, Li Kongyou perused the manual of the tides of the Azure Sea. Conceived by Huang Yaoshi, it initially appears to mimic the sound of ocean waves. yet it conceals a highly lethal martial art. Of course, if one's inner strength surpasses that of the performer, one remains unharmed. He dared to assert that in the entire realm of the Etian world, aside from old Zhang, no one could rival him in terms of internal power. In his hands, the tides of the Azure Sea became a formidable weapon for group attacks. Moreover, the melodious flute playing was particularly suited for showcasing one's prowess in public. After reviewing the 5 manuals, Li Kongyou did not rush into cultivation. He merely needed to commit the contents to memory, intending to comprehend and practice them in his dreams that night. Glancing at the time, he exited the tent alone and found a stone to sit upon. Subconsciously, he reached for the wine flask at his waist, only to discover it was completely empty. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "Alas, I forgot to refill the wine." As he gazed up at the myriad stars in the sky, a complex emotion surged within him. At that moment, Yu Lianzhou also emerged, noticing Li Kongyou's sigh, and inquired with concern, "What troubles you, old eight?" Li Kongyou turned around and gazed at Yu Lianzhou, his expression suddenly transforming into one of solemnity. "Second brother, if one day I find myself standing in opposition to Wudang, or even the entirety of the righteous sects within the martial world, what would you do?" Upon hearing this, Yu Lianzhou momentarily paused, but soon discerned the underlying meaning of Li Kongyou's words. "Are you referring to the matters concerning fifth brother and fifth sister?" Li Kongyou remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lianzhou gently patted his shoulder and solemnly declared, "If it is truly the case, I shall accompany you. My second brother." Years ago, atop Wudang Mountain, Yu Lianzhou had resolutely vowed, even at the cost of his own life, he would ensure the safety and well-being of his junior brother's family. This clearly illustrates the profound affection he harbored for Zhang Zuishan's family. Thus, upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, he was naturally inclined to stand steadfastly by his side. Li Kongyou smiled as well, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, second brother." No sooner had the words left his lips than a voice resonated from behind. "What are you thanking your second brother for? There is no need to express gratitude to your senior brother." Li Kongyou, upon hearing the voice, promptly rose to his feet. "Senior brother." Although Song Yuanxiao was unaware of the conversation that had just transpired between the two, he approached and gently patted Li Kongyou's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "The 7 heroes of Wudang have always stood united. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so with confidence. Wudang will eternally be your steadfast support." Li Kongyou was filled with profound emotion. The bond of brotherhood among them was more precious than anything else. As soon as Song Yuanxiao finished speaking, Zhang Songxi's voice resonated. "Eldest brother, your words are not quite accurate. Kongyou is, after all, the 8th. Li Kongyou smiled gently, as is widely recognized. The 7 heroes of Wudang actually comprise 8 individuals. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, Li Kongyou retrieved several ancient manuals from within his robes. "Esteemed brothers," he proclaimed, "these are a few martial arts techniques I extracted from the secret chamber of Lianhuan Manor, all of which are the exquisite skills of the former 5 absolutes. I invite you all to ponder and explore them." Song Yuanxiao offered a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. With a hint of self-deprecation in his tone, he remarked, "Ah, the 8th one, your innate talent and extraordinary comprehension are commendable. By delving into various martial arts and assimilating their strengths, you shall undoubtedly enrich your future path in martial arts. As for myself, I have yet to fully master the Jiao Yang Gong bestowed by my master. Thus, it would be unwise to covet the techniques of other schools." Li Kongyou was taken aback upon hearing Song Yuanxiao's words. In the world of martial arts, individuals are invariably drawn to profound techniques, with some resorting to unscrupulous means, even at the expense of their families. It was unexpected to find that his senior brother possessed such magnanimity. This breadth of character was indeed rare. Yu Lianzhou also nodded in agreement, affirming that his senior brother was correct. One cannot overreach. To master the skills imparted by their mentor and integrate them harmoniously would render them nearly unmatched in the realm. Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou suddenly burst into hearty laughter. His senior brothers spoke with reason. It was indeed his own excessive greed. At that moment, the voice of Zhang Songxi resonated, imbued with profound meaning. "Kongyou," he said, "my master once remarked that the path of martial arts lies not merely in learning, but in understanding. Only by forging your own unique martial prowess can one truly tread the path of a warrior. You possess extraordinary talent and have absorbed the essence of many styles. Perhaps this is precisely the path you ought to pursue." Li Kongyou nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Possessing the Great Dream Enlightenment System, coupled with the effects of the I Ching cleansing pill, his innate talent and comprehension had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps the true path lay in drawing from the strengths of various schools, integrating them to forge a unique martial arts journey. Grateful for his senior brother's guidance, Kongyou made a mental note. Li Kongyou slightly cupped his hands in gratitude, while Song Yuanqiao and the others exchanged approving glances, their eyes brimming with admiration. The following day, just as Li Kongyou and his companions hastened towards the first line gorge, disciples from the Wudang Sect also arrived at the Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor. The legendary founder of Wudang, the valiant Guixiang, had historical ties with the manor. Thus, the formidable mistress of extinction aimed to recruit Zhu Chongling into her ranks to join her in the assault on the bright summit. Yet, upon stepping into the manor, they were taken aback by the white mourning banners hanging around, the atmosphere thick with a somber and oppressive weight. The residents, regardless of age or gender, wore expressions of grief, clearly indicating that tragedy had struck. Mistress of extinction furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding welling up within her. She quickened her pace, approaching an elderly man in the manor, her tone urgent as she inquired about the events that had transpired. "What has happened? Where is Zhu Chongling?" The old man sighed, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "Yesterday, 3 to 4 dozen individuals arrived here, purportedly from the Wudang Sect. Our manor's master hosted a banquet for them, but a bloodbath ensued during the feast. Master Zhu, Master Wu, along with 2 young ladies, the young master, and a dozen guards, all fell victim to foul play, with none surviving." Mistress of Extinction was taken aback by this revelation. Although Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai were not the pinnacle of martial prowess, they represented a significant force within the realm. Their untimely demise disrupted her plans. She pondered with growing suspicion. Why had the Wudang disciples appeared at the Lianhuan Manor? What could have driven them to commit such heinous acts? Upon hearing the name Wudang, Zhou Zhiruo's brow instinctively knitted in concern. Filled with doubt, she stepped forward, her voice laced with skepticism. "Elder, are you certain it was the Wudang Sect responsible?" The old man cast a glance at Zhou Zhiruo, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Mistress of Extinction was equally shrouded in uncertainty, her gaze drifting towards the mourning hall where 2 coffins lay solemnly. With a swift motion, she approached the coffins, her right palm gathering energy, internal power surging as she struck the coffin lid with a forceful blow. The lid flew open with a resounding crash, revealing Zhu Chongling's lifeless form. The gathered crowd gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why disturb the master's rest?" Yet, Mistress of Extinction appeared deaf to their protests. She leaned down to inspect Zhu Chongling's corpse, her gaze piercing as she meticulously examined the wounds upon the body. Moments later, she abruptly turned and strode towards the exit, her voice as cold as ice. "We must depart." The members of the Wudang Sect dared not speak further and hurriedly followed behind. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the eldest disciple, Master Jingxian, could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Master, was the death of Lord Zhu truly caused by the Wudang Sect?" "Humph." Master Miju scoffed lightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. With a flick of her robe, she confirmed that Zhu Chongling had indeed fallen victim to the lethal strike of Wudang's tiger claw, a single blow that had proven fatal. "Ah?" Master Jingxian gasped in astonishment, her voice laced with shock and confusion. She could hardly believe that the Wudang Sect would resort to such brutality. Truly a disgrace to the righteous path of the martial world. However, as Miju's words reached the ears of Zhou Zhiruo, another tumult stirred within her heart. Her immediate concern was not why Wudang had sought to kill Zhu Chongling, but rather whether Li Kongyou had sustained any injuries. Noticing Zhou Zhiruo's unusual demeanor, Master Miju promptly inquired, "Zhiruo, what troubles you?" Snapping back from her reverie, Zhou Zhiruo quickly explained, "Master, the 7 heroes of Wudang have always prioritized chivalry. I believe there must be hidden circumstances behind this matter." Upon hearing this, a trace of approval finally graced Miju's expression. She regarded Zhou Zhiruo with a nod, her tone imbued with a hint of expectation. "Indeed, we shall ascertain the reasons once we meet the illustrious hero song of Wudang. Let us continue our journey." "Yes, Master," Zhou Zhiruo replied in affirmation. At the Yixin Gorge, a gathering place for the 6 major sects, masters from Shaolin, Kantong, Huashan, Kunlun, and others had already assembled. Within a tent, Song Yuanqiao led the Wudang contingent, guided by a Shaolin monk, as they entered with measured steps. Inside the tent were Master Kongwen, the abbot of Shaolin, Xian Tong, the leader of the Huashan sect, He Taichong, the head of the Kunlun sect, and the 5 elders of Kongtong. Upon the arrival of the 8 from Wudang, all present rose in greeting, extending their respects. Hero Song, your journey has been arduous. Master Kongwen, leader Xinyu, leader He. Esteemed elders of Kongtong, Wudang's tardiness is regrettable. We hope for your understanding. Song Yuanxiao bowed in response, followed by the customary pleasantries typical in the martial world. Li Kongyou remained oblivious, seated alone in a corner, cradling a wine cup, indulging in his own libation. It must be said that Song Yuanxiao indeed possessed the qualities of a leader, handling all matters with remarkable poise and propriety. Master Kongwen inquired, Hero Song, do you know the whereabouts of the amazed exterminating master at this moment? Song Yuanxiao inclined his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, we have not traveled with the master. I believe she shall arrive shortly. Master Kongwen nodded slightly and turned to He Taichong, Master He. Your esteemed sect arrived first and is quite familiar with this matter. Might you dispatch a disciple to welcome our May compatriots? Just as He Taichong was about to respond, Song Qingshu rose and spoke aloud. Esteemed elders, I, Song Qingshu, volunteer to extend a welcome. His eagerness took many by surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Song Qingshu maintained a demeanor of both humility and dignity. Master Kongwen, seated at the head, pondered for a moment before a smile graced his lips as he praised. Nephew Song, the title jade-faced Meng Chang truly befits you. A paragon of talent and grace, Hero Song has indeed raised a splendid son. Upon hearing Master Kongwen's commendation, Lu Qing, standing behind Song Qingshu, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Even Zhang Wuji could not help but silently admire. Brother Song, in both appearance and character, you are truly exceptional. I find myself lacking in comparison. Initially, Song Yuanxiao had lamented Song Qingshu's unsolicited offer, yet upon hearing Master Kongwen's words, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. He softly addressed Song Qishu, Qishu, since you wish for this, allow your 6th uncle to accompany you. He is well acquainted with May. Thank you, father, Song Qishu replied joyfully. Knowing that his little uncle, Li Kongyou, had a childhood connection with Zhou Zhiruo from May, and he contemplated this opportunity to extend his regards. Seeing this unfold, Master Kongwen and the others were pleased and readily agreed. Then we shall trouble the heroic Yin and nephew Song. Enlighting, upon hearing this, rose to return the gesture, affirming that the Wudang Sect had an obligation to unite against the demonic forces. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qingshu bid farewell to Lu Qing, then exchanged glances with Li Kongyou before stepping out of the tent with Enlighting. Suddenly, Li Kongyou also stood up, casting a glance at Song Yuanxiao. His tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Master brother, this place is dreadfully dull. I shall accompany them. Song Yuanxiao smiled faintly, finding it most agreeable that his 8th brother wished to join. With Li Kongyou present, the safety of Enlighting and Song Qingshu was undoubtedly enhanced, and Song Yuanxiao had no reason to refuse. With that, Li Kongyou disregarded the gazes of those around him, his steps light and swift as he followed suit. He Taichong of the Kunlun sect observed this with a flicker of displeasure. Since Li Kongyou had entered the tent, he had not acknowledged anyone, and now he blatantly ignored their presence. Turning to Song Yuanxiao, he spoke with a hint of reproach, Hero Song. I have long heard that Master Zhang has taken on a new disciple. How is it that he displays such a lack of decorum? Song Yuanxiao furrowed his brow slightly, yet he maintained his refined demeanor. Master He, my junior brother's temperament has always been thus. He means no harm, and I hope you all can show understanding. Beside him, Xin Tong swiftly interjected, his tone laden with evident dissatisfaction. At such a tender age, he displays a lack of decorum. A senior brother is akin to a father. Sir Song should indeed exercise more supervision, lest it tarnish the reputation of Wudang. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianzhou's expression darkened, and he immediately retorted, as for Wudang's internal affairs, there is no need for your concern. Xin Tong, incensed, turned red in the face and stood up, ready to engage in a verbal altercation with Yu Lianzhou. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a gentle admonition from Master Kongwen. Enough, let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Let us not forget the purpose of this journey. With a huff, Xin Tong, though still aggrieved, could only let out a soft grunt and reluctantly resumed his seat. After this brief interlude, the assembly continued their discussions regarding the siege of Bright Summit. Li Kongyou swiftly caught up with the two, who, upon seeing him, were filled with delight. Meanwhile, The Amazed sect found itself besieged by the formidable banners of the Ming cult, the great wooden flag and the sharp gold flag. At the forefront of the fray, Master Miezhu wielded her longsword, her countenance fierce as she proclaimed, "Today we shall unleash a massacre to eradicate the wicked." As her words echoed, both sides clashed violently. Master Miezhu's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and no one could withstand her 3 strikes. Her towering figure weaved through the crowd, each strike precise and deadly. With a thrust here and a slash there, numerous disciples of the Ming cult fell beneath her blade. Witnessing this, the Amei disciples' morale surged. "Master Miezhu, I am here to challenge you," shouted Zhuangzhang, the banner-bearer of the sharp gold flag, realizing the dire situation. He brandished his wolf-toothed club and engaged Master Miezhu in combat. After several dozen exchanges, her Amei swordplay grew increasingly fierce, the glint of her blade attempting to suppress her adversary. However, Zhuangzhang was no ordinary opponent, endowed with innate strength and masterful inner and outer martial arts. Every swing of his club cut through the air with a resounding force, matching Master Miezhu blow for blow. With his astonishing strength, he landed 3 consecutive strikes that forced Master Miezhu to retreat a step. Then, a sharp crack echoed as her longsword shattered into 3 pieces under the overwhelming force. Instead of retreating, Master Miezhu pressed forward, drawing the sword strapped to her back, the heaven-defying sword. With the sword in hand, her aura transformed instantly, chilling as the winter wind, striking fear into hearts. The cold gleam flickered, flashing like lightning, with a move named Iron Chain across the river. The sword surged forth like water, aimed directly at Zhuangzhang. Caught off guard, he was compelled to retreat repeatedly. "Demon cult fiends, perish!" Master Miezhu thundered. Launching another strike, Master Miezhu relies only on the power of her weapon. How arrogant! Zhuangzhang retorted defiantly, yet deep within, he dared not underestimate her, pouring all his strength into each defense. Words of defiance. With a cold snort, Extinction's sword intent sharpened significantly. Witnessing this scene, the banner leader of the giant would flag. When Song Song felt an urgent anxiety gnawing at his heart, fearing that Zhuangzhang would falter, he hastily approached, ready to fight alongside him to thwart the formidable master of extinction. Otherwise, with the advantage of the heavenly sword, the members of the Ming sect would suffer grievous losses. However, Zhuangzhang could not withstand even 3 exchanges under the divine sword of master extinction. The brilliance of the heavenly sword not only cleaved his wolf fang club in 2, but also severed half of his head. Old Zhuang. When Song Song roared in fury, brandishing his long staff, he charged madly at extinction, vowing to avenge Zhuangzhang. The followers of the sharp gold flag, witnessing their leader's demise, cried out in rage, their eyes bloodshot as they fought recklessly, resulting in several disciples from the Amei sect being slain. Among the ranks of the giant wood flag was a man named Chang Yuchen, who shouted loudly to the crowd, "Leader Zhuang has perished for the cause. The sharp gold flag must retreat, and the giant wood flag will cover the rear." Although Chang Yuchen's martial prowess was not remarkable, his tactical insight rendered his commands on the battlefield no less authoritative than that of the banner leader. Yet, at this moment, upon hearing his command, the sharp gold flag did not retreat. Instead, their ferocity intensified. They were consumed by a singular thought, to avenge their leader Zhuang. Chang Yuchen raised his voice once more, proclaiming that the situation was dire, urging the members of the sharp gold flag to withdraw swiftly, promising future vengeance for leader Zhuang. In unison, several from the sharp gold flag exclaimed, "Let our brothers from the giant wood flag retreat first, so that we may avenge you in the future. We, from the sharp gold flag, shall live and die alongside leader Zhuang." Faced with imminent death, none were willing to depart, swearing to remain united in life and death. However, when Song Song too was no match for the heavenly sword wielded by extinction, his staff was effortlessly severed under the sword's aura. His right arm was not spared either. Grievously injured by the sword energy, it flew several feet away, landing on the bloodstained ground. Enduring excruciating pain, when Song Song summoned his last strength to bellow, giant wood flag, sharp gold flag, retreat swiftly. The crowd hesitated momentarily, yet another 10 or so fell victim to the swords of the Amei disciples. Upon witnessing Wen Songsong's defeat, Chang Yuchen rushed forward, supporting the staggering Wen Songsong. He then sealed several of his acupoints to prevent excessive blood loss. Master Extinction, holding the heavenly sword with blood still dripping from its tip, advanced step by step toward Chang Yuchen and Wen Songsong. Her voice was icy and merciless. "None of you shall leave here alive today." Chang Yuchen quickly shielded Wen Songsong behind him. glaring at Master Extinction as he gritted his teeth. Extinction, if you wish to kill us, do it. There is no need for further words. Extinction laughed heartily a few times. Very well. If that is your wish, then let it be. Not far away, Zhou Zhiruo spotted Chang Yuchen and was instantly reminded of her childhood experiences. Her heart ached, compelling her to rush forward and prevent her master from proceeding. Yet, as she turned, a disciple of the Ming sect intercepted her. Just as the ruthless matriarch was about to strike Chang Yuchen with her sword, Wu Jinxiao, the deputy leader of the Ruijin flag, along with over 20 skilled followers, stood in their path. Brother Chang, swiftly escort the flag-bearer away. I shall hold the rear. Wu Jinxiao declared, his voice modest yet his eyes shimmered with indomitable resolve, as if to say, today, we shall perish for our beliefs and die with honor. Though the leader of the Ruijin flag had fallen, his comrades were resolute, embracing death as they chose to follow Zhuangzheng to martyrdom. Confronted by this unexpected resistance, the matriarch displayed no trace of compassion, only an endless coldness. You overestimate your abilities, she scoffed, swinging the heavenly sword once more, ruthlessly advancing. Wherever the sword's blade struck, it resembled the scythe of death, severing limbs and taking lives indiscriminately. The disciples of Amei, witnessing this carnage, brandished their swords and clashed with the Ming sect members. After a ferocious battle, fewer than 20 members of the Ruijin flag remained, while the Jumu flag had only about 30 left, though all bore injuries. Their eyes reflected no fear, only determination and courage. After a fierce struggle, the remaining fighters were captured by the Amei disciples. The matriarch raised her sword, pointing it at Wen Sansong and Chang Yuchen, and commanded sternly, listen, disciples of the demonic sect. This master does not slay the unarmed. Should you kneel and plead for mercy, perhaps I might consider sparing your lives. After a moment of silence, laughter erupted from the Ming sect members, their voices ringing out triumphantly. The matriarch seethed. What is so amusing? Wu Jinxiao replied disdainfully, Old nun, we stand with Brother Zhuang in life and death. Spare your breath and kill us if you dare. The matriarch huffed, so you wish to die? It shall not be so easy. With that, her sword quivered lightly, severing Wu Jinxiao's right arm. Wu Jinxiao laughed heartily, unperturbed, and pointed to his head. Old nun, if you dare, strike here. The matriarch's fury intensified, with swift precision. She executed 3 additional strikes, severing the arms of 3 more disciples, and inquired of the 5th, will you beg for mercy? The man cursed, your mother's foul stench. In response, the matriarch's sword fell, and his right arm was likewise severed. She continued to interrogate several others, yet none of the Ming sect members yielded. At this moment, Li Kongyou and his companions arrived, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, they were taken aback. The ground was stained crimson with blood, and shattered weapons and corpses lay scattered. Though the majority of the Ruijin flag and the Jumu flag bore injuries, they remained steadfast. Song Qingshu furrowed his brow at the sight, exclaiming, Uncle Lu, it is the Amei disciples and the Ming sect. We must hasten our advance. In Litong pondered momentarily, then nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, he soared into the air. Li Kongyou did not follow. Instead, he lifted his gaze and instantly spotted that enchanting figure amidst the crowd. After a prolonged separation, his heart brimmed with unbounded joy. At this moment, Zhou Zhiruo stood behind the formidable Master Mieju, observing her poised to strike at Chang Yuchen with her sword. A wave of anxiety surged within her, and although she yearned to speak out to halt the impending action, she found herself unable to utter a word. Li Kongyou furrowed his brows, following Zhou Zhiruo's gaze. As a familiar figure emerged within his sight, Chang Yuchen. During their brief encounter years ago, when they crossed paths, they had shared a few days of companionship, a fleeting bond that felt as if they were old acquaintances. At that time, Chang Yuchen had been gravely injured and was on his way to Diegu to seek the healing expertise of the renowned physician, Hu Qingniu. Li Kongyou had even entrusted him with a message for Yang Xiao. Just as Li Kongyou was lost in reminiscence, the divine sword of the Extinction Master was already aimed at Chang Yuchen. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and he sprang into action, flicking his fingers with a sharp sound, sending a small stone hurtling through the air toward the sword in the master's hand. With a resounding crack, the stone struck the blade, shattering into dozens of fragments that scattered in all directions. The master was taken aback, feeling an immense force transmit through the sword, causing her right hand to tremble, nearly losing her grip. Shocked, she pondered, this small stone, launched from afar, possessed such extraordinary power. The depth of this individual's martial prowess is rarely seen in the world. In her lifetime, she had only witnessed such strength in Zhang Sanfeng. Could it be that he was present here? Just as her thoughts wavered, Enlighting and Song Qingshu arrived at the battlefield. Enlighting's gaze was sharp as he absorbed the scene before him, contemplating, could the direction from which that stone flew be old 8? Upon recognizing the newcomers, the master inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her astonishment, yet her hand still quivered around the sword. Enlighting bowed respectfully to the master, stating, Master, our senior brother leads a contingent of 32 disciples from our sect, and we have reached the front lines. By the command of our senior brother, I have come to extend our greetings to your esteemed sect. Enlighting consistently referred to himself as a junior due to his prior betrothal to Ji Xiaofu. Just as the master was about to respond, a figure floated in like a wisp of smoke, landing gracefully before everyone. It was none other than Li Kongyou. Clad in a simple gray robe, he could not conceal his extraordinary aura. The wine flask and jade flute at his waist added a touch of nonchalance typical of a wandering hero. Upon seeing Li Kongyou, Zhou Zhiruo felt a torrent of emotions surge within her. An overwhelming tide of longing that had built up over the days now erupted in this moment. Brother Kongyou, she whispered softly. Li Kongyou seemed to sense something amiss. He turned to glance at Zhou Zhiruo, and their eyes met, exchanging a tender smile, filled with affection. Master Miezhu surveyed the surroundings, yet failed to discern any suspicious figures. Her voice echoed in the vast expanse. Which friend has made a move? I kindly request you to present yourself. What skill is there in lurking in the shadows? Li Tian's gaze swiftly traversed Li Kongyou, seemingly gauging his reaction. At that moment, a subtle smile graced the corners of Li Kongyou's mouth, his voice serene and clear. I stand right here. What need is there for subterfuge? As he spoke, he walked towards Chang Yuchen and the others with a composed demeanor, as if the world around him held no relevance. Master Miezhu suddenly came to a realization. Yet disbelief filled her eyes. She could hardly fathom that the recent strike had originated from this young man. Observing this, Li Tian stepped forward respectfully, explaining, Master, this is my 8th junior brother, Li Kongyou. I implore you not to take offense. A tremor coursed through Master Miezhu's heart as she finally comprehended Li Kongyou's identity. He was indeed the esteemed disciple of Zhang Sanfeng. However, as this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of anger crossed her face, her gaze piercing Li Kongyou like a sword. Since you are a disciple of Wudang, why do you come to the aid of these demonic sect members? At this moment, upon hearing Li Kongyou's name, Chang Yuchen also lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He looked towards Li Kongyou, his heart filled with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. Li Kongyou, undeterred by the inquiries of the formidable mistress of extinction, chose to disregard her and instead approached Chang Yuchen. With a gentle smile, he spoke, Brother Chang. It has been far too long. Upon meeting Li Kongyou's gaze, the perplexity in Chang Yuchen's heart swiftly dissipated, and a long-lost smile graced his face. Brother Kongyou, it truly is you. To see you again brings me immense joy. Li Kongyou smiled gently, extending her arms to embrace Chang Yuchen. At that moment, the voice of Master Miezhu echoed, Li Kongyou, you consort with the demons of the evil sect, aiding their tyranny. Does the Wudang Sect intend to collude with the forces of darkness? Li Kongyou turned his head, a hint of disdain gleaming in his eyes. His figure flickered like a phantom, unleashing a palm strike imbued with the ferocity of thunder and wind towards Master Miezhu. Caught off guard, Master Miezhu hurriedly raised her hand to defend. It was met with an overwhelming surge of pure yang energy, akin to a torrent bursting forth from the mountains. Unable to withstand the force, she was propelled backward several steps, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Li Kongyou retracted his hand, maintaining an air of indifference. Noisy, he remarked, my master is of the same generation as the esteemed Mei patriarch, the valiant Guxiang. You ought to address me as Shirshu. Your lack of decorum is quite unbecoming. The master of extinction was unsettled by this display of power. She was both astonished by Li Kongyou's profound internal strength and incensed by his rudeness. You, at this moment, Li Tian stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the master of extinction, and spoke sternly to Li Kongyou. 8th junior brother, what do you mean by this? The master is the head of the Mei sect. How can you behave so disrespectfully? Song Qishu, hearing Li Tian's words, quickly interjected, 6th Shirshu. My little Shirshu's actions surely carry deeper significance. Zhou Zhao stood in place, her heart torn in two. On one hand was her nurturing master, and on the other, the one she held dear. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she grappled with her indecision. In response to Yin Litian's inquiry, Li Kongyou shook his head in resignation. After all, Yin Litian was his sixth senior brother. Sixth brother, I shall explain this matter to you later. For now, we must first deal with the people from Mingjiao. Yin Litian, with his easygoing nature and lack of strong opinions, noted Li Kongyou's serious demeanor and chose not to press the matter further. Li Kongyou then turned to Chang Yuchen and said, Brother Chang, let us reminisce on another day. You and the remaining brothers should return to tend to your wounds. Chang Yuchen understood that Li Kongyou had resolved to face the wrath of Amei alone, and thus was reluctant to depart. Kongyou, my life is but a trifling matter. It is not worth such sacrifice on your part. Nearby, Wu Jinxiao chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Ah, young hero Li, your goodwill is appreciated by our Mingjiao. What does it matter if we are slain by extinction? 18 years hence, we shall rise again as valiant men. Indeed, we shall confront them without hesitation. If death awaits, so be it. Yin Lighting observed the indomitable spirit of the Mingjiao members, each one brimming with courage and selflessness, and felt a deep sense of admiration in her heart. Li Kongyou smiled faintly and reassured, Brother Chang, do not worry. I am unscathed. They cannot harm me. With that, he raised his hand and deftly struck the air a few times, disarming the swords from the hands of the Amei disciples who had taken the Mingjiao members hostage. The onlookers were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Master Miju felt a tremor within. She understood that while she too could achieve such a feat, she would never possess the same composure or swiftness as Li Kongyou. Let us depart. Li Kongyou's voice rang out once more. Chang Yuchen felt a lingering reluctance. But upon hearing Wen Sangsong's resolute declaration, the kindness of young hero Li is something I, Wen Sangsong, shall never forget. Old Chang, old Wu, we shall leave. The group began to waver in their resolve. At this moment, Master Miju had gradually calmed the tumult within her heart. With renewed determination, she brandished the heaven-reliant sword. Her demeanor icy and unwavering, declaring, no one shall leave. Yet, as she took a step forward, Li Kongyou intercepted her path. Miju, it is time for you to temper that arrogant disposition of yours. As he spoke, the 9-yang true qi surged within him, a formidable force emanating from his being. He casually unleashed a punch towards Master Miju, though it seemed imbued with boundless power. Sensing this energy, a chill ran down her spine. She realized that even with the heaven-reliant sword in hand, facing an opponent like Li Kongyou might not guarantee her victory. However, her pride and the dignity of the Amei sect compelled her to stand her ground. Clenching the heaven-reliant sword tightly, she felt it tremble slightly. You presumptuous boy. Today you shall witness the true might of Amei swordsmanship. Before her words could fade, Master Miju's figure flickered, and the heaven-reliant sword shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound as it aimed directly at Li Kongyou. Boom. The moment their fists and sword met, an invisible shockwave erupted, akin to a tumultuous tide, violently expanding outward from the two of them. The dust was instantly whipped up, swirling and soaring into the air, forming a colossal ring of dust. Li Kongyou paused slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Clearly, the power of the sword strike from Master Miju exceeded his expectations. He could not help but exclaim, is this a palm technique? He discerned that Miju's move seemed to substitute the sword for the palm, executing the Amei school's most potent technique, Buddha's light illuminates all. Drawing upon 30 years of mastery in the 9-yang skill, and leveraging the advantages of the heavenly sword, she unleashed a strike of formidable strength, one that only a handful could withstand. At this moment, Miju's heart was filled with trepidation. This sword technique, which mimicked the palm, was a creation of her own painstaking efforts in recent years. Since her heavenly sword had been seized by Zhang Sanfeng, she had faced mockery, likened to a tiger stripped of its fangs, prompting her to refine the Buddha's light illuminates all. She had believed that with this technique and the sharpness of the heavenly sword, she would surely inflict severe injury upon Li Kongyou. Yet he had managed to parry it barehanded. Now, her vital energy surged within her like a roaring tide, yet the intensity of her battle spirit only grew more fervent. With a light tap of her toes against the ground, she leaped once more, the heavenly sword in her hand spinning to create a dazzling array of sword flowers. As she executed the Amei sword technique, prepare to meet your end, Miju bellowed, lunging towards Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou let out a cold snort, as the 9-yang true qi within him surged rapidly, enveloping his body in an ethereal layer of protective energy. The tip of the heavenly sword struck against this barrier, producing a series of piercing sounds, yet it struggled to breach this formidable defense. Li Kongyou propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust from his foot, and in an instant, he appeared behind the formidable Master Mieju. He unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at her back, executing the technique known as shocking iron palm, which embodied an overwhelming force akin to a mountain collapsing. Master Mieju, taken aback, swiftly turned to parry with her Etienne sword. However, the tremendous might of Li Kongyou's strike collided with the sword, producing a resounding thud that sent both her and the sword staggering back several paces. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth as she braced herself against her sword, her eyes betraying a flicker of defiance. "Today, it is either your demise or mine," she bellowed furiously, having suffered yet another setback. Nevertheless, Li Kongyou did not grant her a moment's respite, advancing upon her once more. His palm winds roared like thunder, relentlessly launching assaults against Master Mieju. She could only barely defend herself, her swordplay increasingly becoming disordered. Li Kongyou seized an opportune moment to unleash the tiger claw technique, deftly snatching the heaven-slaying sword from the hands of the formidable matriarch of extinction. Witnessing this audacious act, the disciples of the Wudang Sect gasped in astonishment, eager to rush forward to rescue their revered master, yet they were sternly admonished to halt by the matriarch herself. Li Kongyou, wielding the heavenly sword, pointed its tip toward the ground as he coldly gazed at Master Mieju. "Mieju, having the heavenly sword is hardly impressive," he declared. In a fit of rage that bordered on laughter, Master Mieju retorted loudly, "Li Kongyou, do you believe that seizing my heavenly sword will compel my submission? The dignity of the Wudang Sect is not to be trampled upon. Even at the cost of my life, I shall not spare you." With that, disregarding her own injuries, Master Mieju lunged at Li Kongyou once more. Though unarmed, her strikes remained ferociously potent, each move imbued with resolute determination. At this moment, Enlightenment, witnessing the battle from the sidelines, felt a pang of compassion. He understood that Li Kongyou had refrained from delivering a lethal blow out of respect for the valiant Guoxiang. Should Master Mieju continue to press him, it was conceivable that his junior brother might inadvertently kill her, making it impossible for him to explain to their master upon their return. Immediately, he leapt in front of Master Mieju, executing a taiji move that effectively neutralized her snowfall through Cloud's palm technique. "Master, you must cease this conflict. If it continues, both parties will suffer grievously. Without your Wudang Sect, how could we hope to contend with the demonic cult?" Master Mieju was taken aback. Enlightenment's maneuver was remarkably astute, instantly dissipating her palm power, and the internal force he had just revealed was unexpectedly profound. Even in comparison to her, he was not lacking at all. A flicker of doubt arose within her. Were all Wudang disciples truly so formidable? If Enlightenment, ranked 6th, was thus, what of Song Yuanxiao and Yu Lianzhou? Seeing Li Kongyou's prowess overwhelming Master Mieju, Chang Yuchen couldn't help but feel elated. Wu Jinxiao, relieved to see Li Kongyou unharmed, said, "Young hero Li, I shall take my leave now. I will repay your kindness in the future." Chang Yuchen glanced at Li Kongyou, nodded slightly, and turned to assist when Sangsong as they departed. The members of the Ming cult gradually exited, while the Wudang disciples watched their retreating figures, none daring to obstruct them. Regaining her composure, Master Mieju turned her gaze toward Enlightenment, coldly stating, "6th heroine. The events of today shall not be forgotten by Wudang." Her gaze then shifted to Li Kongyou, eyes filled with fierce intent. "Li Kongyou, return the heavenly sword to me." Li Kongyou, undeterred by the overwhelming presence of Mieju, wore an expression of unyielding defiance. With a light chuckle, he proclaimed, "The sword of heaven is mine. If you wish to reclaim it, you are welcome to try." Witnessing Li Kongyou's audacity ignited a furious blaze within Mieju's heart, causing her to involuntarily spew a mouthful of warm blood, staining the ground crimson. Master Jing Xian and the other disciples rushed forward to support her, steadying her as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Mieju cast a fierce glare at Li Kongyou, her eyes brimming with resentment and indignation. Even with the sword of heaven in her grasp, she found herself at a disadvantage. What hope did she have now? She glared at Li Kongyou, seething with rage, and declared, "I shall inform the righteous sects of the martial world about your alliance with the demonic cult. I can only hope you are prepared to withstand the ensuing public outcry." Li Kongyou paid no heed to the words of extinction. Instead, he approached Zhou Zhiruo with measured steps. Zhou Zhao stood rooted in place, her heart a tumult of emotions, anticipation, joy, anxiety, and unease intertwined, rendering her spirit restless. Just as her thoughts became a chaotic whirl, a pair of warm and strong hands gently grasped hers, accompanied by a tender yet resolute voice. Zhiruo. At that moment, Li Kongyou radiated a gentle elegance, the breeze playfully tousling the strands of hair at his temples, enhancing his graceful demeanor, contrasting starkly with his earlier imposing presence. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's voice, the turmoil and uncertainty within Zhou Zhiruo dissipated in an instant. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with affection as they locked onto Li Kongyou's, and softly replied, "Brother Kongyou, you have finally arrived." The intimacy between the two instantly astonished the crowd at Amei, eliciting both envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Master Miyaju felt as though her heart was being cleaved. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, her mind consumed with confusion and anguish. Why do her cherished disciples always find themselves ensnared by love? Ji Xiaofu was one, and Zhou Zhiruo was no different. Although Li Kongyou is not a member of the demonic sect, her actions are indistinguishable between righteousness and wickedness, indulging in reckless behavior, which renders her no different from the notorious figures like Yang Shao of the demonic cult. She cast a stern gaze at Zhou Zhiruo and commanded, "Zhao, why do you not come forth?" The sudden call startled Zhou Zhiruo and Li Kongyou, who had been lost in their own world, causing them to simultaneously direct their attention towards the master of extinction. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Zhiruo's eyes as she glanced between the master and Li Kongyou, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "Brother Kongyou, I." Li Kongyou smiled softly, gently patting the delicate back of her hand. "Would you be willing to leave Amei for my sake?" Zhou Zhiruo fell silent for a moment, opening her mouth yet finding it difficult to provide an answer, her heart scales wavering uneasily between her sect and her beloved. At that moment, the voice of the formidable mistress Miyaju resonated once more. Imbued with an undeniable authority, "Li Kongyou, keep your distance from my disciple, or we shall be sworn enemies." Upon hearing those words, Zhou Zhiruo's gaze flickered between her master and Li Kongyou, and a glimmer of resoluteness passed through her eyes. "I am indeed willing, yet my master's kindness weighs heavily upon me." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Kongyou gently raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against Zhou Zhiruo's lips, interrupting her words. "In that case, you shall carry forward the legacy of Amei as a way to repay her grace." Zhou Zhiruo was momentarily taken aback, confusion dancing in her eyes as she struggled to grasp the deeper meaning behind Li Kongyou's words. Meanwhile, Mistress Miyaju was shrouded in clouds of doubt. Li Kongyou gradually withdrew his hand, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the spot. Following this, a piercing scream pierced the air as Master Miyaju suddenly lost her balance and collapsed heavily onto the ground. The swiftness of the event was such that even Master Jingxian, who had been supporting her, could not respond in time. "Master!" Jingxian finally regained her senses, exclaiming in shock. Master Miyaju felt as though the power within her had been entirely siphoned away, her eyes filled with disbelief and panic as she trembled, repeating, You have rendered me powerless?" What? Her own master had been stripped of her martial prowess? The disciples of Amei exchanged incredulous glances, staring in disbelief at Li Kongyou and Master Miyaju. Lighting also wore a look of astonishment, his gaze fixed on Li Kongyou, his heart heavy with helplessness. Although Master Miyaju possessed a fierce temperament and a deep-seated aversion to evil, her martial skills were exceptionally high, making her a pivotal force in the impending siege of Bright Summit. It was unimaginable that before even reaching Bright Summit, she would be rendered powerless by another. Li Kongyou gently brushed off the dust from his sleeve, feigning ignorance to the inquiries posed by Miyaju. Had it not been for old Zhang's prior admonition and the influence of Zhou Zhiruo, his actions might have extended far beyond this. "Miyaju, since you hold Zhiruo in such high regard, why not appoint her as the fourth-generation leader of Amei?" Before Li Kongyou's words had fully settled, the disciples of Amei erupted into a cacophony of tumult. Ding Minjun's complexion turned a shade of deep iron, her eyes brimming with a fierce wrath and loathing towards Li Kongyou, as if she yearned to consume him whole. Li Kongyou seemed oblivious and continued, "Amei will forever remain subordinate to Wudang and Shaolin in your hands. However, should you establish Zhiruo as the leader, it shall undoubtedly surpass Shaolin." Upon hearing this, Master Miyaju merely fixed Li Kongyou with a fierce and unyielding glare, remaining silent. "I shall give you a few days to contemplate this matter thoroughly." Li Kongyou spoke as she turned and approached Zhou Zhiruo. Still in a state of shock, Zhou Zhiruo was gently lifted by Li Kongyou and whisked away. "Sixth brother." Inform master brother and second brother that I am going out for a breath of fresh air. I shall meet you at the bright summit." Li Kongyou uttered these words before vanishing from the gaze of the crowd. Enlighting, with a sense of resignation, shook her head and approached Master Miju, bowing respectfully. "Master, given your severe injuries, it would be prudent for you to join us at the front line and reunite with the others." Master Miju furrowed her brow, but eventually nodded in agreement. The spark of her former vigor had faded from her eyes. Now, stripped of her martial prowess, she appeared exceedingly solitary and helpless. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhiruo gradually emerged from her state of shock, nestled in Li Kongyou's embrace. She attempted to speak several times, yet words eluded her, swirling in her throat before ultimately being swallowed back. Time seemed to stand still, and after what felt like an eternity, Li Kongyou withdrew his lightness and movement. Coming to a gentle halt, "Zhiruo, will you blame me for my actions towards your master?" Zhou Zhiruo delicately pressed her lips together, the turmoil within her rendering her speechless. Sensing her hesitation, Li Kongyou softly placed his hands on her shoulders, his gaze filled with sincerity. Years ago, the 5 major sects united to seize the dragon-slaying Saber, leading to the demise of my 5th brother and his wife. How could I not seek vengeance? Furthermore, Brother Chang nearly lost his life at her hands. Had it not been for my desire to spare you from distress, today's events would have unfolded far more grievously than merely stripping her of her martial skills. Li Kongyou's words were, in essence, a blend of truth and falsehood. Regarding Zhang Zhenren, he harbored little emotional attachment. His actions stemmed more from a profound dissatisfaction with the 5 great sects. Perhaps it was a lingering obsession from his previous life, cultivated through novels and television shows. During those times, he often felt a sense of suffocation, and now that he had traversed into this new existence, he could not overlook the 5 great sects. Zhou Zhiruo felt a tinge of resentment towards Li Kongyou for incapacitating her master, yet when confronted with his sincere and heartfelt gaze, she found it impossible to hold any animosity against him. Lowering her head, she finally spoke softly after a moment of contemplation. "Brother Kongyou, thank you." Li Kongyou held her tightly in his embrace. "My silly girl, there is no need for gratitude between us." The two of them sought refuge at the foot of the mountain, intending to spend the night at a local farm. As the sound of knocking echoed, a middle-aged woman clad in simple linen garments emerged from within. Li Kongyou lifted his gaze and beheld a woman clad in coarse hemp garments, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, her figure was graceful, her countenance striking, and her demeanor distinguished, setting her apart from the ordinary peasantry. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him, and his brow furrowed slightly. The woman's aura was evidently extraordinary. As he scrutinized her, her gaze flitted between him and Zhou Zhiruo, eventually settling on Zhou Zhiruo and the heaven-slaying sword in her hand, prompting an exclamation to escape her lips. "The heaven-slaying sword? Are you a disciple of Ame?" Li Kongyou felt a stir in his heart, reflecting that this woman was indeed no ordinary farmer. Upon hearing the other's words, Zhou Zhiruo assumed she was a senior sister from a certain sect residing here, and promptly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. "I am Zhou Zhiruo from the Ame sect. May I inquire to which sect you belong, sister?" The woman in the coarse clothing, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting glimmer of reminiscence in her expression. Following that, a light chuckle escaped her lips as she gently pushed open the courtyard door, beckoning Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo to enter. "My surname is Ji. I belong to no sect, so feel free to call me Sister Ji," she replied. Seeing that the woman was unwilling to divulge more, Zhou Zhiruo refrained from pressing further, nodding in acknowledgement as she and Li Kongyou stepped into the courtyard together. However, at that moment, Li Kongyou suddenly advanced, executing a swift palm strike aimed directly at the woman in coarse attire. Though the strike was not particularly swift, it was difficult for an ordinary person to evade. The woman seemed to sense the impending threat, her figure swaying deftly to avoid Li Kongyou's assault. She looked at him, her eyes filled with wariness. "Who are you? Why did you attack me without provocation?" Li Kongyou donned a simple gray Taoist robe, devoid of any conspicuous sect insignia, rendering it impossible to discern his affiliation. Zhou Zhiruo, having witnessed the agile movements of the woman in the patched garment, could not suppress her astonishment. "Ame's technique? Could it be that you are a disciple of the Ame sect?" The woman in the patched attire gently shook her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she softly refuted, "You are mistaken. I am not a disciple of Ame." At this moment, Li Kongyou had already arrived at an answer. He had deduced the true identity of the woman in the straw mat. She was Ji Xiaofu, a forsaken disciple of Ame. No wonder she could captivate Yang Xiao. Indeed, her charm remained undiminished, Li Kongyou mused. Years ago, when he encountered Chang Yuchen, he had asked him to deliver a message to Yang Xiao. If he sought his wife and daughter, he could venture to Butterfly Valley for a visit. His intentions were twofold: on one hand, to rescue Ji Xiufu, and on the other, to enlist Yang Zhao's aid in rescuing Hu Qingyou from the clutches of Granny Jinhua. After all, the value of this divine physician to the Ming cult was immeasurable. In the original tale, Ji Xiaofu met her demise at the hands of the ruthless master of extinction for refusing to harm Yang Xiao. Yet now, her presence here clearly indicated that Yang Xiao had received Chang Yuchen's message and had timely rescued her. Li Kongyou couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. I wonder how Hu Qingyou is faring? Should I address you as Ji Xiaofu or Madame Yang? Li Kongyou's gaze was laced with scrutiny, and his tone conveyed a hint of displeasure. After all, Ji Xiaofu was the fiancée of his sixth brother. Her infidelity before marriage naturally left him with little fondness for her. A tremor ran through Ji Xiaofu as she pondered how this young Taoist could discern her true identity. Years ago, in Butterfly Valley, faced with the relentless pressure from her master, the merciless Master Mia, she had been unwilling to harm Yang Xiao, which ultimately shattered her master's heart. Just as she had prepared to accept her fate, that man had appeared and rescued her. Subsequently, Yang Xiao brought her and their daughter, Yang Buhue, to Bright Summit. Although she had long been expelled from Amei, her heart remained tethered to it, and she was reluctant to settle at Bright Summit. Thus, she constructed a small dwelling at the foot of the mountain, concealing her identity and living a solitary life. When Zhou Zhiruo heard the name Ji Xiaofu, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her. After a moment of confusion, realization dawned upon her, and she exclaimed in shock, "You are senior Sister Ji? I have heard Master Jing Xian mention you numerous times, always believing you to be long departed from this world." Ji Xiaofu let out a gentle sigh. Seemingly lost in the memories of her past, she turned and slowly walked toward the inner courtyard, her steps heavy with unspoken burdens. Observing this, Zhou Zhiruo promptly followed. Her curiosity about this legendary senior sister piqued, perhaps due to their shared lineage as Amei disciples, Ji Xiaofu, and she found an instant connection. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Ji Xiaofu recounted the events of that bygone era in detail. The unfolding of events aligned closely with Li Kongyou's conjectures. As he had wished, the couple, Hu Qingyou and his wife, had also been rescued by Yang Xiao and taken back to Ziwang Peak. It was only then that Ji Xiaofu inquired about Li Kongyou's identity, aware that her earlier strike had merely been a test, and thus held no ill will toward him. Li Kongyou spoke with a hint of indifference. "It is rather amusing to think that you almost became my sixth sister-in-law. Who do you suppose I am? Brother Yinlu? Are you his junior disciple?" Ji Xiaofu inquired almost instinctively. Li Kongyou nodded slightly, introducing himself as the eighth disciple, Li Kongyou. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaofu quickly grasped Li Kongyou's attitude towards her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with a hint of remorse, saying, "I owe it to sixth brother to apologize in person for my past actions." "Indeed," Li Kongyou replied with a calm demeanor. Sensing the tension, Zhou Zhiruo swiftly intervened to ease the atmosphere. She stepped forward and gently placed her arm around Li Kongyou's shoulder, speaking softly, "Brother Kongyou, matters of the heart are not easily compelled. I am certain that sixth brother would not blame Sister Ji for this." Witnessing their intimate interaction, Ji Xiaofu suddenly comprehended the situation. Li Kongyou, feeling a moment of indignation, held no true resentment. Zhou Zhiruo, relieved by this, turned to Ji Xiaofu and asked, "Sister Ji, do you have any food?" Indeed, Sister Zhou. Please wait a moment while I prepare something for you and Junior Brotherly." After a simple dinner, Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo settled into the room that Ji Xiaofu had thoughtfully arranged for them. As the night enveloped them like ink, the two sat quietly on the edge of the bed, immersed in the serene beauty of the moment. After a brief silence, Li Kongyou gently broke the stillness. "Zhiruo, which martial arts have you been practicing lately?" Earlier in the day, he had expressed his desire for Zhou Zhiruo to enhance the reputation of Amei. Thus he was keen to understand her progress in martial arts. Zhou Zhiruo, with no intention of concealment, candidly replied, "Primarily the swordplay and palm techniques of Amei, along with the Amei 9 Yang skill." Li Kongyou felt a slight shock in her heart. Unexpectedly, Master Mieju had imparted the Amei 9 Yang skill to her. It seemed she was indeed being groomed as the successor to the next generation's leader. Among the martial arts mastered by Li Kongyou, the most formidable is undoubtedly the 9 Yang divine skill. However, This particular technique may not be well suited for women. He has already formulated a plan to impart the 9 manual contained within the heavenly sword to her. Li Kongyou was confident that, with his guidance, Zhou Zhiruo would not err in practicing the 9 manual out of impatience, as portrayed in the original tale. He turned to Zhou Zhiruo and said, Zhiruo, focus on cultivating the Yame 9 Yang skill for now. When the time is ripe, I shall select a new divine technique for you. Once you have mastered it, you will ascend to the ranks of the foremost martial artists in the realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiruo smiled and nodded, then gracefully settled into a cross-legged position on the bed to meditate. Due to her childhood experiences, she harbored an intense yearning to grow stronger. During her practice, she raised questions and expressed her confusions regarding the Yame 9 Yang skill. Although Li Kongyou had never trained in this particular martial art, his profound understanding of the 9 Yang allowed him to provide insightful answers each time. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon the late hour of the night. After concluding her training, Zhou Zhiruo prepared to rest. Her gaze fell upon Li Kongyou, who was lying on the floor, and a wave of compassion surged within her. Brother Kongyou, she softly spoke, you should come to bed as well. I can place the blanket between us. Li Kongyou had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Rather, he was reluctant to impose upon others without their consent. At this moment, upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's words, he was undeniably pleased. Very well, he exclaimed cheerfully as he sprang to his feet and swiftly seated himself on the bed. A faint blush crept across Zhou Zhiruo's cheeks as she carefully folded the blanket into a modest barrier, placing it in the middle before gently lying down. The two had shared a bed in their childhood, and even then, she had resolved in her heart that she would marry none but Li Kongyou. Thus, as they found themselves once more sharing a bed, she experienced little resistance within her heart. Li Kongyou turned his gaze, the candlelight illuminating the side profile of Zhou Zhiruo, rendering her even more enchanting. Her chest gently rose and fell with each breath, betraying a hint of barely perceptible tension. He softly raised his hand and extinguished the candle, relying on the moonlight to faintly discern the outline of his companion. The two lay there in serene silence, the sound of their breathing distinctly audible. Suddenly, an errant hand began to stir. It crossed the barrier between them, finally pausing upon encountering a soft, elevated contour. Ah! Zhou Zhiruo gasped, startled by the unexpected grasp. Yet, she quickly realized the nature of the situation and promptly stifled her voice. Li Kongyou felt a surge of joy within him as he tentatively inquired, Zhiyue? What is it? Zhou Zhiyue, sensing the large hand gently caressing her chest, experienced a wave of tingling sensations, as if her strength had been entirely sapped away. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed to respond, albeit hesitantly, in nothing. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it also conveyed a subtle acquiescence. Upon receiving Zhou Zhiyue's silent consent, Li Kongyou's left hand sprang to life. He slowly unfastened her outer garment, exploring her form step by step. His fingers glided lightly over her waist, where he could feel the exquisite texture and warmth of her skin. Zhou Zhiyue's heart raced, akin to the shock of electricity. She could sense Li Kongyou's breath drawing ever closer. His hand gradually encircled her waist, gently pulling her nearer. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to his will, her body becoming remarkably sensitive under his touch. Each tender caress ignited a flame deep within her soul. At that moment, a myriad of complex emotions filled her heart: nervousness, anticipation, shyness, and a hint of indescribable sweetness. As the distance between them diminished, their lips finally met in a gentle touch, akin to morning dew brushing against flower petals, soft and refreshing. Though Li Kongyou had experienced several relationships in his past life, he found himself overwhelmed by a profound emotion in the presence of Zhou Zhiruo. Her heartbeat resonated like a rapid drumbeat, each throb revealing her nervousness and anticipation. Bathed in the moonlight, her cheeks were graced with a delicate blush, reminiscent of the gentlest twilight glow in the night sky. His kiss, his caress, each touch made Zhou Zhiruo feel as though she were cherished beyond measure, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Her fingers instinctively clenched the sheets, and under Li Kongyou's gentle guidance, her body gradually relaxed, responding to his kiss as her lips parted ever so slightly to welcome his exploration. Enveloped in Li Kongyou's embrace, Zhou Zhiruo experienced an unparalleled sense of security, understanding that she could relinquish all her defenses in this sanctuary. With his tenderness and patience, her emotions flowed like a spring awakened from slumber, gushing forth freely. She began to reciprocate his affection, her hands tenderly tracing the contours of his back, absorbing his warmth and strength. On this tranquil night, their souls and bodies harmonized perfectly. "Brother Kongyou, take me." Zhou Zhiruo's voice, though laced with a tremor, conveyed an unprecedented resolve. She summoned every ounce of her strength to transform the yearning deep within her into those words. Li Kongyou responded softly, a gentle affirmation of his feelings for Zhou Zhiruo, as well as a pledge for the future. As he moved, their garments gradually slipped away, their skin pressed closely together, sharing the warmth of each other's bodies and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Li Kongyou's hand gently glided over Zhou Zhiruo's body, akin to a guiding presence, leading her to explore an entirely new realm. Zhou Zhiruo closed her eyes, allowing herself to be wholly enveloped by this unprecedented sensation. Her breath and heartbeat synchronized with Li Kongyou's, as if their souls merged in that moment, becoming inseparable. Following a sharp gasp, Zhou Zhiruo's body quivered softly in Li Kongyou's embrace, a sincere response to this profound love. In that moment, they were as one, harmoniously entwined like a magnificent symphony, slowly unfolding in the tranquility of the night. Li Kongyou's movements became increasingly slow and rhythmic as he attentively tended to Zhou Zhiruo's feelings, ensuring she felt comfortable and profoundly cherished throughout the experience. Time appeared to stand still in that moment, the room suffused with a sense of wonder. After what felt like an eternity, their world gradually settled into tranquility. Given that Zhou Zhiruo was inexperienced, Li Kongyou refrained from pressing for further intimacy. After sharing some whispered words, Zhou Zhiruo felt an unprecedented sense of safety and fulfillment, ultimately drifting into a deep slumber in Li Kongyou's embrace. In her dreams, she found herself in a mysterious and ethereal realm. Not far away, a grand platform stood majestically, encircled by 12 columns that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. As she curiously surveyed this enigmatic place, she noticed a figure seated cross-legged upon the platform. Upon recognizing the figure, a warm smile blossomed on her face, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Kongyou, where is this place?" Li Kongyou, who had been meditating as usual, felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's call. This was his system space, a secret domain solely belonging to him. How could Zhou Zhiruo possibly be here? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be related to their recent intimacy? Was it possible for the system to share such an experience? And under such peculiar circumstances? Without hesitation, he rose swiftly, leaping down from the platform to stand before Zhou Zhiruo. Having just shared an intimate moment, their bond had grown even closer. The moment Zhou Zhiruo laid eyes on Li Kongyou, she felt as though she had found her sanctuary and unreservedly nestled into his embrace. Li Kongyou gently caressed her flowing hair and softly reassured, "No, do not fear. This is a unique space. If I am not mistaken, your comprehension will amplify several-fold during your cultivation here." A glimmer of curiosity and anticipation flashed in Zhou Zhiruo's eyes. "Is that true?" she inquired. "You shall find out." Li Kongyou encouraged her. Thus, Zhou Zhiruo settled into a cross-legged position, adjusted her breath, and commenced the practice of the Amane 9-Yang technique. Gradually, her spirit sank into an unprecedented tranquility, and the air around her seemed to gently sway in rhythm with her breath. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of joy welled within her. Indeed, her understanding had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Concepts that once eluded her now appeared vividly clear and comprehensible. Following this, she practiced the Ma Palm technique in swordplay, discovering that the mastery of all martial arts flowed seamlessly, as if water found its course. "Kongyou, this is truly astonishing. I feel that just a brief moment of cultivation here is equivalent to months, even years of arduous training," Zhou Zhiruo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise and incredulity. Hearing her words, Li Kongyou felt his suspicions confirmed. Over the years, he had entertained numerous theories regarding the Great Dream Enlightenment System. He could only unlock 2 of the jade vials atop the high platform. The rest would remain beyond his reach until his martial prowess advanced significantly. Yet, in the realm of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, even attaining the pinnacle of cultivation, how much greater could his increase in strength be? A torrent of bold conjecture surged within him. Did other worlds exist beyond the confines of this narrative? The possibilities of high martial arts, fantasy realms, and even immortality danced in his mind. If such were the case, he might achieve longevity through the system. However, Zhou Zhiruo, constrained by her innate talent, would ultimately succumb to the passage of time and perish. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within him. If that were the case, what joy could there be in an interminable life? Yet now, with the system capable of sharing, his anxieties dissipated like mist. He gazed at Zhou Zhiruo, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Zhiruo, I wish to share a secret with you. A hint of confusion crossed Zhou Zhiruo's face, but her voice was imbued with trust. Kongyou, please, go ahead. Li Kongyou spoke in a low voice. In truth, every time I drift into slumber, I find myself in this enigmatic realm. Yet, prior to this moment, I have never encountered another soul here. I believe that only those who resonate with my spirit, those who share a profound connection, can manifest in this place. Ah? A look of astonishment crossed Zhou Zhiruo's face, yet she held unwavering faith in Li Kongyou's words. After a moment of contemplation, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. She inquired, so, from now on, to return here, I must be with you? Li Kongyou could not help but chuckle, playfully teasing, ha. Which one? Observing the difficulty Zhou Zhiruo had in articulating her thoughts, he couldn't resist further mocking her. It's just. Zhou Zhiruo's face flushed with embarrassment. And before she could finish her sentence, she turned away, feigning anger. Humph, you are truly wicked. I shall ignore you. As Li Kongyou observed, he gently approached her from behind, tenderly wrapping his arms around her shoulders. No more jesting. Let us hasten our practice. The first rays of the morning sun streamed through the curtains, softly illuminating the room and awakening Zhou Zhiruo from her dreams. After a night of diligent cultivation, she could distinctly sense her advancements in martial arts. However, what surprised her even more was the absence of any fatigue. Instead, she felt invigorated. At that moment, still nestled in Li Kongyou's embrace, she turned her gaze toward his serene profile, a warmth blossoming within her heart. Instinctively, Zhou Zhiruo reached out her hand, longing to caress his cheek, only to discover a prominent bulge beneath the blankets. Curiosity piqued, she gently lifted the covers, and upon realizing what it was, a wave of shyness washed over her. Just then, Li Kongyou stirred from his slumber. Noticing the flush on Zhou Zhiruo's face, he teasingly inquired, "Why is your face so flushed?" Zhou Zhiruo's heart raced, and she hurriedly replied, "And no, it's nothing." Li Kongyou, unfazed, let out a soft chuckle as he turned and gently embraced Zhou Zhiruo beneath him, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Zhiruo, it is still early. Why not we?" Zhou Zhiruo, recalling the events of the previous night, stole a glance out the window, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She whispered softly, "No? What if senior sister Ji hears us? That would be quite embarrassing." Li Kongyou was too preoccupied to consider anything else. Before Zhou Zhiruo could finish her words, he leaned in and kissed her directly. Although Zhou Zhiruo protested verbally, her body responded with undeniable honesty. As the wooden bed swayed gently, the room was once again filled with a symphony of soft moans. Half an hour later, both were drenched in sweat. After a brief moment, they reluctantly rose to dress. At that time, Ji Xiaofu had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo walking hand in hand, she quickly greeted them, "Junior sister Zhou, junior brother Li. Did you sleep well last night?" Zhou Zhiruo stole a glance at Li Kongyou before softly replying, "I slept very well." Li Kongyou nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it had been a long while since he had enjoyed such restful sleep. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaofu offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. This small dwelling typically housed only her, comprising merely 2 rooms. Although a kitchen separated them, the commotion caused by Li Kongyou the previous night had been quite considerable. And the ensuing morning was even more tumultuous. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she was well aware of the underlying implications. With a gentle smile, she ladled 2 bowls of congee and placed them before them, saying, "Please, do give it a try. I find it difficult to adapt to the cuisine of the Western regions. I still prefer a bowl of congee." "Thank you, senior sister Ji." Zhou Zhiruo replied as she accepted the bowl. Just as they were savoring the congee, Ji Xiaofu's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the heaven-slaying sword that rested beside Zhou Zhiruo. "Junior sister Zhou, I neglected to inquire last night. How did the heaven-slaying sword come to be in your possession? What of Master Mieju?" The term master, however, remained unuttered by Ji Xiaofu. Zhou Zhiruo set down her bowl, opening her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou hurriedly interjected, "The heaven-reaching sword is something I seized from the hands of Mieju, and I have rendered her martial prowess ineffective." "What?" Ji Xiaofu exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unable to believe Li Kongyou's words. How could Mieju, the master of unparalleled martial arts, possibly be subdued? Li Kongyou let out a soft chuckle, and with a flick of his right finger, a resounding boom echoed as a stone pillar in the courtyard erupted violently. Dust surged forth, and fragments of stone scattered in all directions. Ji Xiaofu stood with her mouth agape, her face a canvas of terror as she beheld this spectacle. Such martial prowess was beyond comprehension, He had shattered a stone pillar several yards away with a mere gesture, an act that was utterly astonishing. Li Kongyou spoke softly. Sister Ji, do you believe that extinction can withstand this? Ji Xiaofu was lost in thought for a considerable time before she sighed, astonished at Li Shidi's remarkable martial prowess, which was indeed a rarity in the world. However, given that Master Extinction is the mentor of Sister Zhou, why must you resort to such severity? Her tone unconsciously rose as she spoke. Zhou Zhiruo, noticing this, quickly interjected, Brother Kongyou has his reasons. Had it not been for my sake, Master would not enough. Li Kongyou interrupted, rising to face Ji Xiaofu. I have saved your life. Consider these 2 meals as repayment. With that, he took Zhou Zhiruo's hand and prepared to depart. Upon hearing his words, Ji Xiaofu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Yet, she soon recalled that years ago, Yang Xiao had informed her that someone had sent word, leading him to Butterfly Valley. Could it be? Was that messenger none other than Li Kongyou? But how young was he back then? With this thought, she hastily called out to him, Li Shidi, I spoke in haste just now. Please do not take offense. Upon hearing the words, Li Kongyou did not pause, pulling Zhou Zhiruo along as they continued toward the courtyard's exit. Ji Xiaofu attempted to pursue them. Yet she found herself unable to keep pace. Soon, the 2 figures vanished from sight. Brother Kongyou, where are we headed now? Are we meeting with the 6 great sects? A hint of worry laced Zhou Zhiruo's voice, her heart heavy with concern for the safety of the Amazed sect. Li Kongyou contemplated for a moment and said calmly, Let us proceed directly to the Bright Summit, without meeting the 6 major sects. He was reluctant to intervene prematurely in the conflict between the 2 sides. The Ming sect was currently akin to a scattered assembly of sand. Without experiencing a life-and-death struggle, it would be difficult to achieve any significant outcome. Furthermore, the secret manual of the great shift of the universe hidden within the secret passages of the Bright Summit was something he was determined to obtain. Thus, heading straight to the Bright Summit was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's decision, Zhou Zhiruo felt a pang of hesitation. She voiced her concerns, saying, Oh, but I am worried about my master and senior sister's safety. Noticing the worry etched across Zhou Zhiruo's face, Li Kongyou realized he might have been somewhat selfish, after all. Amei had imparted teachings to her. He gently embraced Zhou Zhiruo and spoke softly. All right, we shall go and meet with the 6 major sects. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiruo's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile. At that moment, within the main hall of the Bright Summit, the leaders of the Ming sect were embroiled in heated disputes. Since the mysterious disappearance of the former leader Yang Dingtian, the Ming sect had become leaderless, transforming into a disarrayed assembly, ultimately fracturing into factions. Bai Meiying Wang in Tianzheng had even left the Ming sect to establish his own sect, the Tianying sect. Moreover, the 5 scatterers had always harbored dissatisfaction towards Yang Xiao, the acting leader, particularly from the outspoken Zhou Dian. Yang Xiao, proud by nature and already in a position above the 5 scatterers, could hardly tolerate Zhou Dian's verbal insults, intensifying the already charged atmosphere of the hall. Those who have come to the Bright Summit, are you here to assist me, Yang Xiao, in facing the enemy, or to create difficulties for me? Yang Xiao declared, flicking his sleeves and addressing the 5 scatterers with a stern voice. Zhou Jian, upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, could not help but burst into laughter. His laughter tinged with sarcasm. Yang Xiao, do not presume that, in the absence of a leader, you shall be revered as the left envoy of the Bright Sect. Humph. We 5 scatterers shall not heed your commands. What will you do about it? Just as Yang Xiao prepared to retort, a resounding laughter suddenly erupted from outside the hall, interrupting the tense atmosphere. After all these years, you, Zhou Dian, still have that sharp tongue. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. And as they beheld the figure stepping into the hall, astonishment washed over their faces. Eagle King? The newcomer, with long brows whiter than snow and a nose like an eagle's beak, was none other than Bai Meiying Wang in Tianjin. I never expected to set foot on the Bright Summit again in this lifetime. Seeing this, Yang Xiao immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Eagle King, your noble intentions are admirable. The 5 scatterers exchanged glances before also bowing to In Tianzheng. In their view, In Tianzheng had long distanced himself from the Ming sect and established his own path, thus could have chosen to remain uninvolved in this conflict. However, his sudden appearance today undeniably commanded their respect. A subtle smile graced the corners of In Tianzheng's lips as his gaze fell upon Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, I am not here to assist you, but rather to protect the teachings. Yang Xiao did not rebut this statement. between him and Yin Tianzhong. There had been some discord in their earlier years due to Ji Xiaofu. However, at this moment, Yin Tianzhong's appearance was an unexpected delight for him. Observing this, Zhou Jian hastily interjected, "Eagle King, since you are here, why not take the lead? If you assume the role of the sect leader, I, Zhou Jian, will be the first to pledge my loyalty." Yin Tianzhong disregarded Zhou Dian's words, finding a place to sit before inquiring, "Where's the Bat King? Why is he absent?" Yang Xiao turned his gaze slightly, casting a glance at Zhou Dian, before proceeding directly to the main seat and sitting down with composure. "The Bat King has gone to the front line to scout the enemy. By now, he should be returning." After hearing this, Yin Tianzhong pondered for a moment before standing up. Although he had come to the Bright Summit, he was no longer the guardian law king of the Ming sect, thus entirely ignoring Zhou Dian's suggestion. He was well aware of Yang Xiao and the five scatterers' temperaments. Though they feigned mutual defiance, they could still discern the greater picture in critical moments. Having met with everyone, Yin Tianzhong had no intention of lingering further. He said with a calm demeanor, "You may continue your quarrel. I will check the troop deployments." Without waiting for the others to respond, he strode towards the front hall. After Yin Tianzhong departed, Zhou Jian could not restrain his tongue again. "Yang Xiao, now that the Eagle King has returned to the sect, it seems you must relinquish your title of acting sect leader." Although the position of the left envoy of brightness was superior to that of the guardian law king, the five scatterers evidently held Yin Tianzhong in higher regard. In truth, the five scatterers' lack of respect for Yang Xiao was not due to doubts about his abilities or martial prowess. The primary reason lay in Yang Zhao's arrogance and his lack of camaraderie. Had he been willing to set aside his pride and demonstrate his mastery of the Qinkuan Great Shift, perhaps he would have been revered as the sect leader long ago, and the Ming sect would not be fracturing over the leadership dispute. In the front hall of the Bright Summit, Yin Tianzhong stood upon the high platform, gazing down at the five-element flag envoys, and inquired loudly, "Five-element envoys, have all the members of the six major sects arrived at the foot of the Bright Summit?" The envoy knelt respectfully and replied, reporting to the Eagle King, "All six major sects have assembled." "Humph, do these self-righteous orthodox sects truly think they can deceive my Ming sect?" A hint of cold amusement flickered across Yin Tianzhong's face. "Deploy the five-element grand formation. I intend for half of them to perish before they even reach the mountainside." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Just as the five-element envoy was about to depart, a sharp and wild laughter suddenly echoed from outside the hall. "Ha ha ha, I have returned." With the laughter fading, a green figure swept through the hall like a specter, landing gracefully before Yin Tianzhong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, everyone in the hall knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Bat King." The blue-winged Bat King, Wei Xiao, casually waved his somewhat tattered sleeve, signaling everyone to rise. He turned his gaze towards Yin Tianzhong, his tone laced with surprise. "Old Ghost by Mei, you have also arrived?" Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzhong let out a hearty laugh and responded, "Even this blood-sucking bat possesses a sense of duty. How could I, Yin, fall short?" Wei Xiao's spirits lifted immediately, exclaiming, "With you here, I fear not the six major sects." Yin Tianzhong swiftly shifted to the matter at hand, inquiring eagerly, "I heard from Yang Xiao that you ventured to investigate the situation among the six major sections. What was the outcome? With my involvement, it was naturally a piece of cake," Wei Xiao boasted, pride evident on his face. "I have thoroughly gathered intelligence on the six major sects alliances and even borrowed a female disciple from the Amei sect." Yin Tianzhong, aware of the formidable skills of the nun Miezhu and her possession of the heavenly sword, felt a twinge of concern. "Are you unscathed?" he asked. Wei Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." However, upon seeing me take her disciple, Miezhu surprisingly did not pursue. She seemed to have sustained severe injuries. A hint of confusion lingered in his words. Were it not for her apprehension of the heavenly sword, no one from the six major sects could have hindered his escape with his lightness of step. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzhong furrowed his brow. Given Miezhu's notoriously volatile temperament, it was inconceivable that she would allow the old bat to abduct her disciple. Had she truly been gravely injured? At that moment, Chang Yechen was also present in the hall. He promptly recounted how Li Kongyou had rescued them from Miezhu's clutches. However, he was unaware that Miezhu's martial prowess had already been rendered ineffective and assumed she had merely been wounded. "Oh, if what you say is true, then Li Kongyou must be a great benefactor to our Ming cult," Yin Tianzhong remarked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao could not help but chuckle. "Indeed, well done. This Wudang disciple is quite amusing." Over the years, That old nun has ruthlessly slain countless from our sect, truly deserving of her fate." No sooner had he finished speaking than a trickle of fresh blood involuntarily escaped from the corner of his mouth. Noticing this, Yin Tianjing hurriedly asked, "Have you been injured?" Wei Yixia casually lifted his hand to wipe away the blood, his tone dismissive. "It's nothing serious. I did not expect Wudang's Enlighting to possess such formidable skills." The mention of Wudang brought to Yin Tianjing's mind a young Taoist he had encountered on Wudang Mountain years ago, and he wondered how much that child had grown since then. Seeing that Wei Yixia was still putting on a brave front, he shook his head helplessly and sat down. "Allow me to tend to your wounds." Faced with a formidable threat, Wei Yixia did not put on airs and immediately settled down in a cross-legged position. Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo hurried onward, soon witnessing the fierce clash between the 6 major sects and the 5 elements banner of the Ming sect at the foot of the mountain. Over 100 monks from the Shaolin Temple wielded their staffs, leading the charge, closely followed by the Kontong sect. The Kunlun and Huashan sects launched their offensive from the left flank, while the Amei and Wudang sects executed a surprise attack from the right. The formidable Master Miju was also present on the battlefield, accompanied closely by Jingxian and Enlighting, who stood vigil around her. Seeing this, Zhou Zhiruo felt an intense anxiety burning within her. She unfurled her lightness skill and, with the heaven-dependent sword in hand, raced towards Master Miju. The disciples of the Amei sect quickly recognized her figure, Sister Zhou. With a few graceful leaps, she landed steadily before Master Miju and respectfully bowed. "Master, Zhou has arrived late." Master Miju's gaze was sharp and penetrating, and upon seeing Zhou Zhiruo, a flicker of doubt surged within her. How could her martial prowess have undergone such a remarkable transformation in just a day? Could it be related to that young man? Her attention then shifted to the heaven-dependent sword in Zhou Zhiruo's grasp, and a barely perceptible glint flashed in her eyes. She turned to Zhou Zhiruo with a scornful tone. How could I, a useless master, be worthy of teaching you? You should seek out Li Kongyou instead." "Master." Zhou Zhiruo's heart felt as though it had been turned upside down upon hearing these words. She had anticipated such a scenario but chose to remain steadfastly by her master's side. Master Miju surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of Li Kongyou, and coldly inquired, "Where is Li Kongyou? Does he dare not come to see me?" "Indeed, Miss Zhou, where is Brother 8? Enlighting pressed anxiously. Zhou Zhiruo hastily responded, "Master, Brother Kongyou is preoccupied with other pressing matters and could not accompany Zhiruo." Master Miju scoffed, turning her head away without glancing at Zhou Zhiruo again. Observing this, Zhou Zhiruo refrained from further words and continued to stand quietly in front of her, guarding her. Enlighting, noticing the situation, couldn't help but furrow his brow, internally lamenting, "Brother 8 is indeed being reckless." Meanwhile, Li Kongyou soared through the air towards the bright summit, fully aware of the necessity to master the Qian Kuan de Nua as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, even if he saved the members of the Ming sect, he would merely be regarded as a benefactor. Concurrently, within the back hall of the Ming sect's headquarters, a fierce battle raged on, with the 5 scatterers joining forces against Yang Xiao. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Zhou Jianzai couldn't help but jeer, "Yang Xiao, though I, Zhou Jianzai, cannot defeat you. I refuse to submit." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately unleashed his finger-flicking technique, sending Zhou Jianzai staggering back. With a cold snort, he declared, "Even if it leads to mutual destruction today, I shall make it known to you 5 scatterers who holds the reins of the Ming sect." Immediately thereafter, Yang Xiao engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 scattered men, culminating in a clash of palm energies. Yet, regardless of their relentless assaults, Yang Xiao maintained an air of composure. Lung Qian could not help but ponder. Although Yang Xiao possessed exceptional martial prowess, it was unlikely he could triumph over them, especially with the presence of the 4 others. It seemed impossible for him to withstand such an onslaught. Why then, in this moment of 1 against 5, did he appear to hold the upper hand? There must be some hidden truth, just as he was lost in thought. The voice of Ping Yu suddenly pierced through his reverie. It is the great shift of the universe. Upon hearing the phrase great shift of the universe, Lung Qian was instantly enlightened. The great shift of the universe was the supreme skill of the Ming sect, and since the passing of the previous leader, Yang Dingtian, no one within the sect had been able to master it. Thus, Lung Qian had not considered this possibility until now. Realizing this, he hastily spoke, "Young left envoy, congratulations. Since you have mastered our sect's unparalleled technique, the great shift of the universe, it is only fitting that we, the 5 scattered men, acknowledge you as our leader." At this moment, Zhou Diao, hearing Ling Qian's words, softened his demeanor and admitted, "Young left envoy, I yield." The others, including Ping He, nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Observing this turn of events, Yang Xiao was disinclined to prolong the matter further. He chuckled heartily and declared, "Excellent." Just as Yang Xiao was about to withdraw from the great shift of the universe, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as a sharp force struck the divine point on his back. Startled, he instinctively lunged forward 2 steps. Upon turning around, he was met by the sight of a gray-robed monk. The 5 scattered men, having already expended much of their internal energy in battle with Yang Xiao, were now gravely injured and unable to rise. Noticing their plight, Yang Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, stepped forward, raising his right palm high, ready to strike. However, he suddenly felt a violent tremor coursing through his body, and the energy in his palm dissipated in an instant. In a state of desperation, he found himself under attack from the monk, who deftly struck his elbow's Xiaohai point with a precise flick of his left finger. Instantly, Yang Xiao felt a chilling numbness envelop his entire being, rendering him immobile. The gray-robed man, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Indeed, the left envoy of light lives up to his reputation. Even after enduring 2 of my illusory fingers, he remained steadfast, suppressing the chilling energy coursing through him." Yang Xiao retorted coldly, "Humph, since when did the Shaolin sect possess such venomous techniques? Who are you?" The gray-robed man chuckled heartily and replied, "I am Yuanjin, and my master's name is Kong above and Jian below. This time, with the 6 major sects encircling the demon sect, your demise at the hands of Shaolin disciples can be considered just retribution." Yang Xiao, incensed by this statement, declared, "The 6 major sects have always confronted the Ming sect with honor and integrity, wielding true blades and weapons. It is surprising that a person of such despicable character as you serves under the renowned monk Kong Jian." At this point, Yang Xiao was utterly exhausted, his knees buckling as he sank to the ground. Observing his downfall, Yuan Zhen erupted in laughter, exclaiming with delight, "To strike unexpectedly and attack when one is unprepared is a fundamental principle of warfare. Today, I, Yuan Zhen, have single-handedly defeated the 7 foremost masters of the Ming sect. Do you still refuse to accept your defeat?" Yuan Zhen, believing himself to be cunning, feared that prolonged night would bring more dreams. In an instant, he flickered like a specter, launching a palm strike towards Yang Xiao, intent on annihilating both Yang Xiao and the 5 scattered people in one fell swoop. However, just as his palm wind approached, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura creeping up from behind. The assailant moved like lightning, swift as the tempest. Before Yuan Zhen could retaliate, he emitted a muffled groan. Having already been struck from behind, a wave of cold washed over him as his internal energy and blood nearly congealed, causing him to be greatly alarmed. This sinister chill was on par with his own illusory finger. Hastily, he began to circulate his energy and adjust his breathing, simultaneously spinning around, only to find the assailant clad in a blue robe with a sinister visage, instantly recognizing him as the Qingyi Bat King, Wei Xiao, one of the 4 protectors of the Ming cult. Upon seeing this, the 5 scattered people displayed expressions of delight, exclaiming in astonishment, "Bat King, what is the meaning of this?" Wei Xiao inquired, filled with suspicion. The bag monk had a deep bond with him, having ventured thrice into the Wudang Mountains to seek the fire toad to cure the cold poison, though all efforts proved futile. Wei Xiao, with a swift motion, focused on Yuan Zhen, then hastened to assist the bag monk. The bag monk shook his head repeatedly, though his heart was filled with rage. Recognizing the bald monk as Yuan Zhen, who had infiltrated their sacred path and launched a surprise attack against them. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao's fury surged within him. At this moment, Yang Xiao glanced around but found no trace of Tianzhang, a flicker of unease passing through his heart. He was acutely aware that Wei Xiao had successfully ambushed them due to his extraordinary agility. However, in a direct confrontation, he knew that Yuan Zhen would not be his match. Thus he promptly inquired, "Where is the Eagle King?" Wei Xiao, with an awkward smile, replied in a low voice, "The 6 major sects have already besieged the bright summit. After treating my injuries, Bai Mei Laoguei hastened to the front lines to command the 5 element flags." "What?" The group was taken aback, and Zhou Jian, filled with remorse, lamented, "Yang Xiao, Zhou Jian, truly deserve to be blamed." Moments later, Yuan Zhen subdued the chilling force of Wei Xiao's icy palm, glancing at him with admiration and remarking, "I have long heard of the Qingyi Bat King's exceptional lightness of foot. Witnessing it today truly broadens this monk's horizons." Wei Xiao shoved the bag monk aside, directing his gaze at Yuan Zhen, thinking, You bald monk, regardless of how you discovered the secrets of our sacred path, today you shall find no return." A cold smile crept upon Yuan Zhen's lips as he scoffed. "Wei Xiao, if you were to ally with Yin Bai Mei, I might need to exercise some caution. However, now, relying solely on your strength, you are but a mayfly attempting to shake a tree." Before he could finish his words, he unleashed the shadowy finger, launching an attack towards Wei Xiao. Although Wei Xiao had struck a blow in their previous skirmish, he dared not let his guard down this time. He hastily executed the ice-melting palm, his palms dancing gracefully as he advanced to meet the attack. When their hands met, an instantaneous chill surged forth, piercing to the bone. The power of Wei Xiao's ice-melting palm resembled the descent of frost and snow, while the Roundjin's shadow-in finger was malevolent and icy, impossible to counter with mere pure yang energy. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds. Yang Xiao, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. He knew well that while Wei Xiu possessed exceptional lightness skills, he was no match for Roundjin in terms of internal energy. He exerted all his strength to activate the great shift of the universe, attempting to suppress Roundjin's shadowy finger. As expected, after more than 20 exchanges, Wei Xiu began to falter. In a moment of carelessness, Roundjin's small grappling technique broke through the ice-melting palm, and immediately followed with a thunderclap fist that struck Wei Xiao in the abdomen, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Yet, at that very moment, Yang Xiao seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful palm strike to Roundjin's back. After the strike, Yang Xiao collapsed to the ground, devoid of any strength to continue fighting. Roundjin, feeling his internal energy boiling, coughed up a mouthful of blood as the previously suppressed cold energy of the ice-melting palm surged back through his body. He hurriedly sat down to meditate, regulating his breathing and healing his injuries. Seeing this, Yang Xiao, Wei Xiao, and the 5 scatterers all sat down to recuperate. They understood that if Roundjin were to recover his strength first, the Mingjiao, which had been passed down for 33 generations, would likely meet its end today. Just as Roundjin and the others were fully focused on their recovery, Li Kongyou had stealthily ascended to the bright summit. At this moment, the members of the Mingjiao were preoccupied with the siege of the 6 major sects, which undoubtedly provided Li Kongyou with an opportunity. After the passage of a fragrant incense's time, Roundjin fully regained his power. He slowly rose, his gaze icy as it fell upon the gathered crowd. Yang Xiao and the others were taken aback, their faces pale with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this individual could possess such profound abilities. Recovering so swiftly after being struck by Wei Xiao's ice-melting palm and Yang Xiao's desperate blow, he stood with a weighty presence, stepping forward with his left foot, his body unwavering. Yang Xiao could not help but shake his head in dismay, exclaiming, "How did you manage to infiltrate the bright summit? Where did you learn of this secret path? If you could reveal it to me, I would die with my eyes closed." Roundjin's lips curled into a chilling smile, for they had all fallen victim to his shadowing finger. Given their current breathing and energy circulation, it was absolutely impossible for them to recover within the span of 2 hours. Perhaps fueled by years of pent-up grievances, Roundjin laughed heartily. "You, from the Demon Sect, consider the bright summit's 7 peaks and 13 cliffs to be an insurmountable fortress. In my view, it is merely a flat road, not worthy of fear." Subsequently, Yuan Zhen elucidated his relationship with the couple Yang Dingtian, as well as the intricate history of how he had incited the conflicts between the 6 major sects in the Ming cult over the years, articulating it all with remarkable clarity. As the crowd practiced their healing techniques, they listened intently to Yuan Zhen's narrative, their expression shifting to one of astonishment. Zhou Zhiruo would occasionally erupt in furious exclamations, unleashing a torrent of invectives to vent his indignation. The Shaolin monk vows to extinguish the Ming cult. The 7 demons of Guangming Peak have met their end in the heavens. Ha ha, my wishes are fulfilled, and I harbor no regrets in death. Upon uttering this, Cheng Kuan took a step forward, extending his palm slowly towards Yang Zhao's head. Just at that moment, a stone, propelled from an unknown direction, hurtled through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, racing towards the back of Yuan Zhen's head like a bolt of lightning. Cheng Kuan, sensing a hint of danger, hurriedly turned to evade it. However, the stone was as swift as the wind, and he could not escape in time. In an instant, the stone pierced through his left ear, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Finger-flicking divine skill? Yang Xiao immediately recognized the technique, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Cheng Kuan hastily covered his left ear, enduring the excruciating pain while scanning his surroundings, loudly demanding, "Who is it?" As he posed the question, his gaze fixated on the nearby exit, quietly plotting his escape. No sooner had he spoken than a young Taoist, clad in a gray robe, with a jade flute at his waist and a flask of wine in hand, appeared before the crowd like a specter. He glanced at Yuan Zhen with a faint smile, remarking that his arrival was indeed timely. This individual was none other than the fortuitously arrived Li Kongyou. Chen Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. The youthfulness of this Taoist was astonishing, and it was hard to believe that such a fierce strike had originated from him. He immediately inquired, "Are you a member of the demon cult?" Li Kongyou's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile as he stepped forward decisively and proclaimed, "Chen Kuan, prepare to meet your end. Why inquire so much?" Chen Kuan, taken aback by the other's resolute demeanor, hastily employed the illusory shadow finger in a desperate attempt to counterattack. A trace of disdain flickered in Li Kongyou's eyes as the Nine Suns' divine skill surged rapidly within him, culminating in a powerful punch. This strike, fierce and searing, clashed with Chen Kuan's shadowy finger, which embodied a subtle and feminine force, creating a perfect balance of yin and yang. However, Li Kongyou's internal strength far surpassed that of Chen Kuan. With this blow, Chen Kuan was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth, and he sustained grave injuries. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Xiao and the others were filled with astonishment. At this juncture, Chen Kuan's power had dwindled considerably, and he realized that the situation was exceedingly dire for him. Preserving his life was of utmost priority. Thus, he made a swift decision, utilizing the distance gained from his earlier flight to turn and flee the rear hall. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Kongyou exhibited no hesitation and swiftly pursued the figure out of the hall. He observed as Chen Kuan's silhouette flickered and then vanished through a side door. Chen Kuan, familiar with the layout behind the hall, traversed several corridors before disappearing without a trace. Li Kongyou pursued until he reached the threshold of a woman's chamber, where the trace of Chen Kuan had completely vanished. As he stepped into the room, he was met with the furious rebuke of a woman. "You wretched girl. Were you the one who cast me to the ground? Today, I shall surely slay you, traitor." This was swiftly followed by the sounds of a sword being drawn and desperate pleas for mercy. "It was not me. It was not me." Li Kongyou understood well that it was young Buhui and Xiao Zhao. Without hesitation, he leapt forward, gently flicking his fingers against the blade of his sword. Young Buhui, unable to maintain her grip, heard a metallic clang as her sword fell to the ground. With her right hand abandoning the weapon, she aimed her index and middle fingers directly at Li Kongyou's eyes, executing the move known as Twin Dragon Snatch the Pearl. Li Kongyou raised his hand to block, striking her acupoint, rendering her immobile. "Miss," Xiao Zhao exclaimed upon witnessing Li Kongyou injure young Buhui, and immediately launched an attack towards him with a swift strike. Li Kongyou took a slight step back, effortlessly evading Xiao Zhao's unremarkable strike. A playful smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Your young lady just moments ago wished to take your life, and yet you still entertain thoughts of avenging her?" A flicker of trepidation arose within Xiao Zhao, and with a voice that quivered slightly, she replied, "The young lady was merely momentarily vexed. She would never truly harm me." Li Kongyou shook his head in resignation, fully aware that had he not intervened in time, Xiao Zhao would indeed have met her demise at the hands of young Buhui. Nevertheless, he dismissed the matter from his mind and turned his attention to young Buhui. "Your father has sustained an injury and is currently in the inner hall. You should hasten to see him," he urged. With that, Li Kongyou flicked his finger, releasing young Buhui's acupoint. As soon as she was free, young Buhui exclaimed in shock, "What? My father is injured?" Li Kongyou nodded slightly. After casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Zhao, young Buhui abruptly dashed out of the room. Once young Buhui had departed, Li Kongyou straightforwardly inquired, "Did a monk enter just now?" Xiao Zhao promptly nodded in affirmation. Li Kongyou continued, "There is a secret passage in this room, is there not? Lead me to it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao's expression changed dramatically. "How do you know this?" Li Kongyou, with his astute observation, elucidated Xiao Zhao's confusion. Indeed, Xiao Zhao nodded once more. The secret passage within this chamber was a serendipitous discovery of hers, unbeknownst even to Yang Xiao and young Buhui. "Just lead the way." "Very well." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhao acquiesced to Li Kongyou, remarking that since he had rescued her, she would guide him. With that, she swiftly approached the bed, drew aside the curtains, and slipped inside. "Brave sir, do come in. The passage lies within the bed." "All right." Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's voice, Li Kongyou plunged in without hesitation. Immediately, Xiao Zhao lifted the quilt, and the two lay side by side. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Zhao activated a hidden mechanism, and in an instant, the bedboard shifted, sending them both tumbling down. As they fell, Li Kongyou tightly embraced Xiao Zhao, turning her around to ensure that he would land on his back first. The drop was considerable, but fortunately, the ground was cushioned by a thick layer of soft grass, sparing them from any pain. Xiao Zhao felt the warmth of Li Kongyou's actions, which kindled a sense of comfort within her. Hastily, she rose, turned, and retrieved a fire stick from her bosom. The flickering light illuminated the entire passageway before them. Let us proceed. Li Kongyou grasped Xiao Zhao's hand and hurried forward. After covering several paces, Li Kongyou suddenly halted. Turning to gaze at Xiao Zhao, he inquired, "You are called Xiao Zhao, are you not?" Xiao Zhao softly replied, "May I ask how the esteemed sir is addressed?" The gentle gesture Li Kongyou had made during their descent into the secret passage had stirred a warmth within her heart. Despite her current predicament, this noble gentleman treated her with such kindness, clearly indicating a pure-hearted nature. Thus, she found herself harboring a fondness for Li Kongyou. "I am Li Kongyou. Not a great hero. If you do not mind, perhaps you could accompany me from now on." Xiao Zhao, tender and kind, charmingly considerate of others, epitomized the ideal partner that countless men must surely dream of. Li Kongyou, of course, was not impervious to such conventions. Moreover, when pursuing a young lady, one must take the initiative. However, on the other hand, Xiao Zhao harbored some reservations. She had yet to acquire the profound heart method of the Qian Kuan Great Shift and could not afford to leave the bright summit at this moment. Rest assured, as long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you to undertake any action against your will. Li Kongyou spoke with heartfelt sincerity, evoking deep emotions in those who listened. My young master, Xiao Zhao, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. "Very well. Let us continue our pursuit. The monk has eluded us, and we know not where he has fled." The two of them pressed onward through the meandering corridor for several dozen paces, yet they reached a dead end, with no trace of Cheng Kuan in sight. Xiao Zhao, gazing at the seemingly impassable path ahead, expressed his growing concern. "My lord, I have only ventured this far into the corridor. There should be a passage beyond, but I cannot discern the mechanism to open the door." Li Kongyou nodded slightly, then stepped towards a stone wall. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his strength into his arms and forcefully pushed against the right side of the wall. To his astonishment, the stone wall slowly receded, revealing an exceptionally thick, massive, and robust stone door. "Young master, the door has opened," Xiao Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Passing through the stone door, they found themselves facing a long corridor. As they walked side by side, they noticed that the passage inclined downward, gradually descending. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Li Kongyou hesitated, uncertain which route to take, when he suddenly heard a faint cough from the left ahead. Though soft, the sound was unmistakable. It must have been the injured Cheng Kuan. "Let us go this way." Li Kongyou grasped Xiao Zhao's hand and continued the pursuit. As they proceeded down the corridor, it became increasingly narrow, barely allowing one person to pass. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and dust and small stones fell upon them like raindrops. "This is bad. The monk is pushing a large stone to crush us." Before Xiao Zhao could finish her words, a massive boulder came rolling towards them. "Get away." Li Kongyou steadied himself and swiftly pushed Xiao Zhao aside. He then turned, raising his arms high to shield himself from the oncoming boulder. "Young one, I truly did not anticipate the depth of your inner strength. You can withstand this. If one stone is insufficient, then let us add another." The sound of metal prying against stone echoed, followed by a resounding crash as yet another massive boulder was dislodged, crashing heavily atop the first. As the two boulders collided, the ground trembled violently, causing the entire passageway to quake. Li Kongyou exerted all his strength in the nine, barely managing to withstand the immense pressure of the boulder. He hurriedly glanced at the fallen Xiao Zhao nearby, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhao, leaning against the stone wall, gradually stood upright, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, her eyes filled with gratitude. "My lord, I am unscathed. Had it not been for your courageous intervention to shield me from the boulder, I would have surely been crushed to a pulp by now." No sooner had their words escaped than a thunderous roar erupted, as a third colossal stone came crashing down like a mountain upon an egg. At this moment, although Li Kongyou had mastered the nine to a remarkable degree, human strength is ultimately finite. How could he withstand 3 boulders weighing 1,000 pounds each? He acted decisively, instantly withdrawing his palm's power, and in a flash, darted like the wind to Xiao Zhao's side, cradling her tightly as he sprinted towards safety. Xiao Zhao, enveloped in Li Kongyou's embrace, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. The two fled aimlessly, and before long, they found themselves entering a stone chamber. The room was piled high with weapons and bows, most of which were rusted, likely left behind by the past members of the Ming sect for the purpose of defending against foes. Xiao Zhao, let us take a moment to rest here, he suggested. Li Kongyou gently brushed off the dust from his clothing and spoke in a nonchalant tone. All right. Xiao Zhao took out a fire starter and ignited the candle holder affixed to the wall. That monk is truly malevolent, my lord. Once we manage to exit, we must teach him a proper lesson. At this point, as if recollecting something, she quickly lowered her voice, adding, however, I wonder if we will be able to leave it all. Noticing Li Kongyou's silence, Xiao Zhao looked up to find him staring intently at her, his face a canvas of astonishment and his expression quite peculiar. She offered a faint smile and inquired, what is the matter with you? Li Kongyou's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly remarked, Xiao Zhao, I never anticipated you to be so captivating. It turned out that due to the earlier chaos, the unattractive makeup on Xiao Zhao's face had completely faded away. At this moment, she was neither stooped nor limping. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her brows elegantly arched, and her high nose complemented the dimples that lightly graced her cheeks. Her complexion was fair and sweet, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Although still youthful, she possessed a beauty that could rival the most enchanting of maidens. If Zhou Zhiruo was the delicate beauty of the Jiangyan waterside, then Xiao Zhao was a stunning figure infused with exotic charm. Her skin was as white as snow, her nose more pronounced than that of ordinary women, and her eyes hinted at a deep, oceanic blue. It was at this moment that Xiao Zhao regained her composure, pursed her lips into a smile, and said, I was so startled earlier that I momentarily forgot to appear unattractive. Li Kongyou gazed upon her with a smile and said, Xiao Zhao, you look splendid like this. You mustn't disguise yourself unattractively again. Xiao Zhao nodded vigorously in agreement, replying, all right, I shall heed your words, my lord. Li Kongyou also noticed the shackles on Xiao Zhao's feet. He was well aware that these chains were meticulously crafted from celestial iron, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy them by sheer force. At this moment, his internal strength did not afford him a significant advantage over Zhang Wuji as depicted in the original narrative, since even Zhang Wuji struggled to break free. There was no need for him to waste his efforts attempting the same. However, if he were to engage in combat with Zhang Wuji, he was confident he could subdue him within 10 moves. After all, Zhang Wuji could only exert 60% of his martial prowess, while he could unleash 120% of his own. Xiao Zhao, once we are outside, I will surely help you sever the chains binding your feet, thus granting you greater freedom of movement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao initially displayed a look of joy, but soon a hint of worry crossed her face. Do not fret. I will take care of everything, Li Kongyou reassured her. Thank you, young master. Li Kongyou had initially intended to inquire how Xiao Zhao managed to change her undergarments and address her needs in the restroom. However, upon reflection, he found himself unable to voice the question, and thus he suppressed the urge to ask. After a brief respite, Li Kongyou began to search for an exit within the stone chamber. With this thought in mind, he delivered a swift kick to a long spear, seizing it in his grasp and brandishing it wildly against the stone wall. Xiao Zhao regarded Li Kongyou's actions with a hint of curiosity, but refrained from voicing any objections. As anticipated, within the span of merely half a stick of incense, Li Kongyou discovered the exit. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Zhao praised him as she raised her torch and approached. On the opposite side lay a more spacious stone chamber, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling, clearly indicating a naturally formed cavern. Li Kongyou took the torch and advanced a few steps, only to suddenly behold 2 skeletons lying on the ground. The garments adorning the skeletons had not yet completely decayed, suggesting that they were likely a man and a woman. Li Kongyou slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, finally having found what he sought. Xiao Zhao appeared to be filled with trepidation, drawing close to his side. These 2 must surely be the couple, Yang Dingtian and his wife. Li Kongyou inserted the torch beside him and approached the skeleton, bending down to pick up a piece of parchment. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to take it, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Congratulations, young master. This is the supreme martial art of the Ming sect. As she spoke, she extended her left index finger and gently traced a line across the dagger resting on Lady Yang's chest, creating a delicate cut. She then smeared the blood onto the parchment, and gradually, the characters began to emerge. The first line boldly proclaimed the sacred fire heart method of the Ming sect, Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, inscribed in 11 striking characters. Li Kongyou took the sheepskin and scrutinized it intently. Suddenly, Xiao Zhao picked up an object from the bones of Yang Dingtian and spoke, "Young master, there is a letter here." Li Kongyou promptly tucked the sheepskin into his bosom and unfurled the letter held by Xiao Zhao. After perusing its contents, he strode towards the torch and, without a moment's hesitation, set the letter ablaze. "Young master, what is the reason for this?" Xiao Zhao inquired, her expression laced with confusion. Li Kongyou maintained a serene demeanor as he responded. "This letter is a farewell missive from the Sun Sect leader to his wife, containing matters of considerable secrecy. It would be prudent not to disclose its contents." Xiao Zhao contemplated quietly, realizing that the significance of the letter must be paramount, thus prompting the young gentleman's caution. The letter explicitly stated that should one master the profound art of the great transference of heaven and earth, they would be able to activate the Wudang Stone Gate. Upon finishing his words, Li Kongyou proceeded to consult the 64 hexagrams of Fuxi to locate the Wudang Stone Gate. In the midday of Qian and the midnight of Kuan, the yang is in the south, while the yin is in the north, he noted. The Wudang is situated between the Mingyi and Sui positions. As he concluded, he meticulously surveyed the stone chamber. Arriving at the northwest corner, he remarked, "It must be here." Xiao Zhao felt a surge of astonishment. She had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful individual possessed knowledge of the 64 hexagrams of Fuxi, and she couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration for him. After identifying the location of the Wudang Stone Gate, Li Kongyou took out a sheepskin from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Zhao. This sheepskin bears inscriptions in Persian. "I am not fully versed in it. I wonder if you might comprehend it?" "Young master, let me take a look," Xiao Zhao replied, accepting the sheepskin and promptly beginning to translate for Li Kongyou. "Young master, the scroll records that the initial layer of the mental discipline can be mastered by those of exceptional comprehension in 7 years. Others may require 14. Xiao Zhao spoke softly, then proceeded to recite the first layer of the mental discipline slowly. Li Kongyou listened intently, perceiving that these methods were merely techniques of fortune-guided maneuvering and strength manipulation. Following the incantations recited by Xiao Zhao, he endeavored to practice them and found himself effortlessly mastering the art. Noticing that Li Kongyou had yet to commence his cultivation, Xiao Zhao could not help but inquire, "My lord, is it possible that this mental discipline is too profound and difficult to comprehend?" Li Kongyou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "I have already mastered the first level." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment evident. After a brief moment of regaining her composure, she resumed reciting the second level. Li Kongyou acted in accordance with the law, and in an instant, his vital energy flowed seamlessly. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from his fingertips, as if threads of warmth were surging forth. The third, fourth, and fifth layers. Li Kongyou advanced with remarkable momentum, effortlessly mastering the fifth level, and felt a surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. His strength seemed to respond to his will, able to be unleashed or restrained at his command, entirely obedient to the dictates of his heart. Every part of his body experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort and utility. In the blink of an eye, within the span of merely half a stick of incense, he had already attained the 6th level. At this moment, Xiao Zhao had completely forgotten that Li Kongyou was cultivating the supreme Qian de Nua technique of the Ming sect, perceiving it merely as an ordinary introductory practice. This was due to the astonishing speed of Li Kongyou's progress. According to the records on the parchment, reaching the 6th level typically required a swift individual 42 years, while a slower one might take as long as 84 years. Yet, Li Kongyou astonishingly accomplished this feat in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Truly a matter of incredulity. When Xiao Zhao finished reciting the 7th level's technique, she noticed that Li Kongyou had not continued his training, prompting her to feel a sense of perplexity as she inquired, "Young master, what seems to be the matter?" Li Kongyou rose to his feet, stretching leisurely as he nonchalantly remarked, "It seems there is an issue with the 7th layer of the heart technique. Let us practice only up to the 6th layer for now." "Very well, young master," Xiao Zhao responded, promptly returning the parchment to Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou gently waved his hand, refraining from reaching out to accept it. "This parchment is yours." "What?" Xiao Zhao felt a sense of disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. This was, after all, the supreme martial arts of the Ming sect, and it was being bestowed upon her so readily? Li Kongyou hurriedly explained, "Without you, I would have found it difficult to acquire this secret manual. Moreover, I have already committed the 7-layered incantation to memory. The absence of the parchment makes no difference. Consider this my humble repayment for your guidance." "My lord, I, Xiao Zhao, Still have much to say? Enough. Let us venture outside and witness the state of the battle between the 6 major sects and the Ming sect. With that, Li Kongyou respectfully bowed to the remains of Yang Dingtian and his wife. He then proceeded directly to the stone door marked Wudang, raised both hands, and, employing the principles of the Qian Kuan Denua he had just practiced, exerted a slight force, causing the stone door to slowly creak open. Wonderful! Xiao Zhao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaping up and clapping her hands, the chains on her limbs clinking together, producing a melodious sound. Let us go. Li Kongyou grasped Xiao Zhao's hand and stepped forward. At this moment, the fierce clash between the 6 major sects and the Ming sect was drawing to a close. In the plaza before the hall, Yang Xiao, Wei Yixiao, Monk Peng, and others were all slumped among the followers of the Ming sect. The masters of the Tianying sect and the 5 Elements banner were either dead or grievously wounded. Meanwhile, the white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong, stood tall before the crowd, emanating an imposing aura that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. He single-handedly battled the 6 major sects without an ounce of fear. An elderly man from the Kongtong sect shouted, "Eliminate this group of demonic cultists. Kill, kill, kill." Upon hearing these words, Yin Tianjing's eyes filled with disdain. "If we are demonic cultists, then what do you so-called righteous sects amount to?" His voice resonated like a thunderclap, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly, observing their opportunistic tactics, overwhelming the few with sheer numbers. Your actions today will surely lead to ridicule from the world. If you possess true skill, step forward and challenge me. Yin Tianzhong. The members of Shaolin, Wudang, and others exchanged glances, taken aback. Zhang Zhenren from Wudang, noticing the situation, quickly stepped forward and declared, "Such actions are indeed unfair and may invite criticism. Let us heed Elder Yin's suggestion. Allow us juniors to take the lead." With that, Zhang Zhenren strode directly toward Yin Tianzhong and performed a respectful salute. Zhang Wuji, anxious upon seeing his grandfather about to engage with his 4th uncle, felt a surge of urgency. Song Yuanqiao, discerning his thoughts, gently reassured him, "Wuji, do not fret. Your 4th uncle's actions are meant to protect your grandfather. Should the 6 major sects rush forward, your grandfather would have no chance of survival." Helpless, Zhang Wuji could only nod slightly, contemplating in silence. Why hasn't my 8th uncle arrived yet? If grandfather is injured, should I intervene? Yin Tianjing promptly returned the gesture, stating, "Zhang Xixia, please." Zhang Zhenren took the initiative, striking out with a powerful palm. Yin Tianjing deftly sidestepped, and the two immediately engaged in close combat. One was a grandmaster of the Ming sect, while the other was a favored disciple of Zhang Sanfeng. Armed only with their bare hands, they exchanged blows fiercely, battling for dozens of rounds with no clear victor. Soon after, their palms met, and they clashed their internal energies. After a vigorous contest, both retreated 6 or 7 steps, resulting in a stalemate. Zhang Zhenren steadied himself and respectfully declared, "Senior Yin, your mastery is unparalleled. I am truly in awe." Yin Tianzhong, taking a deep breath, replied, "Zhang Xi's internal cultivation is extraordinary. I feel unworthy in comparison." Observing Yin Tianjing's graciousness, Zhang Zhenren quickly added, "Just now, I conceded a step, and I have already lost half a move. I, Wudang, admit defeat." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped back. His purpose for coming to Wudang was merely to fulfill a role. By taking the lead, he aimed to honor Yin Tianjing's challenge while also avoiding criticism. Furthermore, Zhang Zhenren was well aware that the 8th disciple, who had disappeared for a day, would not allow this conflict to end in such a manner. As Zhang Zhenren withdrew, the remaining leaders of the 4 factions exchanged glances, then, as if by unspoken agreement, turned their attention toward Shaolin. Master Kongwen of Shaolin, the spokesperson for the attack on Guangmingding, glanced at the monk Kongxing beside him and sighed, "Kongxing, please represent Shaolin in this contest." Upon hearing this, Kongxing nodded slightly, stepping forth from the assembly of Shaolin monks. With hands clasped together, he bowed to Yin Tianzhong, saying, "Benefactor Yin, I am Kongxing, and I wish to learn from your eagle claw technique using Shaolin's dragon claw." Yin Tianzhong, acknowledging the gesture, returned the bow and responded, "Master Kongxing, I have long heard of the renowned dragon claw of Shaolin. It is indeed my fortune to spar with you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Kongxing swiftly approached Yin Tianzhong, his hands resembling dragon claws, sharp and formidable, aiming directly for his opponent's vital points. Yin Tianzhong remained calm, unleashing his eagle claw technique, his hands striking with the ferocity of an eagle soaring through the sky. Each of their moves was incredibly powerful, imbued with a profound internal force, making the air around them feel heavy with the intensity of their clash. After dozens of exchanges, both had expended a considerable amount of internal energy. Yet the outcome remained uncertain. Kongxing, astonished within, had never anticipated that Yin Tianjing's Eagle Claw technique could rival his Dragon Claw. Simultaneously, Yin Tianjing marveled at the prowess of the Shaolin Dragon Claw, each move striking with relentless intensity. Had it not been for his profound internal strength, he would have surely been defeated long ago. Kongxing's mastery of the Dragon Claw hand was unparalleled among his fellow disciples, even surpassing the formidable Kongjian, the monk of unparalleled martial prowess. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous shout and leaped into action, his hands moving with the ferocity of a tempest. With the elegance of capturing the wind, grasping shadows, strumming the guqin, and beating the zither, he unleashed a series of 8 interconnected techniques, the Dragon Claw hand. These 8 techniques flowed seamlessly, each containing 8 transformations, executed with the swiftness of lightning. In that moment, Yin Tianjing found himself in dire straits, struggling to defend against the onslaught. However, drawing upon his extensive combat experience and robust internal energy, he maintained a defense that was impenetrable. After over 100 exchanges, despite Kongxing maintaining the upper hand, the weakness of his dwindling internal energy became increasingly apparent. Seizing the moment when Kongxing's movements faltered, Yin Tianjing unleashed a powerful strike to his chest, narrowly securing victory. A hint of embarrassment crossed Kongxing's face as he glanced at Kongwen, then turned his gaze to Yin Tianjing and sighed, "Amitabha, Master Yin, this humble monk has been defeated." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Ming sect rejoiced internally, with Zhou Jinzong exuberantly exclaiming, "Eagle King, splendid work. You have sent these sanctimonious righteous sects fleeing in disarray." Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Yang Zhao's eyes. Yin Tianjing had already engaged with masters from the Wudang and Shaolin sects, emerging victorious. Yet his internal energy was nearly exhausted, and the next battle promised to be perilous. Just as Yin Tianjing was catching his breath, a diminutive elder from the Wudang Sect leaped forth, the very one who had earlier proclaimed his intent to annihilate the demonic sect. Lightly landing before Yin Tianjing, he spoke with a flippant tone, "Old man Yin, I, Tang, have come to play with you." Yin Tianjing cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed, silently pondering, in ordinary times, how would the 5 elders of Kongtong ever capture my attention? Today truly feels like a tiger brought low, mocked by dogs. Though his internal energy was greatly diminished, a surge of pride ignited within him, and his once drooping white eyebrows stood erect as he bellowed, "Make your move." Tang Wenyang, perceiving that Yin Tianjing had exhausted nearly all his internal strength, realized that a brief entanglement would lead to his defeat. With this thought, he stepped forward, maneuvering behind Yin Tianjing to launch a fierce punch toward his back. Yin Tianjing sidestepped and countered, but Tang Wenliang agilely evaded, his movements as nimble as a lively monkey, darting back and forth with extraordinary agility. After several exchanges, darkness suddenly clouded Yin Tianjing's vision, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, unable to remain standing, collapsing to the ground. Tang Wenliang, witnessing this, rejoiced, exclaiming, "Yin Tianjing, today marks your demise. You shall meet your end beneath my fist." Yin Tianjing was wholly absorbed in observing Tang Wenliang's movements. Though seated upon the ground, he exuded an air of confidence, awaiting the moment when Tang would launch his assault, ready to counter with a decisive blow that would incapacitate his opponent. However, he knew that such an action would also render him utterly incapable of further combat. Just as Tang Wenliang unleashed his 7 injuries fist, charging with fervor towards Yin Tianjing, a sudden cry rang out from the Wudang ranks, "Stop!" Before the sound faded, Zhang Wuji soared into position before Yin Tianjing, equally employing the 7 injuries fist to thwart Tang Wenliang's advance. 7 injuries fist? The astonishment was palpable not only on Tang Wenliang's face but also among the onlookers. Yu Lianzhou and Song Yuanxiao exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent understanding. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu gripped his sword tightly, poised to join Zhang Wuji in the fray. "Young man, how is it that you wield the 7 injuries fist of my Kongtong sect?" Tang Wenliang, aflame with fury upon witnessing Zhang Wuji's technique, demanded. Zhang Wuji quickly withdrew his hands and bowed respectfully, "Senior Tang, Elder Yin has long since exhausted his internal energy. Why must you press him so relentlessly?" "Humph. It is not for you to instruct me, boy," Tang Wenyang retorted coldly, then turned to Song Yuanchao, demanding, "Hero Song, why does a disciple of Wudang know our sect's ultimate technique? I wish for an explanation." With a serene smile, Song Yuanchao clasped his hands in salute. Yet he too felt perplexed about Zhang Wuji's use of the seven injuries fist. What? Does Wudang have no explanation to offer? Pressed Zhong Weixiat, the second of the Kongtong Five Elders, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Song Yuanchao. Zhang Wuji, feeling remorseful, lamented his hasty actions. In his eagerness to respond to Tang Wenliang's use of the seven injuries fist, he had instinctively countered with the same technique, inadvertently placing his revered master in a precarious position. Just as he was about to articulate his explanation, a disdainful snort resonated from beyond the plaza. Though the sound was soft, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In the matters of Wudang, we owe no explanations to you all. The expressions of those present varied significantly. Zhang Wuji abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, exhaling a sigh of relief. A subtle smile crept upon the lips of Song Yuanchao and Yu Lianzhou. Zhou Zhiruo, hearing the longed-for voice, felt her heart swell with joy. Conversely, the five elders of Kongtong turned a shade of green with rage. Master Mieju tightly grasped her heaven-slaying sword, her eyes glistening with crimson fury. The Shaolin, Kunlun, and Huashan sects, amidst their confusion, also simmered with indignation. Meanwhile, within the Ming cult, Chang Yuchen discerned the identity of the speaker and exclaimed with delight, "It is Brother Kongyou." Zhu Chongba and Su De echoed in unison, "It is he." Yang Shao and the five scatterers displayed a fleeting expression of perplexity. The voice seemed eerily familiar. With a disdainful snort, two figures darted forth from the hall like swift birds, descending from the heavens to land gracefully before Zhang Wuji. One among them donned a gray Taoist robe, its flowing sleeves dancing in the wind, reminiscent of an immortal descending from the clouds. His countenance was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. His steadfast and profound gaze appeared capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. The other figure was clad in the attire of a maid, possessing breathtaking beauty, her eyes shimmering with a soft blue hue akin to gemstones nestled in the depths of the ocean, radiating brilliance. A slender iron chain was fastened between her delicate feet, producing a crisp sound as she touched the ground. These two were none other than Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao, hastily arriving from the secret realm of the Ming cult. Upon recognizing their faces, Kongwen, Xin Yutong, and others silently pondered the implications of this audacious young man's presence. Yang Shao also recognized him swiftly, and a sense of unease crept into his heart, pondering whether this individual's appearance heralded fortune or misfortune. Li Kongyou paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. He turned to Zhang Wuji and said, "Wuji, hasten to tend to your grandfather's wounds. I shall handle the situation here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuji promptly responded, "Yes, Master Uncle." At that moment, Yin Tianzhong, overhearing the exchange between Li Kongyou and Zhang Wuji, was taken aback, exclaiming, "But dear Wuji?" Zhang Wuji hurriedly approached, kneeling on both knees and bowing 3 times. "Grandfather, it is I, Wuji." Good. Quickly rise. Zhang Sanfeng has indeed healed you," Yin Tianzhong replied, suppressing his pain as he stood, a look of joy illuminating his face. In that instant, the onlookers, witnessing the recognition between Yin Tianzhong and Zhang Wuji, discerned the latter's identity and began to murmur among themselves. He is indeed the son of Zhang Zuishan, Zhang Wuji, the only one who knows the whereabouts of the golden-haired Lion King, Xie's son. Indeed, 10 years ago, he narrowly escaped calamity. Today, we must not let this opportunity slip away again. Wasn't he struck down by the Dark Elder's dark divine palm and presumed dead? Surely, it is Zhang Sanfeng who has expended his vital energy to heal him. Truly, heaven is assisting us. The masters from Shaolin, Kongtong, Huashan, and Kunlun all turned their gazes toward Zhang Wuji, as if beholding a rare treasure. Even the eyes of the merciless mistress of extinction flashed with a glimmer of hope, as if she had glimpsed a sliver of possibility. Li Kongyou beheld the grotesque visage of the 5 renowned sects and could not suppress a wave of amusement. These so-called righteous factions were merely a congregation of hypocritical, despicable, and selfish scoundrels. He paid them little mind, instead directing his gaze towards Zhou Zhiruo. At that moment, Zhou Zhiruo gazed at Li Kongyou with deep affection, and as their eyes met, a shared smile conveyed volumes without the need for words. Yet, from time to time, her glance would drift towards the side where Xiao Zhao stood. Her heart, though brimming with joy, was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Li Kongyou perceived the subtle emotions of Zhou Zhiruo, wearing an expression of helplessness. He understood that his fate was such that he could never devote himself solely to one person. He could only clarify his feelings to her once this battle was concluded. After sharing a moment of eye contact, the smile gradually faded from Li Kongyou's face, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the crowd. His voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resounded. 10 years ago, you all ascended Wudang Mountain and forced my fifth brother and his wife to their demise. Do you intend to employ the same treacherous tactics today? Upon hearing these words, the Wudang disciples and Zhang Wuji could not help but display a flicker of fierce intensity in their eyes. As soon as Li Kongyou's words fell, Tang Wenliang immediately shouted in anger, Xie Sun has stolen my 7 injuries fist manual. This audacious scoundrel dares to learn it clandestinely. He must be handed over to our Wudang Sect for proper handling. Following closely behind were the second elder Zhong Weixia and the fourth elder Chang Jingxi, who echoed in unison, Indeed, he should be entrusted to us. The energies of the 5 elements adjust the yin and yang, inflicting harm upon the heart and lungs, devastating the intestines. Concealed desires lead to disorientation as the 3 burners rebel, causing the soul to soar. Li Kongyou recited aloud, then suddenly launched a powerful punch towards Tang Wenliang, executing the 7 injuries fist. This technique, imparted to him by Zhang Wuji, was wielded by Li Kongyou with an unparalleled force and finesse, far surpassing that of both Zhang Wuji and Tang Wenliang. The 5 elders of Kantong, upon hearing the rhythmic verses that danced between song and poetry, were seized with trepidation. This was indeed the essence of the 7 injuries fist, a closely guarded secret of the Wudang Sect. If Zhang Wuji could master it, could it be that every disciple of Wudang had acquired it as well? Before Tang Wenliang could ponder this, Li Kongyou's punch surged forth like a tempest, overwhelming him. As he attempted to counter, he found himself propelled backward, flying several paces. Junior brother, Zhong Weixia exclaimed, rushing forward to assess Tang Wenliang's condition, only to discover that his meridians had been completely severed, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Just as he prepared to heal Tang Wenliang, a voice echoed through the arena, the 7 injuries fist is hardly an unparalleled martial art. And your Wudang Sect is no great power. What of it if I have learned it? The elder Guaneng and his companions stepped forward, their faces aflame with indignation. You impudent Wudang brat, if you are so audacious, then let us demonstrate the true might of the 7 injuries fist. With that, the 3 leapt into action, encircling Li Kongyou with the intent to overwhelm him. Yu Lianzhou and Song Qishu were about to intervene when Song Yuanchao raised his hand to halt them. Second brother, Qishu, do not act rashly. The 8th brother is more than capable of handling this. After a moment's contemplation, they refrained from entering the fray. At this moment, the combined might of Guaneng and his companions bore down upon Li Kongyou. Yet, he did not evade. He stood his ground, as if he regarded the 3 Kantong elders with utter disdain. You insolent whelps, cease your arrogance. Guaneng bellowed, and the trio unleashed their fists toward Li Kongyou. Brother Kongyou, cried Zhou Zhiruo, her face etched with worry, longing to rush into battle alongside him. But as she took a step forward, she heard Li Kongyou's calm voice. Even with this feeble 7 injuries fist, I could withstand it without moving an inch. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhiruo recalled the extraordinary scene from the night before, and her faith in him deepened. Master Kongwen shook his head at Li Kongyou's bravado, pondering that he was far too overconfident. Although Guaneng and his companions were not his equals, the 7 injuries fist was not to be underestimated. This technique contained 7 distinct forces within each strike, fierce and unyielding, soft as water, a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, crashing forward with unrelenting force, or penetrating deeply, or drawing back to gather energy. Should one fail to withstand this relentless barrage, they would surely suffer internal injuries. What a spectacle he was! Huashan Xian Yutong could no longer contain himself and uttered a mocking remark. As soon as his words fell, the fists of Guaneng and his 2 companions surged toward him like a tempest. All eyes were fixed on Li Kongyou, who astonishingly did not evade. Instead, he braced himself against the combined force of their assault. His garments quivered slightly, as if an invisible force swirled around him, dissipating the might of Guaneng's trio. A faint smile graced his countenance, as if this power was merely a gentle spring breeze, insignificant and trivial. The expressions of Guaneng and his companions turned grim, utterly astonished that their joint strike had failed to graze even the hem of his robe. Their punches had plunged into him as if they were mere whispers lost in the vast ocean, failing to create even the slightest ripple. How could this be? Guan exclaimed in shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Not only were the members of the 5 great sects horrified, but someone from the Ming cult stood in astonishment. Far more shocked than they. Could this be the great shift of the universe? Impossible. How could he possibly perform such a feat? Yang Xiao murmured softly. At this moment, Yin Tian, having just completed his healing, witnessed the fierce clash between Li Kongyou and the 3 elders of Kongtong, and a flicker of doubt arose within him. To be able to redirect the 7 injuries fist's force, could this truly be the great shift of the universe? With this thought, he turned to Yang Xiao, and after a shared glance, they both confirmed their suspicions. Suddenly, Li Kongyou propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, unleashing a robust surge of pure yang energy that swiftly repelled Guan and his companions. The 4th, Changjing, lost control and hurtled towards Tang Wenliang, who was caught unawares. A resounding crash echoed as the already injured Tang Wenliang suffered another devastating blow, his breath extinguished. 3rd brother, Zhong Weixia shouted in fury, preparing to launch himself at Li Kongyou. However, Guan quickly exclaimed, 2nd brother, do not act rashly. You are no match for him. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Li Kongyou flickered like a wraith, closing the distance in an instant, and landed a powerful punch on Zhong Weixia's chest. In that moment, Zhong Weixia flew back like a kite with its string cut, meeting his demise in an instant. The spectators gasped in shock at this scene. After a moment of turmoil, Master Kongwen from Shaolin joined his palms together in prayer and proclaimed loudly, Amitabha, is it true, Master Li, that you would so ruthlessly harm your fellow martial artists? Do you intend to ally with the demonic sect? Li Kongyou let out a cold laugh. Today, whether you wish to annihilate the Ming sect or seek to interrogate the whereabouts of the golden-furred Lion King, see us soon, you must first ascertain whether I, Li Kongyou, grant my consent. As soon as Li Kongyou spoke, a wave of uproarious laughter erupted from the 5 major sections. Dozens of voices echoed in unison, rebuking him. Is this lad mad, daring to spout such nonsense? I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. What does he think of himself? The supreme master of the martial world? Even Zhang Zhenren would not dare to utter such reckless words. Ha ha, he treats us as mere children. I laugh so hard my stomach aches. Master Kongwen furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Song Yuanxiao, and solemnly inquired, Song, as Li's master from Wudang, what is your stance on this matter? Song Yuanxiao clasped his hands in respect, his tone resolute. The intentions of my 8th brother reflect the will of Wudang. Enlightened glanced at Li Kongyou, pondering inwardly, deciding to confront Yang Xiao after this matter is resolved. Could it be that Wudang intends to stand against the righteous path of our martial world? Kongwen pressed further. Yu Lianzhou stepped forward, his voice laden with fury. You have driven my 5th brother and sister to their demise, and now you seek to bully my child, Wuji? Do you think Wudang fears you? Zhang Suishan's alliance with the demonic sect was his own downfall. We merely... A voice suddenly cried out. Yet before the words could fully escape his lips, he collapsed in despair. The crowd turned to see a small stone lodged in his forehead, glistening with traces of blood. Amitabha, Master Kongwen uttered a prayer, fully aware that the assailant was Li Kongyou. Although he had sensed the attack, there was nothing he could do to intervene. Li Kongyou cast a fleeting glance at the 5 major sects. Then in an instant, he appeared before the formidable mistress of extinction. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the heavenly sword had already been snatched from her grasp by Li Kongyou. You, mistress of extinction's face flushed with anger, and before she could articulate her thoughts, she coughed up blood. I have stated that the heavenly sword is now in my possession. If you desire it, come and take it from me. Furthermore, have you reflected upon the matter from earlier? Li Kongyou returned to his original position, his gaze piercing like a torch as he fixed his eyes upon Master Mieju. His voice filled with intensity as he inquired. Master Mieju took a moment to steady her breath, trembling fingers pointed at Li Kongyou, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse as she thundered, Li Kongyou, can you not distinguish between good and evil? Do you truly believe that the Wudang Sect is invincible in this world? Li Kongyou's lips curled slightly, and with a calm demeanor, he replied, My Wudang is indeed unparalleled in the world. His voice, though soft, resonated like a mighty bell, imbued with profound inner strength, and the declaration of Wudang's invincibility reverberated throughout the entire bright summit. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, a noble young man, fanning himself with a folding fan, furrowed his brow and murmured, Who is this person? How can his voice reach me so distinctly? The 2 white-haired elders behind him shook their heads in unison. indicating their ignorance. Judging by the voice, this individual appeared to be quite young, yet possessed such deep internal power that his identity was truly elusive. The noble young man inquired with keen interest, "Oh, a youthful master? I wonder how he compares to my two masters." One of them responded, "In terms of individual combat, my brother may be slightly inferior, but if we join forces, we are certain to prevail." Upon hearing this, the noble young man gently closed his fan and spoke in a low voice, "Then there is nothing to worry about. We simply must ensure this person does not thwart my plans." Zhang Wuji and Song Qishu, upon hearing these words, felt a spark of battle intent ignite within them. Zhou Zhiruo and Xiao Zhao gazed at Li Kongyou's valiant demeanor, their admiration intensifying. The members of the Ming cult seemed to be inspired by Li Kongyou's spirit, sitting upright with expressions full of reverence. At that moment, Yin Tianzhong, having regained some strength, finally recognized Li Kongyou and nodded to himself, realizing, "So it's you, young man. No wonder your martial arts are so profound." With him here, the peril facing the Ming cult may be alleviated. With this thought, he gradually returned to the Ming cult's ranks, sitting beside Yang Xiao and the others. "Eagle King, thank you for your efforts." Yang Xiao was the first to speak, his words filled with admiration and gratitude. Yin Tianjing shook his head slightly, sighing, "Regrettably, my abilities are limited. The heavy responsibility of safeguarding our sect must be entrusted to him." As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Li Kongyou, Yang Xiao, Wei Xiao, and the five scatterers all turned their eyes to Li Kongyou in unison, their hearts awash with a multitude of emotions. None could have anticipated that the fate of the Ming cult would rest upon the shoulders of a Wudang disciple, especially one who had mastered their supreme heart technique, the Qian Kuan de Nuai. Perhaps, in the grand design of the universe, there is indeed a hidden purpose at play. At this very moment, the atmosphere in the arena was charged with tension, as the five great sects found themselves daunted by Li Kongyou's grandiose declarations, leaving none brave enough to confront him. After all, the recent spectacle of him single-handedly repelling the combined efforts of the three elders of Kongtong lingered vividly in their minds. After a brief silence, two individuals from both the Kunlun and Huashan sects sprang forth, as if they had previously conspired. Representing the Kunlun sect were the esteemed He Taichong and his wife, Ban Shuxian, both adept practitioners of the Zheng Liangyi swordsmanship. From the Huashan sect emerged a pair of elders, one tall and one short, who wielded the fan Liangyi knife technique. The Kunlun sect's Zheng Liangyi swordsmanship follows the sequence from Zhen to Qian, while the Huashan sect's fan Liangyi knife technique moves in reverse, from Sun to Koan. Together, these four could unleash a formidable combination of both the orthodox and unorthodox techniques of sword and knife. This intricate combined technique emphasizes the transformation of the two forms into the four symbols, which in turn evolve into the 8 trigrams, yielding a total of 64 variations in both orthodox and unorthodox forms. The fusion of the orthodox and the extraordinary results in an astounding multiplication of these 64 forms, culminating in a staggering total of 4,096 potential transformations. In the realm of martial arts, such a plethora of variations is unparalleled. He Taichong, brandishing his long sword, addressed Li Shaoxia, "Since you proclaim yourself invincible in Wudang and possess the heavenly sword, I trust that you will not mind our Kunlun and Huashan alliance employing our numerical advantage against you?" Upon hearing these words, Li Kongyou merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Beside him, Zhou Dian could no longer contain himself and erupted in vehement curses, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! You insufferable hypocrite, your words are simply unbearable." Upon hearing Zhou Dian's outburst, Ban Shuxian was instantly incensed. However, He Taichong revealed a peculiar smile and continued, "If the young hero Li is unwilling to engage, I shall take it upon myself. Yet, with the sword of destiny in your grasp, I fear I may not be your match. Nevertheless, as the ancients say, righteousness will always triumph over evil. I am willing to give it a try." Yin Tianzhong discerned the underlying implication in He Taichong's words and hurriedly cautioned, "Brother Li, do not fall for his provocations. It matters not." Li Kongyou waved his hand dismissively, handing the sword of destiny to Xiao Zhao, instructing, "Xiao Zhao, please step aside for now." Xiao Zhao accepted the sword, her eyes filled with concern. "Young master, you mustn't." "Go on," Li Kongyou replied with a gentle smile, casting a reassuring glance at Zhou Zhiruo, signifying that she need not worry. Li Kongyou stepped gracefully to the side of a plum tree, his figure erect as he leapt into the air, executing a delicate turn to pluck a branch adorned with blossoms. He then descended back to the ground, holding the plum branch aloft. Slowly, he approached the four individuals, raising the branch high and proclaiming, "With this plum branch, I shall experience the esteemed techniques of the Kunlun and Huashan sections." The branch bore a sparse array of 10 or so plum blossoms, half of which remained in bud, yet to bloom. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were taken aback. How could such a fragile branch withstand the sharp blades of their formidable swords? Ban Shuxian let out a disdainful laugh, saying, "Very well. Do you truly consider the martial arts of the Huashan and Kunlun sects beneath your notice?" Li Kongyou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, "Isn't the Master Zhang provoking me to wield the Heaven Sword? Then allow me to make it known to all of you that, even without the Heaven Sword, with merely this branch in hand, my Wudang swordplay can surpass that of Kunlun and Huashan 100-fold. Li Kongyou's actions were not driven by arrogance. On one hand, he sought to validate his martial arts. On the other, he aimed to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of this group. "Very well, since you have chosen the path of self-destruction, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." An elder from the Huashan sect bellowed in fury, and the other three instantly comprehended his intent, launching an assault on Li Kongyou. Ban Shuxian thrust her sword directly at Li Kongyou's brow, while He Taichung aimed his long sword at his back. Following swiftly were the relentless attacks of the two elder members of the Huashan sect, descending upon him like a tempest. Li Kongyou's figure swayed as he darted between the blades, the branches of the plum tree sweeping across He Taichung's face, prompting the immediate execution of the Taiji sword technique. This technique emphasizes the spirit of the sword rather than mere moves. In this moment, Li Kongyou, endowed with the unparalleled skills of the nine-yang divine art and the great shift of the universe, wielded the Taiji sword technique with remarkable finesse. His strikes were slow yet deceptive, flowing like clouds in water, each thrust appearing soft and feeble, yet concealing profound intricacies. His approach balanced both offense and defense, leaving his opponents unable to find a single flaw. Spectators could only perceive a dazzling light from the sword, as if countless blades were simultaneously thrusting forth. Yet they struggled to discern the true location of the sword's body. In an instant, Li Kongyou unleashed several thrusts, each aimed directly at his foe's vital points. The dual-aged elders executed their fierce and ruthless swordplay in perfect harmony. However, under Li Kongyou's plum branches, their skills faltered. He Taichung's stable and powerful sword technique was effortlessly neutralized, while Ban Shuxian's rapid strikes, aimed at securing victory through cunning, failed to breach Li Kongyou's defenses. As the four engaged in combat, their astonishment grew. This seemingly unremarkable swordplay concealed such profound mysteries. "It is the Taiji sword," Enlighting exclaimed in surprise, unable to contain his excitement. Prior to descending the mountain, he had also received instruction in the Taiji sword technique from his master, yet he had never grasped its essence. He never expected that his 8th junior brother could master this technique with such exquisite skill in such a short time. Song Qishu observed Li Kongyou's exquisite swordsmanship with rapt attention, feeling a surge of genuine admiration. He resolved silently to implore his grandmaster to impart this sword art upon his return to Wudang. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were similarly astonished, praising the remarkable prowess of Wudang's sword technique. In a moment of urgency, He Taichung exchanged glances with Ban Shuxian, who instantly understood. Together, they executed the move soundless and colorless. This technique, an exquisite skill of the Kunlun sect, could only be performed simultaneously by two practitioners of equal strength and internal energy, allowing their forces to cancel each other out when the move was executed. It would yield even greater efficacy if performed at night. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Li Kongyou immediately unleashed the formidable technique of Qian Kuan de Nua-I. In an unexpected turn, He Taichung's sword altered its course mid-flight, emitting a sharp sizzle as it pierced the elder's left arm. The elder cried out in agony, bellowing as he swung his blade violently towards He Taichung's head. The shorter elder swiftly intervened, deflecting the strike while admonishing, "Do not panic, junior brother. It is that rascal who is meddling." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. At that precise moment, Li Kongyou compelled Ban Shuxian's sword technique to redirect, striking the shorter elder in the shoulder from behind. In the blink of an eye, the two elders of Mount Huashan found themselves grievously wounded, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter disarray. While Yang Xiao and his companions could not help but reveal faint smiles. Following this, with a delicate flick of his right hand, reminiscent of a plum branch's gentle sway, and a deft snap of his left fingers, he struck the elder's wrist, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp. Li Kongyou, with an elegant motion of her hand, redirected the elderly man's blade towards Ban Shuxian's left flank. Caught off guard, Ban Shuxian was unable to evade the strike, and the blade pierced her left side, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing his wife's injury, He Taichung's fury ignited with greater intensity. He altered his swordplay and unleashed another exquisite technique of the Kunlun school. Golden Needle Crossing Calamity, aimed directly at Li Kongyou's face. Despite her severe wounds, Ban Shuxian, refusing to succumb, grit her teeth against the excruciating pain and executed Cliff's Edge Breaking Cloud, with her sword tip pointed resolutely at Li Kongyou's chest. Li Kongyou remained unperturbed, his figure flickering as he deftly employed the technique of Chinquan de Peo, skillfully redirecting He Taichung's fierce sword momentum towards Ban Shuxian. As Ban Shuxian witnessed the menacing sword light approaching, she hurriedly raised her blade to defend herself. However, she was unprepared for Li Kongyou's formidable palm power, which struck her with overwhelming force. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and she was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, her consciousness fading. With Ban Shuxian gravely injured and collapsed, the intricate swordplay of the duality of yin and yang disintegrated into chaos. Li Kongyou couldn't help but secretly marvel at the exquisite and unpredictable nature of this swordsmanship. Even he would need to expend considerable effort to decipher it. Without the coordinated sword formation, He Taichung and the two elders of Huashan immediately found themselves at a disadvantage. After merely exchanging a dozen moves, the two elders of Huashan met their demise on the spot. Li Kongyou deftly seized the long blade from the hands of the diminutive elder, his figure a mere flicker as he effortlessly parried He Taichung's sword strike. With a gentle yet decisive sweep, the blade glided across his throat. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding events, he abruptly hurled the long knife, which struck the fallen Ban Shuxian like a bolt of lightning. Thus, the leaders of the Kunlun sect, He Taichung and Ban Shuxian, met their untimely demise. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable swiftness and precision, devoid of hesitation, showcasing an unwavering resolve for violence. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in a state of shock and disbelief. The martial prowess of the Kunlun sect's leaders was well renowned throughout the martial world, and yet, on this day, they fell to the hands of a mere youth. Li Kongyou gradually withdrew his energy, surveying his surroundings with piercing eyes, seemingly in search of his next adversary. With Kongtong, Kunlun, and Huashan defeated in succession, and the formidable master of extinction rendered powerless, Wudang was now his ally. Thus, only Shaolin remained. Just as Li Kongyou was about to pose a question to Shaolin, Xian Yutong, the leader of Huashan, suddenly bellowed, "What need is there to discuss the principles of chivalry with the demons of the evil sect? Let us all charge forth together. No matter how formidable he may be, even he must eventually exhaust his internal energy. Indeed, let us all strike as one." The members of the 5 great sects suddenly came to their senses, raising their weapons and rushing towards Li Kongyou like a swarm. Seeing this, Song Qingshu leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Kongyou, declaring, "If you wish to harm my esteemed junior master, you must first inquire whether I, Song Qingshu, will permit it." Simultaneously, Zhang Wuji darted forward like the wind, firmly standing beside Song Qingshu. Zhou Zhiruo followed closely, stepping in front of the Yamei disciples, calling out loudly, "Sisters, I implore you to cease your attacks." Yang Xiao and others, unwilling to be outdone, rose to their feet, ready to engage the 5 great sects once more. "My lord, catch the sword." Xiao Zhao, frantically worried, dashed towards Li Kongyou, disregarding the imminent danger, hoping to shield him. At this moment, Li Kongyou exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he swiftly executed the technique of cloud ladder, his toes lightly tapping in midair, soaring like a swallow to the top of the plum tree that stood nearby. Li Kongyou stood gracefully atop the treetops, resembling an exalted celestial being gazing down upon the multitude below. "Zhiruo, Xiao Zhao, Qingshu, Wuji, do take a step back," he commanded. With that, he drew the jade flute from his waist and placed it to his lips. In an instant, a melodious sound resonated through the air, akin to the rhythmic waves of the ocean, cascading in layers, unending and profound. Li Kongyou was playing the renowned skill of the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi, the melody of the rising tide. As the enchanting notes of the Xiao flute ebbed and flowed, the onslaught of the 5 major sects involuntarily came to a halt. Their minds were captivated by the exquisite melody, rendering their weapons sluggish in their grasp. Some disciples, lacking in internal strength and willpower, found themselves unable to resist the allure of the flute's sound. Some danced wildly, while others laughed foolishly, resembling the deranged. Li Kongyou's expression was as calm as water, his eyes slightly closed, pouring all his energy into the jade flute. The melody grew ever more fervent and surging, akin to crashing waves against the shore, stirring up mountains of white foam. Kongyou and the others instantly sensed the peculiar nature of the music and urgently called out, "Everyone, concentrate and steady your minds. Do not let the flute sound distract you." Yet, at that moment, the crowd had already become deeply ensnared in the enchantment of the melody, unable to extricate themselves. The ability to transform the flute's notes into a lethal martial art, coupled with such profound internal power, left the old man in self-deprecating admiration. Yin Tianjing secretly lamented. Although he was not directly affected by the melody, he could still appreciate the unparalleled intricacy of this skill. If one's internal strength was insufficient and one attempted to wield it forcefully, it was likely that one would end up injuring oneself. Yang Xiao gazed in astonishment at Li Kongyou perched atop the treetops, pondering silently. First, he displayed the finger divine ability, and now he played the melody of the rising tide. Could he be a disciple of Master Qingying? The three brothers of Kongyou, relying on their deep internal energy, managed to withstand the onslaught for a while. However, the other disciples of the 5 sects, at best, were flailing and losing control, and at worst, had already met their demise. With no other choice, Kongyou shouted, "Li, I implore you to show mercy and spare the disciples of the 5 major sections." However, Li Kongyou seemed oblivious, continuing to play his flute. In no time, several more individuals collapsed, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. "Li, as long as you defeat me, you may do as you wish with the 5 sections." After a moment, the flute's sound abruptly ceased, and Li Kongyou gently landed on the ground. At this point, Li Kongyou was sweating profusely, evidently having exhausted himself. He had underestimated the toll that the melody of the rising tide would take on his internal energy. Even with the protection of the 9 yang divine skill, influencing so many individuals at once proved to be somewhat taxing. This was the very reason he had to pause. As the music fell silent, many began to gradually recover from their uncontrolled states. Yet, still, numerous individuals either perished or succumbed to madness. Li Kongyou's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Kongyou, coldly declaring, "The enmity between Wudang and Shaolin will be settled later." As soon as the words left his lips, he moved like lightning, swiftly charging into the Huashan faction's ranks. He seized Xian Yutong and forcefully hurled him into the arena. Though Xian Yutong was the leader of the Huashan sect, his martial prowess was rather mediocre, and he sustained severe injuries from Li Kongyou's throw. This man was treacherous and cunning, with a heart as black as night, often preying upon women. Moreover, he had recently attempted to incite others to attack Li Kongyou. How could he expect to escape unscathed? Li Kongyou slowly approached Xian Yutong, raised his foot, and violently kicked him in the chest. A chilling scream echoed as Xian Yutong's ribs shattered instantaneously. Li Kongyou demonstrated an impeccable mastery of force, ensuring that his strikes were never lethal. He then pivoted to face the Mingxiao faction, calling out loudly, "Is the renowned healer from Daegu Valley, Hu Qingyou, present?" A moment of silence enveloped the arena, before a seemingly inconspicuous figure emerged from a shadowy corner. A middle-aged man, with a fierce glare fixed upon the fallen Xian Yutong, turned his attention to Li Kongyou and, with a respectful bow, declared, "I am Hu Qingyou." Li Kongyou glanced at him and nodded slightly, then delivered a fierce kick, sending Xian Yutong tumbling before Hu Qingyou, and spoke in a solemn tone, "His life now belongs to you." Upon hearing these words, Hu Qingyou initially displayed a hint of astonishment. He then knelt on both knees, bowing deeply to Li Kongyou with overwhelming gratitude, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, young hero Li. Your kindness is a debt I shall never forget." The onlookers were filled with immense confusion, unaware of the entangled grievances between Xian Yutong and Hu Qingyou. It turned out that Xian Yutong, in his ruthless ambition to ascend to the position of leader of the Huashan sect, had callously abandoned Hu Qingyou's sister, Hu Qingyang, leading her, pregnant and filled with despair, to take her own life. Furthermore, Hu Qingyou had once saved Xian Yutong's life, and the two had sworn brotherhood. Later, Xian Yutong falsely accused his senior brother, Bai Yuan, of causing the death of the Ming cult leader, thereby inciting a coalition attack on the Bright Summit by the Huashan sect and other factions. Just as Li Kongyou assumed that Hu Qingyou was about to take Xian Yutong's life, Hu Qingyou instead checked his pulse. He then retrieved healing medicine from his bosom and administered it to Xian Yutong before pulling him aside. Such deep-seated enmity. Hu Qingyou would never allow Xian Yutong to perish easily. Li Kongyou witnessed Hu Qingyou tending to Xian Yutong's wounds and immediately discerned his intentions, finding his actions quite commendable. Once Hu Qingyou gracefully stepped aside, he shifted his gaze towards the Wudang Sect and inquired softly, "Might I ask which one among you is Shihuazi?" As soon as Li Kongyou's words fell, a furious shout erupted from the Wudang Sect. "You little wretch, how dare you kill my master and uncle?" "I will absolutely, however." Before the words could fully escape his lips, with a cold glance and a dismissive scoff, Li Kongyou flicked his finger, and Shihuazi collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The disciples of the Wudang Sect were immediately engulfed in a wave of panic, yet none dared to step forward to avenge Shihuazi's death. "Alas, Amiba, benefactor Li, I implore you to temper your actions," Master Kongwen interjected once more. Though Li Kongyou had just taken a life before him, Master Kongwen found himself utterly powerless. Feeling a profound sense of humiliation, Li Kongyou, with an air of nonchalance, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Kongwen, do not blame me for taking advantage of the weak. You three brothers may come at me together." Upon hearing these words, Master Kongxing's face instantly flushed a deep shade, akin to that of a liver. As one of the 4 esteemed monks of Shaolin, he had never before endured such a profound humiliation. With a sudden push against the ground, he launched himself into the air, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. "You fool, you are courting death," Master Kongxing bellowed in fury, unleashing the Dragon Claw technique upon Li Kongyou. Having already suffered defeat at the hands of Yin Tianzheng in their previous encounter, his spirit was already dampened. Now, provoked further by Li Kongyou's taunts, his fiery temperament could no longer bear the affront. The Shaolin Dragon Claw technique? This encounter is most fortuitous. Li Kongyou's lips curved slightly upwards as he unleashed the Wudang Tiger Claw technique in retaliation. If one were to evaluate martial prowess solely on technique, the Wudang Tiger Claw might indeed pale in comparison to the Shaolin Dragon Claw. However, the strength of martial arts does not reside merely in the technique itself, but rather in the practitioner wielding it. Recalling the past, Qiao Feng, armed only with a seemingly ordinary set of Taizu Changguan, was able to sweep through the heroes in the Gathering of Talents Pavilion. In this moment, as Li Kongyou executed the Tiger Claw, its power was indeed formidable. Each move and stance concealed profound secrets, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable in its ferocity. Though Master Kongxing was ablaze with fury, he maintained unwavering composure, his dragon claw techniques flowing like a river, continuous and unrelenting, each claw accompanied by the sound of breaking air, imbued with immense strength. The two exchanged blows on the field, tiger claw and dragon claw intertwining, stirring up clouds of dust around them, leaving the spectators in awe, unable to keep up with the spectacle. While Master Kongxing's dragon claw was undeniably powerful, Li Kongyou's tiger claw proved to be even mightier. Yu Lianzhou, witnessing Li Kongyou's tiger claw, couldn't help but exclaim, "The martial talent of my 8th junior brother is truly exceptional. I had thought that my improved tiger claw fatal hand could rival the Shaolin dragon claw. Yet I find this tiger claw in the hands of my junior brother surpasses even the dragon claw." At this juncture, Master Kongxing felt an increasing sense of alarm, as his once invincible dragon claw faced repeated setbacks today. Observing Li Kongyou's ease in combat, he speculated inwardly, "My combat power stands at 6,000, while his exceeds at least 10,000. Junior brother, I shall assist you." The monk Kongji, witnessing Kongxing's decline, hastily joined the fray. Master Kongji, possessing 11 of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, had openly challenged Zhang Sanfeng a decade prior. Regardless of the disparity in strength, such audacity was indeed commendable. Master Kongji's martial prowess diverged greatly from that of Kongxing. He employed the Shaolin Prajna Palm, each strike imbued with overwhelming force, akin to the weight of a 1,000-pound hammer. Striking with terrifying might, Li Kongyou, facing 2 adversaries, exhibited no signs of faltering. He wielded his tiger claw technique against their dragon claw, countering their Prajna Palm with the soft palm of Wudang. Any martial art in his hands was executed to perfection. "Kongwen, your 2 junior disciples are on the verge of collapse," he reminded amidst the fray. Well done, Master Kongwen said, his monk robes billowing as he swiftly joined the battle. Unlike Kongji, who was well versed in the 72 ultimate techniques, Master Kongwen excelled in the formidable Great Strength Diamond Finger. This technique was both powerful and domineering, capable of easily bending iron rods, and if it struck a bone, it could shatter it. The renowned Wudang trio, Yu Daiyan, fell victim to the might of the diamond finger wielded by the Shaolin monk Asan from the western regions, resulting in his paralysis and the complete loss of his martial prowess. Li Kongyou, undaunted, faced 3 adversaries with remarkable composure. He adeptly countered their finger techniques with his own, employing the Duan family's renowned Wanyang finger. Each of these finger techniques possesses its own unique merits. However, when it comes to combat efficacy, the Wanyang finger undoubtedly prevails. Thus, regardless of whether Kongwen, Kongji, or Kongxing employed their various martial arts, Li Kongyou was able to respond with an appropriate counter. In the blink of an eye, the 4 had engaged in dozens of exchanges. As the battle progressed, Kongwen and his companions gradually transitioned from an offensive stance to a defensive one. Li Kongyou pondered silently, contemplating the formidable power that the trio possessed. What of the 3 crossings? If he were to attempt to break the Vajra demon suppression circle at this very moment, would he succeed? It is time to bring this to a close. Li Kongyou let out a soft, disdainful snort, his movements shifting abruptly. The embrace the knee and hook step from Tai Chi sent Kongxing staggering back. Without hesitation, he swiftly closed the distance, grasping Kongxing's right hand with one hand and forcefully twisting it. A piercing scream echoed as Kongxing's right arm was mercilessly shattered. Li Kongyou's movements remained unceasing, as he swiftly employed the Qiankuan Great Shift to replicate the powerful diamond finger technique executed by Kongwen, incapacitating Kongxing's limbs. "Junior brother," Kongji bellowed, leaping into the air and unleashing the shadow-following leg, one of the 72 marvelous techniques of Shaolin, aimed ferociously at Li Kongyou's back. No sooner had the first kick been delivered than the second followed closely behind, like an unyielding shadow. Li Kongyou had long been prepared, fully unleashing the Nine Suns' divine art to erect an impenetrable barrier around himself. No matter how many kicks Kongji unleashed, he found it impossible to breach Li Kongyou's defenses. "Li Kongyou, how could you resort to such malicious means?" Master Kongwen roared in fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intense flames as he lunged fiercely from the side. Li Kongyou swiftly pivoted, executing a graceful display of Tai Chi, deftly neutralizing Kongxing's leg strength. After sending Kongji spinning through the air several times, he followed up with a Tai Chi push, propelling him several zhang away. "Humph, were it not for the esteemed lineage of my master hailing from Shaolin, you 3 would find it impossible to leave the bright summit alive today." A glimmer of fierce intensity flickered in Li Kongyou's gaze as he inwardly cursed the hypocritical monks of Shaolin. In years past, they had compelled the tragic demise of Zhang Suishan and his wife over the dragon-slaying Saber atop Wudang Mountain. Later, when old Zhang himself sought the 9-yang skill from Shaolin, he was met with a heartless refusal. The mere recollection of these events ignited a blaze of fury within Li Kongyou, rendering him nearly uncontrollable. However, he recognized that should he eradicate all these Shaolin monks today, old Zhang would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Thus, he chose to relent slightly, opting for incapacitation rather than execution. Indeed, his disposition towards the 5 major sects varied today. First and foremost was the Amidst sect, for it housed the object of his master's unspoken affection. Moreover, due to his connection with Zhou Zhiruo, his retribution was the mildest, merely rendering one individual powerless. As for the 5 elders of Kongtong, he eliminated 2 and gravely wounded the other 3. Within the Washan sect, he dispatched the 2 elders, high and low, while entrusting Xian Yutong to Hu Qingniu for further handling. Concerning the Kunlun sect, he took the lives of Yi Taichon and his spouse, along with Shi Huazi. Additionally, dozens of disciples from the 5 major sects perished beneath the melody of the Bihai Tide song. The old monk was resolute in his mission to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Kongwen exerted all his strength to unleash the great power diamond finger, charging once more towards Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou stood resolutely, extending a finger in defiance. With a resounding bang, the index finger of Kongwen snapped instantaneously. Li Kongyou seized the opportunity to launch a fierce strike upon Kongwen's chest, swiftly following up with the formidable Vajra finger, rendering Kongwen's limbs utterly incapacitated. At that moment, the recently propelled Kongji charged back, only to meet the same fate as Li Kongyou incapacitated his limbs as well. Gazing upon the 3 fallen figures, Li Kongyou's expression hardened, and he coldly declared, "You shall never again set foot outside the confines of Shaolin. Should you do so, do not blame me for reducing Shaolin to rubble." Yet, given their current condition, it seemed unlikely they would ever return to Shaolin. The demon of the cult, Kongji, let out a furious cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, A middle-aged monk emerged from the Shaolin temple, hurrying forward, ready to chastise Li Kongyou. However, upon meeting Li Kongyou's gaze, he fell silent, unable to utter a word, and thus instructing his disciples to carry away the three incapacitated men. Li Kongyou inquired with an air of indifference, "What is your name?" The monk, trembling with trepidation, replied, "I am but a humble monk, Kongyou. Master Kongyou, may I ask where your esteemed disciple Yuanin is?" Li Kongyou continued, "Amitabha, I humbly do not deserve to be called a master," Kongyou said, clasping his hands together. He then shifted his gaze towards the Shaolin monks and called out, "Disciple Yuanin." In an instant, a one-eyed middle-aged monk stepped forward, remaining silent and standing upright. The next moment, Li Kongyou swiftly approached Yuanin, seizing him as one would grasp a chick. His expression stern and voice icy as he declared, "Years ago, you falsely accused my brother Zhang Wuge of the Dragon Gate escort agency incident, harboring resentment against him all these years. Today, you shall descend to the underworld to seek his forgiveness." With that, Li Kongyou's hand struck with lethal precision, severing Yuanin's neck. The Shaolin monks, witnessing this scene, hesitated to intervene, their resolve faltering. Even the three great monks had fallen before him. What could they possibly do? Li Kongyou had no intention of letting the matter rest. He pressed on with his inquiry, "Where is Yuan Zhen?" Unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, a voice erupted in fury. Brother Yuan Zhen fought valiantly against the demonic sect and met a heroic end. How dare you insult him so? At this moment, Wei Yixiao also stood up and laughed heartily. "Young hero Li, it is true that the treacherous bald man Yuan Zhen perished at my hands." Li Kongyou's lips curled into a cold smirk as he ordered the body to be lifted. "Master Li, the deceased must be treated with utmost respect. Do not overstep your bounds," the man exclaimed, visibly enraged. Li Kongyou, however, remained unfazed and turned to Kongyou, inquiring, "Master Kongyou, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Kongyou, fearing that this harbinger of doom might strike again, helplessly waved his hand. After a brief moment, two disciples from Shaolin approached, bearing the lifeless body of Yuan Zhen. Li Kongyou stepped forward to examine the body, noticing the sunken cheeks and the eyes rolled back in their sockets. One ear had been pierced. Confirming it was indeed Yuan Zhen, he bent down to gently check for breath, feeling the coldness of the facial muscles, which clearly indicated that death had claimed him some time ago. He understood well that Yuan Zhen had employed the technique of the turtle breathing method, attempting to feign death in a bid to escape. Li Kongyou extended his right palm and placed it upon the chest of Yuan Zhen, wishing to aid him in awakening from his slumber. Indeed, it was not long before Yuan Zhen coughed softly and gradually regained consciousness. "What? Yuan Zhen, the senior brother, is still alive?" the Shaolin disciples exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and, with a swift movement, attempted to flee. However, Li Kongyou had been anticipating this moment. As soon as Cheng Kuan took a couple of steps, he felt a surge of pure yang energy within him, rendering him incapable of summoning even the slightest internal strength. Wei Yixiao was utterly bewildered. This man was clearly the one he had personally dispatched. How could he possibly be feigning death? Kongyou was equally astonished, unable to fathom why Yuan Zhen would choose to simulate his own demise. Nor could he comprehend how Li Kongyou had come to learn of this. "Cheng Kuan, do you still wish to escape? It shall not be so simple." Cheng Kuan? The name resonated with the crowd, stirring a sense of familiarity. Zhang Wuji, filled with uncontrollable fury, realized that this was the very man responsible for his adoptive father's ruin. And he leapt forward, charging towards Cheng Kuan. "Cheng Kuan, the vile scoundrel!" Li Kongyou surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Yuan Zhen is none other than the Hunyuan Thunderclap Hand, Cheng Kuan. He has long since allied himself with the court. The siege of Guangming Peak by the 6 great sects is incited by him." "What? How can this be?" A wave of incredulity swept through the crowd, clearly struggling to accept Li Kongyou's assertion. Before them, Cheng Kuan dared not acknowledge his identity. He immediately refuted, "What do you mean, good sir? Did I not perish?" Seeing Cheng Kuan's bewildered expression, the crowd began to doubt Li Kongyou's claims. A monk from Shaolin hastily came to Cheng Kuan's defense. "Brother Yuan Zhen is a distinguished disciple under my esteemed master Kong Jian. How could he possibly be Cheng Kuan?" "Li Kongyou, cease your baseless accusations and present your evidence." Li Kongyou listened, letting out a cold laugh. "Evidence? I, Li Kongyou, have never needed evidence to take a life." With that, he raised his right hand sharply, and the wind from his palm howled as it struck directly towards Cheng Kuan's crown. At that moment, Chen Kuan was unable to harness his inner energy, leaving him no time to evade the blow. He was instantly felled by Li Kongyou's strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers were taken aback, their hearts racing. This is utterly tyrannical. Yet, despite their shock, none dared to voice dissent. Even the monk from the Yuan lineage, who had previously defended Chen Kuan, fell silent in fear. Zhang Wuji gazed at Chen Kuan's lifeless body, exhaling deeply, his mind quietly reflecting, "It is time to retrieve my adoptive father." Li Kongyou's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over the crowd. "Why do you not hasten your departure? Do you intend to linger here at the Bright Summit for dinner?" Upon hearing these words, the members of Shaolin, Kongtong, Huashan, and Kunlun were immediately thrown into a state of panic, hastily retreating. Song Yuanxiao and the others were astonished by Li Kongyou's ability to repel the combined forces of the 5 great sects single-handedly, their joy palpable. At that moment, Zhang Wuji's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed into the distance, softly murmuring, "Mother, father, those who forced you to your demise have finally met their due reckoning today." Only the Amay sect remained steadfast, with the elder of extinction, despite her depleted martial prowess, exhibiting undiminished pride. "Li Kongyou, rest assured, Amay shall not let this matter rest." Upon her declaration, Ding Minjun promptly echoed, "Indeed. Do not presume that your martial skills grant you impunity." Secretly, she pondered, "I must make a commendable impression before my master at this moment. With Zhou Zhiruo entangled with this fiend and my master now powerless, perhaps I might be appointed as the leader upon our return." However, as she reveled in her thoughts, Li Kongyou's gaze fell upon her, and he remarked thoughtfully, "Had you not stepped forward, I might have nearly forgotten you." Before his words had fully resonated, Li Kongyou's figure flickered, and in an instant, he was before Ding Minjun. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed in terror, her face paling. "Nothing of consequence. A venomous woman like you ought not to remain within Amay." Li Kongyou flicked his fingers, and Ding Minjun perished in an instant. The disciples of Amay, both senior and junior, were filled with a tumult of grief and indignation upon witnessing this. They all raised their swords, intent on striking at Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou's figure flickered, and in a few swift movements, he returned to his original position. "Miju, your disciple harbors impure intentions. Allow me to intervene on your behalf. I trust you will not hold it against me." Although Miju Shirtai felt a surge of indignation, she understood that further words would be futile. She cast a fierce glare at Zhou Zhiruo before bellowing, "Let us depart." With that, Miju Shirtai turned and swept away. Zhou Zhiruo gazed at the retreating figure of Miju Shirtai, then glanced back at Li Kongyou, ultimately choosing to remain rooted in place. "Hold on," Li Kongyou called out, halting the Amay disciple's steps. "What further instructions do you have, young hero Li?" Master Jingshuan's expression revealed her discontent. Li Kongyou was acutely aware that Zhao Min was awaiting the 6 major sects at the foot of the mountain. Having vowed to his master to protect Amay, he could not allow her to fall into Zhao Min's clutches. With a cold snort, he declared sternly, "Listen, disciples of Amay, you may depart only after 2 hours, otherwise, death shall be your fate." "Li Kongyou, do not overstep your bounds," Miaju shouted in anger. "Heed my words, or face death." With that, Li Kongyou dismissed her without further regard. Though the Amay disciples seethed with indignation, none dared to act. At this moment, Zhou Zhiruo, witnessing the scene, was about to speak, but Li Kongyou preemptively embraced her, saying, "Zhiruo, I understand what you wish to say. Fear not, I have my reasons." Zhou Zhiruo nodded slightly, choosing silence, for she recognized that Li Kongyou had already shown mercy towards Amay. Just then, the members of the Ming cult approached in unison, promptly kneeling to pay their respects. "We, the disciples of the Ming cult, express our heartfelt gratitude to the valiant hero Li for his protection and salvation." Li Kongyou hurriedly stepped forward to assist Yang Xiao and Yin Tianzhong, urging them to rise. "Please, esteemed members of the Ming sect, you are all valiant patriots resisting the Yuan dynasty, and I, Li Kongyou, hold you in the highest regard." With Li Kongyou's support, Yang Xiao and Yin Tianzhong stood, their faces reflecting gratitude and respect. The other members of the Ming sect, witnessing Yang Xiao's rise, also rose to their feet. However, before they could steady themselves, Yang Xiao knelt once more, exclaiming, "I am Yang Xiao, the left ambassador of the Ming sect, paying my respects to the leader." As his words echoed, Yin Tianzhong and Wei Yixiao followed suit, kneeling in unison and declaring, "We are Yin Tianzhong, the white-browed eagle king, and Wei Yixiao, the green-winged bat king, presenting our respects to the leader." Although Li Kongyou had long anticipated this, he still needed to maintain a fade of surprise. He feigned astonishment as he turned to Yang Xiao and Yin Tianzhong, inquiring, "What does this mean, left envoy Yang, Senior Yin, and King Wei?" Yang Xiao did not respond directly. Instead, he solemnly countered with a question. "May I ask, has the young hero Li mastered the formidable art of the Qinkuan Great Shift?" Li Kongyou nodded slightly, poised to explain, yet was interrupted by Yang Xiao. "I dictate the rules. Only the sect leader may cultivate the great shift of the universe. Conversely, since you, young hero Li, have already mastered this art, it is only natural that you are the leader of our bright church." At this moment, Zhou Jian voiced his agreement loudly. "Young hero Li, I, Zhou Jian, bow to no one but you. This position of sect leader is rightfully yours." Wei Yixiao also chimed in. "Hero Li, today you have triumphed over the 5 major sects, rescuing our bright church from peril. If this significant responsibility is not to be entrusted to you, who else could possibly fulfill it?" Li Kongyou repeatedly waved his hands and said earnestly, "As a disciple of Wudang, how could I possibly assume the position of the leader of the Ming sect?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao smiled gently and replied, "Though you're indeed a disciple of Wudang, your ideals of resisting the Yuan dynasty resonate harmoniously with our sect's mission. Moreover, having mastered the art of Qiankuan de Nui, it seems destined by fate. Why then should you remain confined by the perspectives of your sect?" Zhou Jian urged. "Li Shaosheng, if you do not take on the role of sect leader, will not the Ming sect find itself leaderless, plunging once again into chaos?" In addition, Yin Tianzhong hastily interjected, "The endeavor to resist the Yuan is a monumental task. Without a figure like Brother Li to lead us, I shudder to think how many more innocent lives the tyrannical Yuan dynasty would claim." Yin Tianzhong earnestly implored Li Dixia to consider the plight of the people and to take up the mantle of the Ming sect's leader. As soon as Yin Tianzhong's words fell, the disciples of the Ming sect immediately knelt and cried out in unison, "We beseech you, Li Dixia, to consider the welfare of the world and succeed the position of the Ming sect's leader." The resonance of their voices was thunderous, echoing through the skies. At that moment, Yu Lianzhou stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon Li Kongyou. In a low and grave tone, he remarked, "Kongyou, although the Ming sect is often labeled as a demonic sect by the world, its conduct embodies a spirit of heroism. If you were to impose discipline upon them, I firmly believe that we could swiftly overthrow the tyrannical Yuan dynasty." Li Kongyou, perceiving that the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, promptly turned to face the members of the Ming sect, raising his arm and proclaiming, "Since you, my esteemed brothers, have shown me such affection, should I refuse any further? It would only render me pretentious. Very well, today I, Li Kongyou, shall accept the position of the sect leader." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in joyous laughter. Kneeling in reverence, Yang Xiao paid his respects to the sect leader. Yin Tianzhong acknowledged the sect leader. Wei Yixiao bowed to the sect leader. Zhou Jian offered his homage to the sect leader. "My dear brothers, please rise." "Thank you, sect leader," the members of the Ming sect collectively exclaimed. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiao felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Although the position of sect leader was not his own, he was elated to witness the transformation of the Ming sect. Once fragmented like scattered sand, now united as one. Li Kongyou continued, "Since the inception of our sect, we have upheld the tenet of punishing evil and promoting good, guiding the world towards enlightenment in this present age as the Yuan court exhibits cruelty and heartlessness. It is our solemn duty to expel the barbarian invaders and restore the glory of our Han dynasty." Suddenly, a grave alarm arose, for the enemy was once again launching an assault on the mountain. Before Li Kongyou could finish his words, a disciple from the 5 Elements flag hurriedly approached to report. "A motley crew dares to seek their own demise. Which sects are involved?" Li Kongyou's gaze was piercing, his voice commanding. After catching his breath, the man continued, "It is the Beggars sect, the Great Whale Gang, and the Divine Fist sect among other martial factions." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanchao immediately stood forth. "Eighth brother, let us take charge of dealing with these opportunists." Li Kongyou pondered for a moment. If Wudang were to intervene, they could undoubtedly repel the adversaries, achieving victory without conflict. "Very well, I shall rely on you, esteemed brothers." Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji immediately took the lead and galloped forth. After the Wudang members departed, Li Kongyou issued his first command. "Where is Hu Qingyou?" Hu Qingyou promptly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "Mr. Hu, I intend to establish a medicinal hall within the sect, with you as the head. The medicinal hall will operate independently of the 5 elements flag, and the position of the hall master shall be equivalent to that of the flag bearer. Hu Qingniu dutifully complied with the leader's command. Grateful for the matter concerning Xin Yutong, Hu Qingniu readily accepted the responsibility. Very well. I kindly ask Hall Master Hu to organize personnel immediately to tend to our injured brothers. As you command, leader. Subsequently, Li Kongyou turned his attention towards Yang Xiao and the others. Yang Zhuo, Senior Yin, King Wei of Bats, the 5 Scatterers, the master of the 5 elements flag. Brother Chong, Zhu Chongba, Suda, please accompany me to the back hall. The group responded in unison and proceeded towards the rear hall. In a brief moment, they had gathered in the back hall. Yang Xiao gazed at the assembly, a flicker of doubt suddenly arising within him. It was reasonable for the Eagle King, Bat Kings, 5 Scatterers, and the flag bearer to be summoned for important discussions in the back hall. However, what brought Chong Yechen, Zhu Chongba, and Suda to this gathering? The leader referred to him as Brother Chong, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Li Kong sat gracefully in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke softly. I have summoned you all to the back hall for 2 reasons. First, the clamor in the front hall is detrimental to the healing process. Second, there are matters that require our joint deliberation. The assembly responded in unison. We shall heed the teachings of the master. The 5 Scatterers had previously crossed paths with Cheng Kuan during a pursuit, thus establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Might I request the esteemed leader of the 5 elements flag to introduce himself? I am Yin Yuan, the leader of the Earth flag, and I extend my respectful greetings to the master, came the reply. Yin Yuan, though short and stout, was renowned for possessing the greatest strength in the Ming sect and was well versed in the sciences of construction. I am Wen Sangsong, the leader of the Wood flag, and I pay my respects to the master. I shall never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me recently. Wen Sangsong, having lost an arm to the ruthless extermination of his sect, appeared somewhat frail. I am Tang Yang, the leader of the Water flag, and I greet the master. My heartfelt gratitude is extended for your mercy towards Zhu Chongba, and Suda. Tang Yang was a man of expansive vision, possessing both literary and martial talents. A true gem among men. Zhu Chongba and Suda hastily rose, kneeling on one knee in utmost reverence, expressing, "We thank the master for your clemency." Soon after, a one-armed figure stepped forward. I am Zhuang Zhong, the leader of the Metal flag, who has perished in service to the sect. I am Wu Jinqiao, the deputy leader of the Metal flag, and I greet the master. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. As Wu Jinqiao spoke, another voice interrupted. I am Xian Ran, the leader of the Fire flag, paying my respects to the master. Yang Xiao realized with a sudden clarity that the leaders of the Wood, Water, and Metal flags had all received the master's benevolence. Li Kongyou gently waved his hand, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards, revealing a serene smile. Rise, my brothers, for you are the cornerstone of our Ming sect's righteous army. Thank you, Master Xia. I, your subordinate, shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the Ming sect, persevering until death. Li Kongyou nodded slightly, suddenly adopting a serious expression as he proclaimed, Wu Jinqiao, Chong Yechen, Zhu Chongba, and Suda, heed my command. Upon hearing these words, the 4 promptly knelt halfway to the ground. Henceforth, Wu Jinqiao shall serve as the standard-bearer of the Ruijin banner, while Zhu Chongba will take on the role of deputy standard-bearer. Chong Yechen is appointed as the deputy standard-bearer of the Giantwood banner, and Suda shall assume the position of deputy standard-bearer of the Flood banner. We shall obey your orders, the brothers responded in unison. Please rise quickly. Li Kongyou suddenly rose, then turned to Yang Xiao and the others, saying, Yang Zhuo, please take your time to recuperate here. I must step out for a while. With that, Li Kongyou strode out briskly. Once he had departed, Yang Xiao, filled with curiosity, asked, Chong Laudi, I never imagined you were acquainted with the sect leader. Chong Yechen replied, Yang Zhuo, in truth, your connection with the sect leader is quite profound as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately recalled Li Kongyou's remarkable finger technique and the melody of the emerging tides of the Azure Sea, and he speculated whether he and the sect leader were disciples of the same master. Oh, pray tell me more, he urged. Chong Yechen paused for a moment in thought before continuing. In fact, it was the sect leader who sent me to deliver a message to you back in the day. What? Yang Xiao exclaimed, astonished. When Chong Yechen had informed him of this revelation in the past, he had inquired multiple times about the identity of the messenger. Yet Chang Yuchen had always been vague. He never could have imagined that it was the sect leader. Then why did you not disclose this at the time? At that time, the sect leader was merely a 10-year-old child and a disciple of Wudang. Had I revealed the truth, you might have found it hard to believe. So I refrained from sharing the details, Chang Yuchen explained. The group listened to his words with incredulity. Yang Xiao could not help but exclaim, "The sect leader is indeed extraordinary." Ying Tianjing eagerly interjected, "That is certainly the case. I recall in the past, I ascended Wudang Mountain regarding matters concerning my daughter. I intended to debate with Zhang Zhenren, but unexpectedly encountered the 12-year-old sect leader. We engaged in a fierce battle of 100 moves, and ultimately, it was a draw. Reflecting on it now, perhaps the sect leader was graciously holding back. Haha. With such a sect leader in our midst, our Ming sect shall surely thrive." The atmosphere in the back hall was suddenly filled with warmth and camaraderie. At that moment, Hu Qingyo entered with a medicine box, and upon hearing the laughter, he felt a surge of curiosity. It seemed everyone's injuries had nearly healed. "Master Hu, you have arrived. Do you know who it was that sent me a message to go to Butterfly Valley back then?" Yang Xiao asked with a slight smile. A hint of mischief in his tone. Hu Qingyo's expression shifted. Had it not been for Yang Zhao's timely arrival, he and his wife, Wang Nangyu, might have perished at the hands of Granny Jinhua. Thus, he owed this person a debt of life. Yang was sure, "I hope you will enlighten me. I owe him 2 lives." Yang Xiao smiled faintly, revealing the messenger was none other than the sect leader. Hu Qingyo was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Li Kongyou hurriedly stepped out from the back hall, striding directly towards the front hall. At that moment, Zhou Zhiruo and Xiao Zhao were engaged in conversation. Zhou Zhiruo was the first to inquire, "Are you Xiao Zhao? Are you from the Ming sect?" Having observed Li Kongyou's demeanor towards Zhou Zhiruo, Xiao Zhao understood the depth of their relationship. Thus, when confronted with such a question, she felt a flutter of unease within her and softly replied, "I am merely the young lady's maid." The old monk you pursued fled into a secret passage. "And as it happens, I am familiar with the mechanism, so I entered alongside you." Zhou Zhiruo noted that Xiao Zhao was delicate and charming, and even as a fellow woman, she could not help but feel a sense of affection. Moreover, she had witnessed Xiao Zhao selflessly protect Li Kongyou, a scene that lingered in her mind. However, women are often prone to jealousy. She gazed at Xiao Zhao, her tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. "Do you harbor feelings for him?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's question, Xiao Zhao immediately knelt down, for she was merely the young master's servant and dared not entertain such thoughts. Zhou Zhiruo smiled gently and bent down to assist her, saying, "You need not be so formal. I am but 2 years your senior. If you do not mind, feel free to call me Sister Zhou." Sensing the sincerity in Zhou Zhiruo's words, Xiao Zhao quickly rose and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Zhou." After standing, Xiao Zhao continued, "Sister, I heard the young master call you Zhiruo. Is your name really Zhou Zhiruo? It has a lovely ring to it." "Xiao Zhao is a beautiful name as well," Zhou Zhiruo remarked. Just as she spoke, a boisterous laughter echoed from a distance. "Haha, what are you two chatting about?" Both Kongyou and the young master exclaimed in unison, their faces illuminating with surprise. Li Kongyou nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Zhou Zhiruo. "Zhiruo, hand me the sword of destiny." "Here." Zhou Zhiruo tossed the sword into the air. "Xiao Zhao, spread your feet apart." With a swift motion, the sword was drawn with a resonating sound, its blade glinting menacingly. Li Kongyou swung the sword towards the iron chains binding Xiao Zhao's feet. With a sharp, clear sound of metal fracturing, the chains were severed in an instant. Witnessing this turn of events, Xiao Zhao's heart swelled with joy as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Li Kongyou smiled and nodded. "Zhiruo, I have urgent matters to attend to down the mountain. You and Xiao Zhao should wait for me at the summit." Although Zhou Zhiruo was unaware of the reasons for Li Kongyou's descent, she readily agreed without hesitation. "Do not allow anyone to bully Xiao Zhao." After uttering these words, Li Kongyou departed, wielding the heavenly sword. Zhou Zhiruo, noticing that Li Kongyou had not returned the sword, sensed the potential peril that lay ahead for him. She quickly raised her voice, expressing her concern. "Take care in all matters. Rest assured, no one can harm me," he replied. Li Kongyou's urgency to descend the mountain was undoubtedly for Zhao Min years ago, in pursuit of a cure for his paralyzed senior brother Yu Daiyan. He had ventured with Yu Lianzhou to the capital solely to seek the elusive black jade ointment. However, after days of fruitless searching at the residence of the Prince of Riyong, Zhao Min remained absent. Perhaps it was not yet the right moment, and he chose not to force the issue. Now that the siege of Guangmingding by the 6 major sects had come to an end, It was time for Zhao Min to make her appearance, which is why he chose this moment to descend. At this very moment, in a wooded area of Wudang Mountain, members of the four major sects had gathered, pausing to catch their breath. This young man is exceedingly formidable. Even the three great monks could not contend with him. We are utterly defeated this time, a disciple gasped, his tone rife with resentment and complaint. Shaolin and Wudang have always been renowned together. But it seems Wudang is poised to dominate now, another disciple remarked with evident concern. Just then, a disciple from the Wudang Sect interjected, his voice tinged with clear dissatisfaction. That Li Kongyou is in league with the demonic sect, which will surely provoke the wrath of the Central Plains martial arts community. No sooner had he spoken than another voice countered. Provoke? With your Wudang sect? In this current situation, who is righteous and who is demonic is determined by them. Sighing deeply, Guan Nong, the leader of the Kongtong Five Elders, was about to speak when a sudden breeze swept through, and he faintly discerned the sound of a large troop advancing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he leaped onto a large tree. Upon looking up, he beheld a throng of armored Mongolian soldiers surging forth like a tide, their presence imposing and formidable. This is bad. It is the Imperial Army, Guan Neng exclaimed, his voice trembling. The members of the five major sects turned pale, swiftly rising to grip their weapons, preparing for confrontation. Moments later, from among the ranks of the Mongolian soldiers, a white steed approached the forefront. Riding upon it was a young man clad in a white silk robe, gently fanning himself, exuding an air of opulence and grace. Following closely behind were two elderly men, both over 70 years of age. One wielded a short staff adorned with a deer's head, while the other held a crane-billed pen, both exhibiting an aura of cunning malice. These three were none other than the disguised Zhao Min and the two elders of Xianming. With a snap of her fan, Zhao Min smiled slightly and remarked, "From this day forth, the Central Plains martial arts world shall no longer recognize Shaolin, Kunlun, Huashan, or Kongtong. It is a pity we could not capture Wudang and Amei in one fell swoop." Her eyes swept over the assembled crowd, her words dismissively disregarding the presence of the four major sects. Do you dare to speak so arrogantly with merely your numbers? Although the four major sects had suffered in the Battle of Guangmingding, each possessed formidable skills, and it would not be an easy task for Yuan Bing to eliminate them all. Zhao Min smiled slightly. You so-called righteous sects have long been accustomed to viewing yourselves with inflated esteem, yet in truth, you are nothing but hollow shells. At this moment, the crowd was filled with pent-up frustration, seeking an outlet for their emotions. Upon witnessing the brazen behavior of the Yuan soldiers, they yearned for swift retribution. Yet, just as they prepared to unleash their fury, they found themselves collapsing to the ground. How dare you resort to poison? Such despicable and shameless tactics. The 10 fragrance softening powder is colorless and odorless. Once its effects take hold, one's muscles and bones become weak and sore. Even after a few days, one may appear to move normally, but their internal power would be utterly diminished. Zhao Min clapped her folding fan and laughed heartily. In warfare, deception is key. Do you not grasp such a fundamental principle? With that, she raised her right hand and waved it lightly, commanding, "Seize them." Understood. Hundreds of Yuan soldiers echoed in unison, swiftly surrounding the four major sections. The crowd struggled fiercely, attempting to resist, yet their bodies felt powerless and soft, leaving them to be at the mercy of their captors. In the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the four sects were completely subdued. Just as the crowd prepared to depart, a voice floated through the air. "Miss Zhao, why the haste?" The voice was calm and languid, as if it were both distant and yet close at hand. As the words faded, Li Kongyou gracefully glided over a treetop, lightly touching the air with his toes before descending like a leaf onto another branch. He stood tall and poised, his flowing hair moving as though caressed by a gentle breeze, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene below with an air of nonchalance. The members of the four sects turned their gazes toward Li Kongyou in unison, their eyes a blend of resentment and flickering hope. Zhao Min and the two elders of Xianming furrowed their brows at this sight, lifting their eyes to regard Li Kongyou in the tree. After a moment, Zhao Min snapped open her fan, waved it lightly, and smiled alluringly. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the illustrious leader of the Ming sect, Li Kongyou, who single-handedly overwhelmed the 5 sects atop the bright summit. However, as a respectable gentleman of 7 feet, I find it rather inappropriate for you to address me in such a manner. Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, the members of the 4 sects immediately understood that Li Kongyou had indeed become the leader of the Ming sect. Is that so? Li Kongyou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed intently at Zhao Min, silently admiring her. She was indeed the foremost heroine of the era, exuding unmatched beauty intertwined with a hint of valor. Feeling the intensity of Li Kongyou's gaze upon her, Zhao Min felt a sudden discomfort. Is it possible that the esteemed leader has a peculiar inclination? Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou immediately jested, Miss Zhao, I must say, I have encountered countless individuals in my time, yet men do not possess such formidable chests as women. After uttering these words, his gaze would occasionally wander towards Zhao Min's bosom. Although Zhao Min hailed from a martial family and was exceptionally astute, being a woman, she could not help but flush with embarrassment at Li Kongyou's teasing. With a playful pout, she retorted, I never imagined that the great leader Li, renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess, could be such a frivolous person. Have you come here, perhaps, to rescue them? Li Kongyou gently shook his head. For life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. I am not their parent, thus, I bear no responsibility or obligation to save them. Hearing Li Kongyou's words, Guan of the Wudang Sect hastily exclaimed, Young hero Li, I implore you, for the sake of the bonds among the 6 great sects, save our Wudang Sect. The others, witnessing Guan's plea, likewise began to voice their desperate requests for aid. Li Kongyou remained indifferent as he remarked, You have heard her words. I am now the leader of the demon sect, and I would gladly wish for your demise. The crowd seethed with anger, exclaiming, What need have we for the mercy of this demon? The Shaolin Temple harbors no cowards who fear death. Zhao Min, however, paid little heed to their impotent fury, as her thoughts were consumed by Li Kongyou's earlier statement. How did he know her true identity? His tone suggested he had anticipated the ambush by the 4 major sections. She lifted her gaze to scrutinize Li Kongyou, pondering silently, who was this enigmatic figure? If the esteemed leader of the sect did not come to their aid, then what was his purpose? After a moment of reflection, she continued, Could it be that you have come for my sake? Several years ago, your subordinate aced and crippled my 3rd senior brother with the great strength diamond finger, and only the black jade ointment can remedy it. Before Li Kongyou could finish his words, Zhao Min quickly interjected, Ah, so you seek something from me. But how did you come to know? Upon hearing these words, Li Kongyou raised his right hand, mimicking the appearance of fortune tellers from his past life on television, gently tapping his thumb on the joints of his other fingers. After a brief moment, a smile graced his lips as he spoke. It is, of course, what this master has divined. Oh, Zhao Min, skeptical of Li Kongyou's claim, feigned intrigue and continued to inquire, What else have you divined? Li Kongyou pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, I see that Miss Zhao has a rosy complexion. Good fortune is approaching. Impudent. Before Zhao Min could respond, the 2 elders of Xianming could no longer contain themselves and shouted in anger. Li Kongyou's smile gradually faded as he coldly remarked, My master was capable of slaying the 100 damages Taoist in the past. Today, I am equally capable. Young man, do not be so arrogant. The 2 elders of Xianming bellowed in unison, preparing to leap forward and teach Li Kongyou a lesson. Zhao Min hastily intervened, saying, Masters, please remain calm. At present, it is the esteemed leader Li who seeks something from me. Let us see what sincerity he can offer. What kind of sincerity does Miss Zhao desire? Li Kongyou inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Min stretched her neck a few times and playfully pouted, With you standing so high, it makes it quite difficult for me to converse. My neck is growing sore. Very well, Li Kongyou replied with a slight smile, swiftly disappearing from his original position with a gentle push of his toes. When he reappeared, he was already before Zhao Min caught off guard. She turned pale with fright, and even the steed beneath her let out a startled neigh. Observing this scene, the 2 elders of Xianming had no time for further words. They both leaped high into the air, simultaneously unleashing the Xianming divine palm towards Li Kongyou with great force. Having witnessed his prowess at the bright summit, they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Li Kongyou's expression instantly grew solemn. He was eager to personally experience the formidable Xianming divine palm, which struck fear into the hearts of those in the martial world. He planted the heaven-exalting sword firmly into the ground. Then his hands danced with agility. His right hand adeptly intercepted the palm strike from He Wang, while his left hand met the blow from Lu Zhangke. In that fleeting moment, the 4 palms clashed, and Li Kongyou immediately felt the overwhelming force of his opponent's strikes surging towards him like a relentless tide, infused with a chilling, bone-deep coldness. Li Kongyou secretly sighed, acknowledging that the profound underworld divine palm truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. In today's martial arts world, apart from himself and old Zhang, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could withstand this formidable technique. Li Kongyou exerted all his effort to activate the 9-yang divine skill, and in an instant, his palms brimmed with the true energy of 9-yang. So formidable, the expressions of the two elders of Xianming changed dramatically. Li Kongyou unleashed his formidable power once more. His unparalleled palm strike forcefully repelling the two elders of Xianming. Their bodies were sent flying over 10 feet, teetering on the brink of losing their balance. Just as they prepared to gather their energy for another confrontation, an overwhelming heat enveloped them in an instant, as if they were ensconced within a blazing furnace. Li Kongyou seized the opportune moment, brandishing the heaven-reaching sword, and executed a nimble somersault to land gracefully upon his steed, instantly positioning himself behind Zhao Min. Without hesitation, he grasped the reins firmly, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. She attempted to break free, yet found herself utterly immobilized. "Li Kongyou, release me," Zhao Min protested as she struggled. How delightful the fragrance! After a playful tease, Li Kongyou tightened his legs, and the steed beneath him surged forward uncontrollably. "Young master," he Shunwen, watching Li Kongyou and Zhao Min recede into the distance, felt an urgent anxiety welling within him, eager to give chase. Yet was suddenly overwhelmed by a burning discomfort in his abdomen. Beside him, dear staff guest shook his head in resignation, advising, "Calm yourself, junior brother. Since he did not harm the princess, it is unlikely that she is in mortal danger." Yet, he Shunwen remained troubled, unable to find peace of mind. Dear staff guest hastily reassured him, "Do not overthink it. That lad has intentions regarding the princess. For now, she should be safe. The pressing matter is to quell the heat within and restore our strength, so we may rescue her." Accepting this counsel, Yishunan nodded and sat down to cultivate his energy. Meanwhile, Li Kongyou, with Zhao Min in his embrace, galloped swiftly for over 10 miles. At this moment, Zhao Min found herself tightly held in his arms, the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear, leaving her flustered and uncertain. "Li Kongyou, where on earth are you taking me?" Zhao Min struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from his grasp. Li Kongyou remained silent, merely urging his horse onward. After galloping for another 2 or 3 miles, he finally came to a halt amidst a grove of trees. Li Kongyou dismounted gracefully, holding Zhao Min in his arms. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Min broke free from his grasp, darting behind a large tree, facing him directly. Observing her swift reaction, Li Kongyou could not help but exclaim, "Miss Zhao, you possess remarkable skills." Aware that escaping from Li Kongyou alone would be a formidable challenge, Zhao Min quickly pondered her next move. "What is this? Are you contemplating your escape, Miss Zhao?" Li Kongyou inquired with a teasing smile. Zhao Min, shedding her earlier boldness, suddenly adopted a more delicate demeanor, softly replying, "Surely. A man of your stature, masterly, would not impose difficulties upon a frail woman such as myself?" "A frail woman?" Li Kongyou chuckled lightly. "To have vanquished the elite of the 4 major sects, there is no man in this world who could rival you, my dear. Thank you for your generous compliment. Masterly, I am truly unworthy," Zhao Min replied with a knowing smile, reminiscent of spring flowers in bloom. Her smile bore a hint of playfulness and cunning, as if to convey, "Feel free to praise me. I relish it." After a moment's pause, Li Kongyou's gaze turned serious as he said, "Enough, my esteemed princess. Swiftly surrender the black jade bomb, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhao Min felt a sudden shock, realizing that Li Kongyou was aware of her noble status. She lowered her head slightly, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in her eyes, understanding that wit was her only recourse at this moment. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she slowly raised her gaze, locking her eyes with Li Kongyou's. "Masterly, since you are already aware of my identity, you should also understand that I, Zhao Min, am not one to yield easily." Her voice was calm, yet resolute, as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil with an air of determination. Li Kongyou raised an eyebrow slightly, arms crossed, leaning casually against the side of the horse, gazing at Zhao Min with keen interest. "Oh, how does Miss Zhao intend to resist submission?" A hint of playful intrigue laced Li Kongyou's tone. As soon as the words escaped her lips, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, prompting her to slowly approach Zhao Min, lost in contemplation of a counter-strategy. Felt a twinge of unease rising within her as Li Kongyou drew nearer. "What are you planning to do, Li Kongyou?" A mischievous smile graced Li Kongyou's face as he walked, casually remarking, "In this desolate wilderness, with only a solitary man and woman present, what do you suppose I intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Min felt a surge of trepidation within her. Should you dare to act disrespectfully towards me, I shall lead my army to lay waste to your Wudang Mountain. However, before Zhao Min could finish her sentence, Li Kongyou swiftly closed the distance between them, their breaths nearly mingling. Instinctively, Zhao Min attempted to retreat, only to realize that her back was already pressed against the trunk of a tree, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Li Kongyou's arm extended gradually, his palm resting firmly against the tree trunk, effectively trapping Zhao Min between his embrace and the bark. Zhao Min's heartbeat quickened, her eyes widening as she gazed into the proximity of Li Kongyou, feeling the warmth of his breath brushing against her face. An indescribable sensation swelling within her heart. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. After an indeterminate period, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Li Kongyou's gaze as he softly spoke. Miss Zhao, I, Li Kongyou, am not the paragon of virtue you might presume. If by chance I were to become the favored son-in-law of the Wang family in Ruyang, it would be quite troublesome. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer to Zhao Min. You are shameless, Zhao Min retorted playfully, her heart racing even more. She endeavored to maintain her composure, attempting to push Li Kongyou away, only to realize that his arm was as unyielding as iron, impossible to budge. In her desperation, she closed her eyes tightly, fists clenched, silently praying that Li Kongyou would refrain from any reckless actions. At that moment, a smile suddenly graced Li Kongyou's lips as he gently remarked, however, I, Li Kongyou, have never been one to coerce others. Before he finished speaking, he abruptly released his hold and stepped back, smiling at Zhao Min. Zhao Min was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. She bit her lip and glared at Li Kongyou, playfully scolding, I can give you the black jade balm, but I do not have it on me at the moment. Li Kongyou expressed surprise, taken aback by her willingness to concede so easily. He quickly followed up with, in that case, have someone deliver it to Wudang Mountain. At this juncture, Zhao Min steadied herself, reflecting on the recent events. She was acutely aware that despite Li Kongyou's flippant words, he possessed an inherent pride. Thus, she was confident that he would not treat her lightly. And her demeanor regained its former confidence. She fixed her gaze upon Li Kongyou and stated, Masterly, it is you who seeks my assistance. Why should I deliver it to your doorstep? And what do you propose? Li Kongyou understood that acquiring the black jade balm would not be a simple endeavor. Naturally, it would require Masterly himself to retrieve it. Li Kongyou raised an eyebrow, declaring, your life rests within my grasp. Then go ahead and end me. Zhao Min retorted, spreading her arms wide, presenting herself in a posture of surrender. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Li Kongyou turned his head upon hearing the voice, and to his astonishment, the leader was none other than the two elders of Xianming. Did you leave a mark on the way? Li Kongyou suddenly regained his composure. Zhao Min, however, wore an expression of innocence. What mark? What does the great leader mean? Li Kongyou smiled faintly and shook his head, astonished that Zhao Min could evade him in such a perilous situation, leaving marks for the two elders of Xianming along the way. Li Kongyou, release the princess at once, exclaimed the deer staff guest as he leapt from his horse, launching himself towards Li Kongyou. Mr. Deer, cease your advance. You are no match for him, Zhao Min urgently called out. Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, the deer staff guest, though reluctantly acknowledging the truth, could only halt his charge. Li, if you choose not to slay me, I shall take my leave, Zhao Min remarked with a light laugh, gracefully mounting the previously mentioned white horse. Li Kongyou made no attempt to obstruct her, fully aware of Zhao Min's fiery temperament. He understood that any forceful coercion would certainly thwart his chances of obtaining the coveted black jade ointment. Miss Zhao, remember your words. I shall certainly pay you a visit in due course. I hope you will prepare the necessary items in advance. Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence in the capital, Zhao Min replied before urging her horse to depart. However, as the hooves barely struck the ground, a sharp whoa pierced the air. Zhao Min abruptly pulled on the reins, turning her head to glance at Li Kongyou. Masterly, do remember to change your attire next time. This Taoist robe hardly befits your esteemed position. With that, she once again spurred her horse into a swift gallop. The two elders Xianming cast a sidelong glance at Li Kongyou before hastily following in pursuit. Li Kongyou gazed at the receding figure of Zhao Min, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. How could one remain indifferent in the presence of such an exquisite beauty? Yet, at this moment, there was no need to rush. After discerning the right direction, he employed his lightness skill to hasten back to the bright summit. By the time he arrived, the sky had already darkened. At this hour, the Amazed sect, the the Beggars Sect, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Divine Fist Sect had long since dispersed, leaving the bright summit strewn with severed limbs and remnants of battle. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Kongyou felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Yet he deemed the action justifiable. He understood all too well that without undergoing this trial, the Ming sect would never achieve true unity. The grand endeavor against the Yuan would remain an unattainable dream. As he stepped into the great hall, Zhou Zhiruo and Xiao Zhao hurriedly approached him. "Brother Kongyou, you have returned." Li Kongyou slightly nodded, then gracefully presented the heaven-reliant sword to Zhou Zhiruo, softly uttering, "Zhiruo, from this moment forth, this sword shall solely belong to you." Zhou Zhiruo gazed into Li Kongyou's eyes, filled with tender affection, her heart brimming with immeasurable emotion. She gently extended her hand to receive the heaven-reliant sword, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhao observed this entire exchange, secretly contemplating. Perhaps only a woman as gentle and charming as Sister Zhou truly deserves the affection of the young master. As long as she could serve by his side, she would be utterly content. What of the senior brothers, though? Li Kongyou surveyed his surroundings, yet the figures of the Wudang disciples were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Zhao hastily replied, "Young master, Hero Song and the others have already settled in the guest quarters. I shall take you there at once." Excellent. Today's events had yet to be thoroughly conveyed to his senior brothers. With Xiao Zhao leading the way, Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo followed closely behind. Thus, they traversed several corridors, ultimately arriving at a serene villa. With a gentle lift of her delicate hand, Xiao Zhao pointed to a particular room and softly remarked, "Young master, Hero Song resides in this chamber." Upon hearing these words, Li Kongyou stepped forward and gently rapped on the door. The person inside, upon hearing the knock, hurriedly rose and swiftly approached the entrance, promptly opening the door with a joyful exclamation, "Eighth brother, eighth sister, do come in." Li Kongyou raised his gaze and noticed that aside from Song Yuanqiao, Yu Lianzhou was also present. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the room together. Once seated, Song Yuanqiao spoke first. "Kongyou, tomorrow, I and your senior brothers shall return to Wudang. Having just ascended to the position of leader of the Ming sect, you undoubtedly have numerous urgent matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, do remember to visit our esteemed master." In that moment, Li Kongyou found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Yu Lianzhou quickly interjected, "Old Eight, you have performed admirably on this trip down the mountain, surpassing even your senior brothers. As the current leader of the sect, you must not be as indifferent as before. It is imperative that you guide the Ming sect onto the righteous path. In doing so, our master will surely feel a deep sense of satisfaction." The typically carefree Li Kongyou now felt bewildered and uncertain. He gazed at Song Yuanqiao and Yu Lianzhou, and, after a prolonged silence, timidly asked, "Do you not hold it against me, brother?" "Ha!" Song Yuanqiao erupted in hearty laughter, rising abruptly. "Kongyou, the 7 heroes of Wudang have always stood united. There is no question of holding grievances." Yu Lianzhou also stood, gently patting Li Kongyou's shoulder as he solemnly remarked, "A true man knows what to pursue and what to forego, as long as your conscience is clear. That is all that matters." Li Kongyou nodded emphatically, and his junior disciple understood. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Li Kongyou took his leave. As the three of them had just taken a few steps, they saw Enlighting passing by, seemingly lost in thought. Li Kongyou quickly called out, "Sixth brother." Enlighting came to his senses, looked over, and exclaimed, "Ah, eighth brother, you have returned." Li Kongyou suddenly perceived that Enlighting seemed different from before. In the past, there was always a hint of melancholy in her brows, yet today her features appeared more relaxed. He instantly grasped the reason and inquired, "Have you perhaps met Ji Xiaofu?" Enlighting sighed, revealing her astonishment that Xiaofu had not perished after all and had given birth to such a grown daughter. "If she bears no regret, then what significance does my persistence hold?" Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou's expression turned solemn as he earnestly remarked, "Sixth brother, only by letting go can one find freedom." However, scarcely had his words faded when he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder from Enlighting. "Eighth brother, are you the sixth brother, or am I? How dare you impart such profound wisdom to me, truly lacking in respect?" Li Kongyou smiled bashfully, exclaiming, "Ha ha, you are the sixth brother indeed." This scene did not escape the eyes of Zhou Zhiruo and Xiao Zhao, who were left in a state of bewilderment. They found themselves perplexed by Li Kongyou's multifaceted character. Before them, he always exuded tenderness and affection, his gaze brimming with care and indulgence, as if he could shield them from all the tempests of life. Yet, when confronted by the 5 great sects, he displayed an air of superiority, commanding respect like a king surveying his realm. In the presence of his senior brothers, however, he transformed into a genuine younger brother, respectful and endearingly naive. Perhaps it was this very duality that rendered Li Kongyou so captivating. He possessed the grace of flowing water and the might of a towering mountain, the depth of the ocean and the innocence of a child. Such an enigmatic persona drew others irresistibly closer. After parting ways with Enlighting, Xiao Zhao guided Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo back to their respective chambers. Although Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo had already shared a marital bond, they had yet to formalize their union, thus they were not arranged to stay together. After completing his personal ablutions, Li Kongyou sat at the edge of his bed, his thoughts surging like a tide as he reflected on the events of the day. Everything was unfolding with meticulous precision, aligning with his expectations. Today, he encountered Xiao Zhao, honed his divine skills, assumed the role of a leader, and single-handedly confronted the four great sects. Not only had he incapacitated the Shaolin Sankong, but he had also eliminated the leaders of the Huashan, Kunlun, and Kongtong sects, alleviating much of the resentment that had festered within him. Additionally, he had formed an acquaintance with Zhao Min. Although he had not acquired the coveted Heiyu Duanju Gao, he remained steadfast in his belief that when he next returned to the capital, his desires would be fulfilled. Moreover, he had advanced to the 6th level of the Qian Kuan Dano, while the 7th level was merely a figment of the imagination of those who had created it. Unattainable in practice. Should he attempt to forcefully cultivate according to the prescribed formula, he would undoubtedly risk falling into madness or paralysis, perhaps even severing his own meridians and succumbing to death. Thus, he needed to develop his own unique interpretation of this 7th level based on the original principles. Although this would be his first experience in crafting a martial art, he believed that his innate talent surpassed that of the venerable Elder Hoshan. With the support of the Dream Enlightenment System, creating a flawless 7th level technique would not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, as he extinguished the light and prepared for sleep, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find repose. Memories of his past encounters with Zhou Zhiruo lingered in his mind, leaving his heart in disarray. In this lifetime, he had tasted the forbidden fruit, and the experience had only deepened his yearning. What more, when it involved a woman as exquisite as Zhou Zhiruo? Li Kongyou quickly sat up, leaping through the window and hastening towards Zhou Zhiruo's chamber. Similarly, Zhou Zhiruo lay upon her couch, her eyes wide open, tossing and turning restlessly, unable to find slumber. Just then, a soft sound broke the stillness, and a figure swiftly entered the room. Zhou Zhiruo's heart quivered, yet she feigned deep sleep, her right hand already discreetly resting upon the heaven-slaying sword, poised to strike as soon as the intruder drew near. Li Kongyou entered the room. Guided by the dim glow of the moonlight, he swiftly located the position of Zhou Zhiruo's bed, and in a flash, he darted to its front. Before he could utter a word, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and a sharp sword was thrust directly toward him. Li Kongyou sidestepped and softly called out, "Draw." "It's me." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's voice, Zhou Zhiruo finally relaxed her guard, exclaiming, "Kongyou Gij, how could it be you?" Li Kongyou advanced swiftly, enveloping Zhou Zhiruo tightly in his embrace, and without uttering a word, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Zhou Zhiruo, taken aback by this unexpected act, stood frozen, oblivious to the fact that her Etian sword had fallen to the ground. After a brief moment, she awakened from her daze and began to ardently reciprocate Li Kongyou's kiss. Their lips and tongues entwined delicately, conveying their mutual affection and longing. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Soon, the room was filled with soft murmurs and gentle melodies, harmonizing with the creaking of the wooden bed, creating an intoxicating nocturne. It was unclear how long they remained in that embrace, but eventually, they once more entered the enlightenment space, having had prior experience. Zhou Zhiruo now approached this mysterious realm with a calm demeanor. After posing a few inquiries to Li Kongyou, she began her self-guided cultivation. Li Kongyou sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in the intricate practice of the 7th layer of the Qian Kuan Denuai's heart method. In the original text, the severely injured Zhang Wuji, during his confrontation with Song Qingshu, had once showcased the 7th layer of the Qian Kuan Denuai's heart method, transforming the tangible into the intangible. Li Kongyou tightly closed his eyes, fully concentrated, with a mind devoid of distractions. His breathing gradually became elongated and steady, as if he were seamlessly merging with the surrounding air. He first perfected the correct aspects of the 7th layer of his mental technique, subsequently directing his focus towards the 19 erroneous sentences. As time elapsed, Li Kongyou's consciousness slowly descended into an enigmatic realm. He could distinctly perceive the flow of his internal energy within his body, akin to rivulets converging into a mighty river, or like countless stars coalescing into a magnificent galaxy. His mental technique delved deeper, and the flow of his internal energy grew increasingly smooth and unobstructed. Moments later, a faint smile emerged on Li Kongyou's face. Perhaps he had unearthed the key to the 7th layer of his mental technique. After 2 more hours, Li Kongyou ceased his contemplation and gradually rose to his feet. Beside him, Zhou Zhiruo, witnessing this scene, hurriedly inquired, "Brother Kongyou, have you developed your mental technique?" Li Kongyou smiled and gently shook his head, replying that it was not yet the case, but there were already some indications. Zhou Zhiruo quickly complimented, "You are truly remarkable." After providing some guidance to Zhou Zhiruo, Li Kongyou engaged in combat with the training partner within the space. The shadow in this realm was remarkably peculiar, regardless of the fluctuations in Li Kongyou's strength. The shadow always matched him in prowess. After exchanging several blows, Li Kongyou suddenly paused, sensing that the shadow appeared somewhat different today. He realized that he could distinctly observe the techniques employed by the shadow during their confrontation. Previously, he had only perceived the shadow's moves as enigmatic and had never contemplated learning its martial arts. However, this time, perhaps due to his acquisition of the Great Shift of the Universe technique, the system had unexpectedly upgraded, enabling him to seemingly replicate the shadow's techniques. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Dream Enlightenment System 2.0 has been successfully activated. Following the system upgrade, the host can replicate any martial arts utilized by martial artists. Upon hearing the system's notification, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and once again launched an attack. This is Ouyang Feng's Spirit Snake Fist. This is Li Qiushui's Phantom Ghost Claw. This is Yu Tanzai's Silkworm Poison Palm. This is Hong Qigong's Iron Broom Leg Technique. This is Chung Kun's Illusory Yin Finger. Li Kongyou could effortlessly replicate every martial art demonstrated by the shadow. He silently committed these techniques to memory, transforming them into his own martial arts. Why was Yang Guo able to create the soul-devouring palm? It was naturally because he stood upon the shoulders of his predecessors. The creation of martial arts requires not only exceptional talent, but also a sufficient accumulation and foundation. No one can conjure something from thin air. Thus, every martial art now mastered would become a crucial cornerstone for Li Kongyou's future innovations. Soon, dawn broke, the morning light, golden and radiant, spilled over the exquisite faces of Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo as they slowly opened their eyes. Li Kongyou gazed tenderly at Zhou Zhiruo in his arms, his heart brimming with boundless happiness. He whispered softly, "Zhiruo, once we return to Wudang and report to Master, I shall undoubtedly marry you with great splendor." In ancient times, reputation and honor held paramount importance. Thus, to honor Zhou Zhiruo, Li Kongyou felt compelled to take her as his wife with utmost propriety. Zhou Zhiruo, sensing the depth of Li Kongyou's affection, nodded gently and replied in a soft voice, "Everything shall be as you wish." Li Kongyou had just returned to his room and completed his ablutions when Song Yuanchao and the others arrived early to bid farewell. "Junior brother, my senior brothers are about to return to Wudang to report back. If Master were to learn that you have become the leader of the Ming sect, he would surely be taken aback." Song Yuanchao gazed at Li Kongyou, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Kongyou's eyes as he offered a faint smile. "Wishing you a safe journey, my esteemed seniors. Once I have resolved the matters at hand, I shall promptly return to Wudang." "Very well, we shall await your return at Wudang in serene anticipation." Li Kongyou nodded in acknowledgement, then directed his gaze towards Zhang Wuji. "Wuji," he advised, "in regard to the matter of retrieving your adoptive father, it is imperative that you do not act with undue haste. After I return to Wudang, we shall deliberate on this matter at length." Zhang Wuji felt a swell of emotion within him. He had not anticipated that his Shirshu would remember this affair. He promptly bowed in gratitude, understanding the unspoken appreciation. "Thank you, dear Shirshu." Beside them, Yin Tianzheng erupted in hearty laughter. "Wuji, take care on your journey. Your adoptive father, the golden-haired Lion King, is also one of our Mingjiao's protectors. It is only fitting that we bring him back to the Central Plains." Zhang Wuji gazed at Yin Tianzheng, tears glistening in his eyes as he softly replied, "Grandfather, do take good care of your health. I shall visit you again in due time." Yin Tianzheng patted Zhang Wuji's shoulder, saying, "Good child, if Susu is aware from beyond, she will undoubtedly feel proud of you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the disciples of Wudang departed from the bright summit. Once they had left, Li Kongyou inquired with genuine concern about Yin Tianjing's condition. Elder Yin, how is your recovery progressing? Yin Tianjing responded with a hearty smile, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sect leader. My injuries are no longer severe. With a period of rest, I shall be fully healed in a matter of 10 days or so. However, Yang Zhuo and Old Bat, having fallen victim to Cheng Kuan's illusory Yin finger, may find it more challenging to recuperate. Upon hearing these words, Li Kongyou pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, You shall gather them along with the 5 scatterers, and I will assist in their healing. A wave of joy surged through Yin Tianjing's heart. Li Kongyou's martial prowess was widely acknowledged, and with his support, he believed that Yang Xiao and the others would swiftly regain their health. Indeed, Master, Yin Tianjing replied, promptly making his way to the back hall. Subsequently, Li Kongyou devoted nearly 2 hours to employing the 9 Yang True Qi, completely expelling the chilling malevolence of the illusory Yin finger from within several individuals. During this process, he also entirely cured Wei Yixiao of the cold poison that had accumulated in his meridians due to the erroneous practice of the frosty soft palm. From that moment on, the blue-winged bat king, Wei Yixiao, was finally liberated from his bloodthirsty fate. In gratitude, Wei Yixiao imparted his lightness skill, flying fluff and blue smoke technique, to Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou gladly accepted, for he too wished to glimpse the profound mysteries behind the so-called foremost mastery of lightness and martial arts, renowned as the Golden Book's unparalleled technique. The Feishu Qing smoke skill, as its name suggests, when executed, becomes as ethereal as floating silk, fluttering like a wisp of smoke, agile as a bat, and elusive as a specter, appearing without a trace and vanishing without a shadow. After a period of cultivation, Li Kongyou could not help but compare his skills with the renowned Tianzong of Wudang. Upon meticulous comparison, he was struck by the realization that the Feishu Qingyan technique was not superior to Tianzong. In fact, it was notably inferior in terms of aerial maneuverability and ascent. Rather than being an unparalleled lightness skill, it seemed more a reflection of Wei Yixiao's extraordinary talent. The stones from other mountains can indeed serve to polish jade. For Li Kongyou, there were lessons to be learned from both. Meanwhile, on their journey back, Miezhu and her companions were puzzled by the absence of the other 4 sections. Logically, given their haste, they should have caught up with the Shaolin by now. Why had they not glimpsed even a trace of the 4 major sects along the way? Master Jingxin cautiously suggested, could it be that they have encountered some misfortune? Upon hearing this, Miezhu flicked her sleeve sharply and shook her head lightly, asserting that even if the 4 major sects had suffered significant losses, they were not easily subdued by other sections. She prided herself on being the leader of one of the 6 major sects of the Central Plains and looked down upon the lesser sects outside this circle. Thus, she was resolutely skeptical of Jingxuan's words. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. Could it be the disciples of Amei? The voice, though somewhat weary, was filled with surprise. The group turned to see a middle-aged monk, his garments tattered and his body marred with wounds. Miezhu raised an eyebrow. A disciple of Shaolin? The monk limped towards them, and the Amei disciples hurried to support him. As he approached, Miezhu sternly inquired, Who are you? Why are you here? The monk clasped his hands together and replied, I am Shaolin Yuanxin. Honored to meet you, master. Yuanxin? A monk of the Yuan generation. Miezhu pressed on. If you are a disciple of Shaolin, why are you here? Where are the others? With a sigh, Yuanxin lamented, Alas. Just 20 miles after the 4 sects departed from the bright summit, we were ambushed by the Yuan soldiers. All disciples from the 4 sects were captured and taken to the capital. I barely escaped with my life, leaping off a cliff. What? Miezhu exclaimed in shock. Urging him to elaborate, Yuanxin recounted in detail how the 4 sects had been poisoned and how Li Kongyou had chosen not to intervene. Upon hearing Yuanxin's account, Miezhu could not suppress a shocking thought. Could it be that Li Kongyou had been aware of the Yuan soldiers' ambush all along? Was that why he insisted we linger for 2 additional hours? What could his intentions have been? With this thought in mind, Miezhu decided against further inquiry. The immediate priority was to return to Amei without delay. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had gone by. Li Kongyou busied himself during the day familiarizing with the administrative affairs, while at night, he engaged in a game of poker with Zhou Zhiruo, simultaneously delving into the intricate techniques of the 7th layer of the Qiankuan Great Shift. With the assistance of the system, Zhou Zhiruo's martial prowess advanced at an astonishing pace, now rivaling that of a master at the sect leader level. Although she had yet to reach the peak prowess of the formidable extermination master, the difference was negligible. When she wielded the heaven-relying sword, even Yang Xiao would require no less than 40 to 50 exchanges before he could hope to disarm her. Li Kongyou has successfully comprehended the 7th layer of the Qian Kuan de Nuo Yi's heart method, elevating his martial arts prowess to new heights. Moreover, in gratitude, the couple Hu Qingyo has generously imparted their lifelong knowledge to him. Presently, Li Kongyou possesses an exceptional mastery of both Hu Qingyo's medical texts and Wang Nange's poison scriptures. In the realm of martial arts, few can surpass him, whether in healing or the art of toxins. At this moment, within the grand and magnificent hall of the Mingjiao, Li Kongyou sits regally upon the throne, casting a lofty gaze upon the assembly, his eyes radiating an air of disdain. He is adorned in a flowing black robe, the edges intricately embroidered with fine silver threads that glimmer with a cold brilliance. The collar is embellished with golden threads, depicting the fiery emblem of the Mingjiao, resplendent and eye-catching. At his waist, a broad crimson belt cinches his robe, adorned with several large pearls that shimmer and dance, complementing the commanding aura he exudes as the leader. This further accentuates his imposing presence and dignified demeanor. Today marks the first gathering of the Mingjiao senior members following a significant battle, as they convene in unison. "We pay our respects to the leader," resounds the voices of hundreds of Mingjiao disciples, echoing through the hall. Li Kongyou gently raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. "My brothers, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please, do stand." "Thank you, Master." Li Kongyou continued, "I am deeply honored by your endorsement as the leader of our sect. Today, I shall establish 3 guiding principles for us all." The hall fell into a profound silence, with only the echo of Li Kongyou's voice resonating within. First, the Tianying sect shall revert to its original name, the Tianying Banner, under the leadership of Wang Yinya as the banner bearer. All brethren must cast aside past grievances and unite in purpose. Second, we shall rectify the affairs of the sect. Each hall and banner must rigorously supervise its disciples, ensuring they do not oppress the innocent or engage in wrongdoing. Violators shall face severe penalties according to our regulations. Third, the Wuxing banner shall disperse to various regions to recruit soldiers and gather provisions, undertaking the cause of rebellion, widely promoting our teachings, and welcoming talented individuals to restore the glory of the Han dynasty. Lastly, we shall seek the missing Radiant Right Envoy and the Purple Robe Dragon King, and welcome back the Golden Mane Lion King to revive the former splendor of our sect." In unison, the assembly responded, their voices resounding like thunder throughout the hall. As Li Kongyou beheld the crowd's exuberance, a surge of lofty ambition welled up within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the success of their endeavor against the Yuan dynasty hinged upon the presence of Zhu Chongba. Where is Zhu Chongba, the deputy banner master of the Great Wood Banner? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Chongba promptly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming in a clear voice, "I am here, your subordinate. Zhu, deputy banner master, I must speak candidly. The name Chongba lacks a certain elegance. Thus, I, the master, intend to bestow upon you a new name." A flicker of trepidation crossed Zhu Chongba's heart, for he was but a humble hall master under the Fengyang division of the Flood Flag. First, he was spared from death by the master's grace, and subsequently elevated to the position of deputy banner master of the Great Wood Banner through the master's support. Now, to receive a name from the master himself was an honor beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied his spirit, clasped his hands in salute, and responded with resounding clarity, "I humbly request the master to bestow a name upon me. From this day forth, you shall be known as Zhu Yuanzhang, the instrument through which my sect shall eradicate the Yuan dynasty." Li Kongyou's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes upon Zhu Yuanzhang. The name Zhu shares the same pronunciation as Zhu, which signifies execution and annihilation. Yuan represents the Yuan dynasty, while Zhang refers to ancient sharp jade implements, symbolizing the nation's weaponry. The name Zhu Yuanzhang profoundly reflects the aspiration to eradicate the Yuan dynasty. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name upon me. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Zhu Yuanzhang." He knelt and deeply bowed, performing a grand gesture of respect. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the hall understood Li Kongyou's esteem and expectations for Zhu Yuanzhang, and none dared to underestimate him merely because he held the position of deputy flag bearer. Li Kongyou lightly waved his sleeve, rising to his feet. "I hope you will live up to this name. As your subordinate, I shall dedicate my life and soul to you, unflinchingly facing death." With that, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly stood up. Li Kongyou's lips curled slightly as he pondered silently. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang is astute and perceptive. His words are not for the Ming sect, nor for resisting the Yuan, but rather for the position of the sect leader. However, in an instant, Li Kongyou's expression darkened as he gazed intently at Zhu Yuanzhang, stating earnestly, "Although you are currently the deputy banner master, I trust that no one would dare to underestimate you. Nevertheless, I must remind you of one thing. At all times, the Five Elements banner belongs to the Ming sect. And you, Zhu Yuanzhang, are also a part of our Ming sect." As Li Kongyou uttered these words, he infused them with a hint of inner power, causing Zhu Yuanzhang to experience a sudden jolt of shock. His forehead beaded with cold sweat. He hastily knelt on both knees, bowing reverently as he declared, "This subordinate shall remember it." The meaning of Li Kongyou's words is self-evident. Everything possessed by Zhu Yuanzhang has been bestowed by the Ming sect. As the leader of the Ming sect, Li Kongyou has the power to grant and to revoke. Very well, Yang sure. Let the Eagle King and the Bat King remain, while the rest shall withdraw. As Li Kongyou's words faded, everyone except for Yang Xiao and the two others departed from the Grand Hall. Once the crowd had exited, Li Kongyou slowly rose and approached the three men. He retrieved 3 tomes from his robe, handing one of them to Yang Xiao, and spoke softly, "Yang left envoy. This is the 3rd layer of the finger-flick divine skill in cosmic translocation along with some of my personal insights on cultivation. I hope it proves beneficial to you." Yang Xiao's heart swelled with joy. He hastily knelt on one knee, receiving the tome with both hands, his eyes filled with profound respect. The grace bestowed upon him by the sect leader was something he would never forget. Although he had previously dabbled in the finger-flick divine skill, the incomplete text had only allowed him a glimpse of its potential. Now, with the complete teachings in his possession, his martial prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. More importantly, Li Kongyou was imparting the 3rd layer of the cosmic translocation method to him. He firmly believed that with Li Kongyou's cultivation insights, he would surely break through his current limitations. "Rise." Li Kongyou gently assisted Yang Xiao to his feet, then turned to present the remaining 2 tomes to Yin Tianzheng and Wei Yixiao. "Eagle King, this tome on claw techniques is titled Netherworld Demon Claw. It may serve you well." He then directed his gaze to Wei Yixiao. "Bat King, this ice silkworm poison palm complements your frozen soft palm. If you can integrate these teachings, unexpected rewards may await you." Upon hearing these words, both men promptly knelt, their hearts brimming with delight as they received the tomes. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Kongyou casually waved his hand and said, "You may all practice on your own. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to inquire of me. Additionally, in 10 days' time, Yang Zhua and King Wei Bat shall accompany me to the capital, where Eagle King will be stationed at Bright Summit, and Vice Envoy Fan may also be present." "What?" The 3 of them once again displayed expressions of astonishment. Li Kongyou nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Master," the 3 responded in unison. In Li Kongyou's room, upon learning that he was about to journey to the capital, Zhou Zhiruo's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. After a prolonged moment, she finally summoned the courage to speak softly. "Brother Kongyou, I wish to return to Amei for a while. My master has bestowed upon me a kindness that is as heavy as a mountain, and I cannot bear to be the ungrateful person who forgets such a debt." Li Kongyou listened to Zhou Zhiruo's words, remaining silent, a slight frown adorning his brow. Observing this, Zhou Zhiruo was suddenly engulfed by a wave of guilt. "Kongyou Gij," she began, her words trailing off as tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Li Kongyou quickly stepped forward, gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, and softly reassured her, "All right, I promise you, but you must take good care of yourself." Zhou Zhiruo, smiling through her tears, replied, "Rest assured, my martial skills have significantly improved, and I will be just fine." Li Kongyou nodded and said, "Very well. Let us depart in 10 days." The stars twinkled in the night sky, and a gentle breeze swept through. Suddenly, a resounding call echoed from Wudang Mountain. Who approaches Wudang at this late hour? Before the echoes faded, a bald monk stepped forward, hands clasped in prayer, and declared, "I am Kongxiang from Shaolin Temple, seeking an urgent audience with Master Zhang of Wudang." The Wudang disciple, noticing Kongxiang's alarmed expression, inquired with curiosity, "Master, your late-night visit must pertain to some pressing matter?" Kongxiang, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "I implore you to swiftly inform Master Zhang. This matter is of utmost urgency and cannot be delayed." The Wudang disciple hesitated briefly, then replied, "Please wait, Master. I shall notify Uncle Yu at once." Kongxiang paced back and forth within the hall, his agitation palpable. Before long, a Taoist emerged hastily from Yu Daoyan's chamber and bowed courteously, saying, "Uncle Yu requests your presence." Yu Daoyan conversed with Kongxiang for about the duration of a tea ceremony before they proceeded towards the secluded retreat of Master Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng's hermitage, nestled deep within the bamboo groves of the back mountain, was lush with verdant bamboo, casting dappled shadows. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds, the surroundings were enveloped in profound silence. As they reached the courtyard, they heard the aged voice of Zhang Sanfeng emanating from within. "I am unaware of which esteemed Shaolin monk graces us with their presence. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly." Following this, the bamboo door creaked open, and Zhang Sanfeng appeared, walking with measured steps. Kongxiang was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Sanfeng could discern his martial lineage and level of skill merely by the sound of his footsteps. It was indeed remarkable. However, Kongxiang quickly composed himself and, with hands joined in reverence, said, "I am Kongxiang of Shaolin, paying my respects to the venerable Zhang." Upon hearing the name Kongxiang, Zhang Sanfeng's brow furrowed, instantly recalling the charge entrusted to him by Li Kongyou before his departure. Indeed, a Shaolin monk named Kongxiang had come to seek him. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Sanfeng returned the gesture of respect, saying, "You honor me, master. Please do not stand on ceremony. Come inside to converse." Kongxiang, consumed by urgency, could hardly wait to enter the room. Instead, he hastily prostrated himself before Zhang Sanfeng, weeping bitterly, "Master Zhang, Shaolin is besieged by a calamity unseen in a millennium. The demonic sect has launched a surprise attack, and our monks have either perished in battle or been captured. I am the sole survivor who managed to escape. The demonic forces are advancing towards Wudang Mountain. The fate and honor of the Central Plains martial world now rests solely in your hands." Even with a century of cultivation, Zhang Sanfeng was taken aback by such dire news. Fortunately, he had anticipated trouble and remained somewhat skeptical of Kongxiang's claims. "Please rise," he urged, "and share the details with me." The monk, seemingly overwhelmed by sorrow, remained prostrate on the ground, reluctant to rise. Observing this, Zhang Sanfeng hastily extended his hand to assist him. "Master, please," he began, but before he could finish the word "please," a sudden glint of sharpness flashed in the monk's eyes. With both hands, he struck fiercely at Zhang Sanfeng's abdomen, unleashing the Shaolin external skill known as Vajra Prajnapam. Zhang Sanfeng had anticipated this move. At the very instant the monk executed his strike, he swiftly channeled his internal energy to defend himself. Just as the Vajra Prajnapam was about to connect with Zhang Sanfeng's abdomen, he realized that his power was being thwarted by a formidable protective aura. No matter how hard he tried to push forward, he could not advance an inch. Then, with a sharp exclamation, Zhang Sanfeng summoned his internal energy, which surged like a tumultuous wave, causing his robe to billow dramatically. The monk was sent flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. It was at this moment that Yu Daoyan awoke from his stupor, filled with confusion, unsure why this Shaolin disciple would attack his master. The monk, having been struck back, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible. How could you possibly have time to defend at such close range?" Zhang Sanfeng, however, remained composed, approaching the monk with a calm demeanor. "Speak," he said. "Who sent you?" Realizing that his ambush had failed and that he was no match for Zhang Sanfeng, the monk raised his hand in an attempt to end his own life. But Zhang Sanfeng would not allow him that mercy. In a flash, he darted forward like a gust of wind, seized the monk's wrist, spun him around midair, and then forcefully slammed him to the ground, chuckling lightly. "When I roamed the world, your grandfather had yet to be born." Yu Daoyan and the two Wudang disciples watched in astonishment, questioning whether this was truly the master they knew, so uncharacteristically brutal in his actions. The impact left the monk's insides quaking, and with no other option, he divulged the truth. It was the court orchestrating the scheme, believing the old Taoist had grown feeble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng unleashed a surge of energy, striking the monk decisively and ending his life. At that moment, a young acolyte rushed in, visibly anxious, reporting to the third master. "The forces of the demonic sect have arrived outside the palace, declaring their desire to meet the Grand Master, accompanied by incessant foul language, asserting their intent to level Wudang." Zhang Sanfeng slowly turned, fixing his gaze upon the acolyte. "It seems that after my prolonged absence from the world, people believe my Jinwu sword has rusted. Come, let us confront this so-called demonic army." With that, he strode purposefully towards the Zhenwu Hall, followed closely by Yu Daiyan. Inside the hall, a throng of 300 to 400 people had gathered. Zhang Sanfeng took his place upon a central wooden chair, while Yu Daiyan raised his voice, announcing, "This is my master, the true Zhang. To all assembled at Wudang Mountain, what counsel do you seek?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their collective gaze towards the seated elder in gray robes, eager to behold the true visage of this legendary figure of the martial world. Just then, a loud cry echoed from outside the hall. "The leader has arrived." The crowd within the hall promptly parted, revealing a clear passage. Soon, 8 individuals emerged, gracefully carrying a grand yellow satin palanquin, which they set down steadily at the entrance. The palanquin's door slowly swung open, and a figure stepped forth. Clad in a pristine white robe, as pure as snow, the hem fluttered gently in the breeze. Adorned with an embroidered crimson flame, she elegantly waved a folding fan. It was Zhao Min, disguised as a man. She advanced with a light step, then closed the fan in her hand. Subsequently, she slightly bowed, respectfully greeting Zhang Sanfeng. "I am Li Kongyou, the leader of the Ming cult. I have long admired your esteemed name, Master Zhang. It is indeed a rare fortune for me to meet you today. I have come, albeit boldly, on behalf of the imperial court, to request that you align with the current times and pledge loyalty to our dynasty." As Zhao Min spoke, her gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Sanfeng. Observing his rosy complexion and steady breath, she felt a sudden, foreboding intuition. Could it be that the previous encounter had gone awry? Had Zhang Sanfeng remained unscathed? The thought caused her expression to shift subtly. The Wudang members, upon hearing the name Li Kongyou, widened their eyes in surprise, realizing that this individual shared the same name as their esteemed junior master. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng had already discerned the identity of the visitor from the previous exchange and was reluctant to linger in conversation. He rose slowly, and in an instant, vanished from his original position. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to capture Zhao Min. Alarm surged within her heart. It seemed the old Taoist truly had not been injured. The 2 elders of Xianming, noticing the unfolding events, hurriedly stepped forward to shield Zhao Min, simultaneously launching their palms in defense. However, as their Xianming divine palms made contact with Zhang Sanfeng's hands, they were immediately repelled. This vigorous internal energy bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the young man. Lu Zhanke gasped in astonishment. Zhang Sanfeng, seizing the moment, pursued with lightning speed, advancing once more. His movements were as swift as a bolt of lightning, akin to a fleeting shadow, nearly impossible to capture. "A disciple of the 100 Lost Taoist? It appears you have already crossed paths with my young apprentice. Yet, why do you both still draw breath? When my apprentice returns, I shall certainly have a word with him about his shortcomings, for he seems oblivious to the principle of eradicating evil." Although Zhang Sanfeng wore a smile, his actions remained unfaltering, and his gaze harbored a fierce intent to kill. The Tai Chi movements unfolded like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, seamlessly connecting each technique. The Xianming elders grew increasingly apprehensive as the battle progressed. They had believed Li Kongyou's martial prowess reached the pinnacle of the age, yet Zhang Sanfeng's skill surpassed it. Their attacks raged toward him like a tempest. But before Zhang Sanfeng, they appeared as futile as ants attempting to shake a tree. His form moved with agility, seemingly shielded by an invisible force, effortlessly neutralizing their onslaught. After merely a few exchanges, Zhang Sanfeng had firmly seized Lu Zhanke. "Zhang Sanfeng, release my senior brother at once." With a thunderous roar, He Biweng struck fiercely with his palm. Zhang Sanfeng, unfazed by He Biweng's outburst, deftly twisted his tiger claw hand and instantly crushed the throat of the deer staff guest. Witnessing his senior brother meet such a grim fate, He Biweng's fury intensified, his eyes ablaze as he shouted, "Zhang Sanfeng, I shall ensure your demise." Zhang Sanfeng released the deer staff guest and turned his gaze towards He Biweng, chuckling lightly, "Do not rush. I shall soon send you to reunite with your brother." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Sanfeng's palms met He Biweng's. The internal energy surged violently, and with a single strike, He Biweng was sent reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he staggered backward. Yet, He Biweng did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he launched another assault on Zhang Sanfeng. With a slight smile, Zhang Sanfeng advanced a step, executing a seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate Tai Chi push. He Biweng's force was artfully deflected, propelling him forward uncontrollably. Seizing the momentum, Zhang Sanfeng pushed him, sending He Biweng flying several feet like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a stone pillar in the great hall. The pillar groaned under the impact, a deep crack appearing upon its surface. He Biweng's body slid down the stone pillar, his fate uncertain. The events surrounding Zhang Zuishan had dealt him a significant blow. Had he possessed a firmer stance back then, perhaps such tragedy could have been averted. Therefore, this time, he must decisively eliminate the formidable Xianming elders. Only thus could he instill fear amongst the masses. Otherwise, Wudang Mountain would inevitably face a fierce battle today. Having accomplished this, Zhang Sanfeng turned to Zhao Min, gently inquiring, "My dear young lady, what was it you mentioned earlier? My hearing is not what it used to be. I kindly ask you to repeat it." Zhao Min, still shaken by the recent events, retreated in alarm, questioning if the Xianming elders had truly perished. Was Zhang Sanfeng still human? Not only she, but even her companions, a Da, a Er, and a San, were equally horrified. They had always prided themselves on their unmatched martial prowess in the Jianghu, yet before Zhang Sanfeng, they felt like mere children. As Zhao Min pondered this, Zhang Sanfeng's voice broke her reverie once more. "What is it? Has your youthful hearing failed you?" Startled back to reality, she realized that capturing Wudang today was a lost cause. She looked at Zhang Sanfeng, respectfully bowing. "Master Zhang, your martial skills are unparalleled. I sincerely apologize for the offenses today. We shall take our leave now." With that, without waiting for Zhang Sanfeng's response, she hastily made her way out of the hall. The others, equally awestruck by Zhang Sanfeng's prowess, longed to escape this place of turmoil. The Wudang disciples, witnessing this turn of events, were elated. Some third and fourth generation disciples transformed into fervent admirers, never expecting to witness their revered ancestor in action. In their hearts, they could not help but speculate on the true extent of their ancestor's martial arts mastery. "Enough, everyone disperse and attend to your own matters." Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand nonchalantly and turned to stroll towards the back courtyard, as if he had merely engaged in a brief warm-up. As Zhao Min and her companions descended to the foot of Wudang Mountain, they gazed at the rising sun in the east, each feeling a profound sense of relief after the ordeal. Behind them, Ada let out a long sigh and promptly suggested, "Your Highness, why not send forth a great army to attack the mountain? Even if that Zhang Zhenren possesses unparalleled martial prowess, he would surely struggle to withstand a multitude of troops." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min pondered deeply before ultimately deciding against it. Setting aside the treacherous terrain of Wudang Mountain, which is difficult to conquer, the potential casualties among the Wudang disciples weighed heavily on her mind. If such a tragedy were to occur, that individual would undoubtedly resent her for a lifetime. With this thought, the image of the little Taoist in his gray robe involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She wondered if he had heeded her advice and changed out of that robe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Min turned to her companions and declared, "Let us return to Dadu." 2 days later, Song Yuanxiao and his group successfully arrived at Wudang Mountain. Upon their ascent, they learned of Zhao Min's attempt to assault the mountain, but fortunately, their master and the Wudang Sect were safe. In the back courtyard, Song Yuanxiao recounted their experiences along the journey, including the matter of Li Kongyou ascending as the leader of the Ming sect, to Zhang Sanfeng in detail. Zhang Sanfeng, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation and sighed. "I knew this lad would never be conventional." However, having him oversee the Ming sect and the likes of the Tunying sect could indeed lead them onto a righteous path, which is not without its merits. Zhang Sanfeng had unwavering trust in Li Kongyou's character. Song Yuanxiao quickly responded, "Master, I shared the same sentiment at that time, which is why I resolutely supported my junior apprentice." Zhang Sanfeng nodded with satisfaction. Although his disciples' martial skills were not supreme, their character was commendable, relieving him of concern. He continued, "Now that Kongyou leads the Ming sect, we need not worry excessively. However, the Ming sect has already developed animosities with the 5 great sects. Thus, you must frequently traverse the Jianghu to ease the tensions between the Central Plains martial world and the Ming sect, encouraging more sects to join the resistance against the Yuan." "Yes, Master," the group replied in unison. Zhang Sanfeng then turned to Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji, saying, "Qingshu, Wuji, you have both matured considerably on this journey. Especially you. Qingshu, I have heard you returned with a young lady. Given your shared hardships, you must not let her down." "I understand, Master," Song Qingshu respectfully nodded. "You may all leave now. When that lad returns, let him come to see me." Zhang Sanfeng signaled for everyone to depart. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Zhou Zhiruo bid a reluctant farewell to Li Kongyou before galloping towards Amay. Li Kongyou gazed at the receding silhouette of Zhou Zhiruo, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he recognized that he would have made the same choice, for she was both his nurturing mentor and the embodiment of his sect. "Back, King," Li Kongyou softly called. No sooner had he spoken than a figure cloaked in azure gracefully descended beside him. "Your servant is here. Back, King. There is a matter I must entrust to you," he continued. Upon hearing this, Wei Yixiao immediately knelt on one knee, declaring, "The leader has bestowed upon me a life of renewal. I would face any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, without hesitation." Li Kongyou hurriedly bent down to assist him, a look of hesitation crossing his face. "Zhiruo is traveling alone to Amay, and I cannot help but feel concerned. However, it seems somewhat excessive to assign you, as the guardian of the faith, to such trivial matters of bodyguard duty." Wei Yixiao replied with a slight smile, his expression solemn. "The affairs of the sect leader are intrinsically linked to the affairs of our bright sect. It is my unassailable duty to ensure the safety of the sect leader's wife." Deep within, Wei Yixiao contemplated that this mission harbored no real danger and was, in fact, quite leisurely. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if he could execute this task successfully, he would undoubtedly win favor in the eyes of the sect leader. At that juncture, should the sect leader impart further martial arts techniques to him, it would be an invaluable opportunity. After all, in the world of martial arts, the strength of one's own skills is of utmost importance. Over the past 10 days, he had diligently practiced the chilling palm technique taught by Li Kongyou. Surprisingly, by merely integrating it with the ice silk palm he had previously cultivated, its power had far exceeded his earlier capabilities. Thus, he was acutely aware that as long as he served this sect leader well, unparalleled martial prowess would be within his grasp. Li Kongyou, upon hearing Wei Yixiao's response, could not help but nod slightly. "Then I shall trouble you, Bat King. You need only conceal yourself in the shadows. There is no need for you to intervene as long as Zhiruo's life is not in jeopardy." "Understood, my lord," Wei Yixiao replied, and without delay, he executed his lightness skill, swiftly heading in the direction that Zhou Zhiruo had taken. "Yangzhua, Xiao Zhao, let us set forth as well," Li Kongyou called out to those behind him. In a moment, Yang Xiao and Xiao Zhao approached, leading 3 horses. They had both overheard the conversation between Li Kongyou and Wei Yixiao. Xiao Zhao gazed in the direction where Zhou Zhiruo had departed, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossing her eyes. "If one day I were to leave, would the young master send someone to protect me as well?" Li Kongyou was unaware of Xiao Zhao's inner thoughts as he gracefully leaped onto his horse, tightened the reins, and galloped eastward, closely followed by Yang Xiao and Xiao Zhao. Their destination was Dadu. Several days later, the disciple of the ruthless master Mieju, Jing Xian, was riding swiftly along the official road, her path unmistakably leading to the bright summit. Suddenly, she was startled by the haunting sounds of weeping and cries for help emanating from a distance. Upon glancing in that direction, she beheld a group of soldiers escorting a dozen young girls, their fate unknown. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce rage within Jing Xian, and she hastily reined in her horse, intent on annihilating the Yuan soldiers. However, just as she was about to charge forward, she hesitated. It would be unwise. The Yuan soldiers outnumbered her, and confronting them would be perilous. Moreover, her immediate priority was to locate her junior sister, Zhou. With that thought in mind, she fiercely cracked her whip and galloped away without looking back. Yet, not far along her path, she abruptly pulled on the reins, turned her horse around, and raced towards the soldiers. "You beasts, prepare to meet your end," Jing Xian declared, brandishing her sword and leaping into action, vowing to leave no Yuan soldier standing. The leader of the Yuan soldiers, upon seeing Jing Xian charging at them with her sword, felt a surge of delight. "Ah, a skilled fighter, though a bit older. Let us enjoy this moment," he exclaimed to his comrades. "Don't harm her, we need her alive." As a practitioner of the righteous path, Jing Xian had never encountered such foul language, and in her fury, she thrust her sword wildly. Though her martial prowess was formidable, her anger clouded her judgment, and soon, overwhelmed by the numbers of the Yuan soldiers, she was captured. Struggling desperately, she thought that while death was not to be feared, failing to fulfill her master's assignment would leave her restless in the afterlife. The leader of the Yuan soldiers looked at Jing Xian with derision, mocking. "You disciples of the righteous sect are indeed skilled, yet foolish. A few words from me, and you unravel. Release me at once, or you shall suffer dire consequences." Jing Xian shouted in anger. The Yuan leader merely shook his head with a smile and commanded, "Take her away." At that moment, a graceful figure appeared like the wind, her sword shimmering with a cold light akin to a swift dragon. With a flick of her arm, a fierce sword aura surged forth, striking like lightning towards the Yuan soldier next to Jing Xian. In an instant, the soldier holding Jing Xian cried out in agony and fell to the ground in a shower of blood. Jing Xian was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. When she recognized the identity of her savior, she exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Shimi." It was none other than Zhou Zhiruo. "Jing Xian Shiji," Zhou replied. Zhou Zhiruo hastened forward to support Jing Xian, escorting her to a safe distance. She then turned to face the Yuan soldiers, her heaven-reliant sword dancing gracefully in her hands, casting shadows like a celestial being in flight. Zhou Zhiruo's swordsmanship was exquisite beyond compare. Each strike contained the force to topple mountains and seas. Her agile form wove effortlessly among the Yuan soldiers, and wherever her sword passed, they fell to the ground in defeat. Some soldiers attempted to resist, only to have their weapons shatter instantly beneath the brilliance of the heaven-reliant sword. Others sought to flee, yet were pursued and silenced by Zhou Zhiruo's ghostly presence. A single stroke to their throats. As Jing Xian regained her composure and beheld Zhou Zhiruo's heroic display, she was momentarily struck dumb. In that instant, realization dawned upon her as to why her master had sent her to find Sister Zhou. The martial prowess of Sister Zhou was formidable, perhaps rivaling that of their master. Only Sister Zhou could restore the glory of Amei. While Jing Xian was lost in thought, the 30-odd Yuan soldiers on the field had all been vanquished. After rescuing the captive young woman, Zhou Zhiruo soared to Jing Xian's side. "Sister Jing Xian, what brings you here?" Jing Xian gazed at Zhou Zhiruo, and in an instant, tears flowed like a torrent from a breached dam. "Sister Zhou, our master fears she cannot endure much longer. She has sent me to bring you back to Amei." "What?" Zhou Zhiruo's heart jolted at the news. Jing Xian continued, "That day, Li Kongyou forced us to remain for an additional 2 hours, which spared us from being captured by the court. However, the Yuan soldiers did not relent. They pursued us relentlessly, and we clashed with them multiple times. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and our master was gravely injured. Though we have safely returned to Amei, she knows her time is drawing near, which is why she sent me to seek you at Mount Guangming." Upon hearing Jing Xian's words, Zhou Zhiruo's emotions surged, leaving her unable to find solace. Li Kongyou had previously informed her about the court's ambush on the 4 major sects. She had hoped that her master and senior sisters would return safely to Amei. But to her dismay, the court relentlessly pursued them. "Sister Zhou, we must hasten back to Amei. I fear that master cannot hold on much longer." Jing Xian, noticing Zhou Zhiruo lost in thought, quickly interjected. Zhou Zhiruo came to her senses, realizing that this was not the time for contemplation. "Sister, let us return to Amei at once." "Very well," Jing Xian managed to force a smile. With that, they mounted their steeds and galloped towards Amei. After their departure, a dozen young women had already fled in a state of panic, vanishing without a trace. However, the once deceased leader of the Yuan soldiers slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gazing in the direction Zhou Zhiruo had taken, he coldly murmured, "The heavenly sword in the Amei sect. Splendid indeed. I shall lead my troops to annihilate you." Just as he was about to turn away, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Whom do you intend to annihilate?" The Yuan leader shuddered violently, nearly losing his balance. He hastily looked around, only to see a ghostly figure in blue gracefully descend before him. "Who are you?" the Yuan leader stammered. Wei Yixiao did not respond directly but remarked, "To recognize the heavenly sword, you must not be an ordinary soldier. Reveal your identity, or face certain death." The Yuan leader, fully aware that the person before him was an extraordinary master, feigned ignorance. "What heavenly sword? I truly do not comprehend what the esteemed hero speaks of." Wei Yixiao slightly shook his head, then in a flash, struck him with a powerful palm. "If you choose not to speak, I have no interest in knowing." The Yuan leader fell to the ground instantly, a faint chill emanating from his body. Wei Yixiao then meticulously examined the scene, confirming that there were no survivors, before mounting his horse and pursuing onward. On the back mountain of Amei, Master Miju lay quietly on her bed, her complexion as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Without the protection of the Amei 9-yang skill, her severe injuries rendered her beyond salvation. Had it not been for a lingering obsession in her heart, she might have already succumbed to death. "Jing Xian, has Jing Xian not returned yet?" Master Miju's voice was faint, like a wisp of breath. Jing Xian, who had been vigilantly waiting by her bedside, hurriedly approached upon hearing his master's inquiry. Master, the journey to the bright summit is long. They may require several more days to return. Upon hearing this, Master Miju fell silent, slowly closing her eyes. Master, it is all my fault. I have disappointed you. The gaze of Jing Xian was filled with desolation and self-reproach. Among the 12 disciples of the Jing lineage at Amei, although they had entered the sect earlier, their limited talents rendered them incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of the sect leader. In a state of desperation, Master Miju had no choice but to summon Zhou Zhiruo back. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Master, Master, Sister Zhou has returned. Upon hearing this, Master Miju's eyes widened, sharp as lightning, directed towards the door. In that fleeting instant, a graceful figure wielding the heavenly sword appeared at the threshold. A glint of keen light flashed in Master Miju's eyes as she thought to herself, such swift movement. Zhou Zhiruo gazed at Master Miju, who lay upon the bed, and a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within her. She hurried to the bedside, knelt, and respectfully saluted, saying, Your unworthy disciple, Zhou Zhiruo, pays her respects to you, Master. Upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's voice, Master Miju's spirit was instantly invigorated. She turned to Jing Xian and commanded, Let Zhiruo stay. You all may withdraw. Jing Xian nodded slightly, her heart heavy with reluctance, fully aware that her master was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Once she stepped out, it might well be a final farewell. In the blink of an eye, only Master Miju and Zhou Zhiruo remained in the room. Help me rise, Master Miju requested. Zhou Zhiruo promptly stood and carefully assisted her master into an upright position. Zhiruo, the purpose of my summoning you back, I trust Jing Xian has conveyed to you. The rise and fall, the glory and shame of Amei, rests solely upon your shoulders. Hearing this, Zhou Zhiruo pondered for a moment, then leaned forward to respond. I tremble at such a heavy burden, yet I shall not fail my master's trust. I vow to bring glory to Amei. Master Miju nodded with a smile, but her expression swiftly hardened as she spoke solemnly. Before I formally pass the leadership to you, you must swear a poison oath. Although Zhou Zhiruo was uncertain of the nature of this oath, she immediately knelt, stating, Whatever my master commands, I shall obey. I am aware of your close ties with that demonic figure, Li Kongyou. However, I require you to vow that in this lifetime, you shall never wed him. Otherwise, your parents shall rest uneasily in their graves. Should you bear children with him, the sons shall be enslaved for generations, and the daughters shall become courtesans. Zhou Zhiruo was taken aback, astonished by the severity of the oath demanded. Seeing her silent, Master Miju pressed, What? Do you dare defy my command? Recalling her past with Li Kongyou, a flicker of resolve appeared in her eyes. She abruptly rose, facing Master Miju directly, and then gently rolled up her sleeves. Yet, upon noticing the absence of her marital mark, Master Miju instantly grasped her intent. You have already surrendered yourself to him. Zhou Zhiruo did not flinch, but rather replied candidly, Indeed, Master, I am already Li Kongyou's. Therefore, I cannot comply with your request. Yet, the disciple shall forever remain an Amei disciple. Should Amei encounter peril, the disciple will undoubtedly lend her full support. Zhou Zhiruo's implication was a clear rejection of the position of the sect leader. Master Miju gazed intently at her resolute disciple, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In her memory, Zhou Zhiruo had always been gentle and obedient, a docile student who heeded her every word. She had never anticipated such unwavering determination. Upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's declaration, Master Miju's body weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. Master, Zhou Zhiruo hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. Hee. Master Miju let out a few bitter chuckles, recalling the words spoken by Li Kongyou. You shall bring glory to Amei in her stead, thus repaying her kindness. Perhaps Li Kongyou was right. The only thing she could do was to ensure the legacy of the Amei sect flourished. After a moment, Master Miju lifted her gaze once more, fixing her eyes on Zhou Zhiruo, and solemnly intoned, Very well, if that is the case, kneel and receive the decree. Zhou Zhiruo furrowed her brows in confusion, but complied and knelt. Master Miju raised the iron ring high, stating with gravity, As the third-generation leader of the Amei sect, I, Miju, now pass the mantle to the fourth-generation disciple, Zhou Zhiruo. A look of hesitation crossed Zhou Zhiruo's face. Noting her reluctance, Master Miju raised her voice, enunciating each word. Zhou Zhiruo, accept the iron ring of the sect leader. Extend your left hand. Disciple accepts the decree. Zhou Zhiruo raised her left hand high, and Master Miezhu gently slipped the iron ring onto her index finger. "All right, rise." Master Miezhu seemed to have come to a realization, her expression softening. Once Zhou Zhiruo stood, Master Miezhu leaned forward. Lowering her voice, "You are now the leader of our sect, and I must reveal a significant secret to you." Zhou Zhiruo paused slightly, but sensing the gravity in her master's tone, she remained silent, listening intently. The founder of our sect, the legendary Guo Enxia, was the daughter of the great hero Guo Jing. In his prime, Guo Daxia commanded respect throughout the land, possessing unparalleled skills in both military strategy and martial arts. When Xianyang fell, he and his wife resolved to sacrifice their lives for their country. Yet, unwilling to see their lifetime of martial arts lost to oblivion, they commissioned the forging of the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber. The sword was entrusted to our sect's Guo Zushi, while the saber was gifted to Guo Gongpolu. Unfortunately, the saber was later lost, now in the possession of Xie Sun. At the hilt of the dragon-slaying saber, a piece of soft iron is cleverly embedded. With another weapon, one can easily extract the concealed iron piece, which bears the map to the repository of scriptures. Should you acquire the dragon-slaying saber and retrieve the map within, you shall gain unparalleled martial prowess and military strategy. Among the most precious treasures are the 9 manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms techniques. Believing in your exceptional talent, as long as you master the unparalleled martial arts above, you shall be able to stand alone in the martial world, and Miame will flourish once again for 100 years. This secret must never be divulged to others. Remember that." As she spoke, the formidable Master Miezhu slowly closed her eyes. The gravity of her words was simply beyond comprehension, and Zhou Zhiruo, still reeling from the shock, suddenly realized that her master had already succumbed to death. "Master!" she cried out in anguish, collapsing to her knees. Outside, Jing Xian and Jing Xian, upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo's heart-wrenching wail, rushed into the room. Upon witnessing the scene within, both knelt down in unison, exclaiming, "Master!" 2 days later, Zhou Zhiruo successfully assumed the position of the 4th-generation leader of the Wudang Sect. On the day of her succession, she added a new regulation to the sect's rules. Wudang disciples must take it upon themselves to resist the Yuan invaders, and should they encounter Yuan soldiers, they are to kill without mercy. Given that Master Miezhu met her demise at the hands of the Yuan soldiers, the disciples of Wudang naturally complied without dissent. Though Zhou Zhiruo appeared delicate, her character was resolutely strong. In just a few days, she gained the unwavering respect of the entire Wudang sect. Just as she solidified her position as leader, Li Kongyou and his companions finally arrived in the capital. As they entered the city, the air was filled with the lively sounds of vendors calling out from both sides of the street. "Candied hawthorn, if it's not sweet, it's free. Fresh dried fruits and preserves, come and taste. Baked cakes, just out of the oven. Sir, would you like one?" Xiao Zhao gazed at the bustling metropolis, her sapphire blue eyes wandering curiously in every direction. "Young master, have you ever been to the capital?" Li Kongyou, upon witnessing the charming visage of Xiao Zhao, could not help but smile gently. "Indeed, I visited here in my youth, but it has been many years since my last sojourn." He reminisced about the days when he had taken Yu Lianzhou to the capital, intent on seeking the coveted black jade balm from Zhao Min. However, not only did he fail to encounter Zhao Min, but he could not even set foot within the gates of the Ruyang Wangfu. Li Kongyou strolled leisurely to a stall and exclaimed, "Boss, I would like a skewer of candied hawthorn." "Certainly," the vendor replied, swiftly retrieving a skewer of candied hawthorn. Li Kongyou extended his hand to receive the candied hawthorn skewers, then gracefully handed them to Xiao Zhao. Having grown up under the care of Granny Jinhua, she had never tasted such delicacies before. With a heart brimming with joy, she accepted the treats, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Softly uttering "Thank you, young sir," she turned and began to walk forward, savoring the sweet delight. Li Kongyou observed quietly, vowing to himself to take good care of Xiao Zhao. At that moment, the voice of the stall owner echoed, "Esteemed customer, just one." Li Kongyou turned to Yang Xiao and said, "Yang left envoy, please pay." After speaking, he quickly followed on. Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly, took out a coin from his pocket, placed it down, and hurriedly followed suit. As Li Kongyou took but a few steps, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Young sir, I perceive that your bones are extraordinary. You are destined to become a phoenix among men." Li Kongyou's footsteps suddenly halted, his brow slightly furrowed, as he murmured softly to himself, "Why does this sound so familiar?" He quickly turned around to see that the speaker was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, standing before a stall, while a young man in his 20s stood nearby. The young man scoffed coldly, turning his back and departing without a glance. Li Kongyou suddenly recalled the memory. In an instant, he flashed forward to the stall of the person before him, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So it is you, you wretched old man, who swindled me out of 10 taels of silver all those years ago. I never expected to find you here. The elderly man, with his grizzled hair and beard, appeared somewhat perplexed. He stroked his beard with a feigned seriousness, scrutinizing Li Kongyou. After a few seconds, his eyes widened in recognition. Ah, it is indeed you, young lad. It has been quite some time. I am merely here to offer divination services. It has always been a matter of mutual consent, never an act of deception. Li Kongyou was profoundly impressed by the old man. One day, having failed to procure the black jade ointment in the capital, he entertained the thought of consulting an oracle for a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, the old man proclaimed him a rare prodigy of martial arts, even suggesting he was an otherworldly being. Upon hearing such declarations, he was genuinely taken aback. He believed this wholeheartedly and even inquired about the medicinal quest. However, the elder replied that the time was not yet ripe. He accepted the old man's words as truth. Consequently, he resolved to return to Wudang with Yulianzhou, intending to embark for the capital once the narrative unfolded. But who could have anticipated that the moment he turned to leave, the old man began exclaiming to passers-by, "This young gentleman, I perceive extraordinary bones. He is a martial arts genius, 1 in a million. This young gentleman, I see a halo above your head. You must be the chosen one. This young gentleman, your fortune flows like a rainbow, possessing the demeanor of a sovereign. You shall surely make a name for yourself in the martial world and be remembered through the ages." At that moment, Li Kongyou realized he had encountered a charlatan. Had it not been for Yulianzhou's intervention, he would have certainly debated the old man. Nevertheless, he reconsidered and thought that perhaps the old man possessed some genuine insight. Yang Xiao and Xiao Zhao, noticing Li Kongyou lingering at a stall, were filled with curiosity and approached him. Just then, the white-haired elder spoke again. "Congratulations, young sir. I wish you all the best. Your endeavors on this journey shall undoubtedly bear fruit." Li Kongyou inquired with great interest. "Oh, is it calculated?" "Indeed, it is," the elder replied, his voice gradually rising, revealing an air of profound mystery. "In the past, I proclaimed that the time was not ripe, and now it has undoubtedly arrived." Li Kongyou was about to speak when he noticed the old man staring intently at Xiao Zhao, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "My dear girl," the old man began, "I observe in you a remarkable physique." Before he could finish, Li Kongyou swiftly interrupted. "Hold on. Could you perhaps choose a different term? Even when deceiving, one should exhibit some creativity." The old man paused for a moment, appearing contemplative as if genuinely pondering an alternative phrase. After a brief silence, he continued, "My dear girl, I perceive in you a rare and refined nature, a unique constitution that makes you a singular dual cultivation body. I happen to possess a tome that aligns with your destiny. I shall part with it for merely 10 taels of silver." With that, the old man bent down and retrieved a book from a wooden box beneath his stall. Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou furrowed his brow, and had he not been in ancient times, he might have suspected that the old man had been exposed to the art of martial cultivation. He harbored deep skepticism towards the elder's nonsensical ramblings and instinctively pulled Xiao Zhao to depart. However, Xiao Zhao stepped forward and respectfully inquired, "Elder, what exactly is a dual cultivation body? Is it truly formidable?" Despite the elder's words sounding akin to a deceptive tale, Xiao Zhao sensed that the old man did not possess malevolent intentions. The elderly man, seeing Xiao Zhao's courteous demeanor, responded with a gentle smile, "The so-called dual cultivation body, as the name suggests, is... Hold on, what secret manual do you possess? Allow me to take a look." Li Kongyou, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with him, felt a flicker of interest in the secret manual he spoke of. If this old man could truly present a tome akin to the Li Pavilion, it would indeed be a marvel. The elder appeared utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Li Kongyou forcefully seizing it, and without hesitation, he offered the manual forth. Li Kongyou took the secret manual and glanced down at it. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Li Kongyou was suddenly taken aback, swiftly poring over the contents of the manual. He discovered that this tome was divided into 3 sections. The first part detailed the martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect. The second part encompassed the techniques of the Wudang Sect, and the final section contained the true Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Who are you truly? And from whence did this manual originate? Li Kongyou exclaimed in astonishment. Observing the astonished expression on Li Kongyou's face, Yang Xiao immediately felt a surge of curiosity. Could it be that this peculiar old man had indeed bestowed an extraordinary martial arts manual upon him, which could provoke such an uncharacteristic reaction from the leader? The old man smiled gently and said, "My name is so ancient that I have long forgotten it. The people here refer to me as the White Old Man. As for the origin of this manual, allow me a moment to ponder." The old man paused thoughtfully, stroking his beard, and continued, "The name of that individual eludes me as well, yet he possessed a unique technique. The efficacy of his palm strikes is intricately linked to one's emotional state. Quite enigmatic indeed. Moreover, he was accompanied by a magnificent eagle, a creature of rare breed, rumored to live for 300 to 400 years. However, I wonder if it still exists in this world. A technique intertwined with emotions? Could it be the lost soul palm, coupled with the grand eagle behind him?" Li Kongyou suddenly envisioned the figures of two individuals. Could it truly be the legendary little dragon maiden and Yanghua? Yet, how could this old man possibly be connected to them, and why would he possess the clandestine secrets of the ancient tomb sect? Since the elder was unwilling to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing the matter. Turning his gaze towards Yang Xiao, he commanded, "Provide the payment." Yang Xiao remained silent, merely retrieving a silver ingot from his bosom. Upon sighting the silver, the elder's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou swiftly seized the opportunity. "Old man, given our fortuitous connection, would you be so kind as to bestow upon me another tome of martial knowledge?" The elderly gentleman stroked his beard thoughtfully, making no immediate refusal. He once again retrieved a manual from beneath his stall and handed it to Li Kongyou. "You cunning lad, this particular skill may elude your grasp. I intend to gift it to a young lady instead." Li Kongyou chuckled softly, for in this world of martial arts, there was naught he could not master. He accepted the secret manual, and upon its cover, the words dual combat technique stood boldly inscribed. Although this martial skill was notoriously difficult to learn, Li Kongyou remained confident that it would not pose a challenge for him. First, there was Lin Xiaoying's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and now he had unearthed the secret arts of the old mischievous man, white-haired elder. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by your true identity." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, the old man was taken aback. He had not expected this young lad to know the names of such illustrious figures. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Having secured the manual, Li Kongyou intended to offer him some silver. However, he suddenly realized that the 10 taels of silver he had previously held in his left hand had inexplicably vanished. He hastily looked up, only to find the old man's hand gleefully toying with the very silver he had lost. When had the elder managed to relieve him of his money? Li Kongyou, brimming with confidence, believed that under the heavens, it was nearly impossible for anyone to stealthily take silver from him, let alone approach him closely. Yet, he had not anticipated that this old man was an extraordinary master, one whose prowess was exceedingly high, perhaps even surpassing that of old Zhang. When had such a figure emerged in the realm of the heaven sword and the dragon saber? His thoughts about the elder were shrouded in mystery, and sensing the danger, he preferred not to linger. After handing the manual to Xiao Zhao, he hurriedly urged her away. "Esteemed elder, thank you. I take my leave," he called out. Yang Xiao quickly followed suit. The old man gazed at the receding figures of Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao, a smile gracing his features as he murmured to himself, "In just a few short years apart, this young man has grown to such an extent. His martial prowess is likely on par with the 5 absolutes of yore." With that, the elder's gaze fell upon a young gentleman nearby, and he called out loudly, "Esteemed sir, I perceive you." Sir, were those 2 martial techniques truly formidable?" Xiao Zhao inquired curiously once they had distanced themselves. Li Kongyou nodded, acknowledging the remarkable prowess of mathematics. "Indeed, there are but a handful in this world capable of surpassing you." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhao's heart soared with uncontainable joy. "Then I shall learn." If that venerable elder could present such extraordinary martial arts and asserted that she was suited for cultivation, she would undoubtedly pursue it. She aspired to become a master of the martial world, so that she might better serve her esteemed gentleman. "Very well, you may ponder it at your leisure. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Although Xiao Zhao possessed a modicum of martial skills, they were merely rudimentary techniques. Thus, Li Kongyou hoped for her to grow stronger, curious to uncover the profound mysteries of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. "Thank you, my lord." Upon entering the city, Members of the Ming sect promptly arrived to provide assistance. Once all arrangements were finalized, Li Kongyou immediately dispatched a messenger to deliver a letter to Zhao Min. While the Ming sect could not afford to publicly reveal itself in the capital, it maintained numerous clandestine connections, making the delivery of a letter an effortless task. At that moment, Zhao Min was relentlessly interrogating the four major sects regarding their martial arts secrets. Upon receiving word from her subordinate, she ceased her actions. "Your Highness, a man surnamed Li has delivered a letter, claiming to be an old acquaintance. I dared not delay. Please peruse it." Upon hearing that the sender bore the surname Li, a fleeting smile graced Zhao Min's lips. As she opened the envelope, she found the following written within: "Miss Zhao, please meet me at the small tavern beside the Yulai Inn in the eastern part of the city at the hour of the pig this evening." The signature boldly declared Li Kongyou. After reading, she approached the oil lamp and promptly set the letter ablaze. "Prepare water for my bath. I wish to change and adorn myself." The night was as dark as ink, a gentle breeze wafting in, carrying a refreshing chill. In an unassuming tavern's private room on the second floor, Li Kongyou leisurely savored a fine wine. On the table lay a steaming hot pot, accompanied by freshly sliced lamb and several plates of vegetables. As the hour grew late, he found himself the sole patron of the establishment. At that moment, the sudden sound of light footsteps echoed from the staircase. Li Kongyou set down his wine cup, focusing intently, and after a moment, he whispered softly, "Two individuals. The first possesses moderate internal strength, yet moves with a lightness that suggests she is Zhao Min. The latter strides with a steady gait, his martial prowess embodying both righteousness and wickedness. With a diverse array of skills, he must be Fan Yao." Soon, the latter took a seat in the grand hall on the second floor, while the former continued towards the private room where he was located. As Li Kongyou gazed toward the door, the curtain was fortuitously lifted. There stood Zhao Min, adorned in a delicate pink and yellow Mongolian attire, her face resembling exquisite jade, with autumnal eyes that resembled flowing water. The adornments upon her head accentuated her noble demeanor, as if a mere glance at her would etch her image indelibly in one's memory. It was the first time Li Kongyou beheld Zhao Min adorned in feminine attire, and he couldn't help but become entranced. Perceiving Li Kongyou's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhao Min felt a surge of joy within, her face momentarily illuminated by a charming smile, reminiscent of a delicate dimpled grin, playful and vivacious. "Dear Master Li, could it be that there is a bloom upon my visage that captivates you so?" Li Kongyou suddenly came to his senses, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Miss Zhao, you possess an innate beauty, akin to a celestial being, enchanting enough to captivate any man who lays eyes upon you. I, too, find myself unable to resist such a lure." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's praises, Zhao Min's smile blossomed like spring flowers, becoming even more radiant. She also noticed that Li Kongyou had changed from his Taoist robes into a long black gown, exuding an extraordinary and unique charm. "I see that Master Li is equally elegant and striking. If we were to stand side by side, would it not perfectly embody the saying, a talented man and a beautiful woman?" Zhao Min said with a teasing smile. "Cough, cough." Li Kongyou cleared his throat lightly, raising his arm to indicate that Zhao Min should take a seat. Observing his momentary embarrassment, Zhao Min couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She then approached Li Kongyou's table and sat down across from him. Once settled, she gracefully lifted her delicate hand, pouring wine from the jug on the table for both herself and Li Kongyou, before taking a sip for herself. "Are you not afraid that I might poison your drink?" Li Kongyou, seeing her so forthright, inquired with a smile. Zhao Min, however, poured herself another cup and took another sip, saying, "If Master Li intends to kill me, why would there be a need for poison?" "Indeed," she added. Li Kongyou nodded in agreement and downed the wine in his cup. After 3 cups of wine, Zhao Min's gaze fluttered, her smile radiant like a blooming flower as she turned to Li Kongyou and softly inquired, "Master Li, you just praised me as a beauty that could topple nations. Pray tell, who is truly more beautiful, Miss Zhou or I?" Li Kongyou was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for her unexpected question, he initially intended to respond ambiguously, yet upon noticing Zhao Min's earnest expression and her eager anticipation for his reply, he found himself involuntarily comparing the two women in his mind. Zhou Zhiruo was as delicate and graceful as an orchid, gentle and enchanting, whereas Zhao Min, in her male attire, exuded a striking gallantry, and in her feminine garb, she appeared alluring and elegant. Each possessed their own distinct charm. He raised his gaze and beheld Zhao Min, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, appearing even more captivating and resplendent. Li Kongyou could not help but exclaim, "Of course, it is your beauty." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min, unable to contain her joy, eagerly inquired, "Really? You mustn't be teasing me, right?" Li Kongyou picked up the wine jug and poured a glass for Zhao Min and himself. In a soft voice, he remarked, "When it comes to beauty alone, you are indeed exquisite. But what of other qualities?" Zhao Min pressed on relentlessly with her inquiries. Li Kongyou did not respond directly, but instead shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "Have you brought what I requested? You seem solely preoccupied with your desires." "While I came here tonight with the intention of sharing heartfelt conversation." Zhao Min's face was awash with a sense of grievance. With a playful admonition, she reached into her bosom and retrieved a wooden box, placing it upon the table. "I can offer you the black jade bomb, but you must first agree to fulfill 3 tasks for me. Only then will I willingly present it to you." Li Kongyou sighed inwardly, realizing that the unfolding events indeed mirrored the original script. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Min, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner, as if to suggest, "What if I were to seize it forcefully? That troubled master outside would be powerless to stop me." Zhao Min felt a sudden jolt of fear. How could Li Kongyou, still seated within the private room, possibly know that the visitor was the troubled master? She hastily rose to her feet, striving to maintain her composure, adopting a facade of fearless confidence. "Should you resort to force, I cannot guarantee whether what I provide will be a mere placebo or a lethal poison." Li Kongyou furrowed his brow slightly. Although he understood that the demands put forth by Zhao Min might not be particularly arduous, he was exceedingly reluctant to be beholden to another. "Pray tell, what are the 3 matters in question?" Zhao Min's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied with a light laugh, "I cannot recall them at the moment. However, whenever they come to mind, I shall inform you forthwith. All that is required from you, esteemed masterly, is a solemn promise, one that you shall not breach, and then all shall be settled." Li Kongyou remained silent. Zhao Min further added, "Rest assured, I shall neither ask you to pluck the moon from the sky nor compel you to commit any act that contravenes your conscience, let alone urge you towards death." Li Kongyou gently shook her head, conceding to your 3 requests, yet asserting her right to choose. Should the tasks you propose be against her will, she would require alternative demands. Zhao Min had long intended to present the black jade bomb to Li Kongyou, suggesting 3 matters merely to ensure that their connection would not be severed. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. Li Kongyou felt a surge of joy in his heart as he reached for the wooden box on the table. Upon opening it, he discovered a bomb of deep black hue, emanating a fragrant and refreshing aroma. He had meticulously studied the medical texts authored by Hu Qingmiu, and it seemed evident that this was indeed the renowned black jade discontinuity bomb. "Can I trust you?" Li Kongyou gazed intently at Zhao Min, a hint of doubt clouding his eyes. Zhao Min's lips curled into a slight smile, her demeanor exuding assurance. "Rest easy, for I, Zhao Min, have always conducted my affairs with utmost integrity." Nevertheless, unease lingered in Li Kongyou's heart. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his movements swift as lightning, and in an instant, he stood before Zhao Min, gently pressing his fingers against her acupoint. "Miss Zhao, this matter concerns the life and death of my 3rd brother. I must implore you to test this medicine. Li Kongyou, I assure you, this ointment is indeed genuine. Now, please release me." Zhao Min's beautiful eyes widened, fixating intently on Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou remained unfazed. He gently took Zhao Min's hand and, without hesitation, rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm as pure and white as jade. Zhao Min's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Li Kongyou's directness. Biting her crimson lips, a glimmer of defiance flickered in her eyes. "Wait a moment. Could it be that this ointment is counterfeit?" Li Kongyou paused, his brow furrowing. "You have yet to respond to my earlier question." "What question?" "You once stated that, in terms of appearance, I am more beautiful. But what of other aspects?" "You previously asserted that, in terms of looks, I surpass you. So, how do I fare in other regards?" Li Kongyou did not anticipate that Zhao Min was still entangled in this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Zhiruo is my beloved." Li Kongyou appeared to answer the question indirectly, yet in truth, he had elucidated everything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Min's eyes reflected a trace of desolation. She no longer clung obstinately to her beliefs. It was as if she had resolved upon a certain determination, allowing Li Kongyou to experiment on her without resistance. Seeing this, Li Kongyou hurriedly took some ointment from the wooden box and gently applied it to Zhao Min's arm. As their skin touched, The previously despondent Zhao Min felt a blush creep onto her face. After applying the ointment, Li Kongyou slowly lowered Zhao Min's sleeve and raised his head to release her acupoints. Miss Zhao, you were so engrossed in drinking and enjoying the hot pot. Why not warm your stomach a bit before you leave? Zhao Min understood Li Kongyou's intention perfectly. He merely wished to keep her for a while longer to observe whether the black jade ointment posed any issues. Having made up her mind, she decided to fill her stomach first. As they dined and conversed, Li Kongyou, noticing that Zhao Min's expression remained unchanged, finally reassured himself that he had been overly concerned. He raised his cup and declared, "Come, Miss Zhao, allow me to toast you. I must admit, I misjudged your character." However, when his gaze shifted to Zhao Min, he was taken aback to see her complexion as pale as parchment, contorted in pain, her teeth clenched tightly, producing a disconcerting sound. Li Kongyou's heart tightened with a sudden sense of foreboding. An ominous premonition surged within him. With a swift stride, he rushed forward and focused his gaze, only to discover that Zhao Min's arm had turned an inky black, clearly indicating she had been poisoned. He dared not linger for a moment, swiftly sealing several crucial acupoints on Zhao Min's body, striving to alleviate her suffering. Miss Zhao, Miss Zhao. Li Kongyou was consumed by anxiety, calling out loudly. At that moment, the suffering monk in the hall heard Li Kongyou's cries and rushed in immediately. Li Kongyou held Zhao Min tightly in his embrace, listening as she murmured in a daze. So this poison truly allows one to see myriad colors: red, purple, blue, green, yellow, white, and an abundance of little orbs swirling about. How beautiful it is. Hearing Zhao Min's words, Li Kongyou felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could this be the infamous 7 insects and 7 flowers ointment? This concoction is a peculiar poison made from the grinding and boiling of 7 venomous insects and 7 toxic flowers, possessing a pungent and acrid scent, with a potency that is exceptionally lethal. Once afflicted by this toxin, only an antidote can provide salvation. In the original tale, Zhao Min had indeed mixed the 7 insects and 7 flowers ointment into the black jade concoction, but at that time, it was intended for testing on Asan. Li Kongyou could scarcely fathom that Zhao Min would dare to put herself in jeopardy. Gazing at Zhao Min, who was valiantly suppressing her excruciating pain in his arms, his heart was a tumult of emotions. As Zhou Zhiruo took a step forward, poised to strike at Li Kongyou, he was hastily interrupted. "Fan Yu sure. Zhao Min has been poisoned. We must return to the royal mansion for treatment at once." Zhou Zhiruo's hand, which had risen midway, was abruptly withdrawn. His face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know my identity?" His infiltration of the Ruyang royal mansion was nothing short of impeccable. To avoid revealing his true self, he had even gone so far as to disfigure his appearance, masquerading as a mute. Li Kongyou, filled with an urgent anxiety, exclaimed, "Now is not the time for such discussions. Hasten to the Wangfu and retrieve the antidote." Seeing Li Kongyou's fervent desperation, Fan Yao had no choice but to comply. With that, Li Kongyou swiftly lifted Zhao Min into his arms and soared towards the Ruyang Wangfu. "Li Kongyou, release me, if you care not for my well-being. Why do you concern yourself with my fate?" Zhao Min gradually regained her senses and struggled vigorously in Li Kongyou's embrace. Li Kongyou wore a perplexed expression, pondering when he had become indifferent towards her. Moreover, had their relationship truly reached such a stage? In an instant, he recalled his previous response. Could it be the reason for her feelings? Li Kongyou was overwhelmed with emotion, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. The two individuals, each possessing unparalleled martial arts skills, swiftly arrived at the residence of the Prince of Ruyang. Fan Yao, observing that Li Kongyou was able to keep pace with her while carrying Zhao Min, could not help but feel a sense of admiration swell within her. The trio did not enter through the main gate but chose instead to scale the walls and infiltrate stealthily. Fan Yao turned her head back, locking eyes with Li Kongyou, seemingly inquiring about their destination. To Zhao's room. Fan Yao nodded, navigating through several alleys until they soon reached Zhao Min's chamber. Li Kongyou gently laid Zhao Min upon the bed, urgently inquiring, "Miss Zhao, where's the antidote? If you intend to complicate matters for me, then do so without hesitation. Why demean yourself?" Zhao Min, observing Li Kongyou's genuine concern and palpable anxiety, felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate in an instant. She slightly raised her right hand and pointed towards the bookshelf on the right, weakly uttering, "On the 3rd shelf, the 4th box from the left contains the antidote." Upon hearing this, Fan Yao swiftly stepped forward and carefully retrieved the box. Li Kongyou opened the box and gently inhaled its contents. confirming without a doubt that it was indeed the antidote. He swiftly rolled up Zhao Min's sleeve and delicately applied the remedy. Following this, he channeled his inner strength, placing his palms firmly against Zhao Min's back to expedite the antidote's efficacy. As anticipated, after the span of a single incense stick, Zhao Min's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. After checking her pulse, he finally ascertained that the toxicity of the 7 worms and 7 flowers ointment had been entirely eradicated. "Miss Zhao," he remarked, "do refrain from such jesting in the future." Li Kongyou let out a long sigh of relief, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Zhao Min, however, turned her head aside and replied nonchalantly, "You may leave. I no longer wish to see you." Li Kongyou wore an expression of helplessness, lamenting in his heart how elusive a woman's heart could be, akin to a needle lost in the depths of the ocean. He intended to mention that the black jade ointment had been adulterated with a blend of 7 insects and 7 flowers, hoping she might consider exchanging it for another. However, before his words could escape his lips, he heard Zhao Min's voice. "There is a compartment within the wooden box. The one beneath is harmless." With that, Zhao Min simply lay down, turning her head to the side. Li Kongyou hastily retrieved a wooden box, gently prodding it with a finger, and indeed discovered a hidden compartment. "Thank you, Miss Zhao." Zhao Min did not turn around, but merely called out, "Master Ku, see our guest off." Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, Master Ku swiftly approached, gesturing for Li Kongyou to take his leave. "In that case, I shall return another day to express my gratitude," Li Kongyou remarked, casting one last glance at Zhao Min before turning to depart from the Wang residence. Once Li Kongyou had distanced himself, Zhao Min slowly rose, moving to the window to gaze into the boundless night, lost in quiet contemplation. Master Ku observed this scene, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes. "Your Highness," he uttered. Startled from her reverie, Zhao Min turned, astonishment etched upon her face. "Master Ku, you can speak?" Master Ku nodded slightly. Since Li Kongyou had uncovered his true identity, there was no longer a need for him to remain concealed within the Wang residence. "Your Highness, you are the esteemed Princess Xiaomin of the Great Yuan, while Li Kongyou is the leader of the Ming cult. Your identities are inherently opposed, destined to be at odds. Why must you force this connection?" Xiaomin clenched her fists, her tone resolute as iron. "What does it matter? I shall pursue it regardless." Li Kongyou swiftly returned to the inn and reunited with Yang Xiao and the others. "Master, has the matter been successfully accomplished?" Li Kongyou nodded in acknowledgement. Having already obtained the precious black jade ointment, he added that he had also encountered Fan Yushi, and at this moment, he invited his companion to follow him to a place where they might chance upon him. "Is that truly so?" Yang Zhao's face lit up with delight. "Of course, it is just that you may not recognize him in his current state." Yang Xiao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, Brother Fan and I share a bond as close as that of siblings. How could I possibly fail to recognize him?" Li Kongyou did not argue, but softly uttered, "Let us go." Upon this, the two made their way to the quaint tavern where they had previously met Zhao Min. As they stepped inside, a figure suddenly lunged at Li Kongyou like a swift arrow. The assailant's left hand resembled a tiger's claw, while the right took on the form of a dragon's talon, with fingers curled like vicious hooks, launching an exceedingly fierce attack. "Who dares approach?" Yang Xiao exclaimed, intent on intercepting the adversary's assault on Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou was well aware that the one who struck was Fan Yao. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a deep voice, "Yang Zhua, you may withdraw." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao halted abruptly, refraining from making any rash moves. Li Kongyou lightly waved his right arm, effortlessly dissolving Fan Yao's fierce assault in an instant. Fan Yao remained unperturbed, as his left hand transformed from a tiger's claw into an eagle's talon, while his right hand morphed from a dragon's claw into a tiger's paw, launching a vicious attack aimed at the left shoulder and another targeting the right abdomen. With strikes of utmost ferocity, Li Kongyou remained unfazed, effortlessly resolving the situation. Fan Yao's techniques transformed yet again. His eagle claw morphed into a lion's paw, and the tiger claw shifted into a crane's beak. With each strike and peck, he executed 6 different postures within the span of 3 moves. Li Kongyou sought to gauge Fan Yao's martial prowess, thus refraining from delivering a lethal blow. In an instant, the two had exchanged over 20 moves. Fan Yao's techniques were extraordinarily intricate, at times grand and imposing, and at others enigmatic and unpredictable. It could be said that he embodied both righteousness and malevolence, possessing an unparalleled depth of knowledge. However, such breadth of skill also implied a lack of mastery, leading Li Kongyou to perceive numerous flaws within Fan Yao's maneuvers. Li Kongyou casually struck out with a palm, forcing Fan Yao to retreat several steps. At that moment, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, discerned the underlying truth, realizing that the visitor's martial arts style was remarkably familiar. Upon recalling the individual mentioned by Li Kongyou earlier, Yang Xiao suddenly grasped Fan Yao's identity. Understanding that Li Kongyou's actions were a deliberate attempt to test Fan Yao's skills, he promptly unsheathed his sword and offered it to him. "Brother Fan, take the sword." With a hearty laugh, Fan Yao leaped gracefully, catching Yang Xiao's sword with precision. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Li Kongyou, like a tempest unleashed. Li Kongyou, with fingers poised like a sword, delicately executed the sword technique, instantly unleashing the essence of Tai Chi swordsmanship. Fan Yao's swordplay fluctuated between rapid strikes and deliberate slashes, each movement imbued with hidden profundity. However, regardless of how fiercely Fan Yao advanced, Li Kongyou's Tai Chi sword remained an impenetrable fortress. After more than a dozen exchanges, Fan Yao, recognizing his defeat, sheathed his sword and raised his hands in a gesture of fiery assent before his chest, bowing deeply to Li Kongyou. He proclaimed, "I, Fan Yao, the bright right envoy, pay my respects to the esteemed leader. Your divine prowess is unparalleled, and I sincerely admire it. I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my earlier impudence." Li Kongyou bent down gently to assist Fan Yao in rising, saying, "As brothers, there is no need for such formality. You have endured much during your years of concealment in the Ryong prince's residence." Although Fan Yao was curious as to how Li Kongyou knew of his circumstances, he refrained from inquiring further, simply bowing in response. "Thank you, sect leader." At that moment, Yang Xiao hurried forward, clasping his hand tightly while gazing into his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Brother Fan, it pains me deeply to see you like this." Fan Yao embraced Yang Xiao, expressing, "Elder brother, I am grateful for the protection of the Ming Zun and for bringing such a capable leader into our fold. We shall reunite as brothers once more." "What has happened to you?" Yang Xiao asked, filled with curiosity, recalling how the illustrious right envoy Fan Yao was once a strikingly handsome figure, now so changed. With a heavy sigh, Fan Yao recounted his disfigurement and the trials of his undercover mission. Even though Li Kongyou had been aware of the details beforehand, hearing Fan Yao recount them in his own words filled him with admiration. "Right envoy Fan, grant me some time. Perhaps I can discover a way to restore your visage." Li Kongyou's words were not mere fabrications. A particular place lingered in his thoughts. Should it still exist, there might indeed be a remedy for Fan Yao's affliction. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao hastily bowed in respect, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, master. I have long grown accustomed to my appearance, and you must not trouble yourself over such trivial matters on my behalf." Li Kongyou remarked, "It matters not. You two brothers have not met for quite some time, and undoubtedly, there is much to converse about. Let us return to the inn." "Indeed, master," both Yang Xiao and Fan Yao responded, their spirits elevated. Upon their return to the inn, Xiao Zhao was in her chamber diligently practicing the martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect. Li Kongyou chose not to intrude, but quietly returned to his chamber. Lying in bed, he found sleep elusive. Each time he closed his eyes, the stubborn figure of Zhao Min invaded his thoughts. "Ah, Li Kongyou, you pride yourself on your nonchalance, yet you cannot match the girl's forthrightness." In the original tale, Zhao Min bore the weight of numerous burdens to be with Zhang Wuji, betraying her king, her father, her clan, and her country. He was not Zhang Wuji. He would never allow Zhao Min to shoulder these alone. Thus, he found himself hesitant. Indecision was not in his nature. If he desired something, he should pursue it, overcoming any obstacles in his path. With these thoughts in mind, Li Kongyou swiftly rose and made his way to the Wangfu of Ryong. Meanwhile, within Zhao Min's chamber, candles flickered brightly. She sat alone on her bed, the words "Zhiyu is my beloved" echoing repeatedly in her mind. Why had she not encountered you sooner? Zhao Min whispered softly, her eyes betraying a profound loneliness and regret. "If only I were an ordinary Han woman, and you were not the leader of the Ming sect. How splendid that would be." She continued to murmur, contemplating how, if they could shed the shackles of their identities, perhaps everything would transform. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Zhao Min's ears. "It is not too late." The sound caressed her heart like a gentle spring breeze, stirring ripples across her soul. A wave of indescribable anticipation surged within her. Almost immediately, a soft creak announced the opening of the door, and a figure slipped inside. Zhao Min quickly rose, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, and softly called out, "Is it you?" As her words fell, the silhouette of a man gradually became clear. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Li Kongyou gazed intently at Zhao Min, his eyes brimming with affection. At that moment, Zhao Min had exchanged her previous attire of a pink top and yellow skirt for a simple, yet elegant white loose-fitting robe. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, softly brushing against her fair skin, enhancing her delicate charm and evoking a sense of tender admiration. "It is I," Li Kongyou replied tenderly, advancing towards Zhao Min. They stood face to face, so close that they could feel each other's breath. "Why have you come again? Did I not express my desire to avoid seeing you?" Zhao Min feigned a frown, attempting to portray a look of reproach. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. "I wish to see you, so here I am." Li Kongyou did not conceal his feelings, responding candidly. "You already have Miss Zhou, so why come to see me?" Zhao Min bit her lip, a subtle hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. "I simply wanted to see you," Li Kongyou reiterated. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Min felt a surge of emotion within her, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Is it merely to see me? Surely, there must be another reason." She slightly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes directly upon Li Kongyou before her. Li Kongyou slowly extended his right hand, seemingly with a hint of hesitation, drawing closer to Zhao Min's delicate and fair cheek. Zhao Min felt the warmth emanating from his palm, her heartbeat quickening instantaneously, yet she chose not to retreat. The moment his hand brushed against her face, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, the blush extending all the way to the roots of her ears, which were adorned with an alluring rosy hue. "Miss Zhao," Li Kongyou promptly shook his head, opting for a different address. "Min, I have feelings for you." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Min's heart raced fervently as she gazed into Li Kongyou's eyes, where she seemed to glimpse an ocean of profound affection. She found herself momentarily entranced, oblivious to her surroundings. "I too harbor feelings for you. Ever since you whisked me away on that horse, I have been captivated by you," Zhao Min softly confessed, her voice trembling slightly. However, just as she intended to articulate the conflict of their opposing identities, the words had yet to escape her lips. Li Kongyou gently extended a finger, softly resting it upon her luscious, enticing lips. "Fear not, for I shall take care of everything. Nothing can hinder our path." As Li Kongyou spoke, he stepped forward without hesitation, enveloping Zhao Min in a warm embrace. Zhao Min obediently closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness of the moment. She realized she had profoundly fallen in love with this man. The two of them held each other tightly, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them, and time itself seemed to stand still. They remained in this embrace for what felt like an eternity, reluctant to part. At that moment, Zhao Min's thoughts drifted back to the instant they first met. He had remarked that her face resembled peach blossoms, hinting at forthcoming good fortune. Could he truly possess such prophetic abilities? However, this notion was fleeting. In an instant, she cast aside all trivial thoughts, immersing herself entirely in Li Kongyou's warm and solid embrace, drawing herself closer to him, inch by inch. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a distant, melodious chime of the night watch broke the tenderness of the moment. The hour was late, and the air was cold and biting. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Min awakened from her reverie, gently pushing Li Kongyou away. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the evening glow, as she shyly lowered her gaze and hurriedly adjusted her slightly disheveled attire. Meanwhile, Li Kongyou gazed at her silently, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. "It is getting late. You must return," Zhao Min said softly, a hint of reluctance and longing in her tone. "Very well. Then I shall escort you," Li Kongyou replied tenderly. Zhao Min nodded slightly. Thus, Li Kongyou took her hand in his and slowly walked towards the door. They stood quietly at the threshold, their gazes intertwining, conveying 1,000 unspoken words, yet each hesitated to speak. Finally, Li Kongyou gently broke the enchanting silence. "I will depart from the capital tomorrow." At his words, Zhao Min's heart trembled, her eyes suddenly shimmering with profound reluctance. She parted her lips, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "When shall we meet again after this farewell?" "I will first return to Wudang, then embark on a journey at sea." Zhao Min's eyes brightened at this, and she eagerly inquired, "At sea? Are you going to retrieve the golden-haired Lion King? May I accompany you? I have never been to sea, and I am quite intrigued by the legendary dragon-slaying Saber." Li Kongyou nodded slightly, signifying her agreement. "Of course." "Really?" Zhao Min's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it was true. Li Kongyou nodded earnestly. Very well, it is settled then. Let's go. Under the affectionate gaze of Zhao Min, Li Kongyou gracefully unfurled his form and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the vastness of the night. Only Zhao Min remained, standing alone at the door, lost in a trance as she gazed longingly in the direction of his departure. After several deft maneuvers, Li Kongyou returned to the residence of the Prince of Ruyang. He had taken a noblewoman hostage and successfully discovered the whereabouts of the prince's quarters. At this hour, it was already time for the pig, when one would expect the prince to be soundly asleep. However, the lights within the room remained illuminated. Li Kongyou peered through the crack of the door and beheld a robust middle-aged man seated at the front of the study's desk. Despite his tall and imposing stature, weariness was etched upon his face. He must surely be Prince Chao Timur of Ruyang. Having resolved to be with Zhao Min, Li Kongyou naturally intended to pay a visit to his future father-in-law. Instead of opting for a stealthy approach, he chose to incapacitate the guards and boldly push the door open. Who goes there? King Ruyang, sensing something amiss, hurriedly rose to his feet. Li Kongyou's figure flickered and instantly appeared before him, slightly bowing as he respectfully addressed, "I am Li Kongyou, the younger generation, and I pay my respects to your highness." The King of Ruyang. Li Kongyou? The King of Ruyang, upon noticing an intruder, did not betray any signs of panic. Instead, he scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "You are that rebel leader, the head of the Mingjiao, Li Kongyou? I never would have imagined you to be so youthful." The King of Ruyang immediately prepared to summon his guards, but before he could utter a word, he heard Li Kongyou say, "Since you are aware of my identity, you should understand that I have ample time to take your life before your guards arrive. Therefore, might I kindly request a cup of tea?" With that, Li Kongyou nonchalantly seated himself in a wooden chair beside the tea table. The King of Ruyang, fully aware that Li Kongyou spoke the truth, was also curious to discern the intentions of this audacious individual. He took a seat at the head of the table, his expression stern as he declared, "The tea of this king is reserved for guests. You, as a rebel, are unworthy to partake. Speak swiftly. To think you can coerce me into submission is the folly of a dreamer." Li Kongyou smiled gently, pouring herself a glass before turning her gaze towards the Prince of Ruyang. "Your Highness, what is your perspective on the current state of affairs in the realm?" "Humph." The Prince of Ruyang snorted coldly. "What of the rampant rebels? Under the iron steeds of our great Yuan dynasty, they could be obliterated in an instant." "Is that truly your conviction, Your Highness?" Li Kongyou chuckled softly. "Were it not for the treachery that grips the court, I would extinguish the rebels with the utmost ease." The Prince of Ruyang exuded an air of authority with every gesture he made. Li Kongyou did not refute. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "Your Highness possesses remarkable talent in governing and military affairs. However, the current emperor is blinded by incompetence, and treacherous ministers manipulate the court. Coupled with the incessant natural disasters plaguing both the north and south, the realm is thrown into chaos, and the common people suffer grievously, their grievances echoing throughout the land. Do you truly believe that your iron cavalry can quell the hearts of the populace?" Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, Duke Ruyang finally grasped the purpose of his visit. He immediately turned towards the direction of the imperial palace, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and declared with righteous fervor, "The emperor has merely been momentarily deceived by the wicked. Tomorrow, I shall present a memorial to the throne, demanding the punishment of the treacherous. Subsequently, I shall personally lead the troops to eradicate the rebels." Li Kongyou remained silent, merely smiling and shaking his head. "If you wish to persuade me to align with you rebels, there is no need for your feudal rhetoric. Even if I, Chao Timur, have been stripped of my military authority, I am still the Prince of Ruyang in the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as I draw breath, I will not allow you rebels to run rampant." Pointing at Li Kongyou, the princess' voice rose in fervor. Li Kongyou, however, did not seem taken aback by the prince's demeanor. He retracted his smile, adopting a serious countenance as he replied, "I have come not to incite your highness to betray the court, but rather to pose a question. Are your actions truly for the current emperor, or for the common people of the realm?" "Humph, what difference does it make?" The prince retorted with a scoff. "As long as I suppress you rebels, peace will surely prevail." "Indeed, it makes a significant difference." Li Kongyou furrowed his brow. "I have witnessed firsthand the atrocities committed by the Yuan soldiers against the innocent inhabitants of a small village. Their conduct is utterly despicable. Among the victims were both Han and Mongol people. Those innocent souls, regardless of their ethnicity, have suffered immensely under the iron heel of Yuan soldiers. He paused before continuing. Moreover, within our righteous army, there are numerous Mongols who share our indignation towards the tyranny of the Yuan court. Notably, there exists a rebel faction composed entirely of Mongols, whose sole desire is to overthrow the oppressive Yuan regime so that everyone may lead a life of peace. In light of this, does your highness still believe there is no distinction between serving the emperor and serving the people? The Yuan court has now rotted to its core. They have ample resources yet are incapable of safeguarding them. Should this continue, it will only bring further suffering to the populace. I urge your highness to reflect carefully and not become a sinner in the annals of history. After Li Kongyou finished speaking, he poured himself a cup of tea. Duke Ruyang stood frozen in place, recalling the assassination attempt from months ago, led by none other than one of his former subordinates. When he confronted that man about the motive behind the betrayal, the look in his eyes and his final words linger in his memory. To slay one prince could sever an arm of that treacherous emperor and secure an opportunity for the righteous army. It was a worthy sacrifice. Li Kongyou observed the expression of Prince Ruyang and realized that her words had sown a seed in his heart. A faint smile graced her lips as she prepared to depart. Upon hearing the sound of her footsteps, Prince Ruyang was abruptly roused from his thoughts. His face a mask of skepticism as he inquired, "You do not intend to kill me?" Deep within, he was convinced that if Li Kongyou's visit bore no fruit in terms of counsel, she would undoubtedly take his life. For to slay him would mean that the Yuan court would lose a formidable warrior, while the Ming sect would find itself deprived of a fierce adversary. Li Kongyou shook his head gently and said, "Our uprising in the Ming sect is for the sake of the common people, and the prince also harbors concern for the populace. Why then should I take the life of the prince?" As he spoke, Li Kongyou vanished from the room in an instant, leaving no time for Prince Ruyang to respond. The prince found himself repeatedly reflecting on Li Kongyou's words, prompting a deep self-inquiry. Have I, Chahan Timur, fought throughout my life for the emperor's family or for the countless commoners? Perhaps it is true that my Mongolian kin are ill-suited to govern the realm. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze. He blamed the treacherous minister for the turmoil. Tomorrow, I shall unite the court officials to hold him accountable so that the emperor may show kindness to the people. Only then can the empire be secured. With this thought, he hastened to the door and called out, "Bring forth the carriage. I must enter the palace to pay my respects." The following morning, in a tavern, Li Kongyou and his companions were enjoying their meal. Li Kongyou set down his chopsticks and gazed at Yang Xiao and Fan Yao before him. Yang was sure. "Fan Yu sure. I kindly request that you return to the bright summit and oversee the affairs of our sect. Xiao Zhao and I shall proceed to Wudang, after which I will take the Lion King's adopted son, Zhang Wuji, to the Ice and Fire Island. During this period, I entrust the matters of the sect to both of you." Yang Xiao and Fan Yao hastily clasped their hands in salute. "The return of the Lion King is of utmost importance to our sect. We shall act swiftly. You need not worry about the affairs of the sect, master." "Very well. Perhaps we might even encounter the purple-robed Dragon King along the way." At that moment, with the bright left and right envoys of our Ming sect and the 4 great Dharma kings gathered, what concern could we have for any grand undertaking? As he spoke, Li Kongyou inadvertently cast a glance at Xiao Zhao, only to find her lowering her head, seemingly filled with trepidation. Yang Xiao understood that Li Kongyou was not one to speak lightly. If he had said so, it was quite possible they might indeed meet the purple-robed Dragon King. After the group finished their breakfast, they parted ways. Just as Li Kongyou and his companions set off on their return journey, the king of Ruyang, having vehemently advised the current emperor in the court, inadvertently provoked the royal wrath, resulting in a thunderous fury. Not only was he stripped of his position as Grand Marshal, but he was also placed under house arrest. This once mighty general, who had instilled fear across the land, had utterly lost the emperor's favor. Meanwhile, the Ming sect's revolutionary army, led by Zhu Yuanzhang, Su De, and Chang Yuchen, surged forth like a tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable, as they successively captured several cities from the Yuan court. Although Zhu Yuanzhang and his companions held merely subordinate positions, Li Kongyou's regard for them was well known. Thus, their status within the revolutionary army was of great significance. Among them, Zhu Yuanzhang displayed extraordinary leadership skills, while Su De and Chang Yuchen's military prowess became unmistakably apparent. Gradually, their prestige within the revolutionary army grew day by day. However, all three were acutely aware that everything they had achieved was bestowed upon them by Master Li Kongyou, for which they were deeply grateful. Consequently, Under the fervent promotion of Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, the members of the Revolutionary Army held Li Kongyou in the highest esteem, all eagerly desiring to witness his grandeur with their own eyes. As Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao passed through Shenyang, a sudden recollection of the words spoken by the old man surfaced in his mind, that the great eagle was indeed peculiar, belonging to an extraordinary species, rumored to enjoy a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. However, he pondered whether such a creature still existed in the present day. An idea surged within him. If the divine eagle were truly alive, he just so happened to possess a heavenly rock blood-dissolving pill, which might restore some semblance of the rock's bloodline to the divine eagle. If that were the case, would not the divine eagle become even more formidable? In a desolate valley more than 10 miles from Xianyang, Xiao Zhao's expressive eyes were filled with curiosity. She looked up at Li Kongyou and softly inquired, "My lord, is it truly possible for an eagle to live for 300 to 400 years? Li Kongyou gently shook his head and replied softly, "Well, I'm not entirely certain about that. However, since we are already here, we might as well search thoroughly." He continued, "Moreover, it seems you share quite a fateful connection with the owner of this eagle." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but inquire curiously, "Is it the legendary couple of the divine eagle that you speak of? I truly envy their ability to traverse the martial world hand in hand." Li Kongyou gazed at Xiao Zhao, whose face was filled with admiration, and a faint smile graced his lips. He reached out and gently stroked Xiao Zhao's head, saying, "Silly girl, what is there to envy? Are you not already living it right now?" As Li Kongyou's words faded, Xiao Zhao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, her entire demeanor transforming into one of unparalleled enthusiasm as she eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. How could I have not thought of that? From Guangming Peak to the capital, and from the capital to Shenyang, I have been traversing the martial world alongside my esteemed companion. As long as I am with you, I feel even happier than they are. Ha ha, let us hasten our search. The sky will soon darken," Li Kongyou urged with a smile. Xiao Zhao obediently nodded and promptly followed Li Kongyou as they resumed their meticulous search in the valley. However, within Li Kongyou's heart, he couldn't help but ponder, having roamed this desolate valley outside Shenyang for 2 whole days. He had yet to uncover the location of the legendary sword mound of Duguqiubai. Could it be that the passage of time had caused landslides or other such calamities, burying the sword mound beyond recognition? Contemplating this, Li Kongyou furrowed his brow, his heart steeped in a deeper sense of concern. Fortunately, he was not encumbered by pressing matters at the moment, and thus, they continued their search for another day. As they wove through the forest, Xiao Zhao suddenly halted, pointing toward a nearby cliff with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Esteemed companion, look over there. The rock face seems somewhat different." Li Kongyou followed the direction indicated by Xiao Zhao and beheld the mountainside, adorned with lush moss and winding vines. Yet, in a seemingly inconspicuous spot, there appeared to be traces of human craftsmanship. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, prompting his swift approach for a closer inspection. Indeed, something was peculiar here. As Li Kongyou delicately brushed aside the vines, a stone cave came into view, and he exclaimed with delight, "This must be the place. At last, I have found it." Xiao Zhao, brimming with excitement, leaped joyfully, her face radiant with elation. The two entered the cave, and upon emerging, they were greeted by the serene trees and the refreshing mountain air. After traversing a short distance, a steep cliff suddenly rose before them, resembling an enormous screen that pierced the clouds, exuding a magnificent aura. Approximately 50 to 60 zhang above the ground, a large stone, roughly 3 to 4 feet square, jutted out from the cliff, resembling a platform, upon which faint inscriptions could be discerned. Li Kongyou fixed his gaze and beheld the formidable characters "Sword Tomb" inscribed upon the great stone. Xiao Zhao, gazing at the towering cliff that reached towards the heavens, could not help but exclaim, "My lord, can we truly ascend to such lofty heights?" Li Kongyou smiled faintly, fully aware that every 10 feet along the precipice there lay a small cave, carved by the sharp sword of the legendary Duguqiubai in years gone by, now veiled beneath a shroud of moss. He reached out, drawing Xiao Zhao into his embrace, and softly murmured, "Hold me tightly. I shall take you up." Xiao Zhao nodded obediently, without a trace of hesitation, placing her unwavering trust in him. Her delicate face flushed slightly as her arms wrapped securely around Li Kongyou's waist. This moment inevitably stirred memories of their time in the secret realm of the Mingjiao, when he had similarly protected her, filling her heart with profound emotion. Li Kongyou took a deep breath, Then with a swift push of his toes against the ground, he executed the art of soaring through the clouds, leaping gracefully into the air. With each step he took, he landed precisely upon the moss-covered caverns, his movements fluid and seamless. In no time, Li Kongyou had ascended to the platform, carrying Xiao Zhao with him. "We have arrived, Xiao Zhao." Only upon hearing Li Kongyou's call did Xiao Zhao reluctantly part ways with him. Li Kongyou surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of the great eagle. Could it be that this creature too had perished? As his gaze swept over the large stone, he noticed two smaller inscriptions beside the prominent words "Sword Grave." The engravings read, "The sword demon Dugu Bai, unmatched in the world, is interred here with his sword. Alas, the multitude of heroes are left powerless. The long sword is but a hollow glory. Is it not a lamentable fate?" Li Kongyou gazed at the line of text, and an overwhelming sense of solitude washed over him. Having traversed the martial world for over 30 years, vanquishing foes and defeating heroes, there remained no worthy adversary to challenge him. In despair, he chose to retreat into a secluded valley, finding solace only in the companionship of carvings. Throughout his life, he sought a rival, yet such a pursuit remained unfulfilled, leaving an undeniable emptiness within. Turning to his companion, Xiao Zhao, he recalled the likes of Zhou Zhiruo from Amei and Zhao Min from Dadu, a faint smile gracing his lips, for he felt, at least, that fortune had not entirely forsaken him. At that moment, Xiao Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, look! There is another line of text here." Li Kongyou hastily composed himself and approached to examine the scene, whereupon he beheld a stone tablet inscribed with the following words: "The latecomer, Yang Guo, fortunate to encounter brother Jiao, has acquired even a fraction of the skills of the eminent master Dugu. Though I traverse the universe unchallenged, I ultimately cannot defy the will of fate. The one I cherished has departed, leaving only a profound sorrow. Hoping that future generations may be fortunate enough to learn from this and restore balance to the world. Young master, could this Yang Guo be the legendary divine eagle hero of yore?" inquired Xiao Zhao. Li Kongyou nodded, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the inscription, quietly reciting in his mind the phrase, "Only the heart remains in sorrow." Could it be that Yang Guo had passed down the heartbroken palm? With this thought, he swiftly circled to the rear of the stone tablet. Sure enough, it was densely inscribed with the very secrets and principles of the heartbroken palm. Upon closer examination, various techniques such as restless spirit, the worries of the chi person, and creation from nothing were elaborately detailed. Remarkably, this palm technique comprised a total of 18 forms, suggesting that Yang Guo, in his later years, had perfected this set of skills and even added a new form. Li Kongyou gazed upon the incantations and mental techniques, perceiving within them an infinite realm of mysteries and enigmas. For a fleeting moment, he found himself entranced, lost in their depths and unable to extricate himself. After a short while, he regained his senses and turned to Xiao Zhao, saying, "Xiao Zhao, please transcribe the inscriptions upon the stele. Should a worthy individual arise, they may be entrusted with this set of palm techniques, ensuring that such exquisite martial arts do not fade into obscurity." Xiao Zhao nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, my lord." With that, she began to diligently commit the inscriptions to memory. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, she had recorded the entire content. "My lord, this set of palm techniques is exceedingly profound. If you were to master them, your power would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced." Li Kongyou shook his head, expressing that this set of palm techniques was intricately linked to one's state of mind. "With your presence by my side, it becomes exceedingly challenging for me to grasp the profound essence of the art concealed within these movements. Even if I were to learn them, unleashing their true power would remain a formidable task." Xiao Zhao nodded, her understanding somewhat elusive. However, since the young master spoke thus, there must surely be wisdom in his words. The two continued their search upon the platform, and soon they stumbled upon the resting place of the sword of the legendary Dugu Bai. Alas, of the 4 swords, only one remains. Li Kongyou stepped forward and picked up the first sword on the far right. Inscribed on the stone beneath it were 2 lines, sharp and fierce, indomitable, wielded in youth to contend with the heroes of Hishuo. This sword was approximately 4 feet long, its blade shimmering with a bluish hue. Clearly a rare and exquisite treasure. Li Kongyou gracefully waved the sword, performing a few elegant flourishes before presenting it to Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, as you are currently practicing the swordsmanship of the ancient Tomb sect, this blade is perfectly suited for you." "Thank you, young master," Xiao Zhao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, eagerly accepting the sword. She cradled it in her hands, examining it with great care, and quietly mused to herself, since Senior Dugu wielded it against the heroes of Hushi. I shall name Yuqingha. Li Kongyou smiled and turned to his left, where the place that once concealed the sword was now utterly empty, leaving only 3 lines of text. The Zy soft sword, used before the age of 30, inadvertently harmed the righteous, hence abandoned in a deep valley. The heavy sword bears no edge, embodying great skill and simplicity. Before the age of 40, it was wielded to dominate the world. After 40, unbound by material, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone may serve as a sword. Thus, through diligent cultivation, one gradually transcends to the realm where the absence of a sword surpasses the presence of one. The 5 great realms of the sword path of Dugu Qiubai: sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, wooden sword, and ultimately the formless sword, can indeed be seen as metaphors for the various stages of life. Initially, one is like a fearless calf, yet after experiencing some setbacks and failures, one begins to comprehend the essence of flexibility and adaptability. Through years of accumulation and reflection, one gradually becomes more composed. Upon reaching the age of 40, one transcends material pursuits, beginning to feel and understand the world with the heart. Ultimately, one breaks free from the shackles of matter and form, sees through all illusions, and attains a state of spiritual freedom and tranquility. However, such realms do not necessarily equate to strength. For instance, 2 individuals may both dwell in the wooden sword realm, yet one wields the heavenly sword while the other holds a wooden sword. The outcome of their duel is self-evident. Undoubtedly, the one with the heavenly sword prevails. Thus, possessing a formidable weapon is undoubtedly an embellishment to one's capabilities. After reading the 4 verses of sword wisdom left by Dugu Qiubai, Li Kongyou glanced around, only to find that apart from a few massive stones at the cliff's edge, there was nothing else. He could not help but let out a long sigh, intending to leave with Xiao Zhao. However, just as he prepared to leap off the cliff, he heard an extremely faint coo emanating from behind a boulder on the other side. This sound was so subtle that had it not been for Li Kongyou consuming the Yijin Shisui Dan, granting him hearing far superior to that of ordinary individuals, he might have never noticed it. Young master, what is it? Xiao Zhao inquired, her face etched with confusion. Li Kongyou released Xiao Zhao's hand, and with a swift motion, he appeared behind the massive rock. There, nestled against the stone, lay a magnificent eagle. However, this eagle was curled up behind the boulder, its plumage nearly all but shed. Li Kongyou furrowed his brow, clearly perceiving that the majestic eagle before him was nearing the end of its life, barely clinging to existence. Even as Li Kongyou stood before it, the aged bird showed no signs of awareness. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of its chest, he might have doubted its very survival. At that moment, Xiao Zhao also arrived behind the colossal stone, gazing at the extraordinarily grotesque and feeble eagle before her. A wave of sorrow swelling within her heart. My lord, is this not the legendary eagle of the heroic figure? It appears to be on the brink of death. Li Kongyou did not respond to Xiao Zhao's words. Instead, he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his bosom. This was the second pill he had acquired from the system space, known as the heavenly rock blood dissolving pill. He was uncertain whether this pill could save her, yet at this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Li Kongyou tread softly beside the great eagle, delicately placing the heavenly pung blood solvent pill into its beak. The pill emanated a gentle, warm glow, as if imbued with an enigmatic power. Though he harbored no absolute assurance, at that moment, it was the only course of action available to him. Xiao Zhao stood silently to one side, her gaze filled with concern. As the pill dissolved upon entry, the eagle's form began to radiate a faint luminescence. Its previously shut eyes slowly opened, casting a glance at Li Kongyou before closing once more, as if entering a profound state of being. Gradually, the eagle's breathing grew increasingly robust, despite its still sparse feathers. A vibrant vitality began to unfurl. Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. After a brief moment, the great eagle began to slowly unfurl its wings, enveloping itself tightly. Soon after, a scene of utter amazement unfolded as a colossal egg gradually materialized around the eagle. Seemingly conjured from thin air, Li Kongyou felt a sudden shock in his heart. Is this truly still the realm of martial arts? When this sculpture emerges from its shell, could it possibly ascend directly to the heavens? Li Kongyou had witnessed numerous fantasy and cultivation animations in his previous life, and he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. As for Xiao Zhao, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth with her hands, as if she had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Li Kongyou cautiously placed the bird's egg at the center of the platform, awaiting its imminent hatching. Young master? Xiao Zhao's emotions had yet to settle. This esteemed brother of the eagle was perhaps on the brink of a significant transformation. Let us exercise patience. With that, Li Kongyou found a stone to sit upon. Observing this, Xiao Zhao also took a seat beside Li Kongyou, her heart brimming with curiosity. She eagerly anticipated what form this bird would assume once it emerged from its shell. Before long, 2 hours passed, yet the colossal egg showed no signs of cracking. Li Kongyou waited for a considerable time, gradually feeling a sense of boredom. He decided to have Xiao Zhao retrieve the book Mutual Combat Techniques given to him by the old man. The old man had boasted that he could not master it. And at that moment, a surge of competitive spirit welled up within him. With his left hand, he drew a circle, while with his right hand, he traced a square. Li Kongyou procured 2 wooden sticks and began to draw on the open ground. However, no matter how he attempted to illustrate, the squares and circles he produced were far from perfect. Li Kongyou gradually lost his patience, casting aside the wooden stick and sulking as he sat on the ground. Could it truly be, as the old man had said, that the technique of simultaneous dual combat was so arduous? Initially, he had doubted the notion that only those of pure heart could cultivate this skill, believing instead that those with nimble yet complex minds would find it impossible to grasp. Now, however, a flicker of belief began to take root within him. Observing him sketching incessantly on the ground, Xiao Zhao's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to take the manual and peruse its contents. After a while, she picked up the wooden stick that Li Kongyou had discarded and began to draw on the earth as well. Yet, the square she produced bore a resemblance to a circle, while the circle itself appeared somewhat squarish. Suddenly reminded of the manual's teachings on focusing the mind and achieving clarity of heart, she resumed her efforts. This time, with her left hand, she drew a perfect square, while her right hand created a flawless circle, the square embodying angular precision and the circle exuding harmonious roundness. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou was greatly astonished. How did you accomplish this? Xiao Zhao's face flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness, she replied, I was thinking of you, my lord, and with a mere gesture. It came to fruition. Li Kongyou was elated to see Xiao Zhao so effortlessly gain entry, with the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra coupled with the dual combat technique. Given sufficient time, Xiao Zhao's prowess would undoubtedly rival that of the 5 absolutes. Contemplating this, he promptly urged Xiao Zhao to retrieve the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, intent on enabling her to swiftly master the swordsmanship of the ancient Tomb Sect and the Chuanjian Sect. Once she achieved that, he could practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra alongside her. With his guidance, her martial arts skills would surely advance at an astonishing rate. However, the accumulation of internal energy was not a task to be accomplished overnight, requiring alternative strategies. Thus, Li Kongyou instructed Xiao Zhao in swordplay, and as time flew by, 3 days had passed without any sign of movement from the egg. They devoted their days to focused sword training, nourishing themselves with fruits and wild game when hunger struck. At night, they would lay down some grass and sleep wherever they could. Through these 2 days of interaction, Li Kongyou realized a crucial fact. Without a deeper connection, even sharing the same sleeping space would not allow them to share the system. Xiao Zhao was merely 14 or 15 years of age, and he truly could not bring himself to act upon it. On the 4th day, as Xiao Zhao practiced her swordplay, she was suddenly startled by the crisp sound of the eggshell cracking. Li Kongyou approached swiftly, his attention wholly captivated by the colossal egg before him. Gradually, fissures began to manifest upon the shell, and from within emerged a magnificent eagle, its plumage a resplendent gold, towering over a yard in height. The majestic creature appeared somewhat dazed. Its eyes were vacant, scanning its surroundings with a bewildered gaze, as if everything around it were profoundly unfamiliar. Li Kongyou slightly narrowed his eyes, pondering inwardly. Could it be that this fellow, due to his advanced age, has succumbed to senility? Is it possible that even the Tianping blood-resolving pill cannot bring him back? Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, a cacophony of monkey calls echoed through the valley, suddenly reminding him of the brown monkey, Xiao Lu, from Wudang Mountain. Xiao Lu was originally an ordinary little monkey, yet after inadvertently consuming his blood, it had exhibited remarkable intelligence. Could it be that my blood possesses the power to awaken the spirits of animals? With this thought in mind, Li Kongyou did not hesitate. He extended his left palm and gently sliced it with his right hand, creating a gash. Without delay, he leapt into the air, landing deftly upon the back of the golden eagle, pressing his bleeding palm against the creature's beak. As the golden eagle drank his blood, its gaze instantly sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. Li Kongyou hurriedly leaped down. Before him, the golden eagle suddenly unfurled its enormous wings, which stretched an impressive 2 to 3 yards wide, resembling a small dwelling. The gusts generated by its flapping wings surged forth like tumultuous waves, exuding an overwhelming grandeur that left one utterly astounded. In the next moment, the golden eagle summoned all its strength, furiously beating its wings, and ascended into the sky like a bolt of golden lightning, soaring directly into the clouds. Each powerful flap of its wings unleashed a ferocious whirlwind, howling as it swept through the air. Its cry was crisp and melodious, akin to the resounding song of a phoenix from the heavens, reverberating through the cosmos. To his astonishment, Li Kongyou marveled, "This eagle can actually fly?" It must be noted that in the original tale, the eagle boasted immensely thick legs and notably short wings, rendering it incapable of flight. Before he could fully recover from his astonishment, the golden eagle had already circled above him several times before gracefully landing before him. As it touched down, an overwhelming wave of powerful wind pressure surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Even Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao found themselves involuntarily retreating a few steps under the force of this tremendous pressure. At this moment, the golden eagle appeared resplendent, adorned with a brilliant layer of golden feathers that shimmered dazzlingly under the sun's rays. Its piercing eyes surveyed the surroundings with an unmatched authority and dominance, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld it. It was a stark contrast to its previous state. The prominent flesh bump on its head had vanished, now radiating an imposing and extraordinary presence. This was no mere eagle. It was unmistakably a magnificent golden-winged roc. After adjusting to its newfound power, the golden eagle quickly tempered its might, lowering its head and nodding repeatedly before Li Kongyou, seemingly expressing gratitude. Li Kongyou reached out to caress the golden eagle's head, feeling the silky smoothness and softness of its feathers. It was as if he were touching the most precious silk in the world, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. "Brother Eagle, congratulations on your rebirth." Li Kongyou smiled gently. The golden eagle shook its enormous head, exuding joy akin to that of a child. Observing this delightful scene, Xiao Zhao softly inquired, "Esteemed golden eagle, may I touch you?" Upon hearing her words, the majestic bird feigned a look of indignation, raising its wing to gesture towards Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou appeared to inexplicably comprehend the words of the golden eagle, tentatively inquiring, "Do you not favor the title Senior Divine Eagle? Would you prefer if she called you Eagle Brother?" Upon hearing this, the golden eagle promptly nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhao had initially assumed that the golden eagle, being a close friend of the revered Dugu, held a status and age far superior to her own, and thus referred to it with respect. However, recognizing that the elder did not appreciate the title, she swiftly amended her address to Eagle Brother. Upon hearing this new appellation, the golden eagle first shook its head, then quickly lowered itself, coming to a gentle halt before Xiao Zhao. She extended her hand, tenderly stroking its feathers, her eyes brimming with delight. Moments later, the golden eagle lifted its head, gazing at the word sword tomb inscribed upon the cliff, a flicker of nostalgia crossing its gaze. It then turned its attention to the nearby stone tablet, where it beheld Yang Guo's inscriptions, its head drooping once more. In its current state of heightened intelligence, the myriad memories of the past were as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. Both of these individuals were cherished companions from its past, and a sense of melancholic reminiscence welled up within its heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Kongyou promptly called out, "Brother Jiao, would you care to venture forth with me into the world?" The moment the golden eagle heard Li Kongyou's words, the shadows in its gaze vanished without a trace. It joyfully flapped its enormous wings, its inner delight evident for all to see. Perhaps it was the result of having drawn sustenance from his blood, but Li Kongyou felt an extraordinary sense of kinship. "Haha, splendid." In the past, Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu were renowned as the divine eagle couple. Though I may not merit the title of a great hero, I too wish to partake in this legendary duo. No sooner had he spoken than the golden eagle immediately knelt down, signaling for Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao to mount its back. Li Kongyou, understanding the situation intuitively, took Xiao Zhao by the hand and leapt gracefully onto the broad back of the golden eagle. Immediately, the majestic creature tilted its head and let out a shrill, piercing cry, while its wings fluttered gently, lifting Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao high into the sky. Ah! Xiao Zhao gasped in alarm, instinctively clutching Li Kongyou tightly. Li Kongyou appeared remarkably composed, gazing down from his lofty vantage point, where the vast expanse of mountains and rivers unfolded before him. A surge of ambition welled up within him, prompting him to recite aloud. The great rock soars with the wind, ascending to the heights of 90,000 miles. Oh, truly a joyous occasion. After a splendid flight through the skies with Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao, the golden eagle veered towards a secluded valley. Despite its formidable size, the eagle moved with remarkable agility, weaving effortlessly through the trees without a hint of obstruction. Brother Eagle, are you leading me to a particular destination? Li Kongyou perceived that the golden eagle was flying with intention, which piqued his curiosity and prompted him to inquire. The eagle let out a piercing cry, lowering its body even further, and swiftly came to a halt before a cavern. As soon as it landed, the surrounding wild beasts were startled and fled in all directions. Brother Eagle, is there something within this cave? The golden eagle nodded, powerfully flapping its wings, which instantly shattered the massive boulder at the cave's entrance, revealing a vast cavern. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou's eyes widened in astonishment at the immense power of the golden eagle's strike. While he was still in shock, the golden eagle let out a series of goo-goo calls, gesturing towards the cave entrance, indicating for Li Kongyou to enter. Li Kongyou regained his composure and, taking Xiao Zhao's hand, stepped into the cave, with the golden eagle closely following behind. Just as they had traversed a mere dozen steps, they were startled to behold a multitude of serpents rushing towards them with the swiftness of a tempest. These serpents bore fleshy horns atop their heads and emanated a faint golden glow, slithering with a speed akin to lightning. Li Kongyou hastily seized the Qinghe sword from Xiao Zhao's hand, intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, before he could act, the golden eagle had already taken the initiative. Advancing swiftly, with a gentle flick of its right wing, the numerous serpents were sent soaring as if unmoored kites, crashing violently against the stone wall. Li Kongyou surveyed the dozen or so golden serpents lying motionless on the ground, pondering to himself, could this be the revered Puzik snake that Yonggwa once consumed? Ingesting its gallbladder could significantly enhance one's martial prowess. No wonder the golden eagle led them to this location. It turns out this place is a den of serpents. Those who do not seize the opportunity may suffer the consequences. Li Kongyou wielded his longsword, and in an instant, he executed a flurry of strikes, deftly extracting the snake gall from the slain Bo Siku serpent. Xiao Zhao, witnessing Li Kongyou's exquisite swordsmanship, could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration, "Young master, what exceptional swordplay! Xiao Zhao, fetch me a silk handkerchief," he replied, "for these snake galls are rare treasures that can enhance one's prowess." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, Xiao Zhao felt a surge of joy and swiftly procured a silk scarf from her bosom, carefully placing the numerous snake galls within it. The golden eagle, seeing that Xiao Zhao had secured the galls, gestured once more towards the depths of the cave. Li Kongyou understood the unspoken intent. Now that they had arrived at this juncture, the more snake gall they could procure, the better. The group pressed deeper into the cave, where the light was dim, illuminated only by occasional beams filtering through the crevices. Their footsteps echoed within the cavern, resonating with an uncanny clarity. After a short while, they stumbled upon a spacious chamber that appeared to be a gathering place for serpents. In the center stood a natural stone platform, upon which coiled a massive python reticulatus, its size far exceeding any they had encountered previously. The fleshy horns atop its head were pronounced, and its golden scales shimmered with an astonishing brilliance. Moreover, the edges of the stone platform were littered with a heap of white bones, seemingly remnants left by a colossal serpent after its demise. The great serpent raised its head high, its forked tongue flickering rapidly, emitting a hissing sound. It fixated intently on the golden eagle, remaining acutely alert yet hesitant to act. In the next moment, the golden eagle spread its wings and launched itself like an arrow released from a bow, striking fiercely at the great serpent. The serpent, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly coiled its body, elevating its head in readiness for confrontation. Despite its considerable size, the golden eagle moved with the swiftness of lightning, its wings slicing through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. The great serpent, undeterred, writhed its massive form in an attempt to ensnare the eagle. However, the golden eagle had evolved beyond its former self. With a piercing cry, it unleashed a torrent of formidable power, sending the serpent hurtling several feet away. Before the serpent could regain its composure, The golden eagle pressed its advantage, swiftly dispatching the serpent with a few decisive strikes. Lowering itself, the eagle plucked the serpent's gall, which was notably larger and darker than the previous ones. It presented the gall to Li Kongyou, as if seeking recognition for its prowess. Li Kongyou extended his hand to receive it, gently patting the golden eagle's head, his eyes brimming with delight. Although the fierce battle between the golden eagle and the great serpent had concluded swiftly, the cave had already been affected by their clash. The once piled bones beside the stone platform were now scattered in disarray. As Li Kongyou focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover a flickering purple light beneath the bones. Upon closer inspection, he found a long purple sword, approximately 3 feet in length, its blade shimmering with a radiant violet glow. Li Kongyou casually waved the sword a few times, discovering its remarkable flexibility, faintly emanating a misty purple aura. The Ziwei soft sword. He immediately recognized the weapon. In days gone by, Duge Qiubai had discarded this sword in a deep valley after inadvertently injuring a righteous man, only to find it within the belly of a long-deceased serpent. Upon seeing the Ziwei soft sword in Li Kongyou's grasp, the golden eagle burst into joyful exuberance. Li Kongyou was about to hand the Ziwei soft sword to Xiao Zhao, when he noticed that she was fixated on a nearby stone wall, seemingly observing something intently. "Xiao Zhao, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing Li Kongyou's inquiry, Xiao Zhao hurriedly turned her head and replied, "My lord, there are inscriptions carved upon the stone wall." She promptly stepped forward, unfurled her wings, and swiftly cleared away all the vines that were entwined around the wall. Xiao Zhao then produced a fire starter and ignited it. Li Kongyou, holding a fire stick, approached the stone wall, which was densely inscribed with characters and adorned with various patterns. At the far right, a striking inscription read, "Those destined are indeed remarkable. Who would have thought that the sword, once forsaken, lay concealed within the belly of the great serpent? I pity its fate and could not bring myself to seize the sword. Here, I sat for several months, exhausting my life's understanding to create the 9 styles of swordsmanship. This sword technique differs from the prevalent styles of the age, emphasizing the essence of the sword while minimizing the moves. It focuses on anticipating the enemy's actions, prioritizing offense over defense, and achieving victory through the formless overcoming the form. The great serpent observed my daily sword practice, perhaps gaining some insights. Having shared this encounter, I have inscribed the Dugu 9 swords here for your contemplation. Should there be a kindred spirit in future generations who learns it, they shall inherit my legacy as well." Left by Duge Qiubai, Li Kongyou gazed in awe at the inscriptions on the stone wall, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. It was astonishing to discover that Duge Qiubai had etched the Duge 9 swords here. It seemed that Feng Qingyang had fortuitously stumbled upon this place, allowing him to master this unparalleled sword technique. He turned to the golden eagle and recounted the tale inscribed on the wall. However, the eagle merely shook its head, indicating its ignorance of the matter. Li Kongyou pondered for a moment, realizing that it was quite reasonable for the golden eagle to be unaware of this matter. After all, if the golden eagle had known of the connection between the great serpent and the unmatched Dugu Qiubai, it would never have sought to capture the serpent for its gall. The Dugu 9 swords are renowned as the foremost swordsmanship in the realm, and Li Kongyou was naturally filled with enthusiasm, immersing himself entirely in the observation of the techniques. The ultimate forms included the breaking sword technique, breaking blade technique, breaking spear technique, breaking whip technique, breaking rope technique, breaking palm technique, breaking arrow technique, and the most profound of all, the breaking chi technique. Within these forms were not only detailed instructions but also exquisite illustrations of the sword techniques. Xiao Zhao ignited a torch and affixed it to the wall, allowing Li Kongyou to diligently practice, guided by the principles and mental focus laid out in the teachings. Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao, within the confines of a cave, consumed snake gall to enhance their martial prowess while diligently honing their sword techniques. Having previously encountered the swordplay of the ancient Tomb sect, Jin Diao graciously stepped in to instruct Xiao Zhao on behalf of Li Kongyou. Bolstered by the potency of the snake gall, Xiao Zhao's internal strength burgeoned day by day. And under Jin Diao's meticulous guidance, she mastered the skills of the ancient Tomb sect with remarkable ease. As time swiftly passed, more than 10 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Li Kongyou not only mastered the Duge 9 swords, but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in his internal strength. His current prowess represents a qualitative leap compared to when he comprehended the 7th level of the Qian Kuan Great Shift. Moreover, he has juxtaposed the Duge 9 swords with the Taiji sword, mutually validating their principles. In essence, both embody the essence of heavy swordplay while emphasizing lighter techniques. However, the Taiji sword focuses more on the interplay of yin and yang, excelling in defense, while the Duga 9 swords prioritize preempting the enemy's moves, leaning towards an offensive approach. Li Kongyou has seamlessly integrated the two elements, elevating his understanding of the swordsmanship to a higher realm. Meanwhile, under the meticulous guidance of Li Kongyou and the Golden Eagle, as well as benefiting from the enhancement of the snake gallbladder, Xiao Zhao's martial prowess now rivals that of certain second-rate masters. However, her lack of practical experience may place her at a disadvantage in genuine combat situations. With the mastery of the Duga 9 swords accomplished, Li Kongyou has resolved not to prolong his endeavors. He did not obliterate the inscriptions on the stone wall. Instead, he simply sealed the entrance once again. Li Kongyou stretched lazily, inhaling deeply the fresh air from outside, and instantly felt invigorated. He turned to glance at the Golden Eagle behind him, suddenly struck by a thought. "Brother Eagle, why don't we exchange a blow? I would like to gauge my own strength." Upon hearing this, the Golden Eagle shook its head vigorously, seemingly fearful of causing harm to Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou observed the Golden Eagle's cautious demeanor, as if fearful of exerting too much force, and could not help but reveal a wry smile. Ever since mastering the Nine Suns' divine art, he had prided himself on being unmatched in the world. Yet today, he found himself underestimated by a mere bird of prey. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze toward the Golden Eagle and reiterated, "Rest assured, with my current martial prowess, even if the esteemed Dugu were to return, I would still possess the strength to contend. You need only to unleash your might." The Golden Eagle, seeing Li Kongyou's unwavering determination, could only nod in resigned agreement. Thus, the two stood poised, a man and a bird, in a tense standoff. Li Kongyou summoned all his internal energy, launching a powerful punch towards the Golden Eagle with unwavering conviction, believing that even old Zhang could not possibly dismiss this strike with ease. The Golden Eagle, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Li Kongyou, hastily spread its wings to meet the challenge. A resounding bang echoed as Li Kongyou was thrust back several steps, his chest surging with turbulent blood and energy. Yet, the Golden Eagle remained steadfast, not budging an inch. "Young master," Xiao Zhao exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Li Kongyou's retreat. Li Kongyou waved his hand, and after calming the tumultuous blood within, he smiled faintly. "Brother Jiao, you truly possess innate divine strength, I concede." Upon witnessing this, the Golden Eagle hurriedly stepped forward and gently patted Li Kongyou's back, as if offering him solace. Li Kongyou gazed at the Golden Eagle and posed another inquiry. "My dear Eagle, may I ask how much strength you exerted in that last strike?" He pondered to himself that if he were to contend with the full force of the Golden Eagle, a slight disadvantage would be somewhat acceptable. After all, the eagle had consumed his elixir, thus awakening a trace of the rock's bloodline. The Golden Eagle appeared somewhat bewildered, prompting Li Kongyou to elaborate further. This time, it seemed the eagle comprehended, as it extended its right wing and gently tapped 3 times in the air before slowly lowering it. Li Kongyou widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief, and cautiously inquired, 3 points of strength? The Golden Eagle quickly nodded in affirmation. Alas, Li Kongyou sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to Xiao Zhao and gently said, "Brother Eagle, let us take our leave. Truly, the disparity between man and eagle is exasperating." Li Kongyou grasped Xiao Zhao's hand and leaped onto the back of the Golden Eagle. The majestic bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Wudang Mountain. Given that Xiangyang City is not far from Wudang, it took less than an hour for them to arrive at their destination. Propelled by the eagle's swift flight, Li Kongyou stood atop the Golden Eagle, suddenly experiencing a sensation akin to that of riding in a helicopter. Well, in his past life, he had never actually been in a helicopter. He merely imagined it would feel something like this. Li Kongyou did not pause at the foot of the mountain. Instead, he commanded the Golden Eagle to ascend directly. The mountain guardian, taken aback, hastily called upon his disciples to fortify their defenses in front of the Zhenwu Hall. Under Li Kongyou's guidance, the Golden Eagle gracefully descended onto the open space before the hall. Upon witnessing this, the Wudang disciples swiftly gathered around. When they discerned the identity of the visitor, they promptly clasped their hands in salute, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our esteemed junior uncle and granduncle." Li Kongyou leaped down from the Golden Eagle, cradling Xiao Zhao in his arms. After nodding in acknowledgement to his fellow disciples, he proceeded into the grand hall with Xiao Zhao. The golden eagle let out a resounding cry before soaring into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and several other senior brothers, upon hearing the news, hurriedly approached. Their faces were alight with joy as they exclaimed, "Little junior brother, you have finally returned." Song Yuanxiao spoke first, his tone betraying his excitement. Li Kongyou hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing in greeting. "Dear senior brothers, Kongyou has returned. I sincerely apologize for causing everyone concern. Haha, it's wonderful that you're back, truly wonderful. Master has been mentioning you constantly, eagerly hoping for your swift return to the mountain." Zhang Songxi exclaimed joyfully from within the crowd. Li Kongyou smiled and nodded, just about to articulate his thoughts when he was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of discussion nearby. "What was that magnificent bird?" inquired a perplexed young disciple of Wudang. "Indeed, I have never encountered such a large creature, entirely adorned in golden plumage. It was truly impressive how our esteemed master descended from the heavens astride that bird, resembling a celestial being," another exclaimed in awe. "And who is the young girl by our junior master's side? Could she be the junior mistress?" In an instant, the Wudang disciples erupted into animated chatter, each voice overlapping with excitement and curiosity illuminating their faces. Even the typically composed Yu Lianzhou was swept up in intrigue. He could not resist stepping forward to inquire, "Kongyou, what is the story behind that bird?" "Brother, it is a long tale. Allow me to first pay my respects to Master before sharing the details with you all," replied Li Kongyou. Yu Lianzhou nodded in understanding. "Very well, do hurry along." Consequently, Li Kongyou clasped his hands in greeting to his fellow disciples and made his way swiftly toward the small courtyard on the back mountain. Upon his arrival, he found Zhang Sanfeng emerging from within, evidently aware of his presence. Zhang Sanfeng gazed at Li Kongyou for a moment, his expression filled with astonishment. Li Kongyou hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully declared, "Master, your disciple has returned." "Good, good, good," Zhang Sanfeng exclaimed thrice, then moved closer to assist Li Kongyou in rising. "Stand up, my dear. Little 8. I truly never anticipated that your descent from the mountain would grant you such extraordinary fortunes. This is indeed a profound blessing, rich in grace." After listening to Li Kongyou recount his recent experiences, Zhang Sanfeng could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Kongyou, filled with deep sentiments, did not anticipate that this journey down the mountain would lead to such a myriad of experiences. Aware of old Zhang's admiration for Yanghua, he remarked, "Soon, I shall transcribe the secret manual of Yang the hero's soul-devouring poem and place it within the library. This would be splendid. I fondly recall the days on Mount Huashan, where I had the privilege of receiving guidance from the esteemed Yanghua. Little did I know that his technique would endure through the ages. It is indeed a great fortune." Zhang Sanfeng gently stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting a profound nostalgia. Subsequently, Li Kongyou retrieved a wooden box from his bosom and placed it upon the wooden table. "Master, this is the black jade ointment. It can be used to treat third brother shortly. I believe he will soon regain his mobility." Zhang Sanfeng slowly opened the wooden box and, upon seeing the ointment within, nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Li Kongyou, a look of gratitude graced his face as he spoke softly. "Kongyou, you have worked hard. However, third brother has been crippled for 20 years. Do your utmost, but do not overstrain." Li Kongyou responded with unwavering confidence. "Master, rest assured. With the black jade ointment and my use of the one-yang finger to clear the meridians for third brother, he shall undoubtedly return to his former self." "One-yang finger?" Zhang Sanfeng pondered, recalling that he had heard Miss Gua mention it before. This technique, a unique skill of the Duan clan from Dali, serves both to repel foes and to heal the wounded. However, it comes at a great cost. The practitioner suffers a significant depletion of vital energy, losing 5 years of cultivation. In the past, the Southern Emperor, Duan Huang, employed the one-yang finger to save Madame Gua. As he spoke of this, a hint of concern crept into Zhang Sanfeng's tone. Upon witnessing this situation, Li Kongyou promptly spoke, "Master, please rest assured. I have now perfected the 9 Suns' divine skill and consumed the gallbladder of the Boskish snake, endowing me with formidable and inexhaustible internal energy. Even if I were to employ the one-yang finger, it would only leave me fatigued for a few days at most, with no serious repercussions. Moreover, for the sake of my elder brother's complete recovery, what does it matter if I cannot wield my internal power for 5 years? After all, I have you, Master, to protect me." Li Kongyou spoke with a relaxed smile, his tone remarkably buoyant. He was acutely aware that Li Kongyou's words were intended to alleviate his concerns. In his heart, he resolved that if Li Kongyou were to become weakened from employing the one-yang finger technique, he would exhaust all his internal energy to assist him in a swift recovery. Very well, since you harbor such intentions, then proceed with abandon. Everything shall be as your master wishes. Zhang Sanfeng slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward the door. Come, let us step outside and stretch our limbs. Li Kongyou could not help but display a look of astonishment. Master, I fear this may not be appropriate. Zhang Sanfeng retorted with a hint of irritation. What is it? After venturing out and learning a few unparalleled martial arts techniques, do you believe that I, an old Taoist, am no match for you? Li Kongyou hurriedly waved his hand, expressing his reluctance, but then humbly requested his master's guidance. Now that is more like it. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's words fell, he stepped into the courtyard. Li Kongyou dared not hesitate for a moment, promptly following suit. Within the small courtyard, verdant trees surrounded them, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the leaves to rustle softly. It seemed as though nature itself was composing a prelude for the impending confrontation. They stood facing each other, and in an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Sanfeng stood composed, his stance steady with feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, and his hands naturally hanging by his sides. Gradually, he raised his hands. The motion fluid and graceful, akin to delicately strumming the strings of an ethereal instrument, ultimately assuming the initial posture of Tai Chi as he moved. His Taoist robe billowed in the wind, the fabric dancing as if an ancient sage had descended from the heavens. On the other side, despite the turmoil of nerves within him, Li Kongyou was also filled with anticipation, eager to discern how his current abilities compared to those of his master. Taking a deep breath, he firmly grounded himself, then lifted his hands, mirroring Zhang Sanfeng's stance perfectly. Tai Chi against Tai Chi at this juncture. Zhang Sanfeng made the first move. His hands flowed like clouds in a gentle stream, each gesture seemingly soft and without force, yet brimming with an inexhaustible power. As Li Kongyou beheld Zhang Sanfeng's striking motion, his gaze sharpened instantaneously. With a subtle shift of his form, he responded in kind with the art of Tai Chi. Although his techniques were imparted by Zhang Sanfeng, there lay within the nuances an interpretation uniquely his own. His footwork was both steady and agile, producing faint sounds upon the cobblestone courtyard. Observing this, Zhang Sanfeng nodded inwardly, yet his movements remained unceasing. His techniques flowed in an unbroken sequence, at times gentle as a caressing breeze, and at others tumultuous as surging waves. His body resembled a willow swaying in the wind, appearing to falter, yet standing firm as a rock. Each pivot, every push of hands, encapsulated profound inner strength and exquisite skill. Li Kongyou, unwilling to be outdone, immersed himself in the nuances of his master's techniques, continuously refining his own moves. His martial arts, built upon the teachings of Zhang Sanfeng, seamlessly incorporated the profound principles of the Qian Kun de Nua-I, which rendered his movements not only more agile, but also more strategic. At times, he would employ swiftness to counter slowness, deftly neutralizing Zhang Sanfeng's assaults. At other moments, he would utilize gentleness to overcome rigidity, using seemingly feeble techniques to withstand Zhang Sanfeng's formidable force. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with dancing shadows of fists and the palpable energy of their exchanges, each combatant resolutely refusing to yield, leaving onlookers in a daze. The exquisite essence of Tai Chi was vividly manifested in their duel, each strike accompanied by a whispering wind that stirred the surrounding foliage, creating a crescendo of rustling leaves. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them, flickering in harmony with their movements. As seconds ticked by, their contest remained fiercely contested and evenly matched. Zhang Sanfeng, ever the picture of leisurely grace, bore an expression of exhilaration and satisfaction. He had not anticipated that Li Kongyou's mastery of Tai Chi had ascended to such heights. Filling his heart with immense joy, Li Kongyou felt an unprecedented pressure, a sensation he had never experienced during confrontations with the 5 major sections. Lao Zhang's strength was unfathomable, and each move compelled him to exert his utmost effort. After an intense duel, both combatants ceased their movements simultaneously. Well done, young man. I never anticipated you would reach such a level, exclaimed Zhang Sanfeng in astonishment. Li Kongyou smiled gently and cupped his hands, acknowledging, there remains a slight gap between myself and my master. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Haha, Zhang Sanfeng chuckled heartily, gradually pacing back into the room. The courtyard returned to its tranquil state, as if the fierce contest that had just transpired had never occurred. Only the rustling leaves bore silent witness to the duel between master and disciple. Inside the courtyard, after Li Kongyou poured a cup of tea for Zhang Sanfeng, the two began to engage in a profound discussion on martial arts. Though it had seemed that their earlier bout was evenly matched, Li Kongyou understood that his ability to counter old Zhang's onslaught stemmed from his profound internal energy. At present, his nine-yang divine skill and the great shift of the universe had both reached a pinnacle of mastery, having consumed numerous snake gallbladders. The depth of his internal force had undeniably surpassed that of Zhang Sanfeng. However, when it came to the comprehension of martial arts, even with the aid of a system, he found himself unable to match old Zhang's insight. Thus, this discourse had proven to be immensely beneficial for him. Nevertheless, the most astonished among them was undoubtedly Zhang Sanfeng. He was acutely aware of his disciple's extraordinary talent, but had not anticipated that Li Kongyou's understanding of martial arts would prove to be so unique, even enabling him to create the seventh layer of the great shift of the universe's mental techniques. It is crucial to understand that the creation of martial arts cannot be achieved solely through talent. It also requires extensive knowledge and a solid foundation. Kongyou, if one day you can integrate what you have learned and forge a martial art of your own, you shall undoubtedly be unparalleled in history. At that time, not only will I be your master, but even the likes of Dugu and Huang Qiang, should they be reborn, would find it difficult to compare with your martial prowess. Zhang Sanfeng remarked profoundly, filled with confidence in Li Kongyou's future path in martial arts. Li Kongyou nodded knowingly, fully aware of the extraordinary martial arts skills he possessed. Should he be able to amalgamate the strengths of various schools, he would undoubtedly achieve a transformative elevation in his martial prowess. However, given his current foundation, such a feat remained unattainable. He recalled hearing Zhang Sanfeng mention the names of Dugu Qiubai and Huang Chang moments earlier. In an instant, a shadow flitted through his mind. With Zhang's vast knowledge, he might possess some insight into this individual, prompting him to hasten his inquiry. Master, I once encountered an elderly fortune-teller with white hair in the capital. He introduced himself as Old Bai. The fortune-teller, Old Bai? Zhang Sanfeng sipped his fragrant tea, his brow furrowing as he fell into contemplation. Indeed, this Old Bai possesses remarkable martial skills. Even the moment he stealthily took 10 taels of silver from me when unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng felt a jolt of surprise, slowly rising to his feet and gently stroking his beard, pondering to himself, on that day, I had struck without warning, and even Lao Ba evaded it effortlessly. Yet this man Old Bai managed to silently take silver from Lao Ba's grasp. What level of martial prowess does he possess? Do you not know either, master? Li Kongyou gazed up at Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head lightly, a faint wry smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great significance, his eyes brightened. I remember. When my martial arts were still nascent, I encountered an elder of unparalleled skill. At that time, I exerted all my efforts and could not even touch the hem of his garment. I could not discern the origins of his techniques either. I only recall his movements were light and graceful, appearing leisurely and refined, yet his power was astonishing. However, over 70 years have passed. I suspect that esteemed elder has long departed from this world. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Li Kongyou furrowed his brow. If this individual were still alive, perhaps he could be compared with Old Bai. Since Master was also unaware, there was no need to pursue the matter further. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed that Old Bai bore him no malice. With this thought, Li Kongyou's mood lightened somewhat, and he turned to Zhang Sanfeng, saying, since Master does not know, then let us move on. Let us seek out Sangu. With that, the two made their way to Yu Dian's quarters. As they approached the door, they encountered Song Yuanxiao leading Xiao Zhao out. Though Xiao Zhao referred to herself as Li Kongyou's maid, the affection he showed her was well acknowledged by all. Hence, Song Yuanxiao took it upon himself to introduce her to a few of his fellow disciples. Upon recognizing the visitors, Song Yuanxiao quickly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Master, he greeted, then nodded toward Li Kongyou. Xiao Zhao, upon seeing Li Kongyou, initially felt a surge of joy, but upon hearing Song Yuanxiao's address, she quickly realized that the venerable elder before her was the legendary Zhang Sanfeng. Not daring to show any disrespect, she swiftly knelt on one knee, clasped her hands in reverence above her head, and respectfully proclaimed, I am Xiao Zhao, the humble servant. I greet the esteemed Zhang Zhenren and the noble young master." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand and laughed heartily, saying, "Please do rise. In the future, I shall rely on your kind assistance even more, dear lady." Xiao Zhao hurriedly replied, "How could this humble servant dare to expect such honor? Attending to the young master is but my duty." Li Kongyou, upon witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to assist Xiao Zhao, gently saying, "I have already mentioned your situation to my master. He has instructed me to take good care of you." At these words, Xiao Zhao's delicate face immediately flushed a rosy hue, and she bashfully lowered her head, retreating to the side. Zhang Sanfeng and Song Yuanxiao exchanged knowing smiles before Zhang Sanfeng commanded, "Yuanxiao, please prepare some warm water, splints, bandages, and golden needles." Upon hearing his master's words and recalling Yu Daiyan inside the room, Song Yuanxiao's heart leapt with joy. "Master, is it third junior brother?" Zhang Sanfeng nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." With that, Song Yuanxiao strode away briskly, filled with delight. After Song Yuanxiao departed, Li Kongyou approached and knocked on the door. Yu Daiyan, who had been lost in thought while reclining in a chair, responded to the knock, asking, "Is that you, Qing Feng? I've already basked in the sun this morning. I wish to rest for a while, so please excuse yourself." Li Kongyou opened his mouth and said, "Third brother, it is I." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Daiyan's face instantly blossomed with a smile, and he excitedly raised his voice to call out, "It is indeed the eighth brother. Come in quickly." Li Kongyou pushed the door open, followed closely by Zhang Sanfeng, with Xiao Zhao trailing behind. Yu Daiyan had intended to speak upon seeing Li Kongyou, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the figure standing behind him. Swiftly, he clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully. "Master, you have come as well." Zhang Sanfeng regarded Yu Daiyan, his eyes imbued with a blend of kindness, mirth, and anticipation, tinged with a hint of remorse. "Daiyan, Kongyou has brought you the black jade elixir. Perhaps after today, you will regain your mobility." "What?" Yu Daiyan stood frozen, scarcely believing his ears. He had been disabled for a full 20 years. Even when Li Kongyou had previously mentioned the possibility of the black jade elixir restoring his legs, he had dismissed it as mere words of comfort, not truly taking it to heart. Yet, at this moment, hearing his master speak those words ignited a long-dormant hope within him, as emotions surged like a tempestuous tide in his chest. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou promptly opened the wooden box in his hands and placed it before Yu Daiyan, confidently asserting, "Third brother, simply trust in me." Li Kongyou cautiously moved Yu Daiyan onto the bed, his expression grave as he spoke. "Third brother, your old injuries have indeed healed. However, in order to treat you now, it is imperative that your bones in your hands and feet be rebroken and then set anew." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Daiyan interrupted him. "Eighth brother, proceed as you see fit. Though I have been crippled for many years, my spirit remains undiminished." At this moment, despite his skepticism regarding his own potential for recovery, he held unwavering faith in Li Kongyou, for this eighth disciple was nothing short of legendary. After Li Kongyou instructed Xiao Zhao to keep her distance, he slowly removed all of Yu Daiyan's garments, meticulously assessing each fracture in his bones. Subsequently, he gently tapped Yu Daiyan's acupoint for unconsciousness, channeling his energy through his fingers. The sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly as he systematically refractured the already healed bones. Despite the acupoints being manipulated, Yu Daiyan awakened amidst excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence, uttering not a word. Li Kongyou's technique was as swift as the wind. Each bone, whether large or small, was deftly set in its precise position upon being fractured. He promptly applied a black jade ointment, secured it with bandages, and reinforced it with wooden splints, subsequently employing golden needles to alleviate the pain. Zhang Sanfeng and Song Yuanxiao, standing nearby, were in awe of Li Kongyou's remarkable medical skills. Yet their brows were furrowed with deep concern, their hearts heavy with worry. After completing this meticulous procedure, the pain that plagued Yu Daiyan diminished significantly. Li Kongyou turned to face the crowd, now awaiting the effects of the black jade ointment to take hold, which would enable him to mend his brother's fractured bones. Subsequently, I shall employ the Wanyang finger to unblock his meridians, ensuring a complete restoration to his former self. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, the anxious hearts of the onlookers gradually eased. Moments later, they all withdrew, leaving only Song Yuanxiao to guard the entrance. "Senior brother, I shall come to relieve you in the evening," Yu Lianzhou remarked before departing. Very well. Thus, the 5 heroes of Wudang, along with Song Qishu and Zhang Wuji, took turns standing watch. After a fortnight, Yu Dian was able to rise and walk. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their joy matching that of Yu Dian himself. Li Kongyou observed everything with keen eyes and smiled as he nodded. Third brother, please sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in clearing the meridians throughout your body. Upon hearing these words, Yu Dian moved to the nearby mat. Li Kongyou sat behind Yu Dian, softly advising, Third brother, relax your entire body. Regardless of any discomfort or unusual sensations, do not attempt to resist with your internal energy. Yu Dian nodded, his gaze resolute. Yet a hint of tension lingered in his expression. Li Kongyou immediately closed his eyes and lowered his brow, entering a meditative state as he cultivated his inner energy. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, gently placing his left palm upon his chest while extending his right hand. With the index finger slowly aiming towards the Bai acupoint atop Yu Dian's head, Yu Dian involuntarily trembled slightly, feeling a surge of intense warmth penetrating directly from the crown of his head. Li Kongyou swiftly retracted his finger after a brief indication. Without moving his body, he directed his second finger to the back of Yu Dian's Bai acupoint, precisely 1.5 inches away. Subsequently, he methodically struck the acupoints of Qiangjian, Naohud, Fengfu, Dazhu, Taodao, Shinju, Shindao, and Ling'ai in succession. After approximately half a stick of incense, he had systematically tapped all 30 acupoints along Yu Dian's due meridian. Observers, including Song Yuanxiao, were captivated by the fluidity and elegance of his movements, as he employed 30 distinct techniques to engage those vital points. Each technique exuded a magnificent aura, forming a unique style that was previously unseen and unheard. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Li Kongyou's forehead. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the spectacle, he leaped again, this time targeting the 25 major acupoints of Yu Dian's Ren meridian. In this instance, he executed rapid strikes, his arms trembling like a dragonfly touching the water. Before he could catch his breath, he had completed the tapping of all Ren meridian points. These 25 strikes were as swift as lightning, yet executed with impeccable precision. When he reached the 14 acupoints of the Yinwei meridian, his technique shifted once more. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Thus, Li Kongyou tirelessly connected all of Yu Dian's extraordinary meridians in one continuous effort. Upon delivering the final tap, he gasped for breath, swaying unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. Xiao Zhao gasped in surprise, observing the profuse sweat cascading from Li Kongyou's brow, and rushed forward to support him, exclaiming, Young master. Song Yuanxiao, Zhang Wuji, and others were expressions of alarm. Just then, Zhang Sanfeng descended from an unknown location, steadying Li Kongyou, and with a few agile movements, brought him aside. Without a moment's delay, Zhang Sanfeng pressed his palms firmly against Li Kongyou's back, channeling his internal energy with all his might, continuously infusing it into Li Kongyou to heal his wounds. Witnessing this, the onlookers halted, collectively exhaling in relief. Soon after, Song Yuanxiao turned to gaze at Yu Dian, who was also drenched in sweat but had a rosy complexion, practicing internal cultivation to regulate his energy. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanfeng, while tending to Li Kongyou's injuries, felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He perceived that Li Kongyou's internal strength was profound and robust, radiating a hint of yin amidst the utmost yang, surpassing even his own. Reflecting on his own century of cultivation, he found himself astounded that his 18-year-old disciple possessed greater internal power, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Li Kongyou had just executed the one-yang finger consecutively, resulting in significant depletion of his energy. At this moment, under the guidance of Zhang Sanfeng's pure inner strength, the pallor on his face gradually faded. The depleted inner energy also received a certain degree of replenishment. Just as Zhang Sanfeng was preparing to exert his full effort, he was halted by Li Kongyou. Master, there is no need for you to expend any more of your cultivation. I only require a few more days of recuperation to fully recover. As Li Kongyou's words fell, he did not await a response from Zhang Sanfeng before abruptly halting the flow of his vital energy. This sudden interruption caused Li Kongyou to be unable to catch his breath, and a trickle of fresh blood involuntarily escaped the corner of his mouth. Observing this, Zhang Sanfeng let out a resigned sigh and remarked, You, my boy, are always so stubborn. Xiao Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to support Li Kongyou, her eyes slightly reddening. At a loss for words. Silly girl, I am perfectly fine, he reassured her. Li Kongyou comforted with a smile. Xiao Zhao gently nodded, quietly supporting him. After confirming that Li Kongyou was not in grave danger, Song Yuanxiao and the others turned their attention to Yu Daiyan, who was seated in meditation. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, Yu Daiyan slowly concluded his practice and stood up, then unleashed a powerful strike known as the Shock Mountain Palm. The force of this strike was astonishing, instantly shattering the nearby tables and chairs. Realizing the transformation within himself, Yu Daiyan could not help but exclaim, "Master, fellow brothers, I am well again. I truly am." The others, witnessing this miraculous recovery, were filled with joy and rushed forward to embrace him. Zhang Sanfeng, seeing Yu Daiyan able to stand once more, felt a smile bloom on his lips, one that he could hardly contain. Shortly thereafter, Yu Daiyan stepped forward to Li Kongyou, gently patting his shoulder, and solemnly declared, "Eighth brother, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude, but from now on, your affairs will be my concern, as well as the concern of the 7 heroes of Wudang." On Wudang Mountain, in a tranquil and serene courtyard, the sun shone perfectly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Li Kongyou reclined languidly in the familiar embrace of his beloved chair, seemingly detached from the world around him. Xiao Zhao was preparing tea nearby, while Xiaolu frolicked joyfully among the branches of the trees. Ah, how he cherished the time spent on this mountain. The sensation was truly one of comfort and leisure. Li Kongyou let out a contented sigh and extended his hand to accept the tea that Xiao Zhao had offered. If the young master desires, Xiao Zhao would willingly remain on the mountain with you forever. However, upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Li Kongyou abruptly sat up. "If you stay with me on the mountain, what will become of your mother?" What? The teapot in Xiao Zhao's hand trembled suddenly, nearly spilling the scalding water onto her skin. She hurriedly turned her head, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Li Kongyou, her lips quivering slightly. Yet she was unable to articulate a single coherent word. Li Kongyou slowly turned around and gazed at Xiao Zhao, softly stating, "Xiao Zhao, in truth, I have long been aware of your true identity. My lord, I, Xiao Zhao, have never harbored any ill intentions towards you. Truly," she exclaimed, her composure faltering. In her moment of panic, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet the more anxious she became, the less coherent her words became. Li Kongyou offered a gentle smile, reaching out to grasp the slightly cool hand of Xiao Zhao, which trembled with nervousness. In a soft voice, he reassured her, "Xiao Zhao, what matters to me is solely the essence of who you are, not the circumstances of your birth. Even if you are the daughter of a bandit, in my heart, you remain the one and only Xiao Zhao. Moreover, your mother is one of the esteemed protectors of our teachings. Should she wish, she could still serve as the purple-robed dragon king of my esteemed sect." "Thank you, young master," Xiao Zhao replied, leaning back in her chair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Kongyou spoke these words to Xiao Zhao because he was about to embark on a journey to Ice and Fire Island. According to the original narrative, Xiao Zhao's mother, Granny Jinhua, had already brought Xie Sun to Spirit Snake Island. Although his involvement has altered certain plot elements, there is a considerable likelihood that he will encounter Granny Jinhua during this trip. Therefore, it is prudent to give Xiao Zhao a heads up to prevent her from finding herself in a predicament. Let us prepare, for we shall set off tomorrow. Life on Wudang Mountain is indeed pleasant, yet as the leader of the Ming sect, some responsibilities are inescapable. The following morning, Li Kongyou, Zhang Wuji, and Xiao Zhao bid farewell together to the people of Wudang. Li Kongyou let out a soft whistle, and the golden eagle, which had been waiting patiently nearby, responded with a long cry before swiftly descending from the sky, landing gracefully before the crowd. The Wudang disciples, witnessing the majestic golden eagle once more, were filled with awe and wonder. Li Kongyou, holding Xiao Zhao's hand, gracefully leaped onto the golden eagle. Looking down at Zhang Wuji, he said, "Wuji, I must make a trip to Amei. You should proceed to Wangpan Mountain and await my arrival. I shall seek you out when the time comes." Zhang Wuji replied respectfully, "Yes, young master uncle." Immediately after, Li Kongyou's gaze shifted to Song Qingshu and the enchanting Lu Qing by his side. With a smile, he remarked, "Qingshu, when I return to Wudang next time, you must treat me to your wedding feast." Song Qingshu gently took Lu Qing's hand, their eyes meeting in shared joy. And then he proclaimed cheerfully, "Certainly." Li Kongyou bid farewell to his fellow disciples with a graceful clasp of his hands, expressing his hopes for their future encounters. No sooner had he spoken than the golden eagle spread its wings and soared westward with remarkable speed. Witnessing Li Kongyou's ability to ride the winds, Song Yuanxiao and the others were astounded, exclaiming, "Our eighth brother is truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm." At the summit of Amay, dense clouds obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the land. The disciples, armed with long swords, moved in perfect unison, their blades shimmering like silver serpents in a chaotic dance. Their gazes were resolute, each swing of their swords infused with boundless strength and unwavering determination. The leader, clad in a flowing green gown, moved with grace and agility, her swordplay exquisite and unparalleled. Her movements flowed like water, seemingly merging with her sword, each strike accompanied by a piercing sound that left onlookers in awe. Suddenly, a sharp, elongated cry pierced the air, and a golden figure descended from the heavens at an astonishing speed, landing before the training grounds. The disciples of Amay were taken aback, instinctively raising their swords in unison to point at the golden figure. "Is it a bird? Am I seeing things? Such a massive bird cannot exist." One disciple exclaimed in shock as he recognized the creature. "There are two people on that great bird, and they are jumping down." Another disciple gasped in astonishment. Zhou Zhiruo squinted as she observed the two figures leaping from the golden eagle. Upon recognizing their identities, her face lit up with joy. "Brother Kongyou." At that moment, Li Kongyou, holding Xiao Zhao's hand, appeared as if teleporting right before Zhou Zhiruo. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile, the longing from months apart flooding over them like a tidal wave. "Zhiruo, you have lost weight," he remarked. Li Kongyou spoke first. "Kongyou Gij." Zhou Zhiruo set aside her long sword and plunged into Li Kongyou's embrace. In recent days, she had compelled herself to swiftly acclimate to the role of Amay's leader, consistently presenting a demeanor of solemnity and authority before others. Yet at this moment, upon seeing her long-yearned beloved, the fortitude and vigilance she had maintained crumbled in an instant, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Li Kongyou gently caressed her back, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao Zhao stood to the side, observing the reunion of these long-separated lovers, a flicker of envy passing through her gaze. She quietly stepped back a few paces, reluctant to disrupt this intimate moment, while remaining alert to the surrounding Amay disciples. After a while in Li Kongyou's embrace, Zhou Zhiruo gradually composed herself. She slightly tilted her head, gently wiping away the tears on her cheeks, revealing a determined smile. Li Kongyou raised his gaze, surveying the surrounding disciples of Amay, and noticed that they did not appear to harbor much animosity towards him. Logically speaking, having rendered the Grandmaster of the Extinction Sect powerless and having slain Ding Minjun, the Amay disciples should have been filled with deep-seated hatred towards him. However, the scene before him filled him with perplexity. Just as he stood in bewilderment, Master Jing Xian took a step forward, clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Master, with the esteemed presence of Leader Li, might we proceed to the main hall to offer tea and take a brief respite?" "Master?" Li Kongyou's face was increasingly marked by confusion. "All right," Zhou Zhiruo replied, and then took Li Kongyou's hand, leading him towards the main hall. "My master tragically met his demise at the hands of the Yuan soldiers. Before his passing, he entrusted me with the responsibility of succeeding him as the leader." The revelation of Master Mieju's death struck Li Kongyou profoundly. Realizing Zhou Zhiruo's words, he began to comprehend the shift in the disciples' attitudes towards him, which he surmised was closely tied to her. Moreover, the journey to this moment must have been fraught with complexity. "You have endured much, Zhiruo," he said gently, his voice imbued with endless tenderness. Upon seeing Li Kongyou, Zhiruo felt her burdens lighten. She turned back with a smile. In the main hall of Amay, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo. Zhou Zhiruo recounted the events of the past days with a light touch, yet Li Kongyou understood the immense pressure she had borne. He was aware of the efforts she had invested to resolve the grievances between herself and the Amay sect. Tenderly, he grasped her delicate hand. They sat side by side in silence, yet the warmth and affection between them were palpable. After a long pause, Li Kongyou spoke softly, "Zhiruo, I have recently acquired a sword technique known as Dugun 9 swords. I shall impart it to you this evening." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhiruo felt a flush rise to her cheeks and shyly responded, "As you wish." That night, after Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo ventured into the enchanting mist of Wushan, their emotions became uncontrollable, leading them to once again entwine in passionate embrace. This cycle of fervor repeated several times, until they gradually came to a gentle halt, leaning against each other, their foreheads touching, whispering sweet nothings. Li Kongyou embraced Zhou Zhiruo, saying, "Zhiruo, in a couple of days, I must depart. Zhou Zhiruo turned to him, their eyes locking in a moment of shared sentiment, revealing a hint of reluctance in her words. Brother Kongyou, are you returning to the bright summit? Li Kongyou extended his hand, gently caressing her hair, and shook his head, expressing no haste to return. I must first journey overseas to retrieve the Golden Lion King. Sun. Upon hearing the name Sun, Zhou Zhiruo was suddenly reminded of the secret spoken by the Reverend Miezhu before her demise. After a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, "May I accompany you?" The overseas expedition might entail risks. Furthermore, having just assumed the role of the Wudang Sect leader, it was reasonable to assume there would be numerous affairs demanding his attention. However, this time, Zhou Zhiruo did not yield to his wishes. Instead, she spoke with unwavering resolve. Then I should indeed go. My presence would serve to protect Brother Kongyou. At this juncture, Zhou Zhiruo paused abruptly, seemingly deliberating on something. Li Kongyou was well aware that extinction must have divulged the secret of the heavenly sword and dragon-slaying saber to Zhou Zhiruo. He too was curious whether Zhou Zhiruo would betray her master's dying wish and share this secret with him. However, even if Zhou Zhiruo remained loyal to her master's command, he would not hold it against her. And what else? Li Kongyou inquired earnestly. Zhou Zhiruo did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at Li Kongyou, who did not rush her. The two exchanged silent glances. After a brief moment, Zhou Zhiruo appeared to grasp something profound, breaking into a charming smile as she said, "Brother Kongyou, let us retire for the night. I have something I wish to share with you in my dreams." Very well. Li Kongyou no longer lingered on the matter. The two embraced and swiftly entered the realm of dreams. As soon as they stepped into this ethereal space, Zhou Zhiruo eagerly spoke up, "Kongyou Gage, before Master passed away, he confided in me a secret regarding the Sword of Heaven and the dragon-slaying saber." While she spoke, Zhou Zhiruo pondered to herself, revealing the secret in a dream surely does not contravene Master's wishes. After all, can one truly take dream talk to heart? Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou's lips curled slightly, revealing a semblance of a smile, as he gently remarked, "Did your master not inform you that within the blades lies unparalleled martial arts and scriptures?" Zhou Zhiruo's heart trembled at his words. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized that her elder brother Kongyou had known all along. "Indeed, do you recall I once mentioned to you that I would seek a martial art? This very art is concealed within the heaven-reaching sword and the dragon-slaying saber. It is none other than the Nine Manual, created by Huang Shang of the Northern Song dynasty. The manual contains methods to decipher the martial arts of various sects and serves as the overarching principle of all martial arts in the realm. My journey across the seas is twofold: to welcome back the golden-haired Lion King and to demand the dragon-slaying saber from him. When I return to Wudang with the saber in hand, I shall unveil the secrets hidden within the blades." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, Zhou Zhiruo felt a wave of emotion swell within her, thinking to herself, "You are truly wonderful." However, she added, "Yet, there is one point in which you have erred. Dear Brother Kongyou." "Oh, where have I made a mistake?" Li Kongyou raised an eyebrow slightly. "The master once said that within the hilt of the dragon-slaying blade lies a piece of soft iron. One merely needs to gently insert another weapon to extract the concealed iron shard, upon which is inscribed the map to the hidden repository of scriptures. Therefore, dear Kongyou, once you acquire the dragon-slaying blade, you will be able to directly retrieve the map contained within." Upon hearing this, Li Kongyou felt a twinge of surprise. Could the narrative have shifted? Without the need for swords to clash, the manual could be retrieved. Thus, the legendary heaven-slaying sword and dragon-slaying saber could be preserved intact. This outcome, indeed, seemed to be a harmonious resolution. "Very well, you shall accompany me to Ice and Fire Island. Once we obtain the map, we shall promptly proceed to the repository of scriptures." Zhou Zhiruo nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, Li Kongyou took two long swords from the dream space, handing one to Zhou Zhiruo, saying, "Zhiruo, I shall now impart to you the Dugun 9 swords. This technique demands a high level of comprehension, being within the dream space. You should find it considerably easier to learn. The sword technique is divided into 9 forms, with the incantation as follows: return to the maiden, approach the unfounded. Unfounded approaches the togetherness. It transforms to C, C transforms to G, G transforms to K. With unwavering dedication, Li Kongyou taught Zhou Zhiruo the Dugun 9 swords. Thanks to the system's assistance, Zhou Zhiruo's comprehension significantly improved, making the acquisition of this swordplay effortless. Before long, dawn broke. After sharing a tender moment, Li Kongyou rose alone and returned to his chamber. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With the aid of the Dream Enlightenment System, Zhou Zhiruo had made notable progress in mastering the Duga 9 swords. Meanwhile, as Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo were immersed in the dream space, an unexpected visitor arrived at Wudang Mountain. Xiao Zhao, solitary, reached a stone forest halfway up the mountain. As she appeared, an elderly woman in a gray robe emerged slowly from the shadows. The old woman's wrinkled visage and intermittent coughs revealed her frailty. This woman was none other than Xiao Zhao's mother, Granny Jinhua. Xiao Zhao, has the heart method of the great shift of the universe been obtained after all this time? Granny Jinhua asked bluntly. Xiao Zhao stood in silence, her lips sealed. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Granny Jinhua sighed and coldly remarked, "You've lingered at the bright summit for so long, achieving nothing and allowing Li Kongyou to master the great shift of the universe and even become the leader of the Ming sect. Are you aiding him?" Xiao Zhao continued to bow her head in silence. Granny Jinhua turned her gaze upon Xiao Zhao, her brow furrowed, questioning, "Have you perhaps developed feelings for Li Kongyou?" At this, Xiao Zhao abruptly turned, meeting her mother's eyes, momentarily lowering her gaze in guilt. Granny Jinhua erupted in anger, exclaiming, "This troublesome habit of yours persists. You refuse to speak when questioned." Xiao Zhao shook her head repeatedly, tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out, "Mother, please come with me to see the leader. He will not blame you." "Humph." Granny Jinhua scoffed, her cane striking the ground with force, her tone icy. "You foolish girl, Li Kongyou single-handedly battled Kongji, and Kongxing at the bright summit. Do you wish for me to walk into my demise?" "Mother, he is truly a good person," Xiao Zhao pleaded. Xiao Zhao stepped forward and grasped Granny Jinhua's sleeve, pleading earnestly, "You have indeed developed feelings for him." Granny Jinhua, with a swift flick of her sleeve, raised her hand as if to strike Xiao Zhao. Instinctively, Xiao Zhao recoiled a step, narrowly evading the blow. Granny Jinhua, taken aback, exclaimed, "When did your martial arts become so formidable?" Xiao Zhao remained silent, continuing her desperate entreaties. Yet, Granny Jinhua was unmoved, producing a vial from her bosom and commanding sharply, "Take this." Upon hearing the command, Xiao Zhao turned to regard the vial in Granny Jinhua's grasp. "This is 10 fragrance softening powder. Tomorrow, you must find a way to make Li Kongyou consume it." "Humph. A Li Kongyou stripped of all inner strength will be entirely at my mercy." As she spoke, Granny Jinhua's previously cold demeanor softened, her voice imbued with love and resignation. "Xiao Zhao, you must understand a mother's plight." Recognizing that her stern approach had failed, she sought to invoke their maternal bond to compel compliance. Witnessing the helplessness in Granny Jinhua's expression, Xiao Zhao felt a pang of sympathy. However, before she could respond, Granny Jinhua continued, "I can overlook the past, but if you fail to accomplish this task, you shall never see me again." With that, she unhesitatingly thrust the vial containing the 10 fragrance softening powder into Xiao Zhao's hand and resolutely turned away, departing without a glance back. Granny Jinhua was acutely aware of her daughter's timid nature, hence her blend of coercion and emotional appeal. She was confident that after this intimidation, Xiao Zhao would not dare to defy her command. Xiao Zhao stood dazed, watching Granny Jinhua's figure recede until it vanished from sight. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of hesitation and inner conflict. On one hand, she could not sever the maternal bond with Granny Jinhua. On the other hand, she recalled Li Kongyou's kindness towards her, and the thought of harming him was unbearable. Ultimately, after much internal struggle and contemplation, Xiao Zhao gritted her teeth and resolved to act. She raised her hand and forcefully smashed the vial against a nearby boulder. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered, and the powder dispersed into the air. Having accomplished this, Xiao Zhao felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from her heart. She inhaled deeply and made her way back to her room. The following midday, Granny Jinhua strode confidently into May, leaning on her cane and calling out, "Summon the Master of Extinction to meet me." I presume she had been captured at Wan'an Temple, yet here she is, having escaped back to May. Hearing Granny Jinhua's voice, Master Jingxian hurriedly emerged, asking, "Granny Jinhua, what brings you here?" To which Granny Jinhua coldly retorted, "Humph, where is your master? Why does she not dare to show herself?" Upon witnessing the disdainful remarks of Granny Jinhua towards her esteemed master, Jingxian was immediately filled with rage. "Granny Jinhua, my late master has long since passed away. Why do you feign ignorance?" "What?" Granny Jinhua exclaimed, her voice dripping with disbelief. "The revered master Miezhu has actually departed from this world." How did she meet her end? Why could she not wait for me to see her one last time? Alas, it is truly a pity. Before she could finish her lament, she bent over, succumbing to a fit of intense coughing. Granny Jean Hua took a deep breath and slowly continued. In all my years of combat, I have only ever been defeated by your master. However, it was not due to a lack of skill on my part, but rather her reliance on the power of the heaven-obscuring sword. Over the past few years, I vowed to procure a formidable blade to challenge your master once more. I have traveled to the ends of the earth, and my efforts have not been in vain. An old acquaintance has agreed to lend me a precious sword. I had intended to rescue your master from the clutches of the state, to measure our true abilities against one another, but alas, it seems fate has decreed that I shall never erase the humiliation of that defeat. Oh, Master Mieju, could you not have lingered just a day or two longer? As her words faded, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. A defeated foe has no right to speak of valor. Had my master still been alive, there would have been no need for the heaven-obscuring sword to defeat you. Granny Jean Hua's heart tightened as she turned towards the voice, only to be met by the sight of a young girl in a pink dress, wielding a long sword, rushing towards her. Upon glancing at the 17 or 18-year-old girl, her gaze swiftly fixed upon the heaven-obscuring sword in the girl's grasp. With the heaven-obscuring sword in your possession, has Master Mieju entrusted the leadership to you? Zhou Zhiruo did not respond but coldly declared, Granny Jean Hua, my late master managed to defeat you in the past. Today, I can do so again. You foolish girl. Do you think you can triumph over me simply because you possess the heaven-obscuring sword? How laughable. In my prime, you were still in your mother's womb. Granny Jean Hua let out a boisterous laugh, her eyes gleaming with disdain. No. Zhou Zhiruo lightly shook her head, suddenly thrusting the heaven-obscuring sword into a stone pillar behind her. She then took a long sword from Jing Xian's hand, stating, to defeat you. There is no need for the heaven-obscuring sword. Granny Jean Hua was taken aback, not anticipating that this seemingly young girl possessed such profound martial prowess, making her a notable figure among the younger generation. Yet, she believed that it was still insufficient to surpass her own skills. At that moment, Li Kongyou, Xiao Zhao, and the remaining disciples of Amei arrived at the scene. As they observed Zhou Zhiruo relinquishing the heaven-obscuring sword in favor of a common longsword, a sense of unease began to stir within them. However, Li Kongyou appeared completely unfazed, showing no concern for Zhou Zhiruo's safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao, witnessing the confrontation between the two, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Xiao Zhao, do not worry, your mother will be just fine. Li Kongyou gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. Xiao Zhao responded softly with a hum. Now, I shall see if you possess the audacity to be arrogant. Granny Jean assumed a poised stance, awaiting the onslaught of Zhou Zhiruo's long sword. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Zhiruo's gaze became resolute and piercing. She understood clearly that this was not the moment to pay homage to her elders. In the face of a formidable adversary like Granny Jean, even the slightest hesitation could lead to irrevocable peril. Thus, she raised her long sword without hesitation, launching the first strike. In an instant, Zhou Zhiruo unleashed the Duga 9 swords, her figure flickering like a wisp, and her swordplay was as fierce as a tempest, piercing directly at Granny Jean. Unfazed, Granny Jean horizontally positioned her cane to parry Zhou Zhiruo's thrust. A crisp clang resonated as the cane met the sword, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. Zhou Zhiruo's initial strike was deflected, but before Granny Jean could counter, she swiftly executed another thrust, this time with even greater speed. Granny Jean's heart raced with alarm as she hastily defended herself. Yet, Zhou Zhiruo's blade was already upon her, forcing her to brace herself with her cane. Another thunderous sound echoed, causing both combatants to stagger backward a few paces. What sword technique is this? The Amei sect has no such style, Granny Jean exclaimed in astonishment. She had once clashed with the revered Master Mie, and had it not been for her coral gold cane being severed by the heavenly sword, she might not have faced defeat. Yet now, confronted by Zhou Zhiruo, who lacked the heavenly sword, she found herself unable to gain the upper hand. Her heart filled with trepidation. Zhou Zhiruo cried out, My Amei swordplay is profound and extensive. How much do you truly comprehend? No sooner had she spoken than her long sword lunged once more at Granny Jean. The Dugu 9 swords advanced relentlessly, each strike aimed at Granny Jean's vital points. Under Zhou Zhiruo's relentless assault, Granny Jean felt an overwhelming pressure. She was compelled to wield her cane with all her might, hastily adopting a defensive stance. However, Zhou Zhiruo's offense grew increasingly fierce, with a flurry of sword shadows compelling Granny Jean to labor under the strain of defense. Deep within, Granny Jean was alarmed by this unprecedented swordplay, its speed astonishing. Each move was an assault unlike any she had ever encountered. As the battle progressed, Zhou Zhiruo gradually seized the advantage. At that moment, she abruptly executed the sword-breaking style, instantly shattering Granny Jean's defenses. Seizing an opening where Granny Jean was spent and had not yet regained her strength, Zhou Zhiruo deftly flicked her wrist, her sword darting forth like a serpent emerging from its burrow, deftly disarming Granny Jean and sending her cane flying. With a look of horror, Granny Jean beheld Zhou Zhiruo advancing, the tip of her sword poised at her throat. With a countenance as cold as frost, Zhou Zhiruo declared, "You have lost." The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. At this moment, the disciples of Amei witnessed Zhou Zhiruo's astonishing victory over Granny Jean Hua, and their hearts surged with joy. Someone shouted, "The Master is mighty," and the other disciples echoed in unison. The chant of "the Master is mighty" reverberated throughout the venue, lingering in the air. Even those who had previously harbored resentment against Zhou Zhiruo for executing a dozen disciples to resolve grievances with the Ming cult found themselves genuinely captivated by the prowess of this new leader. "Mother!" Xiao Zhao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she nearly rushed forward. Li Kongyou nodded with a smile, realizing that Zhou Zhiruo's comprehension of swordsmanship seemed to surpass that of others. At present, Zhou Zhiruo had already transcended her master, Miezhu, in terms of swordplay, though her internal energy remained insufficient. However, the Duga 9 swords had relatively modest demands for internal strength, making it easy for her to defeat Granny Jean Hua. Granny Jean Hua, gazing at the long sword poised before her, helplessly shook her head, acknowledging that the tides of time relentlessly pushed forward. And Miezhu had indeed taken on a commendable disciple. The old woman conceded defeat. Upon witnessing Granny Jean Hua surrender, Zhou Zhiruo gradually sheathed her sword and declared, "You may leave." Granny Jean Hua responded in silence, bending down to retrieve her cane, her eyes glancing at Li Kongyou and Xiao Zhao in the distance. Suddenly, with a swift motion of her sleeve, she launched a hidden dart at Li Kongyou, striking like lightning. Although she had ostensibly come to reclaim her honor at Amei, her true intention was to capture Li Kongyou and compel him to relinquish the secrets of the Qian Kuan demeanor technique. Li Kongyou gazed at the swiftly approaching golden flower, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, before effortlessly capturing the concealed weapon with his hand. The old woman, Golden Flower, was taken aback, exclaiming, "You weren't poisoned? Xiao Zhao, how could you betray me? I am your own mother." "Mother?" Xiao Zhao, confronted by her mother's reproach, found herself at a loss for words. Li Kongyou stepped forward with a smile and said, "It was my intention to summon you here." It turns out that upon encountering Xiao Zhao that morning, Li Kongyou had sensed a peculiar change in her demeanor and immediately surmised that Granny Jean Hua had sought her out. Xiao Zhao soon divulged her meeting with Granny Jean Hua the previous night, as well as her instructions to poison. To lure Granny Jean Hua into the open, Li Kongyou resolved to turn the tables. She decided to have Xiao Zhao relay false information, deceitfully claiming that she had been poisoned. This stratagem would ensure that Granny Jean Hua would feel secure enough to come forth. "You are Li Kongyou?" Granny Jean Hua glared fiercely at Xiao Zhao before demanding in a harsh tone, "Since you are aware of my identity." Before Li Kongyou could finish his words, Granny Jean Hua suddenly released a handful of poison powder from her bosom, intending to escape amidst the chaos. However, Li Kongyou would not allow her to succeed. He leaped into the air, executing several graceful turns, and swiftly positioned himself before Granny Jean Hua. Realizing that escape was futile, a glimmer of resolute determination flashed in her eyes as she raised her cane high, aiming it at Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou raised a hand to block, then flicked his fingers, skillfully sealing her acupoint. Simultaneously, behind him, Xiao Zhao gracefully leaped, employing her lightness skill to arrive beside Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou turned to Zhou Zhiruo and said, "Zhiruo, please have them withdraw for the time being." With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the disciples of Amei promptly retreated. "Mother, he will not harm you," Xiao Zhao quickly interjected, grasping Granny Jean Hua's hand tightly. "Get away from me, you heartless wretch. I never wish to see you again." Granny Jean Hua's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and brimming with rage. Ever since the passing of Han Qianye, her temperament had drastically changed. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of affection for her daughter remained. At this moment, witnessing Xiao Zhao conspire with an outsider to deceive her, she felt an unprecedented sense of betrayal. Overwhelmed by her mother's resolute rejection, Tears streamed uncontrollably down Xiao Zhao's cheeks. Observing this, Zhou Zhiruo hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Li Kongyou remarked, "Purple Robe Dragon King, my intention in keeping you here today is devoid of malice. Thus you need not treat Xiao Zhao in such a manner." "Humph. Who do you think you are? Even Yang Dingtian would not dare to be so disrespectful in my presence. Release me at once." Granny Jinhua struggled with all her might. "Dai Qixi, your desire for the Qian Kuan Great Transposition Technique is merely an attempt to atone for your sins and seek forgiveness from the Persian sect." Upon hearing this, Granny Jinhua was taken aback, her face etched with disbelief, and she trembled as she questioned, "How do you know this?" Ignoring Granny Jinhua's words, Li Kongyou continued, "If I were to proclaim that I would annihilate the Persian Ming sect, would you still fear their pursuit of your life?" At this declaration, she was momentarily stunned, then burst into raucous laughter, as if she had heard the grandest jest in the world. "Ha ha, a mere fledgling dares to speak such audacious words. Not even the leaders of the Ming sect throughout history would utter such claims." Li Kongyou quietly observed the mirthful laughter of Granny Jinhua, waiting for her amusement to subside before he spoke slowly. "Their fear does not signify my inability. In light of your past grievances with the Ming sect, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter for Xiao Zhao's sake. Should you sincerely wish to return to the sect, you may once again assume the role of our protectorate Dharma King." Granny Jinhua halted her laughter, letting out a disdainful huff, her countenance brimming with contempt. "Humph. A foolish fantasy. I have long severed ties with the Ming sect. Do not expect me to return." Recognizing her resolute stance, Li Kongyou understood that further persuasion would be futile. He raised his hand to unbind her acupoints, and with a flick of his fingers, he unleashed several streams of internal energy, swiftly sealing Granny Jinhua's power. After completing these actions, Li Kongyou fixed his gaze upon her, his voice low and firm. "Has Xie Sun already been taken to Snake Island? Guide me to him. Upon the completion of this task, I shall grant you your freedom. Do not inquire as to how I know this. Simply comply with my command, and I will release you. Otherwise, you shall remain confined at the summit of light for eternity." Granny Jinhua pondered for a moment, seemingly realizing that apart from acquiescing to Li Kongyou's orders, she had no other recourse. Finally, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The following day dawned clear and bright, devoid of any trace of cloud. Li Kongyou, Zhou Zhiruo, Xiao Zhao, and Jinhua Papa stood atop the golden summit of Amay, poised to embark on their journey. Li Kongyou whistled, and in an instant, a golden eagle appeared from an unknown direction, gracefully descending before the crowd. Granny Jinhua gazed at the magnificent creature, which was as large as a house. And while astonishment filled her heart, she could not help but cast a glance at Li Kongyou. "Let us embark," Li Kongyou gently called out, taking Zhou Zhiruo's hand, while Xiao Zhao grasped onto Granny Jinhua, and together they leaped onto the back of the golden eagle. In an instant, the four of them surged towards Wudang Mountain like arrows released from a bow. For Zhou Zhiruo and Granny Jinhua, it was their first experience of such a wondrous sensation of soaring through the clouds, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Zhou Zhiruo tightly clutched Li Kongyou's hand, while Granny Jinhua fearfully shut her eyes. However, they soon acclimated to the exhilarating journey, beginning to admire the majestic mountains and rivers beneath them, finding the entire experience utterly enchanting. Granny Jinhua observed the close bond between the two beside her and then glanced at Xiao Zhao, shaking her head in resignation. Yet, at that moment, she found herself believing, if only a little, in Li Kongyou's words about eradicating the Persian sect. That evening, they successfully arrived at Wudang Mountain. It was here that the Eagle clan once held the knife-wielding ceremony, after which Xie Sun, Zhang Suishan, and Yin Susu found themselves exiled to the Ice and Fire Island. Therefore, embarking on their journey to the Ice and Fire Island from this location was undoubtedly the best option. Zhang Wuji had already been waiting here for several days. And as soon as Li Kongyou arrived, the members of the Ming sect were able to establish contact with him. Meanwhile, in another inn, Zhao Min was also patiently awaiting their arrival. After Li Kongyou briefed everyone on certain matters, he led Zhou Zhiruo to the inn where Zhao Min resided. The three sat at the same table, yet silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Ahem, Li Kongyou cleared his throat, breaking the stillness. "Zhiruo, what would you like to eat?" Zhou Zhiruo glanced at Zhao Min and replied somewhat indifferently, "Let the guest order first." Zhao Min, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned the underlying meaning in Zhou Zhiruo's words. A subtle smile graced her lips, and with a playful tone, she teased, "Brother Kongyou, don't you know what I enjoy eating?" Li Kongyou was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Min's words, sensing a hint of veiled sarcasm. He soon became acutely aware of the tense atmosphere between Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo. Unlike Xiao Zhao, Zhou Zhiruo had always regarded Xiao Zhao as a mere child, despite her awareness of Li Kongyou's affections for her. However, Zhao Min, with her beauty and grace, posed a formidable presence that ignited a flicker of insecurity within Zhou Zhiruo. Upon hearing Zhao Min's remark, Zhou Zhiruo quickly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Brother Kongyou, when you were young, you adored steamed base and dompa pork. Let us order those. As she spoke, Zhou Zhiruo inadvertently cast a glance at Zhao Min, seemingly flaunting their childhood bond. Zhao Min, unwilling to be outdone, sweetly interjected, "Great leader. I quite enjoyed the lamb hot pot we had in the capital last time. Let us order that too." With that, she lifted her chin, casting a triumphant look at Zhou Zhiruo, as if to convey, "You weren't aware that we were on a date in the capital, were you?" Li Kongyou, with a visage of resignation, could only acquiesce. "Very well, let us have one of each." He then summoned the waiter and ordered a portion of lamb hot pot along with 2 dishes. Before long, the meal was served at the table. Li Kongyou gazed at the bowl before him, brimming with a delightful array of dishes, as Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min took turns serving him with chopsticks and spoons. However, he found himself in a quandary, feeling overwhelmed. Strangely, he could not shake the sensation that the flavors of the dishes this evening lacked any hint of saltiness, leaving only a distinctly sour taste on his palate. Li Kongyou let out a soft sigh, gently placing down his chopsticks. "I am full," he declared. The 2 women, upon hearing this, replied in unison, "So am I. Then let us rest early, for we shall set sail at dawn tomorrow." With that, Li Kongyou rose and made his way toward the rooms upstairs. Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min exchanged glances before promptly following him up the stairs. The following morning, Li Kongyou and his companions met with Zhang Wuji, Granny Jinhua, and others before boarding the grand vessel that Zhao Min had prepared in advance. The Golden Eagle was left on the shore, for it would find it challenging to navigate the vast ocean. The sea was tranquil, and the sun shone warmly upon them. The great ship unfurled its sails and embarked on a journey toward the horizon, ultimately vanishing at the edge of the sea. As the group gazed at the boundless ocean, a wave of emotions surged within their hearts. Days later, Li Kongyou stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance where, several miles away, a lush and verdant island emerged, adorned with an abundance of trees. The island was crowned with an array of peculiar peaks, towering majestically above several lofty mountains. Granny Jean, casting her gaze toward the distant isle, remarked with a hint of irritation, "That is Spirit Snake Island. CS Sun resides there." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuji felt a surge of exhilaration within, contemplating the imminent reunion with his adoptive father, his anticipation growing almost unbearable. The grand vessel sailed forth with all its might, and in the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, it arrived before the island. Just as the ship had yet to come to a complete halt, a thunderous cry erupted from the mountain ridge, resonating with a powerful and commanding tone, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon hearing this call, Zhang Wuji, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "It is my adoptive father. It is indeed his voice." Without waiting to finish his sentence, he leapt eagerly from the ship's railing and, employing all his skill and lightness, raced swiftly toward the island. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Kongyou and his companions hastily followed suit. In a clearing on the island, 4 brawny men were assailing a towering figure, barehanded and valiantly confronting them. It was none other than the golden-haired Lion King, CS Sun. At that moment, he faced 4 adversaries without displaying the slightest hint of faltering. The quartet, though skilled in martial arts, wore tattered garments and carried burlap sacks on their backs, clearly members of the Beggars Sect. Nearby, 3 others circled the fray, one of whom shouted, "Surrender the dragon-slaying Saber, and we shall spare your life." CS Sun, however, threw back his head and laughed heartily, declaring, "The dragon-slaying Saber lies right here. You shameless beggars, come and take it if you dare." Despite his taunts, his movements remained swift and unimpeded. Meanwhile, not far away, a young girl clad in a simple dress, around 17 or 18 years of age, upon hearing CS Sun's furious roar, rushed towards the scene. Her face was dark and swollen, uneven in complexion, rendering her quite unattractive. Yet, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her figure was slender and graceful. This newcomer was Yin Li, left behind on Snake Island by Granny Jinhua. Upon her arrival, she shouted loudly, "Vile rogues of the Beggars Sect, How dare you trespass upon this island? When Granny returns, you shall not escape unscathed. She then turned to Xia's son, advising, Hero Xia. They outnumber you and are taking advantage of your kindness. There is no need to adhere to any chivalric code. Simply use the dragon-slaying saber to vanquish them all. However, scarcely had she uttered these words when a well-dressed young man, bearing 8 burlap sacks on his back, leapt forward and admonished, Who is this ugly girl, daring to speak such nonsense? Enraged by the insult, Li sprang forward to retaliate. This young man was none other than Chen Yuliang. Observing Li's fierce advance, he furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated behind another elder. The elder, noticing this, abruptly drew his large blade and struck towards Li with great force. Although her martial skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of the beggar's sect's 8th elder. In just one exchange, she was repelled. Recognizing the connection between Li and Xie Sun, Chen Zhuoyang's mind sparked with a cunning plan. Elderly, seize her. We can use her to coerce Xie Sun. Despicable and shameless. With a furious shout, Li evaded Elder Li's massive blade using her agility. Observing the unfolding chaos, Xie Sun cast aside any thoughts of chivalry. Seizing the dragon-slaying saber beside him and launching a fierce assault against the 4 adversaries, the supreme martial artist wielded the fabled blade with unparalleled might. In an instant, an elder surnamed Zheng had his arm severed, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Following this, Xie Sun delivered a powerful kick to another foe's chest, shattering their bones. Just as he prepared to strike down the remaining 2, Zhang Wuji arrived just in time. At that moment, Li was being relentlessly pushed back by Elder Li's ferocious onslaught, nearing her breaking point. Zhang Wuji swiftly employed the technique of cloud stepping, leaping through the air and landing before Li in an instant. Having overheard her earlier words, he instinctively rushed to her aid upon witnessing her perilous situation. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her behind him, and then executed the Tai Chi fist, skillfully neutralizing Elder Li's attack. Elder Li, upon witnessing the situation, swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike, which Zhang Wuji met with his own. The clash of their energies propelled Elder Li back several steps. Yet, he was not willing to concede defeat. Wielding his large blade, he charged at Zhang Wuji once more. With a deft movement, Zhang Wuji evaded the attack. In a sudden burst of agility, he delivered a fierce kick, catching Elder Li off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Who are you to dare meddle in the affairs of my beggar's sect? Chen Yuliang threatened with a fierce countenance. Zhang Wuji, his gaze piercing, fixed his eyes upon Chen Yuliang and coldly retorted, Heroine Huang Rong devoted her life to the nation and its people. Yet I never imagined that the beggar's sect would have fallen so low. At that moment, Xie Sun, wielding the dragon-slaying saber, exuded an imposing aura, causing the 2 remaining elders to retreat in disarray. Chen Yuliang's complexion turned ashen, yet he proclaimed with a bold voice, Hero Xie, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I am indeed in awe. Elder Zhang, I implore you to release him. I am willing to offer my life in exchange. Upon hearing this declaration, both Xie Sun and Zhang Wuji exchanged glances, a flicker of admiration stirring within their hearts. Zhang Wuji pondered, could it be that I have misjudged this man? He possesses such profound loyalty. Just as Xie Sun was about to speak, a derisive laugh echoed from a distance. Ha! Elder Chen's ploy of self-sacrifice can only deceive the blind Lion King and my Navi nephew Wuji. Zhang Wuji turned to see Li Kongyou and others approaching, scratching his head in sudden embarrassment. Li, upon the return of Granny Jean Hua, was instantly filled with joy. Meanwhile, Xie Sun, seemingly only hearing the term nephew Wuji, muttered softly, Wuji, where are you? Is it truly my Wuji child? Zhang Wuji felt tears welling in his eyes upon hearing Xie Sun's words. He rushed forward, kneeling with fervor, unable to contain his sobs. Father, it is I, Wuji. I have come to bring you home. Xie Sun, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled as he reached out to assist Zhang Wuji, but suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! You are not my Wuji child. You are just like the others, merely seeking to deceive me for my dragon-slaying saber. Zhang Wuji gazed at his adoptive father's aged visage, tears streaming down his face. He understood the hardships Xie Sun had endured over the years and promptly spoke. The essence of martial arts lies in concentration. One must harness their intent to prevail. He began reciting the teachings imparted to him by Xie Sun on Ice Fire Island. After reciting over 20 verses, Xie Sun was both astonished and elated. Grasping Zhang Wuji's arms tightly, stammering, You truly are my Wuji child? Zhang Wuji rose and embraced him, recounting the significant events that had transpired during their separation. C.S. Sun, as if in a dream, could hardly believe it, repeatedly exclaiming, "Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes." At the moment Zhang Wuji and C.S. Sun recognized each other, Li Kongyou quietly approached Chen Yuyang. With a flick of his finger, Chen Yuyang involuntarily opened his mouth, and in an instant, a pill shot into it like an arrow. When Chen Yuyang regained his senses, he realized he had been poisoned. His face filled with terror as he exclaimed, "Who are you? What have you made me consume?" Li Kongyou smiled faintly, for it was indeed poison. Known as the 7 worms and 7 flowers ointment, the antidote of which only I possess. As Chen Yuyang was about to speak, he felt a relentless itch within his organs, akin to the gnawing of 7 worms, and his consciousness began to waver. After Chen Yuyang endured a moment of suffering, Li Kongyou leisurely produced a small pill, casually tossing it onto the ground. This pill could temporarily stave off the effects of the poison. Gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain, Chen Yuyang painstakingly picked up the pill and placed it in his mouth, experiencing a significant alleviation of his torment. He struggled to rise to his feet and gazed at Li Kongyou, uncertain of what you require of me to receive the complete antidote. Li Kongyou offered a faint smile. Recognizing that dealing with intelligent individuals was a matter of simplicity, "I require you to swiftly take control of the Beggar's Sect and ensure its allegiance to the Ming cult. I have faith in your capabilities." Before Chen Yuyang could utter a word, several elders from the Beggar's Sect were already seething with fury, collectively exclaiming, "You dare to entertain such thoughts?" With that, they hastily drew their weapons, charging towards Li Kongyou. However, as their arms lifted the weapons, a flash of silver glimmered, and their blades shattered with a resounding crack. The heaven-subduing sword? The crowd gasped in unison. In that moment, Chen Yuyang discerned Li Kongyou's true identity. He hurriedly knelt, filled with trepidation, and proclaimed, "By the command of the sect leader, Yuyang shall surely fulfill this task." Li Kongyou's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that a wise person understands the times. Having said that, he produced a porcelain vial from his bosom and casually tossed it aside. "This potion will ensure your safety for half a year. Should you fail to accomplish your task after that, you are aware of the consequences." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master," Chen Yuyang exclaimed as he picked up the porcelain vial from the ground, dashing toward the seaside like a stray dog. Granny Jean, witnessing Li Kongyou's ruthless tactics, felt a chill run down her spine. She had initially believed that Li Kongyou was merely skilled in martial arts, not realizing that his vicious methods were equally adept. The remaining disciples of the Beggar's Sect supported each other as they fled in disarray. Li Kongyou did not obstruct their conversation. Rather, he leisurely approached C.S. Sun and Zhang Wuji, gently proposing, "Lion King, I am Li Kongyou. Shall we find a tranquil place to engage in a meaningful dialogue?" Zhang Wuji promptly introduced, "Adoptive father. This is my junior uncle. He is the one who cured the chilling poison of my Xianming divine palm." Upon hearing Zhang Wuji's words, C.S. Sun immediately clasped his fists in respect and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Hero Li, for saving my Wuji's life. However, I am curious why that individual referred to you as the sect leader." "Lion King, I am indeed the 34th leader of the Ming sect," Li Kongyou replied. Zhang Wuji quickly added, "Indeed, adoptive father, my junior uncle is also the leader of the Ming sect." With Zhang Wuji's affirmation, C.S. Sun held no further doubts regarding Li Kongyou's identity. He knelt on one knee, his hands rising in a fiery gesture before his chest, and respectfully declared, "C.S. Sun, the protector of the Ming sect, pays his respects to the sect leader." Li Kongyou extended his hand to assist him in rising, and the Lion King, displaying no need for excessive courtesy, expressed a desire to engage in a detailed discussion. Very well, C.S. Sun replied repeatedly, then raised his voice to call out, "In girl, lead the leader to the cave." Li glanced at Granny Jean Hua, and upon receiving a nod of approval, stepped forward to say, "Everyone, please follow me." As Li Kongyou and his companions took a moment to rest and deliberate within the cave, several members of the Beggar's clan had already set sail towards the shore. What ill fortune it was to unexpectedly encounter the leader of the Ming sect. This youth, though still in his tender years, had already mastered martial arts to a remarkable degree. To have preserved their lives today was indeed a stroke of luck. Although it was regrettable that Elder Zhang had lost an arm and Elder Chun had fallen victim to his poison. Sighing in resignation, the elder surnamed Li sat at the bow of the boat. Meanwhile, Chen Yuyang remained silent at his side, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, another elder suddenly exclaimed, "A ship is heading towards Spirit Serpent Island. What concern is that of yours?" Elderly did not even cast a glance, casually replying, "It is not good. They're approaching us." The crowd hurriedly looked up, only to see a colossal ship racing towards them at great speed. Before long, 3 figures clad in white robes leaped from the giant vessel, each adorned with a striking flame emblem at the hem of their garments. In a flash, they soared onto Chun Yuliang's ship. "From whence do you hail?" asked one, their tone markedly awkward and stilted. Upon noticing the flame symbol on their attire, Elder Zheng mistakenly assumed they were from the Ming Sect, a surge of anger swelling within him. "Once again, it is the followers of the Ming Sect. They have released us only to ensnare us again. What is their true intention?" The tallest among them boomed. "Have you encountered members of the Ming Sect?" Chun Yuliang, detecting an accent that suggested they were not local Ming Sect affiliates, interjected, "Do you hail from Persia?" A woman to the left displayed a look of impatience, inquiring whether the Golden Lion King Xie Sun and the Purple-Robed Dragon King Dai Qixi were on Snake Island. At this, Elder Zheng's face momentarily contorted with pain as he gritted his teeth. "Humph. This hand of mine was severed by that vile scoundrel Xie Sun. As for the Purple-Robed Dragon King, I have never seen her. However, the Ming Sect leader Li Kongyou is indeed on this island at present." Upon hearing this, one of them queried in confusion, "Isn't the leader of the Ming Sect Yang Dingtian?" Elder Zheng scoffed, clarifying, "Yang Dingtian has been dead for many years. The position of the Ming Sect leader has now been assumed by Li Kongyou." At that moment, the tallest figure suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice resounding like a bell. "Ha! What a stroke of fortune, to stumble upon the Ming Sect leader so effortlessly." With that, he expanded his form, preparing to take flight. The other 2 followed suit, seemingly intent on departing together. Chun Yuliang discerned from their tone that they were adversaries of Li Kongyou and loudly cautioned, "Hold on, you 3. Li Kongyou possesses extraordinary martial prowess. He is no ordinary foe. If you seek to trouble him, you would do well to bring more allies, lest you find yourselves at a disadvantage." The trio ascended the colossal ship, their attention seemingly unfazed by Chun Yuliang's warning. Meanwhile, in a cave on Snake Island, Xie Sun reflected, "Now that Cheng Kuan is dead, the grievances between him and me have vanished into thin air." He gazed skyward and sighed deeply. "Adoptive father, you have returned to the Central Plains with Wuji. He will take good care of you." Beside him, Zhang Wuji's expression grew grave as he spoke in a low voice. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out, "Li Kongyou, I have found your brother Xie. Is it not time for you to release me?" Li Kongyou smiled faintly and softly remarked, "Of course, but I fear you may find it difficult to leave." As soon as the words left her lips, a series of crisp, ringing sounds echoed from outside the cave. The others hastily rose to their feet and swiftly made their way towards the entrance. There, they beheld 3 figures, each brandishing a black token measuring about 2 feet in length, racing towards them like the wind. These 3 individuals were none other than the envoys of the Persian wind, cloud, and moon, who had previously encountered Chun Yuliang and his companions. The tallest among them, with a commanding presence, bellowed, "The sacred fire token of the Ming Sect is here. The sect leader, the guardian Dragon King, and the Lion King demand your immediate kneeling and reverence. What are you waiting for?" Li Kong stood leisurely in place, motionless. It was Granny Jinhua who spoke first. "I have long since severed ties with the sect. The phrase Guardian Dragon King should no longer be mentioned. What is your esteemed name? Is this holy fire order authentic, and from whence did it originate?" The figure retorted angrily, "Since you have already renounced the sect, how can you question our identities?" Granny Jinhua's expression instantaneously turned as cold as ice, and she replied icily, "In my lifetime, I have never tolerated even a single word of malice from others. Even the esteemed Yang sect master treated me with some measure of respect. Who are you within the sect to dare raise your voice at me?" As soon as her words fell, the 3 figures suddenly swayed, advancing swiftly to seize Granny Jinhua. At this moment, she was devoid of internal power and had no time to evade. Just as they were about to make contact, Li Kong finally moved. He shifted his form with an ethereal grace, appearing like a specter before Granny Jinhua, with a delicate flourish of his hands. A faint image of the Bagua diagram emerged, instantly neutralizing the fierce onslaught of the 3 attackers. Though his movements seemed casual, they concealed profound internal mastery. The trio felt as though their strikes had vanished into the depths of the sea. No matter how hard they exerted themselves, they could not advance even a fraction. "Get away." Li Kongyou's voice, though not loud, resonated like a great bell, causing a painful thrum in the eardrums of the 3, who instinctively took a few steps back. The Persian envoys were struck with astonishment, and after regaining their composure, the ebony-haired Huiwe envoy exclaimed, "Are you the newly appointed leader, Li Kongyou?" Li Kongyou turned his gaze towards the three individuals, his eyes blazing with intensity as he coldly inquired, "Have the three envoys of wind, cloud, and moon come in search of the 12 treasure tree king?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to the acupoints on Granny Jin's body. After all, a fierce battle might ensue shortly, and regaining her abilities would afford her some measure of self-protection. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, the expressions of the Persian envoys grew increasingly alarmed. The young leader before them appeared to be far from ordinary. The burly, bearded envoy of Cloud chose to ignore Li Kongyou's query, raising a black token high and bellowing, "To see the sacred fire token is akin to beholding the master himself. Li Kongyou, do you not hasten to kneel in reverence?" At that moment, Zhao Min could not restrain herself from bursting into laughter. The envoy of Cloud, incensed by her reaction, shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Min replied, "A living, breathing master stands before you, and yet you demand he kneel to a mere token. Surely, the minds of you Persians are quite bewildered. You are audacious." The envoy of wind, with a yellow beard and hooked nose, pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Min, chastising her with fury. Yet, Zhao Min maintained a defiant demeanor. "Very well, then let us demonstrate the formidable prowess of the sacred fire token." With that, the envoy of Cloud waved his left hand, and the envoys of wind and moon, along with him, simultaneously leaped into action. In the blink of an eye, they had flanked Li Kongyou, with the envoy of moon advancing to lure the enemy, while the other two positioned themselves for a surprise attack from the sides. Li Kongyou remained calm and unhurried, gracefully executing the initial stance of Tai Chi as if flowing like water. His hands moved slowly, tracing arcs in the air, as if drawing invisible trajectories. Each movement appeared so natural and harmonious, yet concealed infinite variations. Huiwe took the initiative to strike first, raising the sacred fire order in his hand, aiming directly for Li Kongyou's face. Li Kongyou did not flinch or evade. With a casual flick of his left hand, he brushed against the holy fire token, unleashing a surge of chilling internal energy. This sinister force, as fine as a strand of hair, yet as solid as a needle, penetrated swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving one defenseless. He promptly channeled the Jiuyang divine art, enveloping himself in pure yang energy, and then executed the grasping the sparrow's tail, deftly redirecting the fierce onslaught of Huiwe. Simultaneously, with a circular motion of his right hand, he employed softness to overcome rigidity, neutralizing the attacks of Miaofeng and Lu Yun one by one. In an instant, his technique transformed dramatically. His palm technique morphed into a swift and fierce claw style, the very phantom claw he had taught to the Eagle King. With a swift grasp and release, his movements were as rapid as lightning, and the holy fire token was swiftly seized from Miaofeng's hand. Li Kongyou's claw strike was executed with such remarkable speed and exquisite skill that it left onlookers in awe. In response, Lu Yushi and Hui Yushi, filled with both shock and fury, launched their assault from either side simultaneously. Li Kongyou nimbly pivoted to the left, skillfully evading the attack. With an exquisite application of the great shift of the universe, he deftly redirected the assaults of the two adversaries. The flowing cloud envoy and the radiant moon envoy, caught off guard, were unable to adjust their tactics in time, and their holy fire orders were swiftly seized by Li Kongyou. In a mere few exchanges, he had successfully commandeered all the holy fire orders from the three Persian envoys. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Although the golden-haired Lion King was blind, he could discern the extraordinary martial prowess of the three envoys through the sounds of their combat. He realized that united, he would be no match for them. Yet, Li Kongyou effortlessly triumphed within just a few moves, showcasing martial skills that could be deemed unparalleled. Even the resurrected Yang Jiao master of Ur would likely find it difficult to rival him. At that moment, Granny Jinhua felt a twinge of dread. When the three had simultaneously attacked her, it was not only her sealed internal power that hindered her, but even at her peak, she would have struggled to withstand their combined might. Zhang Wuji widened his eyes, pondering to himself that if only he possessed such extraordinary skills, no one would dare to covet his adoptive father's dragon-slaying saber. Zhou Zhiruo, Zhao Min, and Xiao Zhao exchanged proud glances, their hearts swelling with pride. However, upon locking eyes, Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min quickly turned away from one another. Undoubtedly, the most astonished were the trio of Feng Yunyu. While each of their martial abilities alone was not top tier, their combined strength could challenge even the invincible Baoshu King, requiring hundreds of exchanges to overcome them. Yet, this new leader appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. How could his martial prowess be so profound and enigmatic? Li Kongyou paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, his gaze fixated on the sacred fire tokens in his hand. These 3 tokens, crafted from a unique material, were neither metal nor jade, possessing an extraordinary hardness, varying in length and size. They appeared both transparent and opaque, seemingly emanating flickers of flame, with mysterious inscriptions engraved upon each token. After observing them for a brief moment, Li Kongyou entrusted them to Xiao Zhao for safekeeping, then turned his attention to the 3 Persian envoys, coldly declaring, "If it is only you 3 who have come, then you may as well perish." No sooner had his words fallen than Li Kongyou sprang into action, leaping towards the 3 envoys of wind, cloud, and moon, intent on capturing them in one swift motion. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated from a distance. Indeed, China is a wondrous place, having produced a talent like Master Li. Though the speaker remained unseen, his voice was as resonant as a bell, imbued with a profound inner strength akin to the vastness of the ocean. Li Kongyou raised his head at the sound, yet his hands remained unyieldingly engaged. In his grasp was a jade flute, wielded like a sword, as he unleashed the unparalleled technique of the Dugu 9 swords. The strikes were fierce, and the speed was as swift as lightning, catching the Persian trio off guard. In the blink of an eye, the Moonlight Envoy had been captured. The Gale Envoy suffered a devastating blow, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, incapacitated by the injury. Meanwhile, the Cloud Envoy narrowly evaded the attack. In the fleeting moments of brilliance, one was captured and another grievously wounded. With one of the Persian trio diminished, they were rendered far less formidable. Li Kongyou acted in this manner to prevent the 3 envoys from joining forces, thereby ensuring that Xie Sun and others would not be overwhelmed. After accomplishing this, Li Kongyou returned to his original position, holding the Huiyue envoy. At that moment, the one who had spoken earlier appeared before the crowd. There were 12 individuals in total, each with a fierce countenance and formidable stature. The group immediately felt a surge of vigilance, and Li Kongyou furrowed his brow as he regarded the 12 individuals before him, solemnly stating, "The 12 treasure tree kings have gathered in Central Land. I am truly astonished. However, how do you know my identity?" The treasure tree kings serve as the grand masters under the esteemed leader of the Persian Ming sect, totaling 12 in number. They are primarily dedicated to the study of doctrines and the mastery of classics, and while their martial prowess may not be exceptional, their status is comparable to that of the 4 great protectors of the Ming sect in Central Land. The foremost Grand Master of the Treasure Tree Kings spoke loudly. "Our leader has received word of the disappearance of the sect leader in Central Land, as well as the infighting among the disciples, which has led to a decline in our sect's influence. Thus, we have been commanded to come and restore order to the teachings." Zhao Min immediately interjected, saying, "Now that the Ming sect leader is present, there is no need for your concern. You may return whence you came." Li Kongyou smiled faintly and then remarked, "The status of the Baoshu king is equivalent to that of the protector of the teachings. Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me?" The 12th-ranked Zhuming Baoshu king, upon hearing these words, could not contain his fury and bellowed, "Nonsense! Utter nonsense!" Xie Sun and the others were taken aback, utterly perplexed by his outburst. However, Zhao Min chuckled softly and said, "This person's command of the Chinese language is indeed lacking. He seems to believe that adding another layer of absurdity will somehow enhance his argument." Li Kongyou, Xie Sun, and Zhang Wuji pondered for a moment and found the words to be quite true. Despite the tense atmosphere, they could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Hearing their mirthful voices, the Ming Baoshu king grew increasingly enraged and let out a sharp whistle. Together with the 11th-ranked Qi Xian Baoshu king, he leaped forward, launching a fierce assault towards Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou turned back to the crowd and cautioned with a single word, "Be careful," before resolutely stepping forward. The martial arts employed by the two were rather peculiar, bearing a certain resemblance to the technique of the great transfer of the universe. Yet their movements were somewhat elusive and difficult to grasp. Li Kongyou, embodying constancy amidst change, unleashed the art of Tai Chi, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the two adversaries. Their coordination in both offense and defense was so harmonious that they seemed to function as a single entity with 4 hands and 4 feet. Nevertheless, despite the relentless transformations executed by King Zhuming of the Treasure Trees and King Qixin of the Treasure Trees, they found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate Li Kongyou's exquisite Tai Chi defenses. After a rapid exchange resembling a tempest, with the trio deftly dismantling 7 or 8 moves, Li Kongyou suddenly shifted his technique, transitioning from a state of stillness to one of assertive offense. Seizing the opportune moment, he executed a flick of his fingers, sending King Jumming of the treasure trees staggering backward. Immediately thereafter, he leaped into the air, his legs striking out in a flurry, akin to a tempest, overwhelming King Qixin of the treasure trees, who struggled to fend off the onslaught and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Just as King Jumming of the treasure trees prepared to counterattack, a voice resonated from behind them, that of the first great sage of the treasure trees. "You two are no match for him, Changsheng. You should go." At this moment, Li Kongyou was brimming with fighting spirit. Since he had ascended to a new level of martial prowess, he had only sparred with Zhang Sanfeng, and that encounter had been merely a brief exchange, lacking full commitment from either side. Today, encountering such a multitude of skilled opponents, Li Kongyou yearned for a fierce and exhilarating battle. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "You 12 shall come at me together. I, Li Kongyou, fear no one." His voice surged like a tempest, reverberating through the arena and causing the very air to tremble. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's challenge, Xie Sun felt a dormant heart ignite after 2 decades of silence, filled with fervor as he gripped the dragon-slaying saber, vowing to fight alongside Li Kongyou. Granny Jinhua leaned on her cane, her brow furrowed as she weighed the options of retreat or confrontation. Zhou Zhiruo unsheathed the sword of heaven, poised and ready to join the fray. Xiao Zhao firmly held both the Qinghe sword and the Zy sword, now adept at wielding 2 swords simultaneously. With her Jade Maiden's pure heart swordplay showing promising progress, Zhao Min swiftly drew the dagger from her waist, standing at the ready. Meanwhile, Inli quietly remained behind Granny Jinhua, her focus entirely on the surrounding movements. Zhang Wuji, the only man besides Xie Sun in the group, stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself protectively in front of his companions. "Arrogance!" exclaimed the ever-victorious Treasure Tree King, his eyes wide with fury, his voice echoing to the heavens. Immediately, exchanging glances with the other Treasure Tree Kings, he launched an assault alongside the great sage, Wisdom, Fire Master, Diligence, and Equality. The 5 powerful Treasure Tree Kings converging upon Li Kongyou. Simultaneously, the 6 other Treasure Tree Kings, Confidence, Evil Suppression, Integrity, Merit, Unity, and Clarity, soared into the air, each targeting Xie Sun and his allies. The arena was poised for chaos, as if the very air had solidified in anticipation of the imminent clash. Li Kongyou found himself encircled by the 6 great Treasure Tree Kings, yet he remained undaunted, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. "Come forth!" Li Kongyou shouted fiercely. His form swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he charged towards the formidable Changsheng Baoshu King. His palm winds roared like thunder, each strike accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, colliding explosively with the palm strength of the Changsheng Baoshu King, producing a deafening resonance. Before he could retract his palm force, the great sage Baoshu King's hand descended upon his back with the weight of a mountain. Akin to the crushing of an egg, Li Kongyou remained motionless, exerting all his energy to invoke the great shift of heaven and earth and the 9 yang divine skill, steadfastly resisting the collective force of his adversaries just a foot before him. The ever-victorious Treasure Tree King bellowed fiercely, urging an all-out assault, eager to see how much longer Li could endure. Witnessing this, Xie Sun also refused to show weakness, wielding the dragon-slaying saber with a flourish, its blade gleaming like snow, engaging in a fierce battle with the confident Treasure Tree King. The might of the dragon-slaying saber was unparalleled, each swing resonating with the power to cleave mountains and split stones. Despite the formidable prowess of the confident Treasure Tree King, he found himself compelled to respond with equal fervor. Granny Jinhua's brow unfurled as if she had made a resolution, leaning on her cane. She swayed and joined the fray. As the purple-robed Dragon King, her martial skills were formidable, and she held her ground against the united Treasure Tree King without yielding an inch. Zhou Zhiruo's heaven-subduing sword moved like a silver dragon, its glimmering blade executing the Duga 9 swords. Locked in a fierce contest with the evil-subduing Treasure Tree King, their struggle evenly matched. The heaven-subduing sword, exceptionally sharp, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, making it difficult for the evil-subduing Treasure Tree King, despite his exceptional skills, to approach. Xiao Zhao unleashed her dual swords, the Qinghe sword and the Jiwei sword, resembling 2 ferocious flood dragons, engaging the upright Treasure Tree King with fervor. Her Jade Maiden Heart Sword technique was beginning to shine, and the combination of her twin blades magnified their destructive power. Although Zhang Wuji's 9-yang divine skill had not yet reached its zenith, he had learned Tai Chi from Zhang Sanfeng, rendering his martial prowess on par with that of the guardian king of the faith. He faced the Merit Treasure Tree King, subtly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Min and Li, observing the chaotic scene, instinctively gravitated towards each other. Their martial skills were modest, and even in collaboration, they were no match for the enlightened Treasure Tree King. Zhao Min brandished the huiwei as her left-hand weapon while pressing a dagger against her throat as a means of coercion. Li concealed a venomous spider within her bosom, poised to unleash it should the enlightened Treasure Tree King dare to advance. Fearing Zhao Min's potential for lethal force, the enlightened Treasure Tree King hesitated, resulting in a stalemate among the three. Unbeknownst to them, the flowing cloud envoy had vanished without a trace. Amidst the chaos, each individual fought fervently, and in mere moments, the battlefield descended into utter turmoil. Li Kongyou faced 6 adversaries alone, feeling the weight of pressure akin to a mountain. However, he had consumed numerous snake gallbladders, and his internal energy surged like an unceasing river. Coupled with the 7th layer of the great relocation of heaven and earth, after several dozen exchanges, he had discerned the martial arts techniques of the 6 opponents. The tides of battle began to turn, and he gradually gained the upper hand. The great sage, king of the treasure tree, and his companions grew increasingly astonished. Li Kongyou's internal energy seemed inexhaustible. No matter how they attacked, he responded with remarkable ease, as if it were they who were being besieged, rather than Li Kongyou. Unable to contain himself, the ever-victorious king of the treasure tree inquired, "What kind of martial arts is this? Even the great relocation of heaven and earth recorded in ancient texts does not possess such formidable power." After Li Kongyou effortlessly repelled the great sage Baoshu king with a single strike, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. The 7th layer of the Qian Kuan Great Shift's heart method was merely a figment of Huashan's imagination. I have merely completed it, and thus its power surpasses that of the past. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's casually dismissive words, the crowd was taken aback, yet a trace of disdain crept into their hearts. Such pretentiousness! Over the course of their encounter, Li Kongyou had come to fully comprehend the martial prowess of the Baoshu king. It was nothing more than the sacred fire order's techniques, combined with a fragmented understanding of the Qian Kuan Great Shift. Although the sacred fire order's skills were peculiar, they ultimately belonged to the realm of the unorthodox. They paled in comparison to his mastery of the 9-yang divine skill, the Qian Kuan Great Shift, Tai Chi, and the Dugu 9 swords. The reason he continued to engage them without making an immediate escape was that he was subtly maneuvering towards Zhao Min's side, having discerned the movements of Lu Yunshi. At that moment, Lu Yunshi was stealthily approaching Zhao Min from another direction. The Baoshu king, wary of Huiyue's master, dared not advance recklessly, allowing Lu Yunshi to attempt a surprise attack from behind the two. If Zhao Min and Li were to fall prey to Lu Yunshi's sudden assault, they would surely be thrown into disarray. At that juncture, the Baoshu king would undoubtedly strike with ferocity, leaving them vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. Li Kongyou's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. Noticing that the cloud messenger was about to strike, he urgently raised his voice to call out, "Minmin, beware of what lies behind you." Simultaneously, the power of his finger flick technique was building, ready to spring into action to rescue Zhao Min. Unlike the one-yang finger, the finger flick technique possessed a range that could extend several zhang, even reaching dozens of zhang. This was the reason he favored employing the finger flick technique. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's warning, Zhao Min felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly turned her head to look back. At that very moment, the cloud messenger was executing a remarkable maneuver, lunging fiercely towards her. The cloud messenger was equally astonished by Li Kongyou's words. Never anticipating that amidst his fierce confrontation with the 6 treasure tree kings, Li Kongyou could still discern his movements. Fortunately, there was a considerable distance of several zhang between them, with the formidable evil constraining treasure tree king and the woman standing in between. Even if Li Kongyou wished to intervene, it would be too late. At this juncture, the jumping treasure tree king seized the opportunity while Zhao Min was distracted and stepped forward. Observing this scene, Li understood the gravity of the situation and quickly hurled a concealed poisonous spider that she had kept hidden for some time. The jumping treasure tree king dismissed her hidden weapon without concern. With a casual grasp, he snatched the Huiyue messenger from Zhao Min's hands. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. He suddenly felt a slight chill at his neck, and by the time he regained his senses, he realized he had been bitten by the poisonous spider that Li had thrown. The wound rapidly darkened, and as he attempted to channel his energy to resist, he was alarmed to discover he had already been poisoned. At that critical moment, the cloud messenger had closed in on Zhao Min, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, Zhou Zhiruo cried out, her inner strength surging as she unleashed the Dugan 9 swords with all her might. Her figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, and the brilliance of her swordplay dazzled like a rainbow as the Dugan 9 swords were wielded with unparalleled mastery. Under her command, the heaven-slaying sword danced like a nimble dragon, weaving left and right, up and down, with each attack's trajectory rendered unpredictable, akin to a deer's antlers, elusive and traceable only by instinct. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Kongyou's lips curled into a faint, reassuring smile. It could be said that Zhao Min's perilous predicament was a deliberate act on his part, aimed at observing the choices made by the closest individual, Zhou Zhiruo. After all, without shared experiences, their mutual disdain would only intensify, rendering his harem a realm of perpetual discord. Yet, in an instant, the mirth that had graced his features was replaced by a shadowy gloom, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. This shift was prompted by Zhou Zhiruo's audacious breach of the Guardian Tree King's defenses, which had left her internal energies in disarray. As Lu Yinshi caught sight of Zhou Zhiruo approaching, he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. However, Zhou Zhiruo's swordplay transformed in an instant, executing the breaking palm style with unwavering resolve. Lu Yinshi, even when unassisted, was no match for Granny Jinhua. How could he withstand the might of the heaven-defying sword now? In mere moments, he faltered under the onslaught, Zhou Zhiruo's blade piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth. The sequence of actions, from Li Kongyou's warning to Zhou Zhiruo's crippling of Lu Yinshi, seemed prolonged yet transpired in the blink of an eye. After repelling Lu Yinshi, Zhou Zhiruo finally landed before Zhao Min, though a trickle of blood escaped from her lips. Witnessing this, Zhao Min was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Throughout their journey by boat, she and Zhou Zhiruo had never seen eye to eye, their exchanges often laced with sharp barbs. Yet, in this moment, as she observed Zhou Zhiruo disregard her own safety to resolutely come to her aid, Zhao Min felt a wave of realization wash over her, deeming her previous actions as juvenile and absurd. After all, Zhou Zhiruo had known Li Kongyou far longer, while she was merely an interloper. With this thought, she hurried to support Zhou Zhiruo, her voice laced with concern. "Thank you. Are you all right?" But Zhou Zhiruo merely waved her hand dismissively, replying, "No need to thank me. I simply do not wish to distract Brother Kongyou." With that, she lifted her sword once more to confront the charging Guardian Tree King. A bitter smile crept across Zhao Min's face as she reflected inwardly. Truly, she was a tenacious individual. At this moment, Li Kongyou ceased to hold back. With a swift motion, he drew the jade flute from his waist and executed the most profound technique from the Dugan 9 swords, known as the breaking chi style. This technique is specifically designed to counteract the martial prowess of internal energy experts, emphasizing the principle of overcoming chi with chi. With a focused gaze, Li Kongyou's aura erupted dramatically. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, leaping several meters into the air. Then, like a bird in flight, he rapidly dove downward. During his descent, the jade flute in his hands danced and swirled, moving with such speed that it bewildered the eyes. In an instant, the flute conjured countless razor-sharp sword energies. These sword energies pierced straight, swept horizontally, and slashed diagonally towards the likes of the ever-victorious Tranquility King and his companions. Wherever the sword energies passed, the air shimmered with ripples. This was Li Kongyou's true display of power. The 6 Tranquility Kings, witnessing this, dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Their expressions turned grave as they unleashed their ultimate techniques in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, the might of Li Kongyou's breaking chi style was far too formidable. Their internal defenses crumbled before the sword energies, as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. The diligent and equanimous Tranquility Kings were the first to falter under the relentless sword energies of Li Kongyou. A pair of anguished cries pierced the air as they were suddenly marked by numerous wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Their bodies were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The great sage, wisdom, ever victorious, and fire master witnessed this terrifying spectacle, their eyes wide with disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. They pondered silently within. What kind of unparalleled swordsmanship could possess such terrifying power? After Li Kongyou executed his move with precision, he exhibited no intention of pausing. The moment his jade flute grazed the ground, his figure, akin to a phantom, leapt skyward once more, moving with the swiftness of lightning and an unparalleled momentum, lunging towards the remaining Great Sage Treasure Tree King. In a furious roar, the Great Sage Treasure Tree King unleashed his full might, clapping his palms together in rapid succession, creating a flurry of shadowy strikes in an effort to thwart Li Kongyou's assault. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou swiftly unleashed the breaking palm technique and the breaking chi technique. Under the fusion of these two forms, the formidable palm strength of the Great Sage Baoshu King crumbled effortlessly before Li Kongyou's sword aura, proving to be feeble and fragile. Li Kongyou wielded his sword with grace, directing a powerful strike towards the Great Saint Baoshu King once more. A flicker of terror flashed in the eyes of the Great Saint Baoshu King. He had never anticipated that someone could so effortlessly unravel his martial techniques. Under the fierce impact of the sword's aura, his body involuntarily propelled backward, and he coughed forth a spray of crimson blood, clearly having sustained grave injury. At this juncture, 3 of the 6 had already fallen. Observing Li Kongyou's formidable prowess, the ever-victorious Baoshu King felt a pang of fear rise within him and hastily called out, "Leader Li, this is all a misunderstanding. Shall we cease hostilities and reach an amicable resolution?" "A misunderstanding? Humph, it is too late." Li Kongyou let out a cold snort, his figure flickering once more as he instantly appeared beside Zhou Zhiruo. He first focused his energy through his right hand, gently placing it against Zhou Zhiruo's back to assist her in regulating the chaotic flow of her inner energy. Subsequently, he took the heavenly sword from her grasp. Speaking softly, "From here on, allow me to take charge." Zhou Zhiruo inclined her head slightly, quietly stepping aside. Li Kongyou wielded the heavenly sword, and an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him. He cast a piercing gaze at the evil Tree King, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, inviting all to their demise. Before he could finish his words, he thrust the sword directly at the evil Tree King. An icy chill surged through the evil Tree King in an instant. Though both wielded the heavenly sword and were skilled in the 9 swords of Dugu, the sensation Li Kongyou exuded was akin to that of a death deity. He was acutely aware that there was no path for retreat in this battle. He could only gamble with his life, perhaps grasping a fleeting chance of survival. With a furious roar, his internal energy surged powerfully as he unleashed a palm strike with all his might. Even the combined efforts of the Great Sage Tree King and 5 others struggled to withstand Li Kongyou's jade flute. Moreover, at this moment, he wielded the divine heavenly sword. "Die!" Li Kongyou let out a sharp reprimand as the heavenly sword transformed into a streak of radiant light, piercing directly into the chest of the evil-suppressing Tree King. Before the onlookers could regain their composure, Li Kongyou swung his sword once more, launching an assault against the 3 Tree Kings, the Wisdom, the Ever-Victorious, and the Fire Master. With the heavenly sword in hand, he gazed down upon the crowd, challenging the world. Who among them could rival his prowess? Beside him, the expressions of the Wisdom, Ever-Victorious, and Fire Master Tree Kings turned as pale as parchment. They understood that in today's battle, victory was beyond their grasp. Exchanging a glance, they each revealed a resolute determination. Resolved to fight to the death. Even if it meant mutual destruction, they were intent on making Li Kongyou pay a price. In the face of the desperate onslaught from the 3 Tree Kings, Li Kongyou remained as tranquil as still water. Drawing in a deep breath, he harnessed his inner strength to its utmost potential, and the brilliance of the heavenly sword intensified. Breaking arrow technique. The voice of Li Kongyou exuded an unwavering determination, the tip of his sword quivering as it lunged toward the 3 kings of the ever-victorious treasure tree with the ferocity of a tempest. In the original text of the smiling, proud wanderer, Ling Hucheng had once employed the broken arrow technique of the Duga 9 swords to pierce the eyes of 15 cloaked adversaries. At this moment, Li Kongyou unleashed this very move, yet his aim was not the eyes of his foes. In an instant, the 3 kings of wisdom, ever-victorious, and Fire Master froze in place. A heartbeat later, they instinctively reached for their throats, only to realize with horror that their necks had been severed without their knowing. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. The King of Confidence, engaged in combat with the golden-haired Lion King, momentarily lost his composure upon witnessing the tragic downfall of his comrades at the hands of Li Kongyou, and was swiftly met with a debilitating strike from Xie Sun. severing one of his arms. "Ah!" cried the king of confidence, collapsing in despair. Seizing the opportunity, Granny Jean Hua launched a hidden weapon. Her flower-shaped dart striking the king of unity with blinding speed, resulting in his immediate demise. Almost simultaneously, Li Kongyou sprang forth like a bird in flight, his blade descending with lethal precision, claiming the heads of the great sage, diligent cultivator, and equality in an instant. He felt no compassion for these foreigners. At that moment, Zhang Wuji executed a Tai Chi push, sending the king of meritorious deeds sprawling several yards away. In the midst of the chaos, only Xiao Zhao and the king of integrity remained evenly matched. Throughout the encounter, Granny Jean Hua had been closely observing Xiao Zhao, her astonishment growing. She had never witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship. The left and right hands of Xiao Zhao wielded two distinctly different styles of swordplay, merging in a way that amplified their potency. She understood well that Xiao Zhao merely lacked combat experience. Otherwise, with such refined techniques, the king of integrity would surely have been vanquished long ago. Li Kongyou did not step forward to offer assistance. Instead, he was preoccupied with reaping the lives of the Confidence Tree King, the Merit Tree King, and the Cloud Envoy. Once he resolved to take action, he vowed to leave no survivors. After accomplishing this grim task, he finally turned his gaze towards the battle involving Xiao Zhao. At that moment, the Tree King, witnessing the demise of his companions, was thrown into utter disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhao thrust her sword into his shoulder and followed up with a powerful kick, sending him flying. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the majestic king of treasure trees was devoid of life. Granny Jean Hua, having observed Li Kongyou's formidable prowess, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. "Is everyone all right?" Li Kongyou inquired, casting a glance at the crowd. The group had sustained only minor injuries, which would heal with a couple of days of rest. This decisive victory, which annihilated the 12 treasure tree kings and the 3 envoys of wind and moon, undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the Persian sect. Once he found some leisure, he would take flight on a golden eagle and uproot the Persian Ming sect entirely. He then waved towards Zhang Wujia, saying, "Wujia, please attend to the bodies." On Snake Island, the crescent moon hung delicately like a hook atop the treetops, while countless stars sparkled in the vast firmament. Within the cave, the group sat in a circle on the ground, their expressions tinged with fatigue. Although the outcome of the recent battle was a resounding triumph, the journey had been fraught with peril. After all, the 12 treasure tree kings and the 3 envoys of wind and moon were formidable adversaries. Among them, the most powerful, the ever-victorious king of treasure trees, surpassed even Yang Xiao and Fan Yao in martial prowess. The remaining 11 treasure tree kings were also elite warriors. Zhao Min reflected on the events that had transpired, silently vowing to hone her martial skills diligently. After enjoying some of Xiao Zhao's roasted hare, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. In the depths of slumber, Li Kongyou engaged in the cultivation of the martial arts inscribed upon the sacred fire order. Although this art may be deemed unorthodox, it possesses its merits. As the golden rays of sunlight bathed the earth, Li Kongyou awoke from his meditative state. The fatigue of the previous day dissipated, leaving him invigorated, with the techniques of the sacred fire order now seamlessly integrated within him. He sprang to his feet, stretching languidly and loosening his somewhat stiff limbs, casting his gaze towards the nearby slumbering figures of Zhou Zhiruo, Zhao Min, and Xiao Zhao, his heart brimming with joy. As the saying goes, all men are prone to desire, and Li Kongyou was no exception. Yet, in this world of the heaven sword and the dragon saber, although beautiful women abound, the presence of these 3 enchanting companions was more than sufficient. Due to his blindness over the years, Xiesun's hearing had sharpened remarkably. Upon detecting the faint sound of Li Kongyou rising, he instinctively tightened his grip on the dragon slayer's sword. Li Kongyou detected Xiesun's actions and revealed a faint smile, softly saying, "Lion King, may I have a glimpse of the dragon-slaying blade?" His voice, though subdued, resonated distinctly within the confines of the narrow cave, awakening the others from their reverie. Xiesun let out a hearty laugh, firmly grasping the hilt with one hand while supporting the blade with the other. He forcefully tossed it in the direction of Li Kongyou, exclaiming, "Master, catch the blade." "Certainly." Li Kongyou swiftly extended his right hand, securely catching the dragon-slaying blade. He held it aloft, scrutinizing it meticulously. The blade gleamed with a chilling radiance, subtly emanating an aura of majesty. As he gently swung it a few times, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is a peerless treasure." He infused the blade with a continuous stream of inner strength, and in an instant, the dragon-slaying blade erupted with brilliance, soaring like a mighty dragon, roaring as it surged forward. With a delicate flick, the stone wall crumbled before the blade as fierce assault, revealing a profound chasm. Beside him, Granny Jinhua observed this spectacle, her eyes suddenly glinting with sharp brilliance. Zhao Min and Xiao Zhao also marveled at the might of the blade. However, a hint of curiosity flickered in Zhou Zhiruo's gaze. She was eager to ascertain whether it truly was as her master, the ruthless matriarch, had claimed. It was said that the supreme of the martial world wielded the dragon-slaying blade, commanding the realm with no one daring to defy. The Lion King had possessed the dragon-slaying blade for 2 decades. Had he ever unraveled its mysteries? With a long sigh, Xie Sun confessed, "To speak candidly, master, I have examined it day and night, even becoming intimately familiar with every line etched upon its surface. Yet, apart from discovering its unparalleled sharpness, I have found nothing else. At times, I cannot help but doubt, how could such a blade command the world?" "Ha." Li Kongyou laughed heartily, then turned to Zhao Min, saying, "Min, please hand me your dagger." Hearing this, Zhao Min promptly drew the dagger from her waist and handed it over. Li Kongyou grasped a knife in his left hand and firmly held a dagger in his right, gradually slicing in from near the hilt as instructed by Zhou Zhiruo. The onlookers, bewildered and uncertain of his intentions, held their breath and focused intently on him. As the dagger penetrated halfway, a crisp sound resonated, akin to the tearing of soft iron. Li Kongyou retrieved the soft iron and inverted the dragon-slaying sword, gently shaking it. As anticipated, accompanied by his movements, a curled iron piece fell from the hilt. The gaze of the crowd fixated intently on the iron fragment in Li Kongyou's hand, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Granny Jean narrowed her eyes, seemingly aware that this piece of iron might conceal the secrets of the dragon-slaying sword. Zhao Min and Xiao Zhao wore expressions of astonishment, having not expected that the sword harbored such mechanisms. Zhou Zhiruo's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. She stared fixedly at the iron piece, pondering whether this was the secret her master had spoken of. Although Xie Sun could not see, he sensed the reactions of those in the cave and promptly inquired, "Master, have you discovered something?" "Lion King, take the sword." Li Kongyou handed the dragon-slaying sword back to Xie Sun, stating, "Lion King, I believe I have uncovered the secret of the dragon-slaying sword." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, Xie Sun felt not a trace of regret but rather immense excitement. Master is indeed wise and formidable, a prodigy of heaven. Our Ming sect shall surely command the world. Li Kongyou carefully unfurled the iron plate, revealing a dense array of intricate inscriptions and circuits. "What is this?" he murmured to himself, only to be astonished as he discovered the words Peach Blossom Island at the end of the circuit. In that instant, he comprehended that the esteemed couple, Guijing and Huang Rong, had concealed the Martial Muse manuscript along with numerous martial arts secrets upon Peach Blossom Island. He silently committed the map to memory, then proceeded to channel his inner energy, crumpling the iron plate into a tight ball. After completing this task, he turned to Zhou Zhiruo with a smile and a nod. It was not that Li Kongyou lacked trust in those around him. Sometimes, ignorance proved to be the safest course. Nevertheless, he had no intention of concealing the truth. The reason the dragon-slaying Saber commanded such formidable renown was due to the fact that Guijing and Huang Rong had hidden a military treatise and martial arts manuals in a certain secret location, and the iron plate he had just examined was indeed that very map. As soon as Li Kongyou finished speaking, Xie Sun eagerly took over the conversation, his voice tinged with excitement. If our Ming sect were to obtain this military treatise, the endeavor to resist the Yuan would be imminent. Li Kongyou nodded and then turned his gaze towards Granny Jinhua. "The Dragon King and the 12 Treasure Tree King are deceased. I wonder if you still intend to depart at this moment?" Upon hearing Li Kongyou's inquiry, Granny Jinhua did not respond immediately. Instead, she furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Li Kongyou did not intrude, patiently awaiting Granny Jinhua's deliberation. After a moment, Granny Jinhua knelt partially on the ground and proclaimed loudly, "I, the subordinate Zishan Dragon King Dai Qixi, pay my respects to the master." Her acquiescence stemmed, on one hand, from her admiration for Li Kongyou's martial prowess and cunning, and on the other, from her concern for Xiao Zhao. She discerned the profound affection Xiao Zhao harbored for Li Kongyou. Should she persist in her obstinacy, it would only bring distress to her daughter. Moreover, with so many exceptional women surrounding Li Kongyou, it would be remiss of her, as a mother, not to keep a watchful eye lest her daughter be wronged. "Please, Rise quickly, Li Kongyou urged, not daring to show any negligence. In a swift motion, he darted to Granny Jean Hua's side and assisted her to her feet. After all, she was to be his future mother-in-law, as the saying goes. One should regard the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Witnessing her mother finally willing to return to the Ming cult, Xiao Zhao could not suppress her elation, her heart soaring with joy. With both the Lion King and the Dragon King agreeing to rejoin the Ming cult, the objective of their journey was thus accomplished. Li Kongyou surveyed the crowd with a commanding gaze and declared in a resonant voice, "In light of these circumstances, we shall divide our forces. Lion King, Dragon King, Wu Ji, and Miss Yin, you shall return to Bright Summit first. Meanwhile, we will set forth immediately to seek the repository of texts inscribed on the iron plate." On the vast and boundless sea, a small vessel was cleaving through the waves, making its way northward. At the bow stood a handsome youth, gazing into the distance with his head held high. Within the cabin, two enchanting young women sat facing each other. Despite the absence of words, an air of camaraderie prevailed. These three individuals were none other than Li Kongyou, Zhou Zhiruo, and Zhao Min, who had embarked from Spirit Snake Island. Spirit Snake Island is generally situated to the east of Taiwan, while Peach Blossom Island lies near the Zhoushan archipelago. Hence, a steady course northward would lead them to their destination. Xiao Zhao, burdened by guilt for having deceived Granny Jinhua on a May mountain, chose not to accompany Li Kongyou to Peach Blossom Island, but rather to remain by Granny Jinhua's side. Li Kongyou, unwilling to put Xiao Zhao in a difficult position, consented to her request. At this moment, Zhao Min could hardly contain herself. She rose and stepped out of the cabin, approaching Li Kongyou from behind. Li Kongyou did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the distance as he softly inquired, "Why do you not rest within the cabin? Zhiruo has saved you, yet you continue to harbor resentment towards her. How do you know it is I?" Zhao Min's face displayed a look of confusion. Li Kongyou smiled gently and turned to glance back. Zhiruo was practicing the Amei Nine Yang skill, her internal energy remarkably profound. On the other hand, Minmin, your knowledge is rather eclectic, and your internal skill is relatively shallow. I can naturally discern this. Hearing this, Zhao Min pouted her lips and softly called out, "Kongyou." Li Kongyou abruptly lifted his head. "Once we uncover the martial arts manuscripts left behind by the great hero Guijing, will you be able to teach me?" Zhao Min gazed up at Li Kongyou, her tone imbued with a hint of determination. "Of course, I have actually harbored this intention since we were on Spirit Snake Island. After all, given your current martial prowess, encountering a formidable adversary could pose a significant danger." At this moment, Li Kongyou's expression was grave, his demeanor earnest. Zhao Min felt a surge of joy in her heart, and unable to contain herself, she took a small step forward, her delicate form leaning slightly as she gently nestled into Li Kongyou's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou gently raised his arm, tenderly stroking her back, and then inquired, "What would you like to learn? Swordsmanship, palm techniques, or perhaps I recall you have studied quite a bit of swordplay. Why not?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Min eagerly interrupted him, "I do not wish to learn swordsmanship." Li Kongyou was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, he comprehended the underlying reason, and could not help but chuckle softly. "Could it be that you are reluctant to learn the sword because Zhiruo possesses the heaven-subduing sword and Xiao Zhao wields the purple aster sword?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Min's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted playfully, "That is certainly not the case." Li Kongyou quickly reassured, all right. If you do not wish to learn, then so be it. However, should this journey prove fruitful, there exists a particular set of palm techniques that would suit you exquisitely. This technique has evolved from swordplay, and once executed, the movements flow like water, graceful and ethereal, perfectly complementing your temperament. Upon hearing this, Zhao Min's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she obediently nodded. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Zhou Zhiruo, situated within the cabin of the ship, observed the two closely entwined, feeling a twinge of bitterness in her heart, yet refraining from intervening. She understood Zhao Min's identity and the audacity it took to journey alone in the company of the leader of the Ming sect. Such courage could only stem from profound love. Though she longed to possess Li Kongyou solely for herself, it was undeniable that a man of his caliber would inevitably capture the hearts of other women without intention. Moreover, should the Ming sect succeed in their rebellion against the Yuan, he, as its leader, would ascend to the pinnacle of power. How could she demand that he remain devoted to her alone? Thus, Zhou Zhiruo merely hoped that Li Kongyou would not forsake her. Time swiftly passed, and soon more than 10 days had elapsed. At last, Li Kongyou arrived at the Zhoushan archipelago. Following the inscriptions on the iron plate, he discovered a solitary island not far from the archipelago, undoubtedly the legendary Peach Blossom Island of the past, once belonging to Huang Yaoshi. As the ship approached the island, the group could already scent the rich fragrance of blossoms mingling with the sea breeze. From a distance, the island appeared lush and vibrant, a tapestry of green, red, yellow, and purple, truly a profusion of flowers in bloom. Zhao Min exclaimed, "I have never encountered such beauty, such splendid flowers in my entire life." Zhou Zhiruo softly murmured, "Indeed, they are exquisite." Li Kongyou, with his left arm entwined with Zhou Zhiruo and his right hand holding Zhao Min, wore a smile at the corners of his lips. "If you so desire, you may choose to retreat to this haven in the future." With that, he gracefully leaped onto the island, accompanied by the two ladies. The island, though adorned with vibrant hues of purple and red, was overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for many years. Li Kongyou drew the heavenly sword, cleaving a path forward. Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo followed closely, progressing slowly towards the heart of the island. Soon, they found themselves enveloped in a grove of peach trees. However, after wandering for half an hour, they remained unable to escape this enchanting orchard. Zhao Min suddenly sensed danger, realizing that they had inadvertently trespassed into the island's intricate formation. Li Kongyou furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings while lost in contemplation. He had initially believed that with the passage of time, the formations on Peach Blossom Island had long since ceased to function, and thus he paid them no heed. However, to his astonishment, the extraordinary 5 elements formation laid down by Huang Yaoshi still operated even to this day, deepening his admiration for the legendary master. Li Kongyou once studied the art of Qimen Bagua on Wudang Mountain. Although his understanding is merely superficial, he believes it should suffice to break the formation. After all, no matter how exquisitely intricate a formation may be, it is bound to reveal flaws after enduring the passage of many years. Li Kongyou instructed the two women to remain motionless at their original spot, then gracefully ascended into the air to scrutinize the alterations in the formation. He observed the surrounding peach trees shifting incessantly. Though seemingly chaotic, they concealed profound secrets. With meticulous attention, he discerned the patterns of their movement and subsequently closed his eyes. In his mind, he swiftly recalled the knowledge of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams he had previously acquired, deducing that their current position corresponded to the Li position. Having established this, he methodically identified the locations of Qian, Kuan, Kan, Zhen, Sun, Zhen, and Dui. Then, with a sweeping motion of the Tianjian in his hand, he struck towards a peach tree situated in the Kuan position. As the tree thunderously fell, the surrounding peach trees appeared to respond to an unseen force, accelerating their movement. Yet, Li Kongyou remained unperturbed. On the contrary, witnessing this spectacle filled him with a sense of elation, for he was acutely aware that he had discovered the key to unraveling the formation. Thus, he chanted incantations, deftly altering the posture of his sword, while executing peculiar steps that landed precisely on the positions of the trigrams. Gradually, the operation of the formation began to slow. The moment to dismantle the formation had arrived. Li Kongyou suddenly let out a thunderous shout and unleashed his final sword strike with all his might. With a resounding bang, the entire peach orchard came to an abrupt halt, the formation successfully dismantled, revealing a narrow passage before them. The formation has been broken. Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min gazed at the passage that had materialized, their faces alight with joy, and they instinctively erupted into cheers. Li Kongyou observed the two excited ladies, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reached out to take the delicate hands of Zhou Zhao and Zhao Min, leading them towards the passageway. The trio cautiously traversed the corridor, and before them stood a dilapidated stone pavilion, its presence striking amidst the surroundings. The roof was adorned with a lush carpet of moss, and the surrounding railings were in a state of disrepair. However, what captivated the eye were the 2 imposing pillars flanking the pavilion. Upon them were inscribed a couplet that read, "Peach blossom shadows fall, a divine sword takes flight, the tides of the sea rise as the jade flute plays." The characters flowed like water, the strokes danced like dragons and serpents, exuding an air of nonchalant elegance. One could almost sense the extraordinary grace of the swordsman and flutist who once graced this very spot. Peach blossom shadows fall, a divine sword takes flight. The tides of the sea rise as the jade flute plays. Li Kongyou gazed intently at the couplet before him, letting out a deep sigh. How he wished to share a cup of wine and revel in merriment with the esteemed Dongxia, to dance with swords and play the flute. Truly, it is a profound regret of life. Having spoken, he leaped gracefully to the pavilion's roof, drew the jade flute from his waist, and placed it to his lips, commencing a melodious tune. The haunting notes of the flute, imbued with a sense of yearning, resonated throughout the entire island, attracting countless birds that fluttered and circled around the pavilion. Even more astonishingly, not far away, an echoing flute melody emerged, as if Li Kongyou were engaged in a harmonious duet with Huang Yaoshi. Li Kongyou tucked away her jade flute and gracefully leaped down. Zhao Min, having also heard the unique melody of the flute, gazed thoughtfully into the distance and remarked, "There must be a cave in that direction." The sound of the flute just now was likely an echo. Li Kongyou nodded slightly. "Let us proceed to investigate." The iron plate merely indicated that the location of the hidden books was to the east of the island, without specifying the precise direction. Given the vastness of Peach Blossom Island, aimless searching could extend indefinitely. Fortunately, the sound of the flute emanated from the east. Moreover, he recalled from the legend of the Condor heroes that Guijing and Zhou Badong had met in a cave. It was highly probable that Guijing, out of nostalgia, had concealed the secret texts and military manuals within this very location. The trio followed the direction from which the flute's melody had come and soon discovered a cave. Upon entering, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Zhou Zhiruo hastily produced a fire stick. Once ignited, it revealed a vast interior, with the cave walls inscribed with various martial arts techniques and diagrams. Though incomplete, Li Kongyou immediately recognized these as the techniques of mutual striking with both sides. Presumably, these were some of the scattered techniques etched into the stone wall by Zhou Badong when he created this martial art. Beside mutual striking with both sides, several boxing techniques were recorded, which, judging by their forms, belonged to an extremely soft and yielding style, likely the Kongming fist. Seeing this, Li Kongyou felt a surge of joy in his heart. He surmised that Guijing had very likely hidden the Nine manual right here. Zhiruo Minmin, let us search the surroundings. It may be located within this very place. Li Kongyou and the two women set off in different directions to search. He meticulously examined every pattern on the stone wall, attempting to uncover any concealed mechanisms or secret compartments. Zhou Zhiruo scoured the ground, leaving no corner unchecked. Zhao Min, with her keen perception, paid close attention to the nuances within the cave. Before long, Zhao Min discovered a poem inscribed on the stone wall deep within the cave. "Kongyou, come quickly." Upon hearing Zhao Min's call, Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo hastened to her side. There was a poem here, penned in a style entirely distinct from the martial arts moves they had just witnessed, presumably left by the heroic couple, Guijing and Huang Rong. As the group gazed upward, they beheld the words etched into the stone. In the shadowy cave, the long years linger. Gazing upward, the aspirations seem vague. Uncertain of where the path ahead lies, I await the fated one to unravel the hidden enigma. It is likely that Huang Rong deliberately inscribed this, wishing to prevent the military treatise and secret manuals from falling into the hands of the unlearned. Li Kongyou furrowed his brow. While it was acceptable for him to transcribe poetry, solving riddles posed a challenge beyond his capabilities. Zhao Min gazed intently at the verses etched upon the stone wall, recalling the historical context in which Guijing and Huang Rong had hidden their collection. At that time, Guijing and Huang Rong valiantly defended Xianyang. Yet they were acutely aware of the slim hopes of withstanding the Mongolian cavalry. They were left in a state of uncertainty, oblivious to the future of the Song dynasty, and could only leave behind their military treatises and secret manuals, waiting for a destined successor. She comprehended the meaning. But what relevance did it have to the place of concealment? Just as she pondered this, her eyes fell upon the four characters gazing upward, which seemed to bear little connection to the entire poem. Could it be? With this thought in mind, she abruptly lifted her gaze towards the ceiling of the cave. Although the light was dim, she could almost discern a wooden box suspended above. Unable to contain her excitement, she called out, "Kongyou, look up." Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo followed the direction indicated by Zhao Min's finger and beheld a weathered wooden chest suspended in the shadows at the cavern's apex. It was indeed challenging to discern without careful observation. Li Kongyou felt a stirring in his heart as he realized that this wooden chest was likely the repository of books. Minmin, you truly are astute. These characters gazing upwards are indeed a guide for us to look above, he exclaimed in admiration. Zhou Zhiruo nodded in agreement, a glimmer of respect flashing in her eyes. This admiration stemmed not only from her awe of Guojing and Huang Rong, but also from her appreciation of Zhao Min. The wooden chest stood approximately 2 zhang above the ground. It was not a feat for Guojing, with his extraordinary skill heavenly ladder, to leap to such a height. Li Kongyou took a deep breath, exerted force through his legs, and leapt upwards with remarkable vigor, soaring over 10 feet in an instant. He then employed the technique known as stepping on clouds, utilizing the momentum in midair to ascend once more, grasping the wooden chest above him. As Li Kongyou elegantly turned his body, he landed steadily on the ground, cradling the ancient wooden chest in his arms. Despite having weathered the ravages of time, the chest remained robust, exuding an aura of antiquity. Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo hurriedly approached, their gazes converging intently on the wooden chest. Li Kongyou cautiously placed the wooden box on the ground and gently lifted the lid. As the box opened, a musty aroma of ancient scrolls wafted forth, revealing several meticulously arranged ancient texts within. The uppermost volume bore the striking title The Martial Emperor's Legacy, while the second was the 9 Manual, and the third, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Beneath these 3 tomes lay a letter. Li Kongyou carefully returned the secret manuals to the wooden box and picked up the letter to read it intently. We were born in chaotic times, witnessing the suffering of the common people and the loss of our homeland. This military treatise of Wumu contains the essence of Yu Wumu's lifelong military strategies. I implore the one who possesses this book to never forget the grievances of our nation and the humiliation of our people. With the brilliance of this military doctrine, train a formidable army, devise sound strategies, expel the barbarian invaders, and restore our mountains and rivers. This book must never be employed for personal gain or the pursuit of fame and profit. I exist in tandem with the city of Shenyang. I only hope that future generations can carry on my aspirations and safeguard our Chinese populace. Zhao Min's gaze fell upon the words expel the barbarian invaders, stirring an unusual feeling within her, yet simultaneously, admiration for Guojing welled up in her heart. The 9 Manual is a remarkable scripture of martial arts, rich in profound techniques. I leave this book not for the sake of martial rivalry, but in the hope that a worthy individual may obtain it and use its martial prowess to protect the people and assist those in distress. One must never wield this power for evil. May those who receive this work wield it to cease hostilities and fight for the greater good of the nation, honoring the brilliance of this text. As for the secret manual of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, it is my personal wish, fearing that my master's exceptional skills may be lost to time. Hence, I hope that future generations, after mastering it, will seek out a member of the Beggar Sect to carry on its legacy. In conclusion, I have but one message to impart. The true hero acts for the country and the people. Upon finishing, Li Kongyou neatly folded the letter and tucked it away. The true hero acts for the country and the people. Zhou Zhiruo could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Indeed, the couple Guodaxiao are remarkable heroes and great figures. To leave such treasures without signing their names is truly commendable. Zhao Min found herself pondering. Was it right or wrong for the Mongols to conquer the Song people? Such chivalrous individuals perished amidst the turmoil of war. After a long sigh, Li Kongyou carefully stored the Wumu legacy and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and then began to peruse the scriptures of the 9 Manual. This martial art is divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume serves as the foundation of internal cultivation, while the lower volume contains the techniques of martial arts. The upper volume can be practiced by both Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min, yet there is no need to rush into the lower volume. Zhiruo Minmin, let us search the island further to see if there are any additional treasures. Tonight, I shall teach you the cultivation of the 9 Manual. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiruo's face instantly blossomed like a cloud-kissed dawn, wondering if they would all practice together. Zhao Min, on the other hand, was perplexed yet filled with immense joy. Before long, Li Kongyou discovered 2 stone tombs. One tombstone bore the inscription, the resting place of Foam, the mistress of Peach Blossom Island, while the other read, the grave of the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi, of Peach Blossom Island. The 3 stood before the graves, bowing respectfully in unison. Elder Huang, please accept this humble bow from your junior. Although Li Kongyou had never met Huang Yaoshi, he had acquired the skills of fingers of divine manipulation, tide of the blue sea, and orchid's pressure point technique. In any case, Huang Yaoshi held a semblance of a mentor-student relationship for him. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Kongyou stepped forward and, with his bare hands, began to uproot the weeds from the grave mound. Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min, witnessing this, hurried to assist him. Before long, the trio had cleared the weeds surrounding the two graves. Once this task was completed, they resumed their exploration of the island. After searching for the duration of a fragrant incense stick, they finally stumbled upon a loft, which must have been Huang Yaoshi's dwelling in his time. Though shrouded in cobwebs and in a state of disrepair, it still offered some shelter from the wind and rain. Not far from the loft, there stood a row of small houses, likely the quarters for the island's servants. "Zhiruo, Minmin, let us tidy up. We shall spend the night here," Li Kongyou said. "All right." Zhou Zhiruo replied softly, promptly placing her heavenly sword on the table before beginning to clean. Zhao Min, accustomed to a life of luxury and never having lifted a finger, could only follow Zhou Zhiruo, imitating her efforts to lend a hand. Li Kongyou discovered Huang Yaoshi's study, where he indeed found a concealed compartment. Beyond this hidden space lay a secret chamber. He cautiously pushed open the door to the chamber, and an antiquated aroma instantly enveloped him. The room was shrouded in dim light, with only a few feeble rays of sunlight filtering through the crevices of the ceiling, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Li Kongyou ignited a fire stick, revealing a wall adorned with an array of weapons and exquisite calligraphy. Neatly arranged bookshelves stood in rows, filled with bottles of elixirs, ancient texts, and manuscripts. These volumes likely chronicle the life and martial arts insights of the esteemed Huang Yaoshi. As he spoke, he reached for a bottle from the shelf, opened it, and could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, the medicinal pills had deteriorated. Otherwise, the 9-flower jade dew pill would have been a rare treasure indeed. Li Kongyou perused the pages while murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a book captured his attention. Upon grasping it, he discovered it was the Fallen Petal Divine Sword Technique. At last, Minmin's martial skills had a source. How delightful. Li Kongyou could hardly contain his joy as he hastily tucked the secret manual into his bosom. Subsequently, he stumbled upon an array of texts concerning the esoteric arts of Qimen Duanjia, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, medicine, and toxicology, all of which he diligently gathered into his possession. He pondered to himself that if he did not seize these tomes in a matter of decades, this very attic would likely collapse, and with it, the invaluable legacy of Huang Yaoshi would be irrevocably lost. After securing these volumes, Li Kongyou made his way out of the secret chamber. At that moment, Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min had also completed their preparations. "I shall go to the boat to fetch some provisions and bedding. Since you both enjoy this place, let us linger here for 10 days or half a month." That night, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. Li Kongyou was engrossed in the profound teachings of the first volume of the 9 Manual alongside Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min. The original Sanskrit text had been translated into Chinese by Guijing, rendering the practice accessible. Yet the intricacies of the 9 Manual were so enigmatic that they could not be fully comprehended in a brief span of time. "Let us conclude for the evening," he suggested, "and resume our cultivation tomorrow." The 2 women readily acquiesced, and the trio retreated to their respective chambers. As the clock struck midnight, in the stillness of the night, Li Kongyou employed his familiar tactics, stealthily scaling the window to enter Zhou Zhiruo's room. Upon hearing his approach, she instinctively recognized it was Li Kongyou, for they had forged a silent understanding during their time on Mount Tai. At this moment, she had shed her outer garments, donning only a delicate inner robe, her figure graceful and enchanting. "Brother Kongyou, you have come," she spoke, her voice laced with a blend of shyness and delight. Li Kongyou let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, and with a swift motion, lay down beside her. "Zhiruo, are you prepared?" Li Kongyou softly inquired, his tone imbued with tenderness. Zhou Zhiruo cast a glance at the adjacent room, a flicker of hesitation blossoming within her heart. "Brother Kongyou, Miss Zhao is right next door. Do you think we might be overheard?" "Fear not. We shall simply be more discreet in our actions. Moreover, do you not find that this adds an element of excitement?" Li Kongyou wore a mischievous smile at the corners of her lips. Zhou Zhiruo's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue as she playfully scolded, "How distasteful." As the two exchanged tender whispers, they gradually shed their garments. A poem reflects, with bashfulness and laughter, garments fall away, too timid to speak loud, lest frowns betray. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhao Min pondered the intricacies of the 9 Manual, only to be abruptly interrupted by the soft murmurs and creaking of the bed from Zhou Zhiruo's chamber. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. Could it be that Zhou Zhiruo had encountered a mishap while practicing the manual? With this thought, She swiftly rose, tiptoeing to the wall, pressing her ear against it, intent on discerning the sounds emanating from next door. Zhao Min furrowed her brow, holding her breath and straining to distinguish the noises. To her astonishment, alongside Zhou Zhiruo's plaintive whispers, there seemed to be a gentle, deep male voice responding in kind. Lower your voice, slow down. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. The sounds were not those of cultivation, but rather of an intimate exchange. With this understanding, Zhao Min's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, her shyness becoming increasingly difficult to contain. In her fluster, she accidentally knocked over a porcelain vase on the table. The sharp, clear sound of it shattering on the floor resonated distinctly within the ears of Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo, who immediately comprehended that Zhao Min was eavesdropping. Oh no! Zhou Zhiruo gasped, her complexion paling in shock, her body trembling involuntarily. She froze as if struck by lightning, her face awash with fear and embarrassment. Yet, Li Kongyou seemed unfazed. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to calm. Zhao Min sat on the bed, vexed, angrily slapping the quilt. In the realm of dreams, enlightenment awaited. Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo sat cross-legged, their eyes gently closed. With the assistance of the system, Zhou Zhiruo's comprehension of the 9 manual accelerated exponentially. Occasionally, her brows would slightly furrow, only to relax moments later, clearly immersed in the profound intricacies contained within the scriptures. Beside her, Li Kongyou was equally absorbed in his cultivation. It became apparent that reaching the pinnacle of the 9 manual could also lead to the realm of mutual reinforcement of yin and yang. In essence, both the overarching principles of the 9 yin and 9 yang manuals embraced the path of yin and yang in harmony. Although their internal energy attributes differed, their ultimate destination converged. Having already perfected the 9 yang divine art, the true energy within him had transformed from the utmost yang into the utmost yin. At this moment, he merely needed to cultivate the essence of the 9 manual and allow the utmost yin to give rise to the utmost yang. In this manner, he could unite the 9 yin and 9 yang, truly realizing the supreme state of harmonious coexistence, where water and fire meld seamlessly. Contemplating this, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within Li Kongyou's heart. Perhaps, through his profound understanding of the yin and yang principles, he could forge an unparalleled martial art of his own. Both were deeply engrossed in their meditative state within the dream realm, oblivious to the gradual lightening of the horizon. Li Kongyou slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Zhou Zhiruo in his embrace. He raised his hand to gently caress her cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Zhou Zhiruo suddenly awakened, exclaiming, "Oh, Kongyou brother, you must rise quickly. Surely, Miss Xiao has learned of last night's events." Li Kongyou smiled gently and reassured. "It is of no consequence. I shall explain it to her later." Zhou Zhiruo hastily lifted the covers, donned her attire, and firmly grasped Li Kongyou's hand, pulling him to his feet. Li Kongyou, feeling helpless, reluctantly rose from his bed and dressed. As he stepped out of Zhou Zhiruo's room, he noticed a faint plume of smoke emanating from the direction of the kitchen. A jolt of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to hasten his steps towards the source. Upon nearing, he was greeted by a series of persistent coughs echoing from within. Upon entering, he discovered Zhao Min attempting to kindle a fire. Cough, cough. Li Kongyou feigned to cough twice, prompting Zhao Min to swiftly turn her head. Thereupon, she beheld Zhao Min's fair visage marred by a considerable amount of soot, her hair in disarray, and dark circles under her eyes. Embarrassed, she gazed at Li Kongyou and muttered, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and lend a hand." Li Kongyou couldn't help but laugh, and upon witnessing this, Zhao Min shot him a reproachful glare. Li Kongyou hurriedly stepped forward, taking the firewood from Zhao Min's hands, and skillfully began to kindle the flames. In no time, a roaring fire blazed within the hearth. "Why not rest a little longer? Just look at those dark circles under your eyes," Li Kongyou expressed with concern. Zhao Min turned her head away, her eyes brimming with indignation. "I don't need you to worry about me." Li Kongyou was acutely aware that Zhao Min was upset with him over his association with Zhou Zhiruo, and he swiftly approached her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Min, it is I who have erred, causing you distress. In truth, last night, Zhou and I were merely practicing our skills. If you wish to train, I can teach you this evening." Zhao Min felt the warmth of his breath, causing her body to tremble ever so slightly. This heartfelt embrace seemed to transcend time, transporting her back to the vivid memories of their days in Dadu. Gradually, she turned to face him, her gaze soft and gentle as water, as she spoke with her lips slightly parted. I am not angry with you. I understand that Miss Zhou has long held your heart. It is just that. However, before she could finish her thought, Li Kongyou boldly pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, Zhao Min felt as though her breath had been abruptly stolen, suspended in the air. Her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with surprise. Yet soon, this astonishment was supplanted by an indescribable sensation. Her eyes, as if enchanted by some magical force, slowly closed, fully immersing herself in this unexpected yet intoxicating kiss. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her. There was surprise, shyness, but more predominantly, an overwhelming sweetness that she could not contain. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with Li Kongyou, and she had never envisioned that a kiss could be so exquisite. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, as they held each other tightly, fervently kissing. After an indeterminate duration, a playful smile suddenly flickered across Zhao Min's strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a hint of mischief. Following that, she gently bit her lip before abruptly capturing Li Kongyou's lips with her own. In a moment of pain, Li Kongyou hastily released his lips, gazing at Zhao Min with a face full of astonishment and confusion. What are you doing? He asked. Zhao Min, with a charming smile, playfully retorted. Who told you to be so domineering and kiss me so suddenly? Do you realize this is my first time? Before she could finish her sentence, her cheeks, already as red as a ripe apple, now burned with an even deeper flush. Like a resplendent sunset on the horizon, her beauty appeared even more alluring, stirring the heart. At this moment, Li Kongyou suddenly regained his senses, recalling that he and Zhao Min had only embraced once in the bustling city. During their journey to Spirit Snake Island, surrounded by many onlookers, they had refrained from any affectionate gestures. Even on the way to Peach Blossom Island, their interaction had been limited to a mere embrace. Just as Li Kongyou hesitated to speak, the figure of Zhou Zhiruo appeared outside the kitchen. Upon witnessing the scene, she instantly deduced what had transpired moments before. She stepped forward and said loudly, "You two should hurry and wash up. I can handle making breakfast." At her words, Zhao Min turned around like a startled deer, hurriedly leaving the area. Zhou Zhiruo watched Zhao Min's hasty retreat and then turned to Li Kongyou, offering a gentle smile as she remarked, "Have you two reconciled so quickly?" Li Kongyou smiled awkwardly, remarking on how broad Zhou Zhiruo's heart was. Zhou Zhiruo gently shook her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering as they rested upon Li Kongyou's face. In a soft voice, she reminded him, "You should hurry and freshen up. Look at the dust on your face." "All right then, let breakfast be simple," he replied. Li Kongyou, while responding amiably, swiftly made his way to the courtyard to fetch a basin of clear water. In the days that followed, the trio resided carefreely on the idyllic Peach Blossom Island, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. Zhou Zhiruo devoted herself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the 9 true scriptures, while Zhao Min, concurrently practicing the same, was also instructed in the art of the falling petal divine, sword by Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou was astonished to discover that Zhao Min's martial arts talent was remarkably superior, even surpassing that of the previously formidable Zhou Zhiruo. In the original narrative, Zhao Min had imprisoned the 6 major sects within Wudang Temple, swiftly mastering their techniques through stealthy learning. She adeptly amalgamated the strengths of various martial arts, rendering her undeniably powerful. However, her lack of training in advanced internal cultivation had hindered her martial prowess. Under Li Kongyou's meticulous guidance, she rapidly grasped the essence of the falling petal's divine sword palm. Even the 9 manual was now within her initial reach. Yet, Zhao Min had yet to enter the Great Dream space, and the gap in martial abilities between her and Zhou Zhiruo continued to widen. On this day, the sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering sea, while a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it the briny scent of the ocean. Li Kongyou sat quietly in a meditative posture atop a vast and smooth boulder by the seaside, merging harmoniously with the expansive ocean, resembling a celestial being in deep contemplation. The waves crashed against the shore, producing a series of deep, resonant roars. The sea breeze whistled through the air, caressing his flowing garments. His eyes were gently closed, and his breath was subdued, akin to a dormant volcano. The inner energy of the 9 scriptures circulated vigorously within him, with the essence of extreme manifesting in delicate threads flowing ceaselessly. Subsequently, he summoned the vitality of the 9 yang, the essence of extreme yang surging forth like a blazing sun. His hands moved gracefully, intertwining the energies of yin and yang. At times, it felt like a gentle breeze caressing the face, embodying the softness of the nine yin's delicate power. At other moments, it resembled a fierce inferno, embodying the strength of the nine yang's robust energy. Ultimately, the internal powers of yin and yang merged into one, achieving a harmonious balance within his being. As the movements unfolded, this martial prowess, a fusion of the nine yin and nine yang, revealed its extraordinary might. Li Kongyou suddenly leaped into the air, his form shifting with an elegance reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol, embodying a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Each movement he executed was imbued with boundless power, as if capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, or even stirring the very seas. The air around him was disturbed by this extraordinary force, producing a faint, haunting whistle. Abruptly, Li Kongyou let out a fierce shout, thrusting both palms forward, sending the yin-yang symbol crashing toward the surface of the ocean. In an instant, the once tranquil waters erupted into tumultuous waves. The surging sea leaped to dizzying heights, resembling a colossal white dragon ascending toward the heavens. It then came crashing down, unleashing a torrent of spray and foam, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Li Kongyou stood by the seashore, allowing the waves to splash upon him. Gradually, he withdrew his energy, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. "Brother Kongyou, congratulations on mastering your skills," Zhou Zhiruo exclaimed as she swiftly stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Zhao Min followed closely behind, coming to rest beside Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou chuckled and shook his head, remarking that he was still far from mastering his skills. "I have merely blended the essence of the nine yang and nine yin classics. I am still a long way from the martial art I aspire to create." "That is already quite impressive," Zhao Min praised. "Even the creators of these two divine arts cannot compare to your prowess." Curious, Zhou Zhiruo inquired, "Does this martial art have a name?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Kongyou spoke softly. "My master has innovatively created the pure yang infinite skill based on certain principles of the nine yang divine art. I have fused the nine yin manual and the nine yang manual and shall henceforth call it the yin yang infinite skill." With that, Li Kongyou turned to look at Zhou Zhiruo and said, "Enough about me, Zhiruo. Allow me to test your martial prowess." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhiruo felt a surge of eagerness. During this period, she had devoted herself to studying the nine yin manual, and her skills had vastly improved compared to her abilities on Spirit Snake Island. If she were to face the king of the evil banishing treasure tree now, she was confident that she could defeat him within 20 moves. Li Kongyou, observing Zhou Zhiruo has assumed a ready stance, swiftly drew the jade flute from his waist, exclaiming, "Be careful." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than he lunged at Zhou Zhiruo with the swiftness of a tempest. His form, akin to a darting specter, closed in on her with astonishing speed. The jade flute aimed directly at her face, conjuring a fierce gale in its wake. Yet, in the face of such a formidable onslaught, Zhou Zhiruo remained unperturbed. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with determination as she immediately unleashed the breaking sword technique from the Dugu Nine Swords. With a deft flick of her sword, she precisely deflected the oncoming jade flute, effectively neutralizing the attack. Upon witnessing this, Li Kongyou could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What an exquisite swordsmanship!" As he spoke, his movements remained uninterrupted, and his technique suddenly transformed. The jade flute, initially thrusting forward, was swiftly swept horizontally, enveloped by a fierce sword aura. As it surged once more towards Zhou Zhiruo, not daring to be complacent, Zhou Zhiruo promptly executed the serpent's motion and raccoon's flip from the nine yang true scriptures, rolling her entire body upon the ground to evade to the side, simultaneously thrusting out her sword with precision. Li Kongyou nodded to herself, and with a flick of her wrist, the jade flute traced a graceful arc in the air, effortlessly deflecting Zhou Zhiruo's strike. Undeterred by her failed attempt, Zhou Zhiruo, suspended in midair, swiftly turned her body, invoking the dancing sword technique from the Dugu Nine Swords. In an instant, the brilliance of the blade flickered, casting numerous shadows of swords that enveloped Li Kongyou. Li Kongyou exerted force with his feet against the ground, propelling himself into a graceful aerial somersault, skillfully evading Zhou Zhiruo's sword strike. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid exchange, their movements swift and fluid. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Meanwhile, Zhao Min, observing the duel, felt a mixture of astonishment and envy. Although her martial prowess was modest, her insight was remarkable. Given Zhou Zhiruo's current level of skill, she would undoubtedly hold her own even against the formidable Qi Tua. In contrast, she felt a pang of inadequacy when comparing herself not only to Zhou Zhiruo but even to Xiao Zhao. This realization stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Just as she was lost in thought, the sparring match between Li Kongyou and Zhou Zhiruo came to an abrupt halt. Zhiruo, splendid. Your current martial abilities are surely on par with Yang Xiao and Fan Yao, and those who can surpass you in the martial world are indeed few and far between. Li Kongyou sincerely praised, believing that at this moment, Zhou Zhiruo's martial arts prowess should be comparable to that during the lion-slaying ceremony in the original narrative. However, at that time, Zhou Zhiruo practiced a hastily acquired version of the Nine manual, which, while formidable, had its evident shortcomings. In contrast, the current Zhou Zhiruo, utilizing the shared system, was training in the comprehensive essence of the Nine manual, progressing steadily and flawlessly. Upon hearing Li Kongyou's commendation, Zhou Zhiruo felt a surge of quiet joy within her. She sheathed the heaven-slaying sword and smiled gracefully, saying, "It is all thanks to my dear brother Kongyou's excellent guidance." At that moment, Li Kongyou's gaze shifted to Zhao Min, and a sense of helplessness welled up within him. Though Zhao Min possessed remarkable talent, she paled in comparison to the Zhou Zhiruo who benefited from the system's assistance. He swiftly moved to Zhao Min's side and gently reassured her, "Min, the path of martial arts requires a steady and methodical approach. Your progress has been commendable in this short time." Zhao Min returned to her senses, looked at Li Kongyou, and smiled. "Of course, I am a prodigy in martial arts." With that, she feigned nonchalance and strolled towards the loft where she resided. "Brother Kongyou, how can you bear to leave such a captivating beauty as Miss Zhao alone in an empty room?" came Zhou Zhiruo's teasing voice from behind. A mischievous smile flickered across Li Kongyou's face. "What about that?" Under the serene and starry night, with the gentle sea breeze caressing her face, Zhao Min sat alone by the seaside, gazing out at the vast ocean, her thoughts adrift in an unknown direction. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she turned to see who it was, but upon recognizing the person, she returned her gaze to the sea. "What are you pondering?" Li Kongyou inquired. Zhao Min did not turn back. She merely asked softly, "You haven't been with Miss Zhou, have you?" Li Kongyou approached Zhao Min and gracefully took a seat beside her. In response to Zhao Min's inquiry, he remained silent for a moment before suddenly posing a solemn question. "If one day your father were to seek my life, what would you do?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Min instinctively replied, "I would implore my father to spare you." Li Kongyou inquired once more, "But if he has made up his mind and is determined to kill me, what then?" Zhao Min could not help but fall into a contemplative silence. After a brief hesitation, she finally replied, "With your exceptional martial prowess, you will undoubtedly be able to escape." Li Kongyou posed 3 questions. "What if faced with a multitude of soldiers, surrounded on all sides, leaving me with no path of escape?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Min replied, "Then I shall die alongside you." Li Kongyou nodded emphatically, reassuringly asserting that such a day would never come. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly extended his arms and tightly embraced Zhao Min. Immediately afterwards, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and dashed towards a nearby loft. What on earth is he planning to do? Zhao Min was taken aback by Li Kongyou's unexpected action, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. She heard him succinctly utter 2 words, "Practice." In an instant, Zhao Min comprehended the significance of Li Kongyou's practice, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her heart racing like a startled deer, she lowered her head, bashfully silent. Noticing her quiet demeanor, Li Kongyou gently inquired, "Are you unwilling?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Min responded in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "I am willing." Li Kongyou swiftly entered the room with Zhao Min in his embrace. And with a graceful wave of his hand, the candle flames within were instantly extinguished. The dim moonlight cascaded upon Zhao Min's resplendent and captivating visage, enhancing her allure even further. Li Kongyou slowly leaned down, his lips gently brushing against Zhao Min's forehead, before descending further until they finally rested upon her luscious, crimson lips. Zhao Min tightly closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Just as the two were lost in their passionate kiss, Li Kongyou's right hand silently slipped beneath Zhao Min's clothing, gliding over her smooth skin. Zhao Min's breath grew increasingly rapid and soft. Low moans escaped her throat intermittently. Li Kongyou's actions grew increasingly audacious as he forcefully removed Zhao Min's belt, his hands deftly unfastening her garments. Zhao Min, in turn, wrapped her arms around Li Kongyou's neck, fervently reciprocating each of his affectionate gestures. Here, 30,000 words are omitted. The spring night was fleeting, and the pleasures shared were not meant for the ears of outsiders. When Zhao Min next opened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a hazy realm. Not far away, a towering platform stood majestically, encircled by 12 columns, seemingly whispering ancient secrets. Just as Zhao Min was engulfed in confusion, Li Kongyou appeared beside her without warning. "Min Min," he called, in Zhao Min. Her face a canvas of astonishment, exclaimed, "Kongyou? Were we not just?" Li Kongyou's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Did I not mention before that Zhenren and I were practicing martial arts?" She said, "If you doubt my words, you are welcome to give it a try. Here, the cultivation can enhance one's comprehension several-fold." Zhao Min, half convinced, began to practice the 9 manual. To her astonishment, her understanding of this martial art flowed as effortlessly as water. The aspects that had previously eluded her comprehension now felt as if a sudden enlightenment had struck her, bringing clarity. A secret joy blossomed within Zhao Min. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Li Kongyou, a glimmer of cunning crossing her gaze, and she softly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You mustn't deceive me." Li Kongyou gracefully leapt onto the high platform, hands clasped behind his back, and explained, "This is a unique realm, which I refer to as the Great Dream Enlightenment Space. Practicing here yields remarkable results with half the effort. What are the conditions for entering this space?" Zhao Min inquired further. Li Kongyou raised his hand, gesturing a particular movement. Instantly, Zhao Min's cheeks flushed with understanding of Li Kongyou's intent. She mused inwardly. No wonder Zhou Zhiruo's martial skills have advanced so swiftly. It is evidently the result of her practice here. I shall come here every night. In due time, I will surely surpass her." Unable to contain her eagerness, she exclaimed, "Let us commence our training at once." "Very well, you may begin your practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me." Zhao Min nodded in agreement and promptly seated herself on the ground, focusing intently on cultivating the 9 manual. The following morning, the two awoke from their slumber, exchanging a glance that conveyed an uncontainable delight. "You rise first. I will wait until you have left before I get up." Zhao Min's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Kongyou chuckled softly, not insisting, and swiftly rose to dress before stepping out of the room. Zhao Min, tightly wrapped in her blanket, appeared somewhat dazed, pondering silently within. If her father were to discover this matter, she would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Yet, the mere thought of Li Kongyou's tenderness rendered all her concerns trivial. She hastily completed her morning routine and exited the room, only to find Zhou Zhiruo practicing her swordplay nearby, a spark of competitive spirit igniting within her. She briskly approached Zhou Zhiruo, smiling as she greeted, "Aunt Zhou." Just as the words left her lips, Zhao Min felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly corrected herself. "Sister Zhou, good morning. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, and I, being less skilled, wish to seek your guidance on a few moves." Zhou Zhiruo, taken aback for a moment by Zhao Min's address, soon broke into a warm smile, replying, "Sister Zhao, you flatter me. I merely practice casually. How could I dare to claim the title of teacher? There's no need for such modesty, Sister Zhou. Let us engage in friendly combat, and we shall keep it light," Zhao Min insisted. Realizing Zhao Min's determination to spar, Zhou Zhiruo conceded, "Then I graciously accept your challenge." The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. Just then, Li Kongyou, having finished his morning preparations, observed the scene from a distance. Fully aware that Zhao Min would not be able to withstand even 10 exchanges, Zhao Min assumed her stance, executing the falling petal's divine sword palm in her hands. With her arms in motion, shadows of her palms enveloped her from all directions. In response, Zhou Zhiruo set aside her Ishin sword and employed the snow-piercing cloud palm from the Ame palm techniques. Gracefully, she navigated through the flurry of Zhao Min's attacks, each move deftly neutralizing her opponent's efforts. As the exertion mounted, Zhao Min began to realize her overestimation of her abilities. Abruptly withdrawing her hands, she looked at Zhou Zhiruo, genuinely conceding, "Sister Zhou, your martial prowess is formidable. I humbly admit defeat." As she turned to leave, her gaze fell upon Li Kongyou standing not far off. At that moment, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Zhao Min's eyes. She hurriedly approached him, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, "Is the enlightenment space accessible during the day?" Li Kongyou was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, instinctively responding, "It should be fine. What are we waiting for? Let's go?" Zhao Min seized Li Kongyou's hand and strode toward the room. "Wait, we haven't had breakfast yet." Time, when filled with joy, always seems to pass more swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had elapsed since Li Kongyou and the others had been living unabashedly on Peach Blossom Island. Each day was filled with practice, and Zhao Min's martial arts had progressed by leaps and bounds. With her current skills, even the average leader-level master would hardly stand a chance against her. The falling petals sword technique unfolded gracefully in Zhao Min's hands, flowing like a gentle stream. Coupled with the orchid finger technique that Li Kongyou had imparted to her, the two techniques harmoniously interwove, fingers transforming into palms and palms into fingers, evoking images of petals falling softly and spring orchids thriving. Not only were her movements sharp and fierce, but they also exuded an elegance and poise that captivated the eye. At that moment, Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min were engaged in a spirited exchange of martial arts on the island. One moved with the grace of a startled swan, her swordsmanship soaring towards the heavens, each strike imbued with unparalleled sword energy. The other, ethereal and transcendent, wielded her palms with the same ferocity as a sword, the interplay of her fingers resembling a tempest, causing blossoms to scatter. After dozens of exchanges, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they simultaneously withdrew. Zhou Zhiruo sheathed her sword and turned her gaze toward Zhao Min, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Your comprehension of the 9E manual is now on par with mine, and your execution of the falling petals sword technique and the orchid finger technique is remarkably adept. If I do not employ the Dugun 9 swords, I fear I may not stand a chance against you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min smiled radiantly, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, Sister Zhou, for accompanying me in this practice. I am deeply grateful." Though she still fell short of Zhou Zhiruo, she had certainly transformed since their initial challenge. Li Kongyou leaned against a rock, observing the amicable demeanor of the two individuals, which brought him a sense of joy. He gazed back at the distant pavilion, contemplating that it was indeed time to depart. While Peach Blossom Island possessed its charms, it also proved somewhat taxing on his vitality. Over time, the accommodations on the island dwindled from 3 rooms to 2, and now only 1 remained. Were it not for his mastery of the yin-yang wujigong, he might have found it quite challenging to manage these 2 young ladies. He slowly approached them and said in a solemn tone, "Zhao, Minmin, we shall set forth to return to the Central Plains tomorrow." Despite their deep reluctance, the two could only acquiesce. After meticulously repairing the formations on the island, Li Kongyou departed from Peach Blossom Island, accompanied by Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min. As the vessel carrying Li Kongyou had yet to dock, a familiar call resonated from the shore. A fleeting smile graced Zhou Zhiruo's face as she softly remarked, "It is Brother Diao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min turned her gaze curiously towards the bank. She beheld a golden streak, soaring towards them with the swiftness of a shooting star, its brilliance growing ever closer and larger. When she finally discerned the magnificent golden figure, she realized it was an extraordinarily large golden eagle. Li Kongyou tightly embraced the 2 individuals in his arms, and then leaped into the air. Observing this, the golden eagle swiftly lowered its body. Li Kongyou gracefully leaped onto the back of the golden eagle and called out, "Brother Eagle, I hope you are well." Upon hearing Li Kongyou's voice, the golden eagle responded with exuberance, releasing a series of resounding cries. Its form soared across the sea, stirring up waves in its wake. Zhao Min, filled with trepidation, curled tightly in Li Kongyou's embrace, closing her eyes in fear, too frightened to move. "Brother Eagle, let us find a place to land and enjoy a hearty meal. After spending so long at sea, my palate craves something more flavorful." The golden eagle let out several triumphant cries before soaring towards a nearby city. Before long, Li Kongyou leaped down from the eagle's back, landing steadily in the midst of the bustling street. "Wow, look at that magnificent bird." Although the golden eagle had not yet touched down, it had already caused quite a stir. Li Kongyou paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. He took the hands of both Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min and stepped into an inn. The young attendant, noticing the extraordinary demeanor of the trio, hastily approached with a broad smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, do you seek a meal or accommodations?" Li Kongyou's gaze swept over Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "A spacious room, accompanied by several exquisite signature dishes and a fine pot of wine." As soon as the words left his lips, several curious glances were cast his way within the inn. The young attendant, upon hearing Li Kongyou's words, could not help but reveal a hint of envy. To embrace beauty on either side, a match of talent and grace, truly a model for our generation. Very well, esteemed guest. Please proceed upstairs. The attendant elegantly flicked his towel and gestured towards the staircase. Li Kongyou appeared indifferent, as he took the hands of both individuals and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the upper floor, the cacophony of the inn surged forth like a tidal wave. Who is this young man? Surely, even the emperor's consorts cannot rival such beauty. In my opinion, let alone consorts, even the celestial maidens from the heavens could hardly compare. Just look at that figure, that visage. Merely a glance leaves me breathless. Indeed, if I could but taste her charm, I would gladly forfeit years of my life. As he spoke, the man could not help but lick his lips inappropriately. Initially, Li Kongyou paid no mind, but as he overheard the increasingly distasteful remarks from the crowd, he abruptly turned around. With a flick of his right hand, the man who had been so brazenly lewd found himself collapsing to the ground in defeat. Let us go. Li Kongyou withdrew his hand, leading the two individuals up the stairs. Upon witnessing this, the crowd fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. That night, Li Kongyou, along with Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min, savored a few cups of wine. Ever since he assumed the role of the leader of the Ming sect, the wine flask that once hung by his waist had not been seen again. This was largely due to Zhou Zhiruo's insistence that carrying a wine flask at his waist appeared too slovenly, and was indeed unbefitting of his esteemed position. Furthermore, Zhou Zhiruo was not fond of his drinking. While the three were enjoying their dinner, Li Kongyou caught the faint sound of whispers emanating from the adjacent room. Have you heard? The king of Riyang is to be executed tomorrow. Li Kongyou furrowed his brows, listening attentively. Really? Hadn't he just repelled the Ming sect's righteous army back to Jiqing Road, Nanjing? Such a significant achievement. How could it lead to such a fate? What you may not know is that several months ago, the Prince of Riyang risked his life to advise the emperor, imploring him to dismiss the chancellor and treat the common people kindly, only to be stripped of his position. Subsequently, under the relentless assault of the Ming sect's righteous army, the Yuan generals suffered repeated defeats. The current sovereign, left with no choice, reinstated the Prince of Riyang as the Grand Marshal of the army. Indeed, under the prince's command, the Yuan forces transformed their previous despair into an unstoppable momentum, driving the Ming sect's righteous army to retreat to Jiqing Road. Before he could finish, another person interrupted, saying, I am aware of all this. Just tell me why the Prince of Riyang, having achieved victory, was nonetheless executed? The man smiled faintly, raised his cup, took a delicate sip, and then replied leisurely, the issue lies in the prince's triumph. You are well aware that the current court is rife with treachery. How could they tolerate the prince's growing influence? Furthermore, the present emperor, wary of his remarkable achievements overshadowing his own, fell prey to the slanders of the petty officials. Thus, under the guise of collusion with rebels, he ordered the prince's execution to establish his authority. Upon hearing this, the other man did not express sorrow for the prince. Instead, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, The Prince of Riyang is suspected of colluding with rebels. What an absurdity! The Yuan court is digging its own grave. Once the prince is dead, there will be no one to thwart the righteous army. The Han dynasty can surely be restored. The man nodded in agreement, noting that after seizing the throne, the Yuan court had learned little else but the art of framing loyal ministers, echoing the tactics of the Song dynasty to perfection. After listening, Li Kongyou was profoundly astonished. Could it be that the emperor, known as the Iron Pot, had become so utterly foolish? Was it possible that his previous conversation with the Prince of Riyang had somehow influenced him, leading to his audacious admonition of the emperor, which in turn incited the malice of that treacherous minister? Although Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo could not decipher the words exchanged next door, they clearly heard the boisterous laughter of the two men. Upon lifting her gaze, Zhao Min immediately noticed Li Kongyou furrowing his brow, an ominous premonition surging within her heart. Kongyou, what troubles you? Li Kongyou gazed at Zhao Min, choosing not to withhold the truth, and recounted the words he had just heard. Upon finishing, Zhao Min's delicate frame trembled violently, her complexion instantly turning as pale as parchment. What? Her father was to be beheaded? How could this be possible? No, I must return at once to save my father. With that, she was consumed by urgency and attempted to turn away. Li Kongyou hastily rose to his feet, swiftly closing the distance to Zhao Min, and enveloped her trembling form in a tender embrace. Lowering his head, he soothingly murmured, Minmin, do not worry. I shall take care of everything. Moreover, The authenticity of this matter requires further verification. We must refrain from drawing premature conclusions. Zhou Zhiruo silently cast a glance at Li Kongyou, her expression betraying a tumult of emotions, yet she remained voiceless. From a political standpoint, the demise of the king of Ruyang would undeniably benefit the resistance against the Yuan dynasty. However, driven by her personal feelings for Zhao Min, she deeply yearned for Li Kongyou to undertake the perilous mission of rescuing the king. Yet, the danger of storming the execution grounds was immense, and the members of the Ming sect would undoubtedly hesitate to risk their lives for an adversary. At that juncture, Li Kongyou might find himself at odds with the Ming sect, a scenario she dreaded above all. Zhao Min lifted her gaze, her eyes misty with tears, and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Kongyou lightly pressed Zhao Min's acupoint to prevent her from becoming overly agitated, gently placing her upon the bed before turning his attention to Zhou Zhiruo. "Zhiruo," he softly called. Zhou Zhiruo met his gaze, offering him a reassuring look that conveyed her unwavering support. "Brother Kongyou, whatever you decide to do, I stand by you." Her words warmed Li Kongyou's heart. "Thank you, Zhiruo. Please keep an eye on Min while I inquire further in the next room." With that, Li Kongyou swiftly exited the room and knocked on the door of the adjacent chamber. Moments later, having confirmed his suspicions, he returned, his brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the news regarding the execution commanded by King Ruyang. Zhou Zhiruo had been anxiously awaiting his return, and upon seeing his expression, she had already surmised much of the situation. Indeed, before Li Kongyou could speak, Zhou Zhiruo eagerly proclaimed, "Brother Kongyou, let us depart at once. With Brother Jiao's assistance, we shall surely reach the capital before noon tomorrow." "Agreed," Li Kongyou responded with a sound, hoisting the still slumbering Zhao Min onto his back, and together with Zhou Zhiruo, they departed from the inn under the cover of night. Li Kongyou tilted his head and let out a resounding whistle. Before the sound had dissipated, a golden figure streaked across the night sky, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic golden eagle gracefully landed before them. The three of them leapt onto the eagle's back, traversing the starry expanse as they journeyed northward. In the capital, the atmosphere at the execution ground was heavy and oppressive, as if dark clouds loomed over the city. The Yuan soldiers, clad in armor, wore solemn expressions as they firmly separated the onlookers from the center of the execution site. The Prince of Ruyang and his young son, Prince Wang Baobao, had their hands bound behind their backs and knelt on the ground, their faces betraying a sense of indifference. The Right Chancellor sat with an air of arrogance on the execution platform, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling Ruyang prince and his son. He clutched a command token tightly in his hand, occasionally tapping it against the table as if to hasten the arrival of the hour. "Father, are we truly to die unjustly like this?" Wang Baobao turned to gaze at the Prince of Ruyang, his eyes reflecting a flicker of defiance. Had they not surrendered, their esteemed reputations in the military could have rallied support for a rebellion. The Prince of Ruyang sighed heavily, acknowledging the cruel truth: when the monarch demands death, the subject must comply. Fortunately, Min was not in the capital, allowing her to escape this calamity. In Wang Baobao's eyes, his father's loyalty was but foolishness, and he pressed on. "If we perish, the court will fall entirely under the sway of treacherous officials, and our great Yuan dynasty shall be in peril. The court's excessive taxes and levies have burdened the people, leading to widespread suffering and discontent. It seems the fate of our great Yuan is drawing to a close. Yet, as a father, I cannot bear to witness the flames of war ravaging the land, leaving the common folk displaced." The Prince of Ruyang sighed deeply, his heart heavy with helplessness. As the two lamented, a sudden, resounding drumbeat echoed from the side. The surrounding populace exhibited varied expressions of anguish. While some gazed at the scene with complex emotions, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Why strike the drums before noon? In this world, loyal subjects often meet grim fates. The court is corrupt, and the treacherous hold power. In the end, it is the common people who suffer. The hour has come. A commanding voice from the high platform interrupted the murmurs. The Right Chancellor turned his gaze to the Prince of Ruyang. A mock smile plastered on his face as he said, "Prince of Ruyang, or should I say Chahan Timur, do you have any final words as death approaches?" The Prince of Ruyang threw his head back and let out a long, hearty laugh before proclaiming, "Treachery has led the nation astray. Huh, you a traitor, have no right to speak of state affairs. Guards, seize him," the Right Chancellor commanded, tossing the token forward. With his cry, the executioner raised the gleaming blade high, its cold, menacing light shimmering in the brilliant sunlight. "Spare him." At this critical juncture, three figures suddenly leaped onto the execution ground. They charged towards the soldiers guarding the area, resolute in their mission to rescue Prince Ruyang and his son. Among them was a wiry, weathered elder, his elongated frame wielding a long sword, his face a tapestry of deep wrinkles, each line a testament to countless hardships endured. Accompanying him were a bald elder and a robust middle-aged man, the trio being the loyal servants of the Ruyang prince's household, Ada, a heir, and a san. "My lord, we have come to save you," they declared, each having benefited from the prince's kindness in the past, unwilling to be ungrateful, even if it meant sacrificing their lives today. They were determined to rescue their lord and the young prince. "Why must you do this?" Prince Ruyang sighed helplessly, shaking his head slowly. The executioner continued with his grim task, dismissing any attempt to disrupt the proceedings as worthy of death. The Right Chancellor, witnessing the scene, remained unfazed, calmly issuing commands. As the executioner raised his blade, two soldiers exchanged a glance before bringing their weapons down. Ada, with lightning speed, sought to intervene, but a wall of soldiers blocked his path. A heir and a san attempted to break through the encirclement, yet found themselves powerless against the overwhelming odds. The Right Chancellor had laid a meticulous trap, waiting for any brave soul to attempt a rescue, intending to ensure they would not return. However, just as the executioner's blade descended, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. Instead, two ropes were severed and fell to the ground. The crowd gasped, having expected the demise of Prince Ruyang and his son, only to witness the executioner deliberately cut the ropes at the critical moment. "What is the meaning of this?" the Right Chancellor exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, fixating on the executioner. "You dare defy my orders." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, hundreds of soldiers surged forward as if descending from the heavens, a tidal wave rushing towards the execution ground, intent on rescuing the prince and his heir. The executioner, witnessing this, allowed a flicker of joy to cross his features. He quickly sheathed his blade, aiding Prince Ruyang and the young prince to their feet. "My lord, the General Mu has come to aid you at the eastern city. We are willing to escort you to safety." Prince Ruyang slowly rose, shaking his head with gravity. "This place is now a den of peril, relying solely on the troops of Mu Qing. We cannot hope to contend with His Majesty's encroaching forces. You two should not sacrifice yourselves needlessly. Flee for your lives." As Prince Ruyang spoke with the executioner, countless soldiers flooded in, encircling the execution ground tightly. Each soldier brandished a bow, poised to strike at a moment's notice, waiting for the Right Chancellor's command to unleash a hail of arrows upon those gathered. Seeing this, the Right Chancellor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined it would only be Mu Qing that arrived. It seems the prince's reputation in the military is not as formidable as I thought. Lay down your weapons at once, or I shall have you all shot like a swarm of hornets." The troops of Mu Qing stood undaunted, each valiant and fearless, roaring in unison as they prepared to break through the encirclement, seeking to carve a path for the Prince of Ruyang. The prince, filled with compassion, cast a glance at the Chancellor before proclaiming loudly, "Brave soldiers, you are the heroes of my great Yuan. Today, do not perish at the hands of your own." He conveyed his gratitude for Mu Qing's goodwill. Turning to the Right Chancellor, he declared, "Let them go. I willingly embrace death." To his astonishment, the Right Chancellor erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "None shall escape. Fire the arrows." In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down upon those gathered, as countless projectiles surged like a torrential downpour. The troops hastily raised their blades in defense, yet many fell, struck by the deadly volley. The Prince of Ruyang stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering, fully aware that he was likely facing unavoidable doom, yet lamenting the innocent lives entangled in this grim fate. Just then, an arrow shot towards the prince like a bolt of lightning, poised to strike. In a flash, a long sword appeared, intercepting the deadly projectile. "My lord, young master, I shall escort you to safety," came the voice of Fang Dongbai. A heir and a san rushed to the prince's side amidst the chaos, ready to sacrifice themselves to ensure his escape. Though the three were renowned martial artists, they were still flesh and blood, unable to withstand the overwhelming barrage of arrows. Before long, two executioners fell, struck by arrows, meeting their grim end. A heir was hit in the left leg, a san bled profusely from his waist, and Fang Dongbai bore a wound on his arm. The casualties among the hundreds of Mu Fu soldiers were devastating, leaving but a handful remaining. Witnessing this tragic scene, the Prince of Ruyang's heart seethed with indignation. He realized that if he did not resist, countless more would suffer. He bent down to grasp the long knife of an executioner, raising it high above his head, his voice booming like thunder. "Soldiers, follow me to break through." His words reverberated through the air above the execution ground. The remaining soldiers responded in unison, fighting and retreating, gathering around the prince. A fierce determination flickered across Wang Baobao's face.